In his previous life, Lin Feng met his demise beneath the tire of a truck, a victim of his own misfortune. However, with the assistance of a system, he sought vengeance against the unscrupulous Haixin Lian and was subsequently reincarnated as an abandoned infant, retaining his memories and the demon godchild system. He was then taken in by his rather unorthodox mentor, living deep within the mountains. Demon God Quick Delivery System 888 Binding in progress. Bind the delivery system and ascend to the heavens in an instant. Darling, don't miss out. Lin Feng was initially taken aback, only to be thoroughly disgusted by the tone of this so-called delivery system 888. Ascend to the heavens in an instant? Host, please don't be so devoid of humor. This system never speaks falsehoods, rest assured. You will indulge in a life of luxury under my guidance. Lin Feng's expression shifted subtly, yet upon reflecting on his circumstances, he coldly replied, Father, 888? What do you want me to do upon binding? Do you have any money? First, change that greasy uncle voice of yours, it's unbearable. Upon hearing this, System 888 immediately switched to a sweet, childish voice. How does this voice suit you, host? Lin Feng shivered at the thought of non-existent goosebumps. It's acceptable. With the whimsical interjections of System 888, the shock from the earlier incident lessened considerably for Lin Feng. After binding with me, host, you shall become a distinguished courier, earning millions monthly. All you need to do is deliver packages for me. Here, we offer comprehensive insurance and benefits, and our system store has everything you could desire. It is undeniably the most benevolent system in existence. Most importantly, I can assist you in slapping Haixin Lian in the face. Deal. The dazzling lights left one dazzled, while the cacophony of voices mingled with deafening music assaulted the eardrums. Having already bound with the system, Lin Feng, with a grim expression, removed his uniform and seated himself at the bar. Johor, a Bloody Mary, please. The bartender, Johor, whistled as he handed over the drink, inquiring, What's wrong? Can't take that foolish supervisor any longer? Lin Feng smirked. Indeed, I'm done. Johor cast a curious glance at Lin Feng, furrowing his brow before turning to attend to other patrons. Host, to assist you in fulfilling your wish, the first delivery task has been issued. Please accept the task. Each task rewards you with system coins, which can be exchanged for 10,000 RMB or 10-star yuan coins. This system recommends that you conserve your coins for attribute points. Taking a sip of the strong liquor, Lin Feng frowned as he examined the task. Ocean Community 3062, recipient Lin Feng. If memory serves, Ocean Community consists of upscale apartments. What sort of people reside there? The system cheerfully interrupted. Host, do not forget your current identity. Such considerations are irrelevant. You simply need to deliver the package directly to the recipient. The package is already in the system space, and you may retrieve it at your discretion. Understood. Lin Feng drained his glass and rose, exiting the bar. By this hour, night had fallen, and after a moment's thought, he decided to take a cab directly to Ocean Community. Ding dong. Who could it be? Ringing the doorbell at this hour. What is the security department doing? Why is anyone here at this time? The man, clad only in a towel, was startled by the doorbell, his face contorted with impatience as he spoke. On the bed by Chihuahua, dressed in disheveled clothing, bore a gloomy expression. Yet she forced a smile and, after hastily dressing, sweetly suggested, Tung go. Go check, it might be something important. Lin Feng then softened his demeanor. Wait here, you'll see who it is. Chapter 2. Experiencing life. Upon noticing Lin Feng rising to open the door, the woman pondered for a moment before donning her coat and stepping outside. Hello, your package, ITSU, exclaimed by Chochio, who had hurried over, startled as Lin Feng had yet to accept the delivery. She swiftly interposed herself between Lin Tang and Lin Feng, her expression darkening as she inquired, What are you doing here? Are you stalking me? Stealing a glance at Lin Teng's dubious expression, Bai Chochio raised her voice. I told you we broke up a long time ago. Stop harassing me. Your actions are now affecting my life. Brother Teng, I truly apologize. I didn't expect. Lin Teng, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of animosity towards Lin Feng and pulled Bai Chochio closer. I was unaware that you still had such a scoundrel of an ex. Choyo. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the tense Bai Chochio. He then shrugged nonchalantly. You've broken up, right? You could have informed me sooner. Rest assured, I won't pester you. Today is merely a coincidence. I am here to deliver a package. Mr. Lin Teng, please sign for your delivery. Is it truly a delivery? Bai Chochio exhaled in relief, a hint of disdain creeping into her expression. Just hand it over and leave quickly. Knocking on the door at such an ungodly hour deserves a poor review. Hearing her contemptuous tone, Lin Feng shrugged and handed the package to Lin Teng. Sir, please sign for it. Lin Teng furrowed his brow, pondering that he hadn't ordered anything recently, so how could there be a delivery? However, he was too weary to waste more time with Lin Feng and disdainfully accepted the package, signing for it. All right, off you go. Lin Feng shrugged again. All right then, I shall take my leave. Let me check. My ride should have arrived at the door by now, as if summoned by the mention of his name. Lin Feng's ride approached at that very moment, a respectful figure coming forward. I heard the young master has had a change of heart, so I rushed right over. Young master, what is this? Lin Feng grinned, experiencing life. Lin Teng, still lingering at the door, was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. His eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Lin Feng, then quickly approached. Old sir, what brings you here? Please, come in. No need for that, Mr. Lin. You may call me Butler Wang. I am here to escort our young master home. Butler Wang cast a cursory glance at Lin Teng and by Chochio. Despite his age, he was neither deaf nor blind, and he found it perplexing that a distant relative of the Lin family would look down upon their sole legitimate heir. Noticing Butler Wang's indifferent demeanor, Lin Teng felt a pang of unease, but the butler had no intention of lingering and promptly followed Lin Feng away. Witnessing this, Lin Teng shot an irritable glare at Bai Chochio. Bai Chochio stood frozen, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Lin Feng, wasn't he just a poor orphan? What was going on? The following day, within a villa atop a mountain, Butler Wang was met with surprise by Wang Hu, the current executive chairman of the Lin family group and a seasoned manager who had served the Lin family for generations. I hear the young master voluntarily expressed his return. Butler Wang chuckled softly. Indeed, however, he placed the materials he had gathered before him on the table. It is a good thing that you have returned, yet even if the young master remains silent on these matters, we ought to manage them on his behalf. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow as he perused the documents. Lin Teng, a member of the collateral branch? This fellow has certainly grown ambitious of late. It is time to rein him in. Chapter 3. Attribute points. Butler Wang nodded in satisfaction, then remarked, I shall leave these matters in your capable hands. As for the rest, there is no need to trouble the young master with them. He is on the verge of awakening, so I shall prepare breakfast. Very well, I shall take my leave. I will also expedite the invitations for the banquet announcing the young master's identity. Achoo! 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 In the midst of his slumber, Lin Feng sneezed thrice, bewildered as he sat up. Who is speaking of me? Your young master host has risen. The voice of 888, in a lilting, childlike tone, echoed softly. Once Lin Feng had regained some clarity, it continued, the first task has been completed, and you have earned 1,000 system coins. The system mall has been unlocked for your perusal. 1,000 system coins? 1 million. Lin Feng was now fully alert. Seeing his greedy expression, 888 could not help but chide. Do not forget your current status, dear host. A touch of dignity would be appreciated. 1 million is hardly a fortune. Moreover, I advise against squandering system coins. Redeeming attribute points would be most beneficial for you. Attribute points? Please access your personal panel and the system mall to review them yourself. Simply recite it in your mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng complied. Personal panel, name, Lin Feng intelligence, 60. The maximum for interstellar calculations is 150. Dear host, you are below passing. Physical strength, 50, same maximum. Can you truly contend with a tough woman? Charm, 69, well, quite acceptable for someone from planet D. Soul power, 53, interstellar assessment grade C, soul attributes yet to awaken. It is recommended you raise this to maximum value. A friendly reminder, maximum is 150. Health, none. This body is provided by the system. No health value is calculated. Luck, for him, your misfortune is rather excruciating to behold. In summary, the system comments. 888 is perplexed as to how it ended up bound to such a mediocre host. Alas, the burden is heavy. After reviewing the attributes and the accompanying commentary, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he grimaced and muttered, 888. There is no need for those additional remarks. 888 expressed a desire for the host to possess a sense of urgency. Given his mediocrity among the inhabitants of Planet D, should he not strive for improvement? The lilting voice of 888 carried a hint of jest, followed by a soft giggle. Lin Feng twitched his mouth in annoyance and, seeking no further torment, opened the system mall once more. In the realm of martial arts and immortal cultivation novels, one can find a plethora of mystical elixirs such as the 1,000-year-old ginseng and the 10,000-year-old Reishi mushroom, as well as the cleansing marrow pill and the ascension elixir. Lin Feng gazed at the dazzling array before him, yet he was painfully aware that he could merely observe. After casting a silent glance at the zeros behind these items, Lin Feng once again felt like a pauper. The only feature unlocked within the marketplace was the attribute point exchange, explicitly stating that only the host could redeem points for themselves. 1,000 system coins could be exchanged for a single attribute point, and the system's host had the liberty to allocate these points as they saw fit. Staring at the price of 1,000 system coins, Lin Feng fell into silence. That moment, 888 chimed in with a suggestion. It would be prudent for the host to enhance their soul attribute and martial prowess points as soon as possible. This would benefit both 888 and the host, as the upcoming recipients of the host's deliveries may not be human. With a twitch of his lips, Lin Feng chose to disregard it. 888 chuckled mischievously twice. Best not to squander those attribute points just yet. By the way, Butler Wong has already publicized the host's identity. Lost in thought, Lin Feng recalled the series of events that had transpired, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Chapter 4. The scoundrel that is the sole legitimate heir of the Lin family. One of the four prominent families of Country Z, Lin Feng had lost both parents, and his grandfather had recently passed away. The butler remained steadfastly loyal. 888. How have you managed all this? Lin Feng now possessed a newfound understanding of this system. Yet he pondered whether it was a waste of talent for such a powerful entity to serve as a delivery system. The method by which it achieved its capabilities was of little import. What mattered was that the host was indeed the heir. So, how about it? Worship me, the Supreme One. A hymn, I shall worship Brother 8. On the other hand, due to various speculations regarding Lin Feng's identity, Lin Teng, who harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Butler Wong, had scarcely slept throughout the night. He eventually recalled the package Lin Feng had sent him, compelling him to eagerly open it. Brother Teng, what is this? Inside the delivery box lay a USB flash drive, and for reasons unknown, Bai Qiuxiu felt a sense of foreboding. Lin Teng, who was already impatient with Bai Qiuxiu, who might have some past grievances with Lin Feng, had initially intended to merely play around, but if things turned awry, it could lead to dire consequences. Silence, let's see what it contains first. Bai Qiuxiu felt a twinge of indignation, yet she recognized that Lin Teng was unlike the frivolous men she had associated with in the past. This man was astute, and she could not afford to expose her vulnerabilities. Lin Teng hastily retrieved a notebook to inspect the contents of the USB drive, but the ensuing video featuring Qi Luoluo caused both Bai Qiuxiu and Lin Teng to change countenance simultaneously. Lin Teng's eyes widened in disbelief, veins protruding from his forehead, and unable to contain his fury, he slapped Bai Qiuxiu. Scoundrel! The video's content was utterly repulsive, and what troubled Lin Teng most was that aside from Bai Qiuxiu, the male protagonist had changed several times, causing his stomach to churn violently. Bai Qiuxiu was struck as if by lightning. How could such material appear here? Was it Lin Feng? It must be Lin Feng. Impossible, impossible! Bai Qiuxiu sprang to her feet, closing the notebook with a look of panic. Brother Teng, let me explain. None of this is true. This is a frame-up, Brother Teng. This is our first encounter, Brother Teng. You must believe me. Lin Teng harbored a fixation on virgins, and his methods were notoriously ruthless. Should he uncover the truth, it would spell disaster for Bai Qiuxiu. Left with no choice, she could only stubbornly insist that the video was fabricated. Alas, Bai Qiuxiu still lacked the finesse required to manage her expressions effectively, and the cunning Lin Teng immediately detected her anxiety, formulating his plans in an instant. With a cold smirk, he rose and seized her by the hair, delivering another resounding slap. Wretched woman, dare to toy with me? Lin Teng spared not a shred of mercy as Bai Qiuxiu let out a piercing scream, dragged by her hair into the room. Oblivious to the turmoil unfolding nearby, Lin Feng savored the culinary delights prepared by Butler Wong, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, brother, I am thoroughly pleased with this treatment. The enigmatic 888 emitted a vague chuckle, sweetly suggesting, then, esteemed host, do enjoy this time to the fullest. Perceiving the system's hidden implications, Lin Feng nonchalantly took a bite of his sandwich. Days later, clad in a suit, Lin Feng presented himself as a striking figure, exuding an air of sophistication. With a sardonic twitch of his lips, he retorted, Brother, what do you mean by striking a pose? I am simply handsome. The beaming butler chuckled warmly. Our young master is indeed dashing. Young master, the guests have arrived. Please follow me. Lin Feng nodded with restrained grace. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Chapter 5. Young master at the banquet venue. A throng of well-dressed socialites mingled with a number of casually attired students. One of Lin Feng's dorm mates shrank back, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this a gathering hosted by Lin Feng? Isn't he an orphan? A student from the journalism club swallowed hard. The attendees here are all prominent figures in the business world. Their mere presence could shake the nation. What? The students, now enlightened by their journalism classmate, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them, speculating about Lin Feng's true identity. Ladies and gentlemen, our young master will be arriving shortly. Please gather over here. A striking girl, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, boldly inquired, "Which young master?" The server replied with a smile. "Why, it's our young master Lin Feng. He is your classmate, is he not?" "Young master? Good heavens, am I dreaming? Lin Feng can't possibly be some hidden heir to a wealthy family, can he? This is all too grand. Wait, I don't believe I've ever offended him, have I?" As this question lingered in the air, the expressions of several students shifted. Before they could further speculate, the impeccably dressed Lin Feng, flanked by butler Wang, made his entrance into the venue. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Hu exchanged a few words with several executives before making his way to Lin Feng's side. "Xiao Feng, come, follow me, Uncle Wang." Lin Feng nodded slightly. Wang Hu chuckled lightly as he led Lin Feng to the center of the stage, where all eyes were fixed upon them. "I believe everyone understands the significance of today's gathering. This is Lin Feng, the sole heir of the Lin family. From this moment forth, he is the chairman of the Lin Group." A throng of university students stood frozen in astonishment, while the seasoned moguls of the business world instantly donned smiles upon witnessing Wang Hu's demeanor. "It has been quite some time since our last meeting. Dear Lin Xinzi, do you still remember Uncle Bai? I once cradled you in my arms when you were but a child. Chairman Lin truly is a remarkable young talent. I am the general manager of the optical technology company, Mr. Lin." Encouraged by this, Wang Hu gave Lin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Feng forced a professional smile, engaging with the diverse array of scheming old foxes before him. After Lin Feng finally extricated himself from the crowd, the university students invited by Butler Wang began to regain their composure. One boy, who considered himself relatively close to Lin Feng, leaned in and asked, "Young Master Lin? The Lin family? The one from Shanglin Group?" Lin Feng maintained a cordial relationship with his classmates, though not particularly close, and he chuckled lightly, "Just call me Lin Feng. Yes, I belong to that Lin family. I had a minor disagreement with my family and chose to conceal my identity. It was not my intention to keep it from you all, so please don't take offense." "How could we?" everyone exclaimed, immediately waving their hands, their gazes towards Lin Feng tinged with reverence, especially those who had previously mocked him due to Bai Qiuxiu's derision, wishing they could vanish into thin air to escape the moment. "Ah, the goddess Bai is here as well." One student, with keen eyes, spotted Bai Qiuxiu in the crowd. Lin Tong, standing beside Bai Qiuxiu, cast a fleeting glance her way. He had not received an invitation and had merely slipped in, still harboring a glimmer of hope that Lin Feng's failure to confront Bai Qiuxiu might suggest lingering feelings. Chapter 6. The banquet. A slightly haggard Bai Qiuxiu shuddered and swiftly approached Lin Feng. "Ah Feng." Her voice, filled with yearning and vulnerability, was met with Lin Feng's indifference as he dismissed her theatrics, missed by a few oblivious students, having failed to grasp the tension, jeered, "I was wondering why our campus belle was absent. Turns out she was here all along, and has chosen Lin Feng as her boyfriend. We, the common folk, truly feel inferior." "Indeed, indeed." Lin Feng shot an exasperated glance at those speaking, then politely replied, "You've misunderstood. Miss Bai and I have long since parted ways. This gentleman here is truly Miss Bai's boyfriend, Mr. Lin, am I correct?" Lin Tong's expression darkened, and he quickly interjected, "Young master has misinterpreted. I am not acquainted with this young lady. Is that so?" Lin Feng replied with a cryptic smile. As the oblivious students began to sense the shift in atmosphere, casting furtive glances, Bai Qiuxiu bit her silver teeth, tears welling in her eyes. "Ah Feng, you never told me that you, Miss Bai, you also ended things without my knowledge." Lin Feng retorted, "Well, I recall that Butler Wang did not send invitations to either of you. How did you manage to enter?" Both individuals bore ashen complexions. Bai Qiuxiu found herself utterly perplexed by the sudden transformation of Lin Feng, who had previously been so easily deceived by her. If she failed to salvage the situation with Lin Feng this time, Lin Tong would undoubtedly bring about her demise. Bai Qiuxiu resolved to continue her act of feigned vulnerability. Yet the ever-watchful butler Wang had no intention of granting her further opportunities. He had indeed contemplated testing the young master's resolve, but it was now evident that the young master had truly become indifferent. With a subtle gesture of his eyes towards the bodyguards nearby, several of them promptly escorted Bai Qiuxiu and her companion out with utmost politeness. The astute journalists and the eager affiliates of the news agency, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly invigorated. The sole heir of the Lin family makes an appearance. Lin family's Shanglin director experiences life and encounters an extraordinary girlfriend. Video of the Shanglin director's ex-girlfriend. Has the Lin family's collateral branch leaked commercial secrets of the Shanglin group and been captured? True or false, the extraordinary gold digger fails to recognize the eminent and is now missing in the bar. Johor perused the reports with a beaming expression, casting a glance at the perspiring supervisor, and remarked to those around him, "Young Master Lin Feng, I sensed he was exceptional when he was experiencing life here, indeed." Upon encountering these diverse reports, Lin Feng, with an impassive countenance, inquired, "Where is Bai Chioyo?" She was dismembered by that perverse Lin Teng. 888 sighed thoughtfully before continuing, "I have already submitted evidence of Lin Teng's murderous deeds to Wang Hu and his associates. That fellow won't be escaping anytime soon. Shall we depart now, host? All right, let us go." Lin Feng nodded gently. In truth, he had long since perished, tragically meeting his end on the night he witnessed Bai Chioyo with Lin Teng, crushed beyond recognition by a colossal truck. Fortunately, a stroke of rare luck had guided him to the system, which he agreed to bind himself to alongside 888, who pledged to assist him in avenging his demise. The body he currently inhabited was fabricated by the system, and once he departed from this place to deliver parcels for the system, an intelligent entity would assume control of this body for the remainder of its existence. In another realm, Lin Feng had reincarnated into the world, necessitating tasks as dictated by the system. Unfortunately, the system had only found a body compatible with his soul, a frozen infant abandoned in the deep mountains. Moreover, the system had entered a dormant state upon his entry into the infant's body, leaving Lin Feng in a rather dire predicament, akin to a cry for help falling upon deaf ears. Chapter 7. Let the duel commence. However, just as Lin Feng teetered on the brink of freezing to death, he was fortuitously rescued by a truly deranged old man. Regrettably, this old man was indeed a pervert, bringing Lin Feng into a world where the energy sources were nearly depleted, and the dormant system had yet to resurface. Meanwhile, the old man who adopted Lin Feng subjected him to both physical and psychological torment. The rice is prepared by Lin Feng, and the ground is swept by him as well. Each day, he must contend with various toxic substances, not to mention that the incessant wielding of a sword leaves him utterly exhausted. Regrettably, when Lin Feng finally musters the courage to resist, he discovers that his meager combat prowess of 50 points is utterly insufficient to best that wretched old man. Alas! The delivery system murmurs softly, "Enough! Swing your sword 1,000 times, for that old man shall return shortly. Obey, host, as I require further rest. Do heed my words." Lin Feng's lips twitch in irritation as he swings his sword in frustration, cursing the foolish system and that decrepit elder. "I truly believed your nonsense. You lazy brat, why are you slacking off? Instead of practicing your swordplay, what are you pondering? Are you secretly cursing me again? You rascal, I knew you wouldn't be honest." Just as Lin Feng seethes with righteous indignation, a hunched, emaciated old man returns, dragging a beast that is 3 to 4 times larger than himself. "You impudent child, this is today's lunch. The pig trotter is mine. Do not dare to snatch it." Lin Feng gazes in disbelief at the 4 trotters bound to the beast. "Pig trotter? At such a size, aren't you afraid of bursting?" Old Lin? Coincidentally, Lin Feng's adoptive master also bears the surname Lin, with the given name Lin Nanfeng. Despite living in modern society, he behaves as if he were a primitive man. Intriguingly, after some calculation, he has named Lin Feng the same in this lifetime. Lin Nanfeng rolls his eyes disdainfully and silently appears behind Lin Feng. "How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Go prepare the meal, and as for this wild boar, you shall deal with it yourself if you cannot manage. I shall toss you into the boar's den." Caught off guard, Lin Feng is pushed in front of the pig by Lin Nanfeng, locking eyes with the seemingly mutated wild boar, nearly suffocating from the indescribable stench emanating from its mouth. Consequently, he fails to notice that the ropes binding the boar are beginning to loosen. Rising to his feet, he turns to Lin Nanfeng, exclaiming, "What on earth, master? Are you trying to kill me?" Lin Nanfeng chuckles ambiguously at his back before vanishing into thin air. Lin Feng's expression stiffens, and a chill runs down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He turns stiffly, letting out a wail, "You old fool, this is intentional, isn't it?" Lin Feng is relentlessly pursued by the wild boar, while Lin Nanfeng, lounging on a branch of a large tree, hears his cries and mutters, "Perhaps I should catch a few more winks." Lin Nanfeng never reappears, and Lin Feng, panting heavily, comes to a halt. Fleeing is not a viable option. If he does not deal with this wild boar, he will surely exhaust himself today. He maneuvers left and right, leading the boar back to his sword practice area, retrieves the iron sword he had previously discarded, and pulls out a vial of white liquid from his pocket to pour it onto the blade. Facing the boar that charges at him furiously, he shouts to bolster his courage. "Come, let us duel." Lin Feng, eyes closed atop the tree, twitches at the corners of his mouth, while a middle-aged man who has just arrived near the thatched cottage cannot help but smile, remarking, "This child is indeed quite amusing." Chapter 8. The old man of the other world. It must be said that, although Lin Feng may appear somewhat unreliable in everyday matters, the wisdom he imparted to Lin Feng is coveted by many. Despite Lin Feng's childlike stature, he wields his sword with a fierce grace, successfully confronting a formidable wild boar. After an intense battle of wits and courage, Lin Feng finally seized the opportunity to pierce the boar's hide. A relieved smile broke across his face, for the blade was coated with a lethal poison, the formula of which remained a mystery, even to him. Regarding its origin from the old man, perched in the tree, Lin Feng observed the scene with amusement, leisurely descending to toss a vial of medicine to Lin Feng. "Apply this yourself, and upon your return, prepare a meal for your master," he instructed. Though Lin Feng often exchanged playful banter with Lin Feng, he maintained a semblance of respect in front of outsiders. Casting a glance at the first visitor to their thatched hut, he tossed the vial in acknowledgement. "All right then." Time flowed steadily, and Lin Feng finally reached the age of 18. During this period, Lin Feng had once taken him to a primary school at the foot of the mountain. However, the soul-aged 19 Lin Feng could hardly endure the incessant tears of the younger children. After a few escapades back home, Lin Feng ceased his attempts to send him to school, displaying an unexpected leniency that took Lin Feng by surprise. On this particular day, after snatching a piece of marbled pork from Lin Feng's chopsticks and savoring it, Lin Feng languidly remarked, "Why is today's meal so sumptuous? Celebrating your 18th birthday?" Lin Feng shot a glance at the old man, "Surprising that you remember. The day he was found by Lin Feng coincided with his birthday." Though the old man had never paid it any heed. "Of course I remember," Lin Feng replied with a grin, though the smile on his face instilled a sense of foreboding in Lin Feng. Each time this fellow wore such an expression, misfortune seemed to follow. Suppressing his unease, Lin Feng continued to eat, while the system in his mind buzzed with excitement. 18? Finally 18. The system has been dormant for far too long. When are you planning to inform the old man of your departure? You can't assist me here with deliveries. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng responded to the system, "Wait a bit longer. At least until today has passed. You've been patient for 18 years. There's no need to rush now. Just bide your time." The system retorted with a disdainful expression before retreating into silence. Once the meal was finished, Lin Feng surprised the system with an unexpected revelation. He produced an acceptance letter and handed it to Lin Feng. "Here, your acceptance letter to Kyoto University. After raising you for 18 years, it's time for you to leave." Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this nonsense? Stop with the nonsense. Remember your Uncle Zhao. He is the president of this university. I heard the school has a good reputation, so I arranged this acceptance letter for you. Now, off you go," Lin Feng said, smirking at the bewildered Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed skeptically at the old man. Surely, even a president could not casually produce an acceptance letter like this? Moreover, it is a school backed by a nation. Although he may not yet possess extensive knowledge of this world, he is certainly aware of the status of his own master. Could it be that he is truly some reclusive sage? Upon locking eyes with Lin Feng shuddered slightly and retorted, "Put away that revolting gaze of yours and leave at once." "Are you certain?" Lin Feng inquired skeptically, having observed that the old man had grown rather lazy in recent years. Chapter 9. Perverse Attributes. Lin Feng kicked Lin Feng in the rear, insisting, "Get lost. Do you think I can't survive without you?" Lin Feng stumbled slightly and grimaced. "Well, fine then, I'm quite tired of being here anyway." The parrot in his mind incessantly urged him to agree, clamoring that the next recipient of the delivery was in Kyoto, which coincidentally was where he needed to go. Lin Feng may not possess many belongings, but he had accumulated quite a collection of vials and jars filled with toxic substances and medicinal concoctions from Lin Feng. The dilemma was how to transport them. After pondering for a moment, he approached the old man again, feigning humility. "Old man, you surely wouldn't want to see these items go to waste, would you?" "But..." Lin Feng gestured wildly. Having known Lin Feng for over a decade, Lin Feng could easily discern his intentions from his expression. He leisurely produced a seemingly ordinary ring, saying, "Here, take this to store your items. Don't bother coming to find me again. You can earn your own travel and tuition fees." Lin Feng accepted the ring, somewhat puzzled. "How does this work? A storage ring? Blood oath to recognize the owner?" "Old man, This is quite outrageous. Outrageous? Nonsense. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I assist you? Lin Feng replied, exasperated. Lin Feng shrugged. I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and retreated into another room. Oh, parrot. I truly have been reborn into a modern society. Yet how is it that storage rings exist in this context? Lin Feng donned the already recognized storage ring and began to gather his belongings. The system, weary of Lin Feng's chosen appellation, responded in a melodious, childlike voice, storage rings are not exclusive to the world of cultivation. Technology reaches a certain level of advancement and can create such devices, fundamentally based on the principle of compressed space. But can the technology of this world really produce such a thing? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked. Who knows? The system replied somewhat dismissively. Perhaps the old man is a mysterious figure after all now. Let us get organized and depart. Don't forget you still owe me that delivery. Lin Feng grimaced at the system's response, but then his eyes lit up. Right? I can use you to check others' attributes, can I? The system paused momentarily before responding, indeed, but it requires system coins for the assessment, 100 system coins per inquiry. A fair exchange, I must say. Lin Feng sensed that the system was skillfully manipulating him into parting with his coins and hesitated. What do you need the system coins for? Of course, I need them for upgrades. System coins are indispensable, the system retorted, rolling its eyes. Although Lin Feng receives energy credits upon completing delivery tasks, a little more would certainly be delightful. He takes his responsibilities seriously when it comes to his host. Fine, please proceed with the detection. Ding. Detection successful. Lin Feng, bloodline, blue star being, intelligence, 70, strength, 88, charisma, 50, health, 79, soul power, semi-awakened, earth element, 90, A-class rare, luck, 70.888, a friendly reminder. The maximum attribute points for the indigenous population of the host's current planetary level, equivalent to Planet D, is capped at 90. Lin Feng fell into a prolonged silence before rubbing his face. It seems that the old man truly is a reclusive sage. I concede defeat. Should he worry about the old man? Or perhaps he should focus on his own concerns. Chapter 10. Cash on delivery. Upon exiting the humble abode, Lin Feng bowed deeply to the old man's room and took a deep breath, leaving the thatched hut he had called home for 18 years. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng, hidden among the trees, wore a faint smile, observing Lin Feng's leisurely departure. The cost of travel. Without money, one can hardly move an inch, let alone Lin Feng's journey from the remote mountains to the capital. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng called out to the system in his mind. Hey, I have 900 system coins. Right? Hurry, exchange some for RMB. The system rolled its eyes. Once again, I must remind the host that exchanging system coins for money is not cost-effective, but do not fret. There is a task for you to undertake first. A new task? What is it? Wasn't the next recipient supposed to be in the capital? The system replied in a calm manner. System tasks update in real time. Look, the young lady right in front of you is the recipient this time. The parcel has already been placed in the system's storage. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his gaze and looked towards the young woman ahead. She appeared to be around 20 years old, sporting a neat bob and dressed sharply. Lin Feng noticed her anxiously entering and exiting various traditional Chinese medicine shops in the town, her worry apparent on her face. All right, I shall proceed. Lin Feng responded affirmatively, discreetly retrieving the parcel from the system's space when no one was watching. Adjusting the not-so-heavy package in his hands, he approached the young woman. Miss, I am referring to you. Wait a moment. Jiu Yi halted, frowning as she regarded Lin Feng, a handsome young man. Given that her whereabouts were concealed by the state, it seemed unlikely that her identity had been compromised. What could this individual want? What is it? Lin Feng grinned cheerfully. Your parcel, Mississippi. After spending so much time looking at the old face of the old man, encountering a pleasant-looking young woman was indeed a refreshing sight. Though Lin Feng was merely admiring her, a parcel. Gu Yi's expression turned cold, her finger deftly flicking a hidden needle towards Lin Feng's acupoint. Lin Feng's demeanor shifted slightly as he jovially sidestepped an oncoming electric bike, effortlessly evading Gu Yi's needle without changing his expression. Jiu Yi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Lin Feng had intentionally dodged her attack. Lin Feng maintained his radiant smile, addressing her with a polite request. Miss, please sign for your package. I have not purchased anything. You must have delivered it to the wrong address, Gu Yi replied. Preparing to leave immediately, however, Lin Feng's footwork faltered, allowing him to obstruct her once more. Jiu Yi's expression darkened. She had pressing matters to attend to, and this person seemed utterly oblivious to her urgency. Lin Feng persisted with his professional facade. Is your name Gu Yi, miss? Taken aback, Gui realized that their true identities were meant to remain confidential. Who was this person? Indeed, Lin Feng handed over the package. Then there is no mistake, miss. You are indeed the intended recipient. Initially reluctant to accept the box, Gui's pupils dilated upon noticing a specific emblem on it, prompting her to reach out for the parcel. Ah, but miss, this is a cash-on-delivery item, Lin Feng interjected, retracting his hand. Faced with Lin Feng's unwavering smile, a vein throbbed at Gui's temple, nearly compelling her to slap him. Cash on delivery? She exclaimed. However, despite her confusion over why she was considering accepting the package, it did not deter Lin Feng from boldly stating, 20,000 yuan. Gui's expression shifted dramatically, yet after glancing at the emblem on the box, she forced a smile and produced a card, declaring, there are 50,000 yuan inside, and no password. The unfolding situation drew the attention of several onlookers, who regarded Gui with expressions that implied they viewed her as an easy target. Chapter 11. Arrival in Kyoto. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at her response. Then, miss, please wait a moment. He efficiently located an ATM and withdrew 20,000 yuan, returning the package along with the card to Gui. Patiently, she observed him complete the transaction, her lips twitching in annoyance. Lin Feng, indifferent to her thoughts, smiled and left once she signed for the package. Gui watched his retreating figure, her expression clouded with suspicion, before cautiously opening the box to discover its contents. Jade Hanji? She had journeyed here precisely for the Jade Hanji found within the depths of Yuanan Mountain. Yet, due to the presence of a certain individual guarding the area, they had not dared to approach without permission. That individual had grown increasingly eccentric since a particular incident, rendering their entry impossible. What on earth was happening? Glancing around for Lin Feng, she found him gone, leaving her to silently commit the matter to memory as she returned to Kyoto. Her senior's injuries could not afford delay. Task accomplished, the system notified her of a reward of 1,000 system coins, congratulating the host. Hearing this, Lin Feng smirked in satisfaction, then, with the 20,000 yuan in hand, he first indulged his appetite before embarking on his journey to Kyoto. Arriving in Kyoto, Lin Feng timed his arrival perfectly with the commencement of the academic year at Kyoto University. The system incessantly buzzed in his ear. I see, host, that you are not averse to reliving the university experience. After all, isn't the president of Kyoto University an old friend of the elder generation? Go and greet him, Lin Feng scoffed. I suspect you simply wish to ensure I do not delay your package delivery. However, your suggestion aligns with my intentions. I shall go at once. Having spoken, Lin Feng rubbed his brow and, after declining the enthusiastic senior's assistance, proceeded directly to the principal's office following the map provided by the system. The president of Kyoto University, Zhao Li, was the only other person, apart from his master, who could access Yuan Nanshan, and he maintained a rather amicable relationship with the old man. After a lengthy and patient explanation, accompanied by a bit of dramatics, Lin Feng finally secured Zhao Li's approval to not attend school regularly, only needing to appear during examinations, which, naturally, the system would assist him in managing. Zhao Li watched Lin Feng depart the principal's office with a knowing gaze. Many years ago, Lin Lao had saved Xine Ya's life, and he had once made a childhood betrothal with Lin Lao. Originally, he thought that with Lin Lao having no heirs, the betrothal would become void, but now it seemed the time to fulfill it had arrived. Upon exiting the campus, Lin Feng, not planning to stay in the dormitory, asked the system, "Can you help me find rental information?" Of course, the system replied. After sifting through a plethora of listings provided by the system, Lin Feng ultimately chose a one-bedroom apartment with a living room and bathroom that was relatively close to the university. Although it was a bit pricey, the favorable environment and convenience made it worthwhile. He exchanged 60,000 yuan from the system and signed a 6-month lease. When signing the contract, the landlord was absent and had delegated an agent to handle the agreement. The agent smiled warmly at Lin Feng, saying, "All the appliances, like the refrigerator and air conditioner, are brand new. The landlord has assured you can use them freely as long as you don't cause any damage or excessive noise." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and, with a beaming smile, replied, "Please extend my gratitude to the landlord." This arrangement certainly made things much easier for him, allowing him to simply move in with his belongings. In the evening, Lin Feng lay languidly on his bed and remarked, "System, why is this task so peculiar? Why does delivering a package come with a time constraint?" Earlier that morning, the system had issued the third task, which now included a temporal requirement. Chapter 12. Recipient Lu Qin. All right, let us go deliver it now. The system did not provide any explanation but stated, the package has been placed in the system space. The delivery location is Villa District number 08, and the recipient is Lu Qin. Please ensure prompt delivery. Lin Feng retrieved the so-called package from the system's space. It was an unremarkable, modestly sized parcel, and he was unaware of its contents. Deliver it now? To a villa district? How am I supposed to get in there at this hour? It must be personally delivered into the hands of the recipient. Please devise a solution, the system insisted, emphasizing that no mistakes could be made. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, returned the package to the system's space. Fine then. While hailing a taxi, the driver expressed confusion about how someone residing in a villa district would still need to take a cab. Fortunately, Lin Feng had changed into a more respectable outfit, which helped him appear somewhat presentable. His long years spent in the mountains had cultivated an air that dissuaded the driver from outright refusing service. Chang Hongyu, I've already told you we are done. Stop pretending here. Do you want to know why? Just wait a moment. As she spoke, Lu Qin fiddled with her phone, causing the initially assertive Chang Hongyu to shrink back in fear, mistakenly believing Lu Qin was calling for assistance. Xiao Qin, I have erred, and I truly acknowledge my mistake. It was that wretched Li Ying who lured me into this predicament. Xiao Qin, I beseech you to forgive me this once. Hee. Lu Qin let out a couple of cold laughs. She was certainly not as easily deceived as that foolish girl Li Ying, however. During this time, she had indeed grown weary of being entangled by this scoundrel before her. I am unaware of how you managed to infiltrate, but I shall be changing the locks post-haste. Depart as far as you can. Meanwhile, the taxi had already driven away, and Lin Feng found himself somewhat helpless under the hawkish gaze of the security guard at the entrance. He rubbed his nose, then gently flicked his fingers, sending several bursts of energy to strike the guard's acupoints, causing the three guards to fall into a deep slumber. Guided by the system's friendly advice, Lin Feng deftly avoided the alarms and surveillance, scaling the wall to enter the villa district. The wall was rather high. Upon entering the villa area, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark and then dusted off his clothes, making his way toward villa number 08. Bang! Lin Feng paused momentarily while pressing the doorbell, raising an eyebrow. Is the soundproofing of this villa really so poor? The system responded with a nose-picking emoji. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Just deliver the package, and you can return home for a good night's sleep. This task had been meticulously selected for Lin Feng indeed. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, pressed the doorbell, and the two individuals inside the house, who had been at odds, were taken aback. Lu Qin, arms crossed, ground her foot against the prone Chang Hongyu. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. Had it not been for her 2 years of judo training, this fool might have succeeded today. As she spoke, she kicked aside the shards of the vase to open the door. Chang Hongyu, who had been knocked down by a single blow, lay motionless on the floor, his bones still aching. For the first time, he realized that the usually gentle Lu Qin could be so fierce. He regretted allowing Lu Qin to witness him in bed with Li Ying. After all, he had expended considerable effort to win the attention of this exceedingly proud woman, and he could not easily relinquish that now. Xiao Qin, please listen to me, I groaning as he got back on his feet. Chang Hongyu met Lin Feng's curious gaze and fell silent. Lin Feng flashed a grin at Chang Hongyu before returning his attention to Lu Qin. Chapter 13. Another USB drive. Before Lin Feng stood Lu Qin, possessing a figure that was both alluring and graceful, delivering an undeniable visual impact. Her bright eyes and crimson lips, coupled with slightly raised brows, rendered her even more vibrant and lively. Particularly, the faint blush on her face from her anger added a touch of allure, blending both charm and innocence. The hint of pride that naturally accompanied her elevated demeanor invoked a stronger desire for conquest. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng could hardly resist the stirrings of his heart and slightly averted his gaze. Who are you? Lu Qin scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before relaxing her guard. The clarity in Lin Feng's eyes, devoid of any lingering gaze upon her, suggested a clean and untainted aura. Unlike that of a malicious individual, he resembled a university student of modest age, and calculating a bit, her younger brother should be around this age too. Seasoned in the business world, Lu Qin held confidence in her judgment. The thought of her younger brother crossed her mind, softening her expression with a hint of nostalgia. As the night had fully descended, Lin Feng unexpectedly stumbled upon a scene suggestive of familial discord. He felt somewhat like a potential threat himself, prompting him to deftly present the parcel under Lu Qin's subtly scrutinizing gaze, while smiling cheerfully. Greetings, beautiful sister. You must be Miss Lu Qin, am I right? I am Lin Feng, a part-time courier. Here is your package, Miss Lu. Please sign for it. Cunning. Lu Qin's cheeks flushed crimson, and the furrow between her brows deepened. A package. She had not recently purchased anything. What package? You may simply call me Lu Qin. Are couriers nowadays so youthful? Are you even of legal age? Lu Qin, maintaining a cautious demeanor, refrained from accepting the parcel Lin Feng offered. Lin Feng paused momentarily before promptly replying. Rest assured, Lu Qin, I am of legal age. I am merely a part-time courier while attending university. The sender is a certain M.Art. Ba Ba Ba, and the parcel is addressed to you, Lu Qin, at this location. As for the contents, we couriers are certainly unaware. Hehesh Ba Ba Ba. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin furrowed her brow, sensing that Lin Feng did not appear to be lying. Thus, he was indeed a student and seemed genuinely oblivious to any details. It would be of little use to press a young child further. With this thought, Lu Qin casually picked up a pen from a nearby table and signed for the parcel, then, before Lin Feng could depart, added, "Please open the package right here." Lin Feng, taken aback for a moment, quickly comprehended Lu Qin's intent and complied. He was surprised by the beauty's vigilance, but was also curious about what Mr. 888 had sent to As he hastily tore open the package. Lu Qin cast a sidelong glance at the reserved Cheng Hongyu, standing nearby, and casually inquired, "By the way, Lin Feng, did you see the doorman when you entered?" Recent events at the company had rendered her unable to lower her guard, and the villa complex where she resided was notorious for its stringent security and confidentiality, allowing no unfamiliar faces. Any deliveries were typically handled by the doorman. The timing of Lin Feng's appearance certainly raised suspicions. One could only hope he was not sent by those individuals. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Qin's eyes, and a subtle weariness crept onto her face. Ultimately, it was her own inadequacy that left her struggling to manage such a vast corporation after being hastily thrust into the role. Even with the support of old Gu and others, she found herself overwhelmed. Lin Feng, sensing the unease, attempted to lighten the mood with a chuckle. "I didn't see anyone. I noticed the doorman's booth was empty and simply walked in. Here you go." Lu Qin. A fleeting cold light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes before her expression softened once more. "Is that so? What is this?" Chapter 14. Scaling the wall. Lin Feng handed over a USB drive. Although he was unaware of its contents, it was at least not the dangerous items he had momentarily imagined. Lu Qin examined the USB drive with a hint of bewilderment. As Lin Feng recalled the first USB drive he had sent out, his thoughts momentarily drifted. A strange look darted across his face as he regarded the USB drive in Lu Qin's grasp. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar expression, Lu Qin's wariness heightened, yet she remained composed. Casually placing the USB drive on the bar counter, Lin Feng was oblivious to Lu Qin's intricate scheming in her mind. Upon hearing the notification that the system task had been completed, he spoke up, "Sister Lu Qin, I shall take my leave now." "All right, let me see you off," Lu Qin replied, her gaze slightly unsettling to Lin Feng. However, he dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. "No need, thank you, Sister Lu Qin." With that, Lin Feng turned to depart, yet Lu Qin stubbornly insisted on accompanying him, even coldly dismissing Cheng Hongyu in the process. Faced with this, Lin Feng had no choice but to make his way towards the entrance. As they reached the door, it was firmly shut. Lu Qin cast her eyes towards the brightly lit guardhouse, where the lights were on but no one was in sight. Frowning, she wondered how the guards could be so neglectful. Lin Feng, attempting to mask his guilt, chuckled lightly, "Sister Lu Qin, I really must be going." "Huh?" Lu Qin paused, taken aback. "Wait a moment while I have someone open the door." "How did you get in if it was closed?" Lin Feng, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. "Well, Sister Lu Qin, I apologize, but my employer insists that deliveries must be made punctually. Seeing the door closed, I climbed in. I'm truly sorry, but I must be off now. Goodbye." With that, Lin Feng swiftly climbed over the door and, in a show of goodwill, helped Lu Qin usher Cheng Hongyu along. He simply could not resist being the little angel eager to assist the fairer sex. Lu Qin, thus she hadn't even had the chance to speak. Yet, seeing Lin Feng take Cheng Hongyu away, her expression softened slightly. Cheng Hongyu. Suddenly being yanked over the door, he was utterly bewildered, and after regaining his composure, he glared at Lin Feng. "What the hell are you doing, you little brat?" Cheng Hongyu's eyes reddened as he shot a furious look at Lin Feng, then straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, trying to salvage his dignity. Lin Feng, indifferent, merely shrugged and smirked inwardly. He sensed the nature of the relationship between Cheng Hongyu and Lu Qin and harbored no fondness for the likes of Cheng Hongyu. With a malevolent glare aimed at Lin Feng, Cheng Hongyu ominously warned, "You'd better forget today's incident, or you'll regret it." "What kind of courier dares to meddle with my—" he faltered, his expression shifting as he bit back the rest of his words, casting another scornful glance at Lin Feng before pushing against the door, directing his gaze toward Lu Qin, who had yet to leave. "You? Stop." Lu Qin's expression was frigid as she interrupted Cheng Hongyu. "A lawyer's letter will be delivered to you shortly, so there's no need for you to fret." The night breeze brought a chill to Lu Qin, sharpening her clarity of thought. Previously, when she had been on good terms with Chung Hongyu, she had not suspected him, but now it was evident that he was anything but innocent. The matters within the company were likely intertwined with him. Chung Hongyu's face paled at her accusation, and the more anxious he became, the louder he shouted, "What have I done? Lu Qin, don't slander me. After all this time, I haven't even had a kiss with you. What could you possibly accuse me of?" Chapter 15. Frightening oneself, Lin Feng felt that he should no longer linger here to observe the spectacle, so he touched his nose and prepared to turn away. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the somewhat slender Lu Qin standing in the doorway, frowning, appearing rather fragile. He glanced once more at the boisterous Chung Hongyu and, momentarily hesitating, decided to act benevolently. Fortunately, this sister seemed astute. It appeared that the scoundrel's words had not managed to take advantage of her. "Slender? I don't see any slenderness at all," muttered 888 in a lowly voice, clearly quite magnificent. Lin Feng's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he seized Cheng Hongyu by the collar. 888. Oh ho hee hee. The mischievous 888 fell silent, having glimpsed Lin Feng's inner thoughts. Lin Feng twitched his lips again. "What the hell are you doing? Let go of me." Cheng Hongyu, nearly throttled by Lin Feng's grip, rolled his eyes and began to curse vehemently. "You stupid courier, are you out of your mind?" Lin Feng paid him no heed. Cheerfully waving at Lu Qin, feigning nonchalance, "Beautiful sister, may we meet again by fate with that." Lin Feng hurriedly dragged Cheng Hongyu away. Lu Qin's eyes widened slightly. "You, Lin Feng, which school are you from?" "Thank you." Lu Qin's voice gradually diminished, and realizing that Lin Feng likely did not hear her question, she stood there in a daze for a moment. Frowning, she smiled faintly, questioning her own motives for asking such a thing. What was wrong with her? Casting one last glance at the empty doorway, she hesitated briefly before slowly making her way toward the security room. On the other side, the villa area was a serene oasis amidst the bustle, with well-maintained greenery. On either side of the asphalt road leading to the villas, two small groves of trees flourished. Lin Feng, having dragged Cheng Hongyu into the grove, startled him with his sudden burst of speed once they were out of Lu Qin's sight. The previously boisterous Cheng Hongyu now regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of wariness and fear, rendered utterly silent. Lin Feng glanced at Cheng Hongyu, bewildered. Is he really that easily frightened? 888 chimed in cheerfully in Lin Feng's mind. In the dark of night, with only men about, in the depths of the grove, he. "Stop it!" Lin Feng twitched his lips and spoke without regard for Cheng Hongyu's presence. He 888 laughed joyously. Cheng Hongyu's fear intensified as he observed Lin Feng engaging in seemingly nonsensical self-talk. Gripping a tree for support, he trembled slightly. Good grief. Could it be that he was truly seeing ghosts? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. The timing of this self-proclaimed Lin Feng's appearance felt off, and that sudden, blink and you miss it speed was anything but human. Most importantly, it was pitch dark, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Couldn't he possibly contend with such a foul presence? The more he thought, the more frightened he became, and Cheng Hongyu soon found himself thoroughly terrified, his body shaking uncontrollably, and he realized with a start that his pant leg felt a bit damp. Upon catching a whiff of a peculiar scent, Lin Feng, who had ceased his bickering with 888, fell into a moment of silent contemplation. Had this coward truly frightened himself to death? Muttering to himself, a sense of wicked amusement arose within Lin Feng. He cast a strange and sinister glance at the trembling Cheng Hongyu, who was stealing glances at him, and then let out a couple of chilling chuckles. Cheng Hongyu's heart leapt to his throat, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, who had been standing before him, vanished without a trace. Struggling to catch his breath, he rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Chapter 16. Service Fee. Lin Feng, now perched atop a tree, gazed down pensively at Cheng Hongyu sprawled on the ground. Was he truly so fragile that he couldn't withstand a scare? Hey, he's not dead, right? No, 888 replied, somewhat bemused. All right then. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and lightly kicked the unconscious figure on the ground. It seemed that he would take a while to regain consciousness, but given the sweltering weather, it wouldn't pose a significant issue for him to sleep outdoors for a night. There were no large predators in the city, so Lin Feng felt reassured as he turned to leave. Have you called for a ride? After exiting the thicket, Lin Feng evaded surveillance, employing the lightness technique taught by the old man to swiftly vacate the vicinity of the villa. Unfortunately, taxis were scarce in this area, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to walk out. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound emanated from 888, followed by a somewhat muffled voice stating, I have arranged a ride for the host. A service fee of 4 system coins will be automatically deducted. Dear, the host currently has 2,890 system coins remaining. Dear Lin Feng's lips twitched. A service fee? You charge for hailing a ride online? 888 huffed, its tone filled with righteous indignation. Then why didn't the host simply pull out their phone to call for a ride? TSK, does 888 not deserve a service fee for assisting the host? Is it so heartless of you? Are you deceiving 888's feelings? All right, for system coins it is, Lin Feng conceded, realizing that these system coins must hold considerable value for the system. Otherwise, 888 wouldn't be so determined to extract them from him. Nevertheless, this entity seemed to possess a modicum of restraint and a somewhat timid disposition, so Lin Feng chose not to dwell on its penny-pinching behavior. Humph. 888 let out a haughty snort and fell silent. Meanwhile, a map materialized in Lin Feng's mind, indicating the destination for the taxi pickup. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly and proceeded in the direction indicated by the map. Is the car not here yet? Lin Feng murmured as he stood beside a signpost. With the route provided by 888, he was able to avoid surveillance, moving faster than a vehicle. By this point, he had arrived at the designated location, yet the taxi had not yet appeared. 888 checked and replied, "It's on the way, just wait a moment." They had now reached a bustling area of the city. Although Lin Feng could evade surveillance and use his lightness technique to return home, he refrained from doing so to avoid causing a commotion, as there were not just cameras but also prying eyes. Oh, Lin Feng acknowledged this in his mind and took out a piece of gum, popping it into his mouth. During the wait for the bus, an imperceptible commotion arose not far away. Had it not been for Lin Feng's keen senses, he might have overlooked it entirely. Casually glancing up, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is that her? At that moment, a faint whiff of blood permeated the air, emanating from the shadowy alley Lin Feng had just observed. What does the host intend to do? The taxi has arrived, 888 reminded, as a cab honked impatiently at the roadside, evidently failing to recognize Lin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng helplessly rubbed his nose. Forget it. 888, cancel the order. No need to refund the deposit. Consider it a token of appreciation for the taxi driver's efforts. With that, Lin Feng turned and sprinted towards the alley. What does the host intend to do? Lin Feng, while navigating the winding alley infused with the metallic scent of blood, mentally responded. If I hadn't seen it, it would be one thing. But since I have, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. My conscience won't allow me to disregard it. Chapter 17. The Path to Death. 888. Conscience? Seeing the 6 dots in 888's reply, Lin Feng let out a resigned chuckle. Consider it a repayment for last time. After all, I did take 2,000 from that person. Seems that money is rather hot to handle now. 888 scoffed sarcastically. Is the host not pitying the delicate? Pity my foot, Lin Feng scoffed, chewing his gum and blowing a bubble before halting to gaze at the few figures in the dead-end. Yue, who he had swindled out of 2,000 before arriving in Kyoto, was now encircled by 5 masked men in black, clearly a troublesome predicament. Had it been anyone else, Lin Feng would have completely shunned involvement in such matters. Yue bore some bloodstains and stared in shock at Lin Feng's sudden appearance, wielding a sword. Among the masked assailants, 2 brandished curved sabers reminiscent of the katana Lin Feng had previously encountered, while the other 3 wielded short blades, likely akin to ninja knives. ITSU? Gu-yi gasped. Lin Feng flashed a grin at her, his gaze flitting over the sword in her hand before surveying the surroundings. Then, under the wary gazes of the masked men, he rummaged in his pocket and ultimately produced a tissue to wrap up the gum he had just discarded. A fleeting crack appeared in Gu-yi's expression, swiftly replaced by a composed scowl as she admonished. Who exactly are you? How did you end up here? Hurry and leave. Stop meddling in matters that do not concern you. The pursuers were ruthless, and to them, Lin Feng likely appeared as good as dead. If he were indeed just an ordinary delivery man, both of them might meet their end here today. Gu-yi remained skeptical of Lin Feng's identity but wished to avoid implicating the innocent. Involving commoners in their affairs was a grave taboo. Lin Feng tucked the tissue back into his pocket, shrugged, and glanced at the menacing masked figures. Given the circumstances, it seems I cannot leave. Miss Gu. Gu-yi furrowed her brow tightly, gritting her teeth as she gripped her sword firmly. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the blood cascading down Gu-yi's arm, letting out a resigned sigh. This life, it seemed, was merely a means to settle that debt of 20,000, yet upon reflection, it felt somewhat unworthy. One could not help but wonder about the origins of this young girl. The masked assailants, however, paid no heed to Lin Feng's momentary distraction, for continued to press menacingly upon Gu-yi, while another, brandishing a katana, suddenly materialized before Lin Feng, poised to strike. The unexpected appearance of Lin Feng bore no discernible aura, leading the masked figures to dismiss him as an ordinary bystander who had stumbled into their path, oblivious to Gu Yi's alarmed demeanor. "Am I truly that feeble?" Lin Feng muttered, swiftly evading the lethal arc of the katana aimed at his head with an almost imperceptible grace. The masked figure's weapon was likely stained with the blood of many. Had the blow connected, Lin Feng would surely have been cleaved in two. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng felt no compulsion to show mercy. The old man had warned him. Once it was clear that the adversary sought his demise, one must not hesitate to retaliate. Although Lin Feng had previously lived in a peaceful society and had only hunted mutated beasts in his past life, the teachings of Lin Nanfeng over the past 18 years had afforded him profound insight. If others were intent on taking his life, why should he fear the staining of his hands with their blood? Chapter 18. The eccentric masked man Lin Nanfeng, for reasons unknown, had only imparted to Lin Feng the fundamentals of internal energy and lightness skills, yet had failed to teach him any specific techniques. As a result, Lin Feng found himself relying solely on the unconventional methods he had developed to deal with wild beasts. Stripped of weapons, he faced the 5 advancing masked assailants with only his hands and feet. Yet, his internal energy, honed under Lin Nanfeng's guidance, ensured he did not falter. Jiu, her expression somewhat dazed, cowered behind Lin Feng, observing the clash. "Miss Gu, for heaven's sake, take a step back and do not remain rooted to the spot," Lin Feng implored, feeling somewhat constrained in his role as her protector due to her immobility. Awakened from her stupor, Gu Yi's cheeks flushed crimson as she retreated deeper into the alley, recognizing that Lin Feng was indeed aiding her. However, she could not recall when such a figure had emerged in her life, nor had she sensed an ounce of internal energy emanating from him earlier. Lin Feng, however, had no time to ponder Gu Yi's thoughts. He did not retrieve the worn iron sword from his storage ring, which he had practiced with since childhood. Instead, he seized the long sword from Gu Yi's grasp. This weapon appeared remarkable, its sharpness undeniable, and it felt exceptionally comfortable in his hands. Thud! A subtle sound echoed as Lin Feng's sword pierced one of the masked figures, who then dissipated into smoke, only to reappear behind him moments later. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, swiftly turning to strike again. These masked individuals, though peculiar, did not seem entirely impervious to his attacks, particularly when their forms had only just solidified. Lin Feng's expression turned stern as he evaded a shuriken thrown by one of his assailants. Seizing the opportune moment, he thrust his sword, striking the heart of a newly materialized masked figure. With a thunderous explosion, the figure's body disintegrated, releasing a cloud of black mist that subsequently morphed into a humanoid shape. Collapsing to the ground, Jiu, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily gasped, her face lighting up with joy before a wave of anxiety washed over her as she exclaimed, "To your left, be careful." Catching a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye, Lin Feng disregarded the menacing blade slicing through the air on his left. Instead, he leapt upwards, stepping upon the sword while executing a backward somersault, enveloping Gu Yi in his embrace. "Miss Gu, take care," he remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation. Suddenly, he pressed her head against his chest, narrowly avoiding a claw-like appendage ensnared in chains. "What are you doing?" Gu Yi winced as pain shot through her nose, tears instinctively welling up, her voice abruptly silenced. Lin Feng, feeling a throbbing headache, rotated his wrist, gripping the sword tightly. It was apparent that these masked figures recognized their disadvantage, yet they remained undeterred. He realized he might have to resort to lethal measures. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced on his face, momentarily startling Gu Yi. Releasing her, Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. "Miss Gu, those 20,000 yuan are indeed a hot potato." Jiu, her cheeks flushed, was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to comprehend his words, Lin Feng positioned her safely behind him, channeling his internal energy, the blade in his hand emanating a sharp radiance. To onlookers, his movements appeared both languid and swift as he slowly raised the sword. A peculiar humming resonated as the sword energy seemed to strike something invisible, leaving only a few short blades and the first fallen masked figure on the ground. The other 4 figures dissipated into smoke, vanishing entirely. Chapter 19. Farewell, farewell. Lin Feng fell into silence, having expected these masked individuals to be more tenacious, only to find they had fled. They ran away? Very well, if they wished to escape, so be it. He withdrew his sword, rubbing his temples. "Miss Gu, they have departed." The blush on Gu Yi's face had not yet faded completely. Biting her lip, she distanced herself from Lin Feng, murmuring, Thank you. After a brief pause, her curiosity piqued. She cautiously inquired, Who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Lin Feng found her tone amusing, though it stirred a slight discomfort within him. Hey, Miss Gu, is it truly necessary to turn against me so swiftly? As he spoke, he stepped forward, returning her sword. I merely repaid a favor. Oh, regarding that 20,000 yuan, we are even now. Your life, I presume, is worth far more than that. Well then, I shall take my leave. You should be capable of departing on your own. Wait. After a moment of silence, Gu Yi, still somewhat dazed and feeling a tinge of shame, realized that regardless of the circumstances, Lin Feng had indeed saved her. Her initial confrontation had been rather inappropriate. What else was there to say? Lin Feng glanced at the blood still trickling from her arm. Gu Yi gritted her teeth and spoke up. I am unaware of the favor you mentioned, but I must extend my gratitude for your assistance today. I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Lin Feng, taken aback by her words, cast a surprised glance at Gu Yi before smiling. Rest assured, I shall maintain your confidentiality. As for the favor, it simply means that the 20,000 yuan is not on a cash-on-delivery basis. Although Miss Gu may be somewhat gullible, I still feel a twinge of conscience. Lin Feng's remarks were undeniably cheeky, yet his pure demeanor, honed from years in the mountains, coupled with a hint of mischief in his smile, prevented Gu Yi from feeling any anger, only causing her lips to twitch slightly. Upon noticing Gu Yi's response, Lin Feng waved his hand and prepared to depart. Wait a moment, Gu Yi called out. Is there anything else you need, Miss Gu? Lin Feng paused, inhaling deeply. Although he had lent a hand, he truly wished to avoid entanglements. Gu Yi instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Don't you have any questions for me? What is your name? I haven't seen you before. Individuals like them, with extraordinary abilities, were typically registered, yet she had never heard of Lin Feng, a young man so formidable that he could hold his ground against 2 upper ninjas and 3 middle ninjas. Moreover, there was the matter of the jade cold herb Lin Feng had delivered. This individual was indeed shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng cast a nonchalant glance at the one lying on the ground, who had responded with irrelevant answers. It seems this situation is rather unusual, and I believe it is best not to inquire further. Miss Gu Yi's expression stiffened as she grasped Lin Feng's intention to steer clear of trouble. Then, you can at least tell me your name, can't you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and replied with a teasing grin. What, Miss Gu, do you have a soft spot for me? Gu Yi's face flushed crimson. Her repressed nature suddenly laid bare as she retorted in exasperation. What nonsense are you spouting? Well, if that's the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Farewell. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, his ear twitching, and promptly took off in a flash. Gu Yi, witnessing this, widened her eyes and stamped her foot in frustration. What does that mean? You scoundrel, why are you running off so quickly? However, Gu Yi soon had no time to dwell on Lin Feng's hasty exit, for those who had received her distress signal were already rushing towards her. Are you all right? The leading middle-aged man, clutching a bagua plate, hurried to Gu Yi's side. She sheathed her sword, frowning as she replied. Uncle Gu, I am fine. Just sustained a minor injury, but it is nothing serious. Also, I have retrieved the jade cold herb. The expressions of those who had come to find Gu Yi shifted to one of surprise, and the middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Gu, furrowed his brow. Is it that person? Gu Yi shook her head. No, the acquisition of this jade cold herb was rather peculiar. I will explain it to you all later. Uncle Gu frowned slightly but said nothing more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Another younger man quickly interjected, We should first return to tend to Yi's injury. It does not appear to be minor. As he spoke, the young man stepped forward to quickly bandage Gu Yi's wounds. What the heck? At that moment, the youth who was examining the masked assailant on the ground asked in shock. Did you just kill a jonin? Surely, this is not the only one pursuing you. Uncle Gu's expression darkened, his mind racing. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, ultimately siding with Gu Yi. Gu Yi's gaze flickered momentarily before she composed herself and replied. It was I who killed him. Lin Feng had saved her life, so she naturally aimed to keep him uninvolved in this affair. Is this the only one chasing you? A voluptuous woman, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, casting a doubtful look at Gu Yi. Just now, Mr. Gu was incessantly muttering about a deadlock. Indeed, Uncle Gu's earlier deductions were truly terrifying. You shouldn't have gone. The young man halted mid-sentence, as Yu Hanji acted out of a desire to save that individual. Their disagreement at this moment seemed unwarranted. Gu Yi chose to ignore the young man and the voluptuous woman, who were part of the ancient martial arts family with a historically delicate relationship with the Special Abilities Department. and instead turned her attention to Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu fiddled with the divination board, then spoke with a hint of resignation. Not only was my old master startled earlier, I suspect my calculations were flawed due to my lack of skill. According to this hexagram, it appears you that I am dead. Without allowing him to finish, Gu interjected. Indeed, had it not been for the unexpected arrival of that courier, she would have been no match for those assassins, and she likely would have perished. Even now, the thought sent shivers down her spine. However, Uncle Gu's predictions had never been wrong. The courier had turned out to be an unforeseen variable. Precisely, Uncle Gu replied with a serious expression, then fixed a stern gaze upon Gu. We shall address your reckless actions later. Gu felt a twinge of defiance but obediently sealed her lips, opting for silence. Noticing that Uncle Gu and the others wished to gloss over the incident, the voluptuous woman spoke with a composed demeanor. Mr. Gu, you must provide us with some clarification regarding this matter. At the very least, we deserve to know what transpired here. This was their jurisdiction under the Special Abilities Department, and the ancient martial artists could not act recklessly without expecting them to clean up the mess. Gu curled her lip, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. My senior brother is a celebrated hero from the recent international competition, and I was merely seeking medicine for him when I was ambushed. Lin Jiao, what further explanation do you require? Lin Jiao's expression darkened. While she admired that man, it did not mean she would indulge Gu's spoiled temperament. Then may I inquire how Miss Gu managed to escape? Surely, there must have been more than one Jonin pursuing you, given your abilities. Lin Jiao deliberately trailed off, leaving Gu with the impression that her strength was being underestimated. Chapter 21. A life-taking Gu genuinely felt that Lin Jiao looked down upon her, and Lin Jiao's mocking demeanor particularly irked her. What? I heard your special abilities department went to negotiate with him and got thrown out. Now you're trying to act tough in front of me? Gu scoffed. At least I managed to bring you Hanji back. Lin Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, and a hint of malice crept into her gaze as she looked at Gu. Gu Shu shot a stern glare at Gu. Only he knew whether his deductions were flawed, but after this incident, if that girl did not learn to temper her temperament, it would only be a matter of time before another occurrence. Gu straightened her chest but, under Gu Shu's increasingly grave demeanor, eventually subdued her bravado, though she couldn't resist exchanging a defiant glare with Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao's face flushed with indignation as she let out a cold huff. Observing this, Gu Shu promptly interjected, Rest assured, Deputy Lin, we will certainly provide the ability department with an explanation regarding this matter, and we will inform you of the specifics. However, may we request a brief respite for now? Despite her dissatisfaction, Lin Jiao understood the broader picture, and given Gu Shu's esteemed reputation, she composed herself and softly acquiesced. Very well, Mr. Gu. She stepped aside, signaling her subordinates to remove the masked assailant's body and clean up the aftermath. Gu Shu nodded and, after casting another reproachful glance at the restless Gu, gestured for her to follow him as they departed. Although the relationship between the ancient martial arts families and the ability department was delicate, they ultimately shared a common purpose. A bit of youthful discord was acceptable, as it could bolster their strength, so it sufficed for the elders to impose a bit of restraint. Once everyone had vacated the scene, Lin Feng scaled the wall from a nearby alley. Brother Ba, who are all these people? He inquired, glancing in the direction where Gu and the others had just departed. 888 replied, Host must explore on their own. Lin Feng smirked, Oh, I believe I overheard them mention something about the ability department. These individuals must be formidable, and that Gu Shu is likely stronger than I am. Lin Feng was uncertain of his current internal power level, yet he sensed that Gu Shu was unfathomably deep. Fortunately, the breath-concealing technique taught to him by Lin Nanfeng was sufficiently advanced. Otherwise, at least Gu Shu would undoubtedly have detected him. 888 chimed in. To probe attributes will cost 100 system coins. The individuals have not departed far. Does the host wish to investigate? Lin Feng sensed a hint of anticipation in 888's tone. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity triumphed over his frugality. Probe. Having reincarnated for 18 years, Lin Feng's attribute points had undergone updates, and his martial power point reached 77. According to 888, the highest possible martial power point on Blue Star was 90, while the average for ordinary individuals hovered around 50. A peculiar buzzing sound emanated from 888. Apologies, the individuals have already moved too far away for a probe. Then never mind, Lin Feng remarked, his lips twitching. However, it seemed that 888 was more disappointed than he was. Is it regrettable that you didn't acquire my system coins? Lin Feng chuckled, then turned to leave leisurely. Too bad you just can't get them. Oh well, it's time to return to sleep. Dawn is almost upon you. As Lin Feng drifted further away, his voice gradually faded. By the time he returned to his rented accommodation, the sky was already brightening. Even with his internal power, Lin Feng felt utterly exhausted. After hastily bandaging his wounds with the supplies he purchased from a 20-hour pharmacy, he collapsed onto his bed, too weary to even tend to his internal organs. Lin Feng closed his eyes for a considerable while, and just when 888 assumed he had fallen asleep, he suddenly spoke up, "Brother 8, did I kill someone today?" Chapter 22. The Dream Lover. Upon being questioned, 888 emitted a series of crackling electric sounds, initially believing Lin Feng to be remarkably composed. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The host it was bound to resided within a peaceful realm, and it was only natural that the first act of taking a life would bear some psychological burden. 888, convinced of its master's deep concern for the host, reluctantly offered a semblance of comfort. The person you killed was not innocent. That Jonin had countless lives on his hands. You are merely ridding the world of a menace. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glint of cunning flickering within them, before frowning. He had lives on his hands, but that does not justify my actions. After splashing cold water on his face, Lin Feng ruffled his hair while conversing with 888 in his mind as he opened the door. "Brother 8, let's discuss something. Could the delivery be made during the day? It would be convenient for all of us." Whether he could sleep at night was a minor concern, but given that Sister Lu Qin had likely begun to harbor doubts about him, such instances could undoubtedly lead to trouble. 888 responded innocently. "Tasks are updated in real time. 888 merely issues the assignments." This implied that it was not within its jurisdiction. "Fine," Lin Feng replied with a sense of resignation, then secured the door and prepared to descend the stairs. That moment, the occupant of the apartment across from him happened to step out. Lin Feng casually glanced up and noted that the person was clad quite thoroughly, with a mask and hat, yet the figure and the fair skin that was visible suggested she was a beauty. After a brief glance at Lin Feng, she turned and descended the stairs without drawing the attention of her neighbor, who was making her way to the elevator. "Brother 8, do people on Blue Star generally possess higher attractiveness?" Lin Feng jested while descending the stairs. Not to mention the neighbor he had just glimpsed, whose beauty was evident despite not seeing her full appearance. But even the two recipients of his recent deliveries showcased distinct charms. Gu Yi had a clean and sharp bob, exuding an air of confidence without being off-putting, while Sister Lu Qin possessed a figure of perfect proportions, appearing to be a cool beauty yet seemingly warm-hearted. "Oh?" 888 exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Which type does the host prefer?" "TSK?" Lin Feng chuckled softly but did not respond. Yet, only he knew that the person he had encountered last night truly resembled the figure of his dream lover. If only her demeanor were as gentle as he hoped. Chapter 23. The beautiful neighbor 888, having not heard Lin Feng's response, did not mind as the topic was brushed aside. Lin Feng retracted his wandering thoughts and, upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, asked 888 in his heart, "Brother 8, could you help me find a restaurant with decent flavors?" Beneath her mask, Lu Shue's face flushed crimson as she glanced at the restaurant Lin Feng had entered. Hesitating momentarily, she proceeded toward the establishment as well. Lin Feng ordered a signature dish, the spicy beef noodle soup, adding 2 extra portions of meat. He casually found a seat. The university area was bustling with people, and he ended up sharing a table with a fellow student, who was already devouring his noodles heartily. During the noodle-eating process, Lin Feng took out his phone to search for the supernatural abilities department, but of course, found nothing. However, the noodles soon arrived, and Lin Feng put away his phone, no longer dwelling on the people he encountered the previous night. "Do you really not recognize me?" he asked. The guy opposite him had already retreated, and Lin Feng had noticed that a neighbor, who seemed somewhat mentally unstable, had followed him, but he was too engrossed in his noodles to pay any attention. Yet now that the girl had apologized first, he felt it would be impolite to ignore her. He lifted his head to glance at the neighbor, who still hadn't removed her mask. "It's fine, Ditto." The mask shifted slightly as Lu Shue shyly pressed her lips together. "Well, I was just being followed by someone earlier, by the way. My name is Lu Shue. If you search online, you'll find out more about me. In any case, I apologize for earlier. I didn't mean to. I'll cover the cost of the noodles. Goodbye." Chapter 24. Military training. After Lu Shue finished speaking, she stood up and hurried away. Lin Feng casually grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Lu Shue?" He chuckled softly, then rose and strolled leisurely back to his residence while searching for Lu Shue online, quickly understanding why she had stopped him. "A stalker fan? Best to steer clear." 888 murmured softly. "That girl seems to have a tough life, duh." Lin Feng responded nonchalantly, not giving this little incident much thought as he returned home to lounge comfortably. 3 days later, while the delivery tasks had not updated, Lin Feng found himself participating in the formal military training at Kyoto University. For these 2 days of training, Lin Feng, per Principal Zhao's suggestion, temporarily resided on campus, which proved to be more convenient. Meanwhile, 888, who had previously urged Lin Feng to live off campus, had no further objections. Hey, are you also from Class 2 of the Finance Department? I don't think I've seen you before, not at all. Slender boy to Lin Feng's right looked at him curiously as the instructor had yet to arrive. Yes, it was the first day of military training. Lin Feng had just moved into the dormitory the previous night, so he was only familiar with a few of his dorm mates. Gil Lin Feng's left sat a slightly darker-skinned boy, who was also in his dormitory, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Somewhat handsome, named Lu Yu. Upon hearing the question, he answered for Lin Feng. This guy is in my dorm, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is the tall one next to you. Get lost, get lost. The tall one rolled his eyes at Lu Yu. What tall one? My name is Zhu Qian, Zhu as in Zhu Yuanzhang, and Qian from the 8 trigrams, brother Lin Feng, right? Yes, I am Lin Feng. Nice to meet you. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips, and his somewhat mischievous grin did not come across as frivolous. Instead, it caused the female classmates who were secretly glancing their way to cover their chests. He glanced again at Zhu Qian, who was tall and slender, a name that suited him perfectly. Hello, hello, Zhu Qian replied with a bright laugh. At that moment, a boy standing in front of Lin Feng turned around, his gaze assessing. Hello? Lin Feng, I am Zhu Changjun, the class leader of Class 2. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Changjun, whose slightly condescending demeanor did not sit well with him, causing his smile to fade somewhat. Greetings, class monitor. Previously, I took leave from the counselor and did not attend class due to personal matters. I just moved into the dormitory yesterday. Zhu Changjun's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly, saying, as long as Lin has requested leave, that suffices. With that, Zhu Changjun turned back. Lin Feng squinted at him, choosing not to dwell on the class monitor's inexplicable hostility towards him. It seemed that Zhu Qian and the others were not particularly close to the monitor either. Zhu Qian leaned closer to Lin Feng, clicking his tongue. Brother, with your looks, you're quite handsome. This means I have gained another formidable rival. Alas, go on, step aside. Lu Yu laughed and teased, with your appearance, you have rivals all over the school. Do you still aspire to woo the beautiful senior sisters? Zhu Qian's expression darkened. You'd better shut up. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak. Zhu Qian and Lu Yu began to bicker. Observing this, Lin Feng's smile deepened with genuine warmth, reminding him of his previous university life, though in that life, he had been impoverished and had not forged many friendships during his college years. While Lin Feng was lost in thought, Zhu Qian, unable to withstand Lu Yu's sharp tongue, pretended to be heartbroken, dramatically posing in a self-pitying manner. In truth, Zhu Qian was tall and lean, not particularly handsome, but he was certainly not as exaggeratedly unattractive as Lu Yu described. Lu Yu was thoroughly disgusted by him, shaking his head and turning his attention to introducing the classmates to Lin Feng. Chapter 25. The instructor in this lifetime, Lin Feng bore a striking resemblance to his previous self, yet his demeanor lent him a slightly different charm. He possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with well-defined features, and the hint of a smile perpetually gracing his lips, complemented by a small dimple on one cheek, softening his otherwise strikingly aggressive good looks and bestowing upon him a sunny disposition. In short, he epitomized the aesthetic favored by contemporary admirers of beauty, quickly becoming familiar with his classmates. The classmates, in turn, were quite welcoming towards a handsome and exceptionally polite peer, particularly the girls, several of whom blushed discreetly. Zhu Qian noticed the whispering girls and remarked with a hint of envy, brother, since your arrival, you've attracted quite a bit of attention. Are you going to leave us with no breathing room? Lin Feng, aware that Zhu Qian was merely jesting, replied with a smile, not at all. Oh heavens! May lightning strike these beauty seekers! Zhu Qian lamented dramatically. The classmates gathered around chuckled and teased him. Just then, the instructor, accompanied by the principal and various class counselors, arrived. Upon seeing the disheveled group huddled together, the instructor's brows furrowed immediately. You there! What are you all doing in a cluster? Stop your ruckus and line up properly. Principal Zhao cast a glance at Lin Feng amidst the crowd, a hint of a smile gracing his face. After all, he was a student nurtured by Lin's esteemed guidance. Lin Feng politely nodded at Principal Zhao, then stood tall, chest out, stomach in, as the instructor's scrutinizing gaze swept over them several times. Principal Zhao took to the stage, delivering a few brief remarks before departing, while the class counselors introduced the instructor to their respective classes before also turning to leave, having conveyed all necessary information for the opening ceremony. A whispered rumor has it that this year's military training at Kyoto University is attended by individuals of notable rank. Zhu Qian quietly remarked to Lin Feng, immediately drawing the attention of the instructor. Lin Feng cast a glance at the instructors huddled together in discussion, all standing tall with an air of authority. However, his attention was captivated not by their ranks, but by a female instructor who stood out among the imposing figures of robust men. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and he averted his gaze just as Lin Jiao became aware of his scrutiny. Isn't that person from the Special Abilities Department? How did they become a military training instructor? Lin Feng probed. Guess came the teasing reply from 888. Lin Feng pursed his lips, realizing that he would glean no further information from 888. After some contemplation, he surmised that perhaps Lin Jiao was merely assisting with the military training. Yet, a frown creased his brow, as he felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Nevertheless, he deemed it best to remain detached and focused, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a moment of silence, an unsettling thought struck Lin Feng. Could it be that Gui had betrayed him? He subtly scrutinized Lin Jiao, noting that she had shown no interest in his presence thus far. Surely, Gui would not disclose the identity of her savior. Though uncertainty gnawed at him, Lin Feng was not foolish enough to expose himself, so he remained quietly in place. The instructors, after some deliberation, dispersed towards their respective squads, and Lin Jiao happened to be the instructor for Lin Feng's Financial Management Class 1 and 2. A flicker of apprehension crossed Lin Feng's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Meanwhile, the male students, upon noticing Lin Jiao approaching their class, erupted in a chorus of wolf howls and whistles. It was inevitable, as she was the only female instructor amidst a sea of men, and a stunning one at that, possessing a figure that rivaled that of a glamorous celebrity. Instantly, the group of energetic young men snapped to attention. The sudden uproar from the two financial management classes drew the attention of other classes, who glanced at their own towering instructors and then back at the breathtakingly beautiful female instructor. The disparity was striking. Observing their own students gawking at Lin Jiao, a few instructors, familiar with her temperament and background, silently mourned for the two financial management classes before sternly admonishing their own charges. Lin Jiao, unfazed by the whistles, merely curved her crimson lips into a smile. The female students of the financial management classes were mostly envious and whispering amongst themselves about their instructor's remarkable beauty. The boys, however, found themselves momentarily breathless at Lin Jiao's smile, nearly rendered speechless. Lin Feng too felt a rush of confusion, quickly averting his gaze and mentally reciting notions of strength, democracy, and harmony. This was simply too enchanting. It was no wonder these fresh university students were overwhelmed. Observing the students' reactions, Lin Jiao felt no anger. Engaging with a bunch of children would only exhaust her further. Yet, a mischievous delight began to simmer within her. After all, she was begrudgingly assigned to supervise this rowdy bunch. With a playful huff, she slowly moved her hand to her waist, all while being discreetly observed by the boys of the financial management classes. Lin Feng felt a sudden flutter in her heart, an unsettling premonition washing over her. Yet, was there truly a need for Lin Jiao to harbor such murderous intent towards a group of students? What was the source of the killing aura emanating from her? Bang! What in the world? The shrill screams of the girls were piercing enough to shatter eardrums, while the boys staggered backward, their legs trembling. As the shock and fear rendered them speechless, gazing at Lin Jiao in disbelief, the unfortunate students in the front row were genuinely afflicted, their fear palpable. Lin Feng, wide-eyed in astonishment, had not anticipated Lin Jiao's audacity. How could she strike so close to the feet of the first-row students? A white scratch marred the plastic playground, a testament to Lin Jiao's strength and capability, causing some boys to swallow nervously. Although the girls yearned to scold and berate her, the moment they turned their gaze upon Lin Jiao, they promptly quelled their indignation, fearful that this seemingly joyful lunatic might unleash her whip upon them. Other instructors, who were attempting to restore order, were equally startled by the commotion, dread creeping in that Lin Jiao might actually inflict harm upon these students. One instructor approached, aiming to soothe the situation. Ahem, well, Instructor Lin is merely greeting you all. No need to be frightened. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow at the instructor's clumsy attempt at reassurance, her lips parting gracefully. Instructor Chun, fret not, these students are quite endearing. I have not harmed them, but they are thoroughly terrified. The two classes of students, slowly regaining their composure, turned pale, their thoughts screaming in outrage. The bolder ones were already glaring and shouting, demanding a change of instructor. Instructor Chen glanced at the raucous students, silently mourning their plight, before exchanging a few more words with Lin Jiao. Observing no signs of madness from her, he returned to the classes he managed. The students of both classes looked incredulously at Instructor Chin, wondering if he had truly abandoned them. Some, filled with indignation, stepped out of formation, determined to leave. Lin Jiao's earlier whip crack had not merely frightened them. The marks on the ground suggested that had it struck a person, it could have resulted in a fracture. What sort of deranged instructor is this? Are students' lives not valued? Zhu Qian also contemplated slipping away, but was halted by Lin Feng's firm grip. When he tugged forward, he found Lin Feng utterly immovable, prompting Zhu Qian to turn back in bewilderment. Brother, are you really this strong? Chapter 27. Running in formation. Lin Feng smiled. I was simply born with a bit more strength. On the other side, Liu leaned in to peer at Zhu Qian. Bamboo pole, are you planning to sneak away? Don't be a coward. Zhu Qian's lip twitched as he halted his steps. Coward? Who is a coward? Whoever is a fool. Others who also considered escaping but had yet to act froze at Lu Yu's loud proclamation. Hearing this, Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Her gaze toward Lu Yu now tinged with admiration. She thought to herself that Lu Yu's forthrightness might land him in trouble. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for those nearby to hear. The whip is difficult to control. The marks on the ground are so straight that Instructor Lin didn't strike anyone. She merely intended to scare us. Exactly, Lu Yu chimed in. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then began to scrutinize the whip marks on the ground, concluding that Lin Jiao had likely only sought to frighten them. Oh dear. At that moment, the boys who had just stepped out of the queue let out anguished cries, while the girls were left pale with fear at the sight of the whip marks at their feet. Lin Jiao had chosen to strike at the fleshy parts, exerting a fair amount of force, fully aware of her actions. Observing a few boys clutching their behinds in lamentation, she smirked and selected one who caught her eye, delivering an additional blow to his rear as if to exacerbate his suffering. With a swift kick to his posterior, Lin Jiao raised her hand holding the whip, pointing to an empty space before gesturing towards the other students who had stepped out. Stand over there. And you too. The girls, terrified that the whip might fall upon them, paled and shuffled away. Although the boys weren't hurt too severely, the indignity of the situation was unbearable, and they complied, moving away in an orderly fashion. With one unfortunate fellow casting a particularly mournful glance back, it dawned on them that Lin Jiao, being an instructor hired by the school, would not inflict serious harm. Their earlier panic had merely been a fleeting burst of adrenaline. Lin Jiao, unconcerned with their thoughts, found herself in good spirits at having discovered a new source of amusement. Deserters, boys will do push-ups, and girls will do sit-ups. You may not stop until I say so. Understand? An instantaneous silence enveloped the atmosphere, before the deserters obediently complied, primarily out of fear, as Lin Jiao's whip remained firmly in hand, perhaps with an expectation for them to fail. Noticing the sudden compliance of the group, Lin Jiao reluctantly withdrew her gaze and turned to the students still standing in place. They all stiffened, straightening their backs and raising their chins. Lin Jiao glanced at Lin Feng and Lu Yu, her smile radiating a rather mischievous warmth. Split the two classes by gender and line up according to height. You have 3 minutes. Lin Feng averted his gaze from Lin Jiao, instinctively stepping back, while the other students scrambled to line up, not wanting to discover what would transpire if they took longer than 3 minutes. The instructors on the other side watched in astonishment. Lin Jiao's command had resulted in the students lining up more orderly than those on their side. Lin Feng, Lu Yu, and Zhu Qian remained at the back of the line, and once organized, they, like their classmates, turned their attention towards Lin Jiao. With a somewhat regretful flick of her whip, she coiled it back around her waist. Observing this, both classes exhaled in relief. 30 laps for the boys, 10 laps for the girls to warm up. Now jog with that. Lin Jiao took on the role of a rather tyrannical overseer for the deserters. All the students, frustrated, yet compelled to comply with the running. Typically, the first day of military training involved merely practicing formations and chanting slogans, and indeed, other classes were engaged in such activities. But now, the finance classes could only run under the watchful eyes of their peers from other classes. Chapter 28. The devil yet, the students of the finance classes remained naively optimistic. 400 meters per lap. 30 laps for the boys, and 10 for the girls was an insurmountable challenge for those not accustomed to exercise. After just 3 laps, some of the girls could hardly endure. 30 laps. My heavens, is the instructor a devil? Zhu Qian lamented softly, uncertain whether to be grateful that Lin Feng had held him back. As Zhu Qian caught a glimpse of his classmate, who was unable to pause for a moment during their push-up routine, he seized Lin Feng's hand in gratitude. Running circles is undoubtedly preferable to push-ups, isn't it? Lin Feng, unflustered and composed, withdrew his hand with a slight smirk. Conserve your energy. Zhu Qian glanced once more at the serene Lin Feng and the equally relaxed Lu Yu on the other side, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Nevertheless, he only felt a bit breathless and somewhat despondent about the 30 laps ahead. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. At that moment, a girl bent over and detached herself from the group, plopping down on the ground beside the track, motionless. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes and approached the girl, assessing her for a moment. Run another lap? Get up. The girl shrank back, ultimately allowing her trepidation to prevail as she sluggishly rose to walk around the track. Observing this, Lin Jiao refrained from further comment, muttering under her breath about how weak children have become these days. Just as Lin Feng, having completed another lap, reached Lin Jiao's side and overheard her words, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, uncertain whether to laugh. Today's students are indeed spoiled, but even those who aren't pampered cannot be compared to the individuals from the supernatural abilities department. One lap after another, after 5 laps, the majority of the girls had dropped out. However, they still complied with Lin Jiao's orders, either bouncing in place or completing another lap.as for those who failed to meet the requirements. Lin Jiao made no fuss about it. By the time the final 30th lap arrived, only Lin Feng and a handful of boys remained, most of whom appeared utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Lin Feng, who managed to maintain his composure, seemingly relying on inner strength to flush his cheeks with a hint of color, stood out remarkably. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and approached Lin Feng. This student is quite impressive. What is your name? Lin Feng caught the bottle of water tossed his way by Lin Jiao. Thank you, instructor. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Jiao chuckled softly before raising her voice. Take a 15-minute break. Keep track of the time yourselves, and line up after 15 minutes. With that, she turned and walked towards the office building. Once Lin Jiao left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, and the area instantly buzzed with noise. Lu Yu settled beside Lin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. Lin Feng, impressive. That female tyrant actually spoke to you. It was manageable. 30 laps are quite exhausting. Lin Feng replied, sitting on the artificial grass with his legs curled. Exhausted? Came an exaggerated exclamation from beside him. If that's what you call tired, then what am I? I'm practically a useless dog. Zhu Qian, with a peculiar expression, shuffled over and collapsed beside Lin Feng. He too had completed 20 laps, but felt utterly drained. Lu Yu tossed him a bottle of water. Zhu Qian turned his face away, dodging the water, and complained, Are you trying to murder me? After his outburst, Zhu Qian turned back to Lin Feng. No need for words, Lin Feng, your stamina is truly remarkable. After a pause, he leaned in closer and whispered, Did you notice? The way so many girls in our class look at you has changed. TSK, but our class has its share of beauties. The real campus flower is over in the music department. What is her name again? Ah, yes, Zhao Xinya. I've simply been exercising since childhood, Lin Feng replied calmly. Has the campus flower already been decided just a few days into the semester? Li Yu interjected. I heard the campus flower is the principal's beloved daughter. The principal's daughter? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Principal Zhao's? Chapter 29. Zhao Xinya indeed. How many principals could there possibly be in our school? Zhu Qian chuckled lightly. On the campus network, there are photos of the school belle. Truly deserving of the title. He continued, Come, take a look. As he spoke, Zhu Qian retrieved his phone and pulled up the image. Lin Feng turned his head for a glance, and the girl in the photo had cherry lips and a delicate nose, exuding an air of fragility that indeed warranted the title of school belle. Isn't she beautiful? Lin Feng nodded gently. Zhu Qian raised an eyebrow, and then began to gossip about the belle of each department and class, listing them one by one before he added, somewhat apprehensively, but to be honest, our instructor Lin is truly stunning, overshadowing all others. TSK. What a pity she is a domineering flower, as he spoke. Zhu Qian shook his head again. Who knows who could possibly win her over? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Instructor Lin is quite capable. Just find someone even more impressive. Zhu Qian shot Lu Yu a peculiar glance. You aren't implying that you're an M, are you? Lu Yu pretended to raise his water bottle as if to strike. Hey, buddy, put down the water bottle and we can still be brothers. After a bit of playful banter with Lu Yu, Zhu Qian finally quieted down, letting out a sigh. However, I fear our 2 classes are doomed this time. Look how leisurely they are over their point. 15 minutes later, Lin Jiao appeared on the playground punctually, and thus began a new round of torment. After 2 weeks of military training, nothing particularly significant had transpired, yet the students of the finance classes felt as though they were on the brink of emerging from hell. Unlike other classes who merely endured fatigue until they collapsed onto their pillows, their experiences were rife with blood, sweat, and tears, an ordeal that felt like a struggle between life and death. the female instructor did not treat them as human beings. Of course, regardless of their internal grievances, all students from the finance classes wore obedient expressions on the last night of military training. Before Lin Jiao's departure, JPJ sat in a circle. The playground was brightly lit, akin to daylight. Lin Jiao had coordinated with the instructors from the art department, allowing the finance classes to participate in tonight's activities alongside their peers, serving as a compensatory gesture for these students who had brought her some semblance of relaxation. Speaking of activities, they essentially consisted of impromptu performances by the students. However, the art department certainly had its advantages, with a plethora of captivating acts on display. The spirits of the finance students instantly perked up, for these were all handsome men and beautiful women. Just as the last art department beauty finished her dance, a group of boys appeared seemingly out of nowhere, bringing a piano to the center of the circle. What could this mean? A piano performance? Zhu Qian, who had just returned from purchasing a large bag of snacks, squeezed his way over, placing the snack bag before Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, he said, who knows which beauty from the art department is about to take the stage to perform? Zhu Qian's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed toward the art department. Lin Feng's keen eyes caught sight of several girls playfully shoving one another. With the one in the center being Zhao Xinya, the daughter of Principal Zhao It, seemed he had previously heard Zhu Gan mention that she was from the music department. After a while, Zhao Xinya, blushing, made her way to the center and sat beside the piano. The atmosphere in the venue instantly erupted with excitement. The campus belle was indeed something special, managing to exude an air of elegance even in loose camouflage attire worn during military training. A cheerful girl raised her voice. Everyone, quiet down. Our campus belle is about to play the piano. Yes, I love you, campus belle, just like a mouse loves rice. Campus belle, go for it. After a chorus of cheers, the crowd settled down, eagerly awaiting Zhao Xinya's performance. Chapter 30. The enhancement of soul power. The high notes cascaded like pearls falling onto a jade plate, while the low notes rumbled like winter thunder. Together, they created an auditory feast, and with Zhao Xinya, the campus belle, at the helm, it was undoubtedly a magnificent spectacle. Although Lin Feng had little knowledge of music, he possessed a basic appreciation for it, and the melody was indeed delightful. With his eyes gently closed, he became immersed in the sound. How is it? Do you like it? Lin Jiao inquired with a cheerful smile. Over the past few days, she had pushed her students to their limits, and Lin Feng was the only one who not only completed the tasks but did so exceptionally well. Lin Jiao admired strength, which naturally led to her favorable impression of Lin Feng, especially since he was the only one among the two classes who could engage with her calmly. Huh? Lin Feng, momentarily dazed by the system's notification, was a bit confused about what Lin Jiao had asked. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhao Xinya, who had returned to the group. That girl is quite attractive. I've noticed quite a few boys are smitten with her. What about you? Were you also captivated just now? Lin Feng's expression stiffened. No, not at all. Ha ha ha, Lin Jiao laughed heartily. What else with that expression? I'm just teasing. But you have the ability. You're more than a match for that girl. No, Lin Jiao, please don't joke with me, Lin Feng sighed with a wry smile. She is the campus belle. And so what? With your looks, you definitely shine in the entertainment industry. If you were a few years older, who knows, maybe I. Lin Jiao chuckled, covering her mouth, and refrained from saying more. Temporarily assigned here, she sought some amusement, and aside from tormenting the students of the two classes, Lin Feng had also caught her attention. His composed demeanor was entirely unlike that of an 18-year-old. His face often wore a formulaic smile, making her want to see him break character. Lin Feng helplessly touched his nose, the corners of his mouth curving into a deeper smile that accentuated the dimple on his left cheek. Lin Jiao felt a sudden urge to poke at the dimple but managed to restrain her restless hand. At that moment, a group of raucous students found their way to Lin Feng, insisting that now that the campus belle had performed, the newly crowned campus prince should also make an appearance. Seeing this, Lin Jiao joined in the fun. Go on, Lin Feng. My class cannot lose to the others. If you're a man, step up. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, rising amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd. However, he truly had no remarkable talent to showcase. Well, I genuinely have no skills to perform. The school heartthrob, a man should never admit defeat. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, a girl's voice resonated throughout the venue, drawing the attention of students from other classes. With the school beauty and heartthrob present, those from different classes were already enamored. Yes, Lin Feng. A man should never say he can't. Zhu Qian chuckled, giving Lin Feng a playful shove. With the challenge laid out, Lin Feng wiped his face, a slightly mischievous grin forming. All right then. Instantly, the girls flushed, their hearts racing, secretly marveling at how handsome he was. The boys, meanwhile, erupted into whistles. Lin Feng glanced around before approaching a boy holding a flute. "May I borrow your flute?" The boy with the flute was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, sure, you're going to play the flute, school heartthrob?" Lin Feng was not well acquainted with many, but during this military training, his name had spread throughout the school. Being able to endure under the command of the formidable female instructor while remaining so extraordinarily handsome made him one of a kind. The crowd watched as Lin Feng took the flute, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he shook his head. While others viewed Lin Feng in awe, he internally lamented that even if he wanted to play, he wouldn't know how. Indeed, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Feng was not wielding a flute at that moment. Rather, it seemed as though he was brandishing a sword. Lin Jiao, initially intrigued, now wore a look of surprise, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. In truth, Lin Feng's movements were instinctual, his swordplay fluid and graceful, rising like a hidden dragon and striking like a twisting serpent. Each thrust and slash flowed seamlessly, upward, downward, horizontal, each movement akin to a flowing stream. Old Man Lin had not imparted specific sword techniques to him. These maneuvers were born from his own experiences amidst the wild beasts, making them uniquely suited to him. To Lin Jiao, what she perceived was power, while to the other students, it was undeniable. Lin Feng's movements were undeniably cool, astoundingly so. Even the heroes of television dramas could not embody such grace. His actions were as though a legendary warrior from ancient times had come to life. Zhu Qian marveled at Lin Feng in the center of the crowd. "OMG, Lin Feng has firmly established his position as a heartthrob. This is simply too handsome. Do you think I could ask him to teach me? This is truly a charm weapon." Lu Yu rolled his eyes, slapping Zhu Qian. "Stop spouting nonsense." However, Lin Feng's skills are indeed impressive. Could he be some hidden master? Lin Jiao's expression shifted, and without hesitation, she stood up. Crack! The whip crackled through the air with a deafening sound, striking towards Lin Feng like a serpent, aimed at his sword. What on earth his instructor was doing? Ah! The timid girls flinched backward. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, a fierce determination igniting within him. He swiftly twisted his wrist, aiming for the snake's vulnerable spot. Crack! The flute in Lin Feng's hand shattered into several pieces, unable to bear the weight of the moment. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Lin Jiao's whip that had lost its momentum. Lin Jiao paused momentarily, her heart filled with suspicion, and she too was intrigued by the prospect of sparring with Lin Feng. However, she overlooked the fact that what Lin Feng held was not a sword, but a flute, crafted from bamboo. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she forced a smile at the boy who lent her the flute and said, "My apologies, I'll compensate you for this." The boy glanced at Lin Jiao with an odd expression before hastily waving his hand. "It's nothing. Really, it's not worth much." Lin Jiao pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Lin Feng, where did you learn that? Your swordplay is quite exquisite." Lin Feng, pretending not to perceive Lin Jiao's probing, replied, "I've always been fond of martial arts and heroes since childhood. I learned by watching television and researching the movements." "Is that so?" Chapter 32. Sparring. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Jiao remained uncertain whether to believe him, falling silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and the other students, unsure of what had transpired, dared not speak. The instructor from the art department, noticing the tension, awkwardly attempted to defuse the situation. Instructor Lin, what is going on here?" Lin Jiao acknowledged the instructor with a nod but did not respond to his question. Instead, she adopted a cheerful expression and turned to Lin Feng. "You're quite impressive, to have reached this level on your own. Come, shall we spar?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head. Well, I doubt he was aware that demonstrating his swordplay had allowed him to gauge Lin Jiao's temperament. As long as he harbored no ill intentions, she would not meddle excessively. Lin Jiao furrowed her brow. Enough of this hesitation. "Come on, I promise I'll hold back a bit." "All right then." Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, reluctantly agreeing. Zhu Qian, observing the bizarre developments in the center, was a bit bewildered. What is the female demon trying to do? Mess with Lin Feng? Lu Yu sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Who knows? It's hard to decipher Instructor Lin's intentions. He suspected that his classmate was not as simple as he appeared. Lin Feng returned the split flute to the boy, keeping one piece in hand. "Sister Lin Jiao, please." Lin Jiao smiled, flicked the whip a couple of times, and then swung it toward Lin Feng. "Sister Lin Jiao, please show some mercy." Lin Feng feigned a bit of disarray, dodging without using any internal power, and then attempted to deflect the whip with the bamboo stick in his hand. Lin Jiao indeed held back her strength, though the whip whipped through the air with a fierce sound. Its force was soft and feeble. Lin Feng easily managed to deflect it. However, the other students were oblivious, feeling a strong gust brush past their faces, causing Zhu Qian's complexion to pale. Whoa! He swallowed hard and edged back, his heart racing before finally calming down. Is this the female demon holding back? Lu Yu, exasperated, replied, Keep your voice down. I think Instructor Lin heard you. Otherwise, how could that whip have just perfectly swung past their faces? Zhu Qian's eyes widened, and he met Lin Jiao's indifferent, sidelong glance, which felt like a death ray. He raised his hand, mimicking a zipper gesture, and promptly fell silent. Lin Feng feigned exerting his full strength while simultaneously pretending to be overpowered, receiving several strikes from Lin Jiao. With each blow, Lin Jiao's doubts deepened. However, observing Lin Feng's flushed complexion suggested his act was less than genuine. Most importantly, she sensed no fluctuations of inner energy or supernatural abilities emanating from him. Perhaps he truly was self-taught. It seemed this young man possessed considerable talent. While striking, Lin Jiao's thoughts wandered to these musings, and as Lin Feng once again raised his whip, she retracted it, exclaiming, Impressive. Please, Lin Jiao. Do not jest. I am no match for you, Lin Feng conceded graciously, smiling as he returned the final bamboo stick to the student from the arts department. Thank you, fellow student. I shall purchase a flute for you later. No need for that. You performed your sword dance remarkably well, campus heartthrob, the young man replied with a cheerful grin. Lin Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement before returning to his seat. Lin Jiao cast a surprised glance at the conceding Lin Feng, then smiled, reassured of her judgment in people. As Lin Feng's performance concluded, the raucous crowd swiftly turned their attention to the next participant, and the atmosphere quickly became lively once more, filled with laughter and cheer. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, footage of his sword dance was recorded by several classmates and uploaded online, instantly capturing the second spot on the trending searches the following day. Chapter 33. Uncontainable, of course. The trending searches were a matter for another time. The revelry of the night continued unabated. As midnight approached and the festivities began to wind down, Lin Jiao approached once more. Hand me your phone, she commanded, extending her hand toward Lin Feng. Taken aback, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before retrieving his phone, unlocking it and handing it over to her. His contacts were sparse, and he had no fear of Lin Jiao discovering anything inappropriate. Zhu Qian, who was preparing to leave with Lin Feng, swallowed hard and nudged Lu Yu, whispering, Could it be that the female tyrant has taken a liking to my brother? Lu Yu discreetly distanced himself from Zhu Qian. Upon acquiring Lin Feng's phone, Lin Jiao's scrutinizing gaze swept over Zhu Qian before she chuckled softly. Zhu Qian instinctively puffed out his chest and straightened his posture, his body rigid and his eyes darting about, deliberately avoiding Lin Jiao's gaze. With a playful huff, Lin Jiao entered her number into Lin Feng's phone and returned it to him, saying, If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to your sister. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Feng inquired, Sister, where might you be? I reside in Kyoto, but Lin Jiao leaned closer to Lin Feng, patting his shoulder and whispering sweetly in his ear, For trivial matters, you need not call me sister. I am quite busy, though an invitation to dine would certainly be welcomed. Lin Feng's breath caught momentarily. After finishing her sentence, Lin Jiao straightened up, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, laughing, All right, sister is off now. Farewell, instructor. A deafening cheer erupted from the other classes, while the finance students exchanged peculiar glances between Lin Feng and the graceful Lin Jiao, who had already turned and departed. Lin Feng observed her silhouette, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Zhu Qian, with keen eyes, leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and teased, Why are your ears so red, brother? Are you two truly smitten with one another? Lin Feng's lips twitched uncontrollably. The other students' eyes brightened, all their subtle glances directed toward this side, ears perked up, ready to eavesdrop, or rather, listen openly. Lu Yu turned his head, pretending not to recognize Zhu Qian, the fool. Meanwhile, Zhu Qian continued to mumble, The female tyrant is indeed a great beauty, but she is also a formidable flower. I know that disrupting someone's romantic fate is rather ill-advised. Yet, my brother, you must ponder it carefully. An ordinary person might struggle to tame such a formidable flower. Ouch! Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and slapped the back of this guy's head with his expressionless face. Can you keep quiet for a moment? What are you speculating about? Under Lin Feng's earnest gaze, Zhu Qian quieted down. Fine, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Seeing him fall silent, Lin Feng helplessly pulled this fellow along. Yuezi, let us go, back to sleep. Lu Yu slowly followed suit. Host, how does the long-awaited campus life feel? In the dormitory, Lin Feng quietly closed his eyes. 888 had not disturbed him much these past few days. not bad. Memories of his previous life had begun to blur, but he recalled the exhaustion from military training, followed by the endless grind of working and shuttling between school, leaving him not particularly close to his classmates. In this life, however, with a different mindset, everything had changed, all thanks to 888, Lin Feng was acutely aware. That's good. 888 chuckled softly. The emotional knots from his past life had been somewhat untied. Congratulations to the host for the increase in soul points. Would you like to check your attribute points? Yes, please open the System Personal Panel. Chapter 34, Special Spiritual System Personal Panel. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Bloodline, unawakened. Intelligence, 80. Combat power, 77. Charm, 88. Soul power, 54. Unawakened. Luck, 4. Health, 90. Lin Feng's personal panel attributes had undergone significant changes following his reincarnation, with notable increases across the board, including an additional bloodline attribute. However, both soul power and luck remained unchanged. Luck, it seemed, was still unfortunate, yet soul power had seen a slight rise. Lin Feng's gaze flickered over the bloodline section. His Master's bloodline was that of a blue star inhabitant, yet his own appeared as a jumble of characters. Was he not a blue star inhabitant? What peculiar system could be so desperately concealing the truth? His attention shifted from bloodline to soul points, and Lin Feng queried in confusion. How did my soul points increase? Did listening to a piano piece really do that? If that were the case, he would certainly seek out piano music to listen to daily, though he doubted it was solely due to that. Oh? So my recent increase was due to Zhao Xinya's special spiritual system? And can I also use system coins to add points? Just now, it was indeed the host's own fortuitous opportunity. Zhao Xinya's spiritual power can indeed influence the spiritual power of others, which surprised the 888 system. This is why the host experienced a slight enhancement. However, it seems she is still unable to wield it effectively, as even a mere piano note inadvertently revealed it. Oh, furthermore, the system currency can be allocated. 888 represents an opportunity far greater than a mere stroke of luck. Such matters are undoubtedly achievable. Oh? Lin Feng responded with an expression of indifference. A significant opportunity is not something that can be simply stumbled upon, especially considering he possesses only 4 points of luck. What follows such fortune is likely to be a great crisis. Behind 888 lies an even deeper secret. Chapter 35, Talent and Spiritual Power. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was acutely aware of his own limitations. There was no point in obsessing over such matters. His most pressing task was to leverage the system to grow stronger. This was essential, not only to confront potential crises in the future, but also to contend with the fact that this world itself does not appear to be as simple and peaceful as it seems, particularly regarding entities like the ability department. Noticing Lin Feng's continued silence after his remarks, 888 felt a twinge of anxiety. It had already bound itself to this host. Although slightly unexpected, it had to support Lin Feng. Even if he proved to be a hopeless case, he certainly couldn't sever ties before reaching that juncture. So, the old man is a local ability user? Lin Feng turned in bed and asked. What kind of realm is Blue Star considered? Cultivation? Abilities? He had not forgotten the storage ring the old man had given him. Could it truly be a mishmash of everything? Several billion years ago, Blue Star was a high-level cultivation civilization. However, cultivation has long since declined and has been supplanted by a new civilization, now classified as a primitive ability technology civilization. Here, spiritual power represents the initial talent level of an individual's abilities. I see. This implies that Gu Yi and her companions are likely remnants of the cultivation civilization, while those in the ability department are individuals born in accordance with the new civilization. Contemplating further, Lin Feng inquired, So, are those with abilities in the ability department considered semi-awakened individuals? Have you examined Lin Jiao's attributes? Precisely, I have not. At this point, 888 felt a bit aggrieved. 888's exploration of Zhao Xinya was due to her influence on the host. Since 888 is bound to the host, we share both glory and misfortune. 888 sensed Lin Feng's earlier emotional turmoil and, eager to pledge its loyalty, was keen to clarify its stance. Chapter 36, New Mission. Using a lowly-like voice, 888 spoke with a somewhat pitiful demeanor. Lin Feng was taken aback, then a smile crept across his lips. All right, I understand. Rest assured, Brother 8, we share an unbreakable bond of revolutionary friendship. Meanwhile, another roommate, Wei Shua, had been lazily stirring in bed for a while before gradually rising. After thanking Lu Yu, he made his way to the bathroom. Wei Shua had a rather solitary disposition. After several days of military training, he had only exchanged nods with Lin Feng and the others. Having finished his breakfast in a whirlwind, Lin Feng stood up, preparing to leave the dormitory. I will take my leave now. Are you heading to class? Isn't it a bit early? With a bun clamped between his teeth, Zhao looked up in confusion and said, We'll go together in a moment. No, I have other matters to attend to. I'm not heading to the classroom. Lin Feng had no intention of putting himself in a difficult position by going to the classroom, as he had not studied finance management in his previous life either, and entering that space would leave him utterly lost. Oh, very well, then you go ahead. Zhao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Wei Shuo, who was quietly eating, raised his head to silently observe Lin Feng's departing figure before resuming his meal. Chapter 37. The Hidden Gem. Upon exiting the dormitory, Lin Feng sent a message to Principal Zhao and then made his way towards the outskirts of the campus. Let me check. Where is Mu Lu? He mumbled, searching for Mu Lu on his phone. As a newcomer to Kyoto, Lin Feng was unaware that the city was home to three prominent families. The Wang family engaged in commerce, the Lu family in military affairs, and the Zhao family in governance, each a leader in their respective domains. The younger generation of the Wang family bore the name Mu, and Mu Lu was established by the elder Wang as an entertainment venue that offered various indulgences. Today, the elder Wang had chosen Mu Lu as the venue for his birthday banquet. This information was readily available online, and Lin Feng frowned, realizing, so that is how it is? That means elder Wang Wenhe, is holding his birthday banquet at Mu Lu at noon. How do I sneak in? Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. A girl with a backpack suddenly halted and tugged at the person beside her. Look quickly. Isn't that the handsome guy from online? Huh. The girl being pulled, Xiao Xiao, lifted her gaze from her notebook. What handsome guy? The one who was dancing with the sword. Haven't you seen it on your phone? No. Xiao Xiao adjusted her glasses, her eyes, calm as a still pond, glanced at Lin Feng. Ling Dang, stop being infatuated. We should hurry. Oh, but he really is quite handsome. Xiao Xiao displayed no sign of excitement. Oh, I haven't finished assembling that electromagnetic cannon the teacher mentioned. Ling Dang paused momentarily before helplessly surveying their surroundings. All right, let's return to assemble it. For heaven's sake, please don't speak so carelessly in public. T had taken her considerable effort to persuade her junior sister to come out. And if anyone with ill intentions overheard, the teacher would surely have her skin. Yet, even without someone overhearing, it was rather embarrassing to discuss such a childish thing as an electromagnetic cannon. Oh. Xiao Xiao returned her gaze to her notebook. Seeing this, Ling Dang could only reluctantly guide her junior sister back, fearing that if she let go, she might lose her entirely. Chewing gum, Lin Feng's senses were keen, and he caught snippets of their conversation. What online handsome guy? The host can check the trending topics on Weibo. Oh. Blowing a bubble, Lin Feng took out his phone, puzzled as to when he had become famous online without his knowledge. Video, the jade-like figure in the marketplace, a paragon unmatched in the world. The hidden gem is here. Kyoto University New Student Campus Heartthrob Lin Feng. Kyoto University New Student Campus Beauty. Zhao Xinya. What a divine young man. I'm in love. A celestial being has descended, dancing with a sword so gracefully. Ladies, come quickly. Lin Feng. What is this? The trending topic gave him goosebumps, and he casually clicked on the top video. To his surprise, it was a clip of him performing sword dance from the previous night, posted by an unknown individual. Host, you have become famous. 888, reveling in the chaos, laughed gleefully. Lin Feng twitched his lips. The video only showcased his sword dance segment. Omitting Lin Jiao's subsequent performance, he wondered if someone from the Special Abilities Department had concealed Lin Jiao's presence. Chapter 38. The accident or the netizens this idle nowadays? Lin Feng scrolled through the comments below, which were filled with expressions of admiration and declarations of love, alongside some envious remarks that were swiftly quashed by fervent fans. Frowning, he continued to read, noticing discussions about Zhao Xinya, who had been crowned campus beauty this year, along with Lin Feng as the campus heartthrob, both new students garnering considerable attention for their looks. After a while, he could no longer endure the nauseating confessions and tucked away his phone. He puzzledly rubbed his face. I see this quite similar to my previous life. He had never encountered such situations before. Accident. A kindergarten bus has overturned off an overpass into the river. Lin Feng's heart jolted. How many people were inside? Could they escape? As he spoke, he veered into a shadowy alley. A bus full of children. The water is too deep, they cannot get out. What about rescue? Too late. Those children are too small. 888's childlike voice remained devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. After all, it was merely data. What does the host intend to do? If you attempt to save them, there is an 80% chance you will expose yourself. Lin Feng knew he was not strong enough yet, and being exposed to the eyes of the higher-ups in Z country could prove perilous. But those were children on the bus. Lin Feng's voice was grave. Today he wore a tank top beneath a button-up shirt, and he removed the shirt in the alley, covering his face tightly, appearing somewhat comical. 888 hesitated for a moment, wanting to laugh, but ultimately chose not to dissuade Lin Feng. Lin Feng said no more. He propelled himself towards the overpass with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. At the overpass, chaos reigned. Vehicles were crammed everywhere. Some individuals had exited their cars to peer over the edge, but they were powerless to assist. Jumping down from that height would not only prevent them from saving anyone, but would also jeopardize their own lives. Meanwhile, a few onlookers seemed to revel in the spectacle. Among them was a small-time streamer who had opened a live broadcast, drawing disdainful glances from those nearby who silently distanced themselves from him. Unfazed, the streamer animatedly narrated. Just moments ago, there was an accident here. A kindergarten bus has plunged off the bridge. Everyone looked out as he spoke. He switched the camera to the river below, where the bus had not yet fully submerged, and faint cries could be heard. The individuals in the live stream were astounded by the unfolding events as the news spread like wildfire. Today, there was no gossip. Oh my goodness, did someone really fall into the river? Quick, call the police. Tang Sang remarked, this location likely lacks sufficient law enforcement to respond in time. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, oh no, my brother's school bus also passes this area. Which bus is it? Xiao Ding Ding announced, the police have been alerted. The host continued to broadcast, exclaiming in disbelief, what on earth? A seasoned observer commented, what a ridiculous turn of events. A whimsical voice interjected, wait, did anyone else see that? Did someone just float by? Did they really jump into the river? The onlookers in the chat were equally stunned, and it was evident that the host had also witnessed the occurrence. Everyone was left speechless. Who just flew past? In a moment of shock, the host lost grip of their phone, which plummeted into the rushing waters. Chapter 39. The rescue. The sudden cutoff of the live stream incited a flurry of angry comments from viewers, berating the foolish host for ending the broadcast at such a critical moment. The host, who had also been shocked by the loss of their phone, muttered curses under their breath. However, no one paid attention to the self-absorbed host anymore. Instead, every gaze was fixed in astonishment upon the river's surface. Upon arriving, Lin Feng decisively leaped from the bridge, and the crowd only witnessed a figure clad in a black vest, resembling a robber from television, gracefully descend toward the water, and then stand upon its surface. Lin Feng, indifferent to the crowd's emotions, lightly pressed his toes against the water, appearing as though he were walking on air, and made his way to the school bus that had not yet been submerged. The teacher accompanying the students, maintaining a facade of composure, managed to keep the conscious children seated, while cradling two unconscious ones. The children, though frightened, were comforted and ceased their cries. They were still young, and upon seeing Lin Feng, their attention was swiftly diverted. Teacher, there's a masked big brother. Is he here to save us? Wow, he's so amazing. Is he a superhero? The driver and the female teacher evacuating the bus were equally dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lin Feng, whose head was wrapped but for his eyes, wondering if he truly stood upon the water. Lin Feng remained silent. After assessing the situation inside the bus, he placed one hand on the vehicle's front. The driver's heart raced, uncertain of the peculiar individual's intentions. Lin Feng then summoned his inner strength, enveloping the bus in a protective aura, and exerted force with his hand. A collective gasp arose from the crowd on the bridge, mingling with the excited screams of the children inside the bus. The river, several dozen meters deep, appeared as though it had been cleaved apart, allowing the bus to sail through the water with astonishing speed until it reached the shore. Landing safely, the cacophony of screams and gasps abruptly ceased, as all eyes turned in disbelief toward the figure standing in the river. Once the bus had reached the safety of the bank, Lin Feng glanced at the distant police cars blaring their sirens and the hurried approach of Lin Jiao and others, then decisively turned and soared away using his lightness skill, a hurried rush to the side of the school bus. Lin Jiao, upon confirming that the children inside were unharmed, found that the few individuals trailing behind her were just preparing to chase after Lin Feng, only to be halted by Lin Jiao. With a skeptical glance toward the vanishing figure of Lin Feng, she composedly stated, "You 1T catch up. First, tend to the children." Very well. The group following Lin Jiao offered no objections to her directive. A younger ability user, observing Lin Jiao's lingering gaze in the direction of Lin Feng's departure, voiced his curiosity, "I wonder who that person was." They were so thoroughly wrapped up while saving others. Yet their ability to part the river was truly remarkable, at least a level 4, I would say. Not necessarily an ability user, Lin Jiao replied coolly. There are surveillance cameras in this vicinity. We can investigate later. True enough, but at least they acted to save lives. Should we not overlook the matter of responsibility? The young ability user whispered, inching closer to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao cast a dismissive glance at him. Of course, we won't pursue responsibility, but the aftermath will be quite cumbersome. At her words, the young man retreated, opting instead to assist in carrying the children out of the bus. Fortunately, none of the children appeared to be seriously injured. As one of the ability users approached Lin Jiao, he cautiously suggested, Sister Lin Jiao, perhaps you should head over first? We can manage things here. Lin Jiao glanced at the approaching police car, her brow furrowing with irritation. Very well, I shall take my leave. Afterward, she cast one last look in the direction where Lin Feng had vanished, suppressing her rising suspicions as she turned to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, realizing that no one from the ability department was pursuing him, chose to pause in a shadowy corner. He unbuttoned his shirt from around his head and donned it properly again, transforming into a strikingly handsome young man. After ensuring he was well concealed, Lin Feng stepped out from the shadows and continued toward the Mulu. Does the host think erasing surveillance is a simple task? Especially given the highly sophisticated monitoring system in Kyoto, infiltrating it is exceedingly troublesome. Are virtual images not costly as well? Lin Feng twitched his lips in response. That's not my concern. I never asked you to do this. Believing Lin Feng to be unyielding, 888 frantically unleashed a flurry of emoticons. Host, you cannot be so heartless. Where is your conscience? It was devoured by a dog. Lin Feng maintained a stoic expression, rubbing his temples to alleviate the throbbing headache caused by the barrage of emoticons. A flat rate of 200. Not possible. 1,000. Brother. We cannot be so greedy. 500. No more. 888 is merely a weak, pitiful, and helpless system. 900. Not a penny less. Didn't you say I should increase my soul power? Is it fair to demand such exorbitant prices? Then 850. That's my final offer. 888 mumbled in discontent. Lin Feng took a deep breath and clicked his tongue. All right, I too will make my final offer. 800. Is that acceptable? Very well, 800 it is. 888 reluctantly conceded. All right, you can mark it at 790 to round it off. Understood. 888's tone bore a hint of resentment as he replied, Deal? Perfect. Lin Feng smirked, drawing the attention of two girls who were discreetly watching, stifling their giggles. After deducting the system currency, 888 huffed, Host, one must not be so stingy. It reflects a lack of vision, you know? How dare you say that to me? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, acknowledging that in matters of greed, he could not compete with his companion. 888, Chapter 41. The wealthy and handsome opening a milk tea shop directly across from his lavish hotel was a rather unconventional idea. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Look over there, those are all big shots from the financial newspapers, he remarked, impressed. The staff, eyeing the scene as if it were a rare animal, quickly returned to their duties. Lin Feng chuckled and took a sip of his milk tea, exclaiming, Wow, that's quite sweet. Is the milk tea delightful? 888, being a highly advanced AI, had grown increasingly human-like in his interactions with Lin Feng, thus developing a curiosity about human food. Lin Feng paused, then grinned mischievously, taking another generous sip. The flavor is quite pleasant. What do you usually consume? 800. Not that you can partake in human food. Perhaps gasoline? Ha! 888 replied elegantly, as an ultra-intelligent entity, I do not rely on food and drink like you humans. I can absorb energy independently to sustain my operations. What a joke. 888 sadly hugged his plump form, reflecting that prior to binding with Lin Feng, this had indeed been the case. However, who could fathom Lin Feng's situation? Being dragged across dimensions had depleted his energy reserves, leaving him no choice but to extract system currency from Lin Feng. Oh dear, what a pity, Lin Feng teased in response. The culture of Blue Star is vast and profound, particularly in terms of cuisine. It is truly exquisite. This time, 888 did not even respond with an ellipsis. He fell completely silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two milk tea shop staff, who had been covertly watching, quickly covered their flushed cheeks, overwhelmed by the charm of the handsome young man. At that moment, the male staff member who had previously spoken to Lin Feng approached the counter, only to be seized by the two love-struck girls. What were you saying to that handsome guy? The bewildered male staff member met their eager, sparkling eyes. I didn't say anything. Not saying anything is still saying something, the girls retorted, visibly dissatisfied with his reply. We merely mentioned that our boss is from the Wang family and that the elder across the street is celebrating a birthday. Is there nothing else? What is the handsome guy's name? The girls gazed intensely at the male staff member, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he helplessly replied, "How would I know?" The two girls rolled their eyes at his words and subsequently released the male attendant, ignoring him entirely. "Are you also here to attend the banquet across the street, handsome? A wealthy and handsome guy?" The girls exchanged glances, their faces reddening further, their expressions becoming increasingly flirtatious. The male attendant silently shook with discomfort. Chapter 42. Climbing the wall or forcefully breaking in after lingering in the milk tea shop for a while. Lin Feng still had not devised a plan to sneak in when 888 spoke up again. Instantly, it was evident that Lin Feng was clad in low-quality attire, prompting the doorman to scoff and disregard him. 888, reveling in his misfortune, remarked, "Oh dear, you've been looked down upon, host. Don't be cowardly. Go up and slap their faces." Lin Feng shot 888 an exasperated glance and contemplated. "What if I climbed in through the window from the back? Bypass surveillance for 1,500 system coins, non-negotiable." "Ha, ha." Lin Feng scratched his head in frustration and approached. Little brother, I'm just here to deliver a package and we'll leave right after. Is that all right?" The doorman scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, his impatience almost bursting through the screen. Fortunately, having heard a myriad of excuses throughout the day, he did not question Lin Feng's sanity. "If you're here to deliver, then wait a bit longer. Just call the recipient and inform them, but don't think you can sneak in. Look at yourself before trying to network. I've seen plenty of people like you. What a joke. Go away." After being met with such disdain, Lin Feng suppressed his smile, and the coldness in his gaze caused the doorman to feel a shiver down his spine. The doorman furrowed his brow and took 2 steps back. Sensing Lin Feng's unwavering stare made him inexplicably anxious, prompting him to shout for security. "Security! Security! Come quickly, there is someone trying to break in." On the other side, a young man from the Wang family, who was welcoming distinguished guests, glanced over in response to the commotion, pausing his gaze on Lin Feng for a moment. Stunned by the sudden accusation, Lin Feng exclaimed, "What have I done?" Lin Feng could hardly fathom that the doorman was frightened by him. Fearing he might lash out violently, 2 security guards, wielding batons, rushed over to expel Lin Feng upon hearing the call. Lin Feng frowned, instinctively moving his arm, yet he refrained from retaliating, deciding to leave first and, if necessary, resort to climbing the wall. Lin Feng. At that moment, Lu Qin, holding an invitation, looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Ever since receiving the evidence Lin Feng had sent, she had been preoccupied with matters at her company and had not yet found the time to investigate whether a student named Lin Feng indeed existed at Jing University. She had also reviewed the surveillance footage from that night and found it suspicious that the doorman had been asleep. Lin Feng had not entered through the front gate at all. However, she never expected to encounter Lin Feng here today. A charming smile graced Lu Qin's lips. Lin Feng, taken aback, was equally surprised to see a familiar face. "Sister Lu Qin?" Sister Lu Qin glanced at the 2 security guards and then stepped closer to Lin Feng. "This is my younger brother. You all can leave now." 2 security guards exchanged a glance with the young man from the Wang family trailing behind Lu Qin. After receiving his silent cue, they nodded and turned away, apologizing. The doorman observed this scene with flickering eyes. Chapter 43. Not worth it. Only then did Lu Qin turn her attention to Wang Mu, who had followed her closely. With a beaming smile, she introduced Lin Feng. "This is Wang Xiao, Wang Mu. Mu, this is my younger brother, Lin Feng." When she mentioned her brother, a hint of depth appeared on Lu Qin's face. Lin Feng pretended not to comprehend, grinning as he remarked, "I never expected to run into you here. Lu Qinjia. What a serendipitous encounter. Indeed, it was fate." Lu Qin and Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance, both harboring their own secrets, and shared a conspiratorial smile. Wang Mu discreetly scrutinized Lin Feng. Unlike the doorman, who had displayed disdain based on mere attire, Wang Mu, seasoned by years in the business world, could discern Lin Feng's extraordinary qualities. "Let us not jest, Lu Qinjia. Titles like Wang Xiao are unnecessary. Since he is your brother, simply call me Mu Gu." Wang Mu revealed a perfectly gracious smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance that belied the cunning of a business mogul, resembling more a learned scholar, instantly winning favor with his demeanor. Wang Mu appraised Lin Feng. Lin Feng reciprocated the scrutiny without reservation, both exchanging polite smiles. "Then I shall not be too formal. Mu Gu." Despite their combined age exceeding 30, Lin Feng retained the innocence of a college student, oblivious to any pretense of youthfulness. Wang Mu regarded Lin Feng with an even broader smile, intrigued by his unabashed demeanor. The calmness etched on Lin Feng's face was evidently genuine. Those seeking to curry favor with the powerful often lacked such confidence, leaving Wang Mu to ponder Lin Feng's true background. Was Lu Qin's recent behavior influenced by this individual? All right, let us not linger at the entrance. Lu Qinjie, please accompany Lin Feng inside. I must attend to other guests. We shall meet again shortly. Wang Mu nodded politely. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Qin responded with a nod. Lin Feng, we shall enter now. Certainly, Mu Gu. See you shortly, Lin Feng replied, calmly inclining his head towards Wang Mu before entering the grand hall alongside Lu Qin, while the doorman refrained from obstructing their passage. As they passed, Lin Feng merely arched an eyebrow dismissively, as if the doorman were unworthy of his words. Brother, do mind your demeanor next time. The doorman's expression shifted, then he forced a sycophantic smile. Yes, please enter. Seeing Wang Mu extend such courtesy to Lin Feng, the doorman felt a twinge of resentment. Why must a young heir dress so modestly? Without presenting an invitation, he might as well be delivering a package. Was this a deliberate mockery? Nevertheless, observing Lin Feng's indifference to the earlier incident, the doorman breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wang Mu's smile momentarily vanished as he welcomed guests, unnoticed by anyone. He gestured for the butler to approach and cast a fleeting glance at the doorman. The butler immediately grasped the situation, and soon the doorman who had been welcoming guests at the entrance vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lu Qin entered the banquet hall together, where the usher promptly approached them, guiding the two upstairs. What brings you here, Lin Feng? Lu Qin, no longer beating around the bush, straightforwardly inquired. Host, the surveillance from that night was neither blocked nor erased. I anticipated as much. After all, the parrot had not sought reimbursement from him. Lin Feng candidly replied, I came to deliver a package. Lu Qin cast a silent glance at Lin Feng, clearly unconvinced. By the way, I later checked the surveillance from that night, and it seems something is amiss. Also, Lin Feng, why did you send me those items? Chapter 44. Be my boyfriend. After a brief pause, Lu Qin continued, Nevertheless, I must still thank you. The usher left them at the top-floor banquet hall, and Lu Qin casually picked up a glass of champagne, gesturing towards Lin Feng to express her gratitude. Thank for what? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then responded without hesitation. No need for formality, Lu Qin. I should be the one thanking you for helping me out just now. As he spoke, Lin Feng took a glass of champagne and raised it slightly towards Lu Qin before taking a sip. Lu Qin smiled gently, also taking a sip of her champagne. However, how did you manage to uncover that evidence, Lin Feng? I inquired with old Wang, and he did not request you to retrieve it. Apart from old Wang, she could hardly think of anyone else who might assist her. Wang Mu did not seem to know Lin Feng either. So why would Lin Feng choose to help her? Evidence? What evidence? Lin Feng blinked. I assumed Lu Qin was thanking me for taking away that Cheng Hongyu that night. Lin Feng surmised that Lu Qin was likely referring to the package he delivered. However, as merely a courier, how could he possibly know what it contained? Lu Qin furrowed her brow. It was evident that she discerned Lin Feng's reluctance to admit anything. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have made a resolute decision. I understand you are hesitant to acknowledge it, and regarding your sudden appearance at my doorstep, I have no intention of pursuing the matter further. I merely wish to ask for your assistance once more. If it weren't for old Wang, Lin Feng might very well be among those people there, which could explain why the security guard inexplicably fell asleep, and why there was no trace of Lin Feng entering on the surveillance footage, yet he appeared at her door. After contemplating her words, Lin Feng replied, I'm merely a student. I'm not certain how I could be of help to you. There's no need to hastily decline. It's all right if you don't want to admit it, Lu Qin said, taking a deep breath, her expression earnest. I simply wish to ask for your assistance. Observing Lu Qin's serious demeanor, Lin Feng frowned. He was unaware of what she meant by acknowledgement, but he encouraged her to articulate her request. With that, Lin Feng took a generous gulp of champagne. Be my boyfriend. Lin Feng spewed the champagne he had just sipped. Cough, cough, cough. What? He suspected he had misheard. Lu Qin nimbly evaded, glancing around before softly stating, Please do not misunderstand. I merely require you to pretend to be my boyfriend, when in fact, you will be serving as my bodyguard for a brief period, assisting me in dealing with certain individuals. Lin Feng still struggled to comprehend Lu Qin's intentions. Noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, Lu Qin gritted her teeth, set down her champagne, and pulled him into a shadowy corner. I know you are not ordinary. Are you perhaps from an ancient martial arts family? Lu Qin fixed her gaze intently on Lin Feng. I mean no offense. I am simply at my wit's end. It won't take long. Just ensure my safety during this time, and of course, I will compensate you for your services. A hint of melancholy crossed Lu Qin's face. Lin Feng did not perceive the offer of remuneration as an insult. He was quite willing. However, he was curious as to why Lu Qin believed him to be from an ancient martial arts lineage. I am not from an ancient martial arts family, nor have I ever heard of one, Lu Qin. Lu Qin's expression darkened, fearing Lin Feng might reject her request. With a steely gaze, she finally revealed the demeanor befitting a CEO. Your midnight intrusion into the city and the villa is already unlawful, and the fact that the guard was asleep is likely connected to you. Not even the surveillance captured your image. I do not wish to threaten you, but the unspoken words lingered ominously in the air. Chapter 45. Siblings. Lin Feng's demeanor shifted slightly, momentarily lost in thought about the need for caution in future deliveries. Lu Qin's expression turned frosty. Of course, if you are willing to assist me, I will, in return, help you conceal these matters. Though she was ostensibly coercing him, Lu Qin felt a twinge of apprehension. If Lin Feng truly belonged to that proud ancient martial arts family, her actions might provoke his ire. So, what are you implying? Lu Qin's eyes bore a threatening intensity as she scrutinized Lin Feng. Observing her demeanor, Lin Feng spoke gently. Lu Qin, there is no need for such an approach. I have not declined to help. Lu Qin's expression brightened. Having resolved to aid Lu Qin, Lin Feng no longer insisted on his innocence. I genuinely am not from an ancient martial arts family, but why do you believe I can protect you? The joy on Lu Qin's face lingered as she blinked. Surely, you are not just an ordinary student. A student who can evade the city's extensive surveillance. Lin Feng shrugged. Moreover, the items you sent have indeed been beneficial to me. The evidence was in hand, yet those individuals might act out of desperation. For reasons unknown, she felt that Lin Feng was exceptional and perhaps could assist her. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I cannot take credit for that. I truly had no idea what was inside that package. Then how did you know I was referring to the delivery? Lu Qin leaned closer, her expression playfully inquisitive. Caught off guard by his slip of the tongue, Lin Feng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lu Qin's face brightened with amusement as she straightened up. Thank you. Not at all. Did you not say earlier that I am your brother? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lu Qin's eyes widened slightly, and then she shyly lowered her eyelids, her lashes fluttering like butterflies poised for flight. By the way, what exactly is the situation with those security guards? Was it your doing? Lin Feng glanced at the simply perplexed Lu Qin, then nodded. Just a little trick. Noticing that Lin Feng no longer denied it, a faint smile graced Lu Qin's face, transforming her originally cold and regal demeanor into something softer. However, must we really be boyfriends? Lu Qin seemed to recall something, biting her lip and nodding. Is it very difficult? Due to certain reasons, not at all, Lin Feng interrupted her. It is indeed my honor to have such a stunning beauty as my girlfriend. Such flattery. Lu Qin's eyes widened, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. A mature and alluring beauty revealed such an innocent demeanor that anyone witnessing it would surely be captivated, Lin Feng included. His expression was earnest. What I say is the truth. Hearing this, Lu Qin became even more bashful. We can discuss the specifics later. I need to touch up my makeup first. All right. A fleeting glimpse of a dimple appeared on Lin Feng's left cheek. After taking a couple of steps, Lu Qin turned back to Lin Feng. I actually had a younger brother who was the same age as you. Thank you. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he flashed a broad smile. Sister, please go and fix your makeup. Lu Qin's body trembled slightly as she turned and left. After casting a glance at Lu Qin's departing figure, Lin Feng repressed his smile and slowly returned to the banquet hall. 8. Brother. Investigate sisters, attribute points. 100 system coins deducted. Name. Lu Qin. Gender. Female. Bloodline. Blue star. Human intelligence. 80 strength. 59 charm. 86 soul power. 79 half awakened. Special psychic. Luck. 78 health. 72. Chapter 46. Encountering the special psychic again, Lin Feng stood by a table with a glass of red wine, perusing Lu Qin's attributes, and he felt a stir of interest upon seeing her intelligence score. He indeed had quite a favorable impression of Lu Qin. A beauty brings disaster. Host, be cautious of mishaps. 888 spoke with a hint of disdain. Haha, 8 brother, you need not worry about that. Oh. 888 replied tersely. Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and continued to read. Another special psychic? And one who has yet to master her abilities. 888's tone became more serious as he addressed the matter. Although they are both special psychics, Lu Qin and Zhao Xinya's abilities differ. Lu Qin's abilities lean towards precognition, commonly referred to as the sixth sense. Precognition, sixth sense. A trace of contemplation crossed Lin Feng's face. This suggested that Lu Qin's belief in his assistance was not without foundation. Fascinating. But why is it that she has yet to master her abilities? Are you certain Lu Qin hasn't gained control over her powers? Lin Feng felt a twinge of doubt. Indeed, such circumstances often arise from their own failure to perceive the existence of their extraordinary abilities, or perhaps they sense something amiss but do not attribute it to their powers. Typically, these belong to a category of special abilities, and I suspect that even those from the abilities department have yet to uncover this. Oh, that's how it is. Lin Feng mused thoughtfully. That moment, two individuals not far away also caught sight of Lin Feng, and by sheer coincidence, one of them was an old acquaintance of his, Hong Yu. "What's the matter?" inquired Cheng Hong Yu's female companion, glancing curiously at him as he stared intently at Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng sensed the intensity of Hong Yu's gaze, and upon lifting his eyes, he met the fiery stare of Cheng Hong Yu. "I've encountered an old acquaintance. I'll talk to you later." OJBK.888 replied with a cat emoji signifying approval. Lin Feng smiled, the familiar mischievous grin gracing his lips, and then he raised his glass in a distant salute towards Cheng Hong Yu. Observing Lin Feng's provocative gesture and his demeanor that seemed to disregard him, Cheng Hong Yu's ire surged further. He knew it. He was certain this brat had been sent by Lu Qin to provoke him. They certainly put on a splendid performance. After spending a night in the grove and enduring a week of 4 drips, Cheng Hong Yu finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. What ghost could possibly exist? It must have been orchestrated by Lu Qin. He would remember this grudge. However, it appeared Lu Qin had somehow procured evidence of him taking the documents, even though the surveillance cameras had been faulty at the time. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan. A hint of resentment flickered across Cheng Hong Yu's face. His female companion, startled by his expression, exclaimed, "Hong Yu? What s with that look? What s wrong?" Hearing her words, Cheng Hong Yu quickly masked his fearsome expression, smiling to reassure her, "It's nothing. Did I frighten you?" This was his talisman. He needed to treat her well, of course. "You have no idea how terrifying your expression was just now." She playfully pouted, stamping her foot. "I'm sorry, Mu AI. It pains me to have frightened you. It's all my fault." Cheng Hong Yu leaned closer and kissed her cheek. "Later, you can punish me." Chapter 47. Old acquaintance Wang Mu AI's face flushed crimson, and she shot Cheng Hong Yu an annoyed glare. "Don't be so handsy. It wouldn't be good if Grandpa saw." All right, Cheng Hong Yu nodded eagerly. "But do you know that person? You two don't have any grudges, do you?" Wang Mu AI glanced at the departing Lin Feng, her brow furrowed in curiosity, for Cheng Hong Yu's earlier expression had indeed been quite frightening. Lin Feng, having no interest in witnessing Cheng Hong Yu's greasy attempts to woo the young lady, turned to find another place. It was then that Cheng Hong Yu recalled Lin Feng's presence. This brat, clad in shabby attire, had somehow managed to infiltrate this gathering, while even the waitstaff were dressed more elegantly than he. A mere delivery man. If he could not contend with Lu Qin, how could he possibly handle this fellow? This time, he would settle both old and new scores together. "Hong Yu?" Wang Mu AI asked once more. Cheng Hong Yu grinned. "I do indeed have a bit of a score to settle with this brat. Come, let us go over." Wang Mu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Today is grandfather's birthday banquet. Please do not make a spectacle of yourself." "Rest assured, Xiao AI, you know me too well," came the reply. "Look at that individual. I recall he is merely a courier, dressed in tattered garments. He may have infiltrated the gathering, and if he were to offend the elder, it would be even worse." "Hey, courier, halt!" Cheng Hong Yu called out, blocking Lin Feng's path, his voice ringing with authority. The attention of those nearby was drawn to the scene, and he felt a surge of pride. After all, he could teach a lesson to an intruder at his whim. Lin Feng let out a derisive laugh, swirling the goblet in his hand. "Pray tell, which household's errant dog is barking? Is this not an old acquaintance?" The onlookers, initially intrigued by the casually dressed yet commanding Lin Feng, exchanged glances, then shifted their focus to the smug Cheng Hong Yu. Their minds began to formulate judgments, but upon noticing Wang Mu beside Cheng Hong Yu, they discreetly retreated, opting not to involve themselves in the unfolding drama. Cheng Hong Yu's expression darkened as Lin Feng's words reminded him of the previous night spent outside. "Who claims we are old acquaintances?" Cheng Hong Yu sneered. "I distinctly remember you as a mere courier. What right do you have to attend the birthday banquet of Lord Wang? Speak. How did you manage to sneak in? Security? Where are the guards? There is a potentially dangerous intruder here." Observing Cheng Hong Yu's desperate attempts to tarnish his reputation, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Why would I not be an old acquaintance? I still vividly recall your demeanor in the Little Grove. Have you suffered from amnesia, the Little Grove?" Wang Mui's brow knitted in concern. Cheng Hong Yu's face darkened further. "Oh? Miss, are you unaware?" Lin Feng interjected before Cheng Hong Yu could respond. This incident indeed belongs to Hong Yu's dark history. No wonder he is reluctant to share it. "What? Lin Feng deliberately spoke in a suggestive tone, causing Wang Wei to cast a suspicious glance at Cheng Hongyu. Cheng Hongyu remained silent, knowing that revealing the truth about his embarrassing predicament was out of the question. I doubt once more interrupting Cheng Hongyu, Lin Feng chuckled. That night, I was also nearby. It is quite a tale, and I fear it might sully the lady's ears. The more Lin Feng spoke, the more curious the onlookers became, and Wang Wei's suspicions deepened. Cheng Hongyu's frustration grew, his face clouded with anger. Wang Wei's expression hardened, and she released Cheng Hongyu's arm. Hongyu, what is he referring to? Cheng Hongyu's complexion shifted from pale to dark, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Might I inquire about the nature of your relationship with Hongyu, miss? I recall just days ago, he had another girlfriend. How curious that things have changed so swiftly. Pausing for effect, Lin Feng feigned a look of regret. Forgive me, I may have misjudged. Please do not take it to heart. Wang Wei's expression shifted to one of shock and then hardened with coldness as she regarded Cheng Hongyu. Cheng Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to concern himself with matters of past grievances. He shouted, "Nonsense. Mu Ai, do not listen to his absurd claims. I have no prior acquaintance with him. Let me tell you, this scoundrel was sent by Lu Qin to set me up. As for that little grove he mentioned, it is merely a ruse concocted by this rascal to frighten me." Cheng Hongyu urgently sought to reassure Wang Mu Ai, grasping her hand earnestly. Mu Ai, do you still doubt our bond? It was you who guided me out of my nadir. I was deceived by Lu Qin and this wretch in collusion. This scoundrel is none other than Lu Qin's paramour. Lin Feng jovially joined the ranks of onlookers. Initially, those assembled were secretly impressed by Lin Feng's cunning, while also ridiculing Wang Mu Ai and her companions for their foolishness. Regardless of whether Lin Feng had infiltrated their gathering, seeking trouble at a birthday celebration was tantamount to courting disaster with the venerable elder. Wang Lao, a man of great wisdom throughout his life, ended up with a daughter lacking in intellect, and his daughter bore Wang Mu Ai, who, though stubbornly clinging to the Wang surname, was not truly of the Wang lineage. Could a fox and a rabbit ever truly coexist? Wang Mu Ai had been harboring resentment towards Cheng Hongyu, but upon hearing his remarks regarding Lin Feng and Lu Qin, her demeanor shifted. You are Lu Qin's boyfriend? A smile graced her face. Yet her enunciation of Lu Qin's name was laced with barely concealed animosity. Before Lin Feng had a chance to respond, Wang Mu Ai continued, her smile twisting into a semblance of malicious glee. How could that be? Lu Qin would never choose a delivery man as her partner. Hongyu, you truly have a knack for humor. Where are the security guards? Today is Grandpa's birthday. Ensure that no undesirables infiltrate the gathering and invite him out. As Cheng Hongyu called for security, they promptly arrived but remained passive. However, with the family's young lady issuing a command, the guards swiftly approached to escort Lin Feng from the premises. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He had not misinterpreted the malice that arose in Wang Mu Ai upon hearing Lu Qin's name. Her current demeanor was telling. He evaded the guard's grasp and spoke with an air of indifference. Miss Wang, what is the meaning of this? I have not admitted to any trespassing. You cannot act so indiscriminately. Humph. Wang Mu Ai scoffed. Those who intrude are unlikely to confess their transgressions. Security, do not dawdle. Remove him at once. Were it anyone else, Wang Mu Ai would not have been so hasty in expelling them, but Lin Feng's conspicuous attire of jeans and a tank top was strikingly inappropriate for a birthday celebration, especially one honoring the esteemed elder of the Wang family. Noticing Lu Qin had yet to arrive, Lin Feng could only sigh internally, deciding to dispense with pleasantries. He poised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. The warmth of his smile was replaced by an icy demeanor, exuding an intimidating presence. Ouch, my goodness. Several security personnel who had approached to apprehend him cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching the spots Lin Feng had touched, sweat beading on their foreheads, entirely lacking the appearance of feigned distress. Yet to the others, it seemed Lin Feng had merely tapped their shoulders or bodies. Was such a reaction truly warranted? Lin Feng calmly retracted his fingers and flashed a smile at Cheng Hongyu and Wang Mu Ai, who instinctively retreated 2 steps. Chapter 49. Ha ha ha! A flicker of terror crossed Wang Mu Ai's face as she retreated 2 steps to hide behind Cheng Hongyu. How dare you strike someone in public, you? Although Lin Feng preferred to avoid trouble, the incessant barking of a dog could be quite irksome. Thus, he cast a decidedly stern gaze toward Cheng Hongyu. Cheng Hongyu, frightened, shrank his neck back and surprisingly pulled Wang Mu Ai in front of him as a shield. Wang Mu Ai's voice abruptly ceased, her astonishment morphing into sheer fury. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished. It seemed that Wang Muai had indeed found a most peculiar companion, and it appeared that old Master Wang would not have a moment of peace this time. "What are you all staring at?" At that moment, a voice, austere and inflexible, rang out, prompting the gathered guests to politely clear a path. The glint of cold light flashed at Lin Feng's fingertips, and he quickly retracted his stern gaze. A smile curving his lips, his change of demeanor remarkably swift. Wang Muai stared in disbelief at Lin Feng, who was now grinning at her imposing uncle, a man who typically instilled fear in others. What was happening? Wang Xiaozha, Wang Muai's uncle, scanned Lin Feng with a frosty glare before turning to Wang Muai. Muai. What is the meaning of this? The security personnel on the ground continued to wail, and Wang Xiaozha's expression grew even more solemn. Wang Muai, her fear increasing, stubbornly recounted the events. "I discovered that an intruder had entered, and when I attempted to escort him out, he struck someone." Wang Xiaozha's gaze toward Lin Feng grew colder still. Regardless of his disdain for Wang Muai, she was, after all, family. Lin Feng completely disregarded his glare, standing nonchalantly as he counted the seconds. Though he loathed inciting trouble, he was unafraid when it sought him out. Suddenly, Wang Muai was interrupted mid-sentence by a soul-piercing sound, followed by the unmistakable stench of flatulence. She stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as she turned mechanically to Cheng Hongyu. Then, in synchrony with the others, took several steps back to distance herself from him. Yet, her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Cheng Hongyu, bewildered by the sudden cramp in his abdomen, felt his stomach churn violently, causing his face to contort in pain, rendering him speechless. Lin Feng, along with the others, instinctively retreated a few steps, then burst into laughter. "I suggest you hurry to the restroom, lest you offend everyone's senses." Lin Feng's expression was one of delight, while the onlookers found themselves caught between embarrassment and uncontrollable laughter. Even the previously stern Wang Xiaozha's face betrayed a hint of a smile. Cheng Hongyu, now prioritizing his agony over his humiliation, bent over and clasped his stomach, shuffling toward the restroom in a most undignified manner. All present, wanting to laugh but stifling it, their lips curving upward uncontrollably. JPG Wang Xiaozha, that though he was the one embroiled in the chaos, it was not appropriate to impede someone in this situation. Lin Feng, ha 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 ha. 888. Pft, ha ha ha. At this moment, the elderly Mr. Wang and his entourage finally arrived, evidently having heard of the commotion occurring here. They approached at a leisurely pace, with two young women supporting the elderly gentleman. One was Lu Qin, and the other, an equally poised and intellectual beauty, Lin Feng, was unfamiliar to him, though likely a descendant of the Wang family. "Xiaozha, what has transpired?" Mr. Wang inquired with a commanding gaze that swept across the gathering, before softening as he addressed them with a fatherly warmth. In the presence of the esteemed elder, Wang Xiaozha, known in the business world as the cold-faced Yama, transformed into a respectful and dutiful eldest son, he stepped closer to the elder, while the intellectual beauty made way for him to assist the elderly gentleman. "Father, what brings you here?" Mr. Wang cast a glance at Wang Muai. "I have heard that Muai has apprehended someone who infiltrated the banquet. Who might that be? Since they have arrived, they are our guest. It is improper to mistreat a guest." Wang Muai's complexion paled at this remark, and a beautiful woman beside Mr. Wang also changed her expression, hastily approaching Wang Muai. "Father, you mustn't say that. There is no justification for a guest to bully the host." This woman was Wang Muai's mother, while Mr. Wang's youngest daughter, Wang Xiaobing, interjected with a cold snort. "Our Muai is already looking pale, and there is security lying on the ground. This person is clearly a threat." Upon recognizing Lin Feng, Lu Qin approached with concern, scanning Lin Feng up and down. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" "It's my fault. I was just called over by Grandpa Wang." Though she sensed Lin Feng was not ordinary, it remained merely her speculation. The way Lin Feng had referred to her as sister had genuinely led her to view him as her own brother, transferring her concern for her sibling onto Lin Feng. She was also aware that Wang Muai had always harbored a dislike for her, making her worry that Lin Feng might be put at a disadvantage. "I'm fine, Lu Qinjia, don't worry. Just look at those sprawled on the ground, and you will see I am certainly unharmed," Lin Feng assured her. Lu Qin was slightly taken aback by this response. She had previously thought Lin Feng was merely downplaying his abilities, but now he seemed to exude a certain brilliance. In truth, Lin Feng had come to terms with certain matters. Avoiding trouble by concealing his capabilities was futile, and occasionally revealing his strength was necessary to avoid being underestimated. Most importantly, he had found immense satisfaction in his earlier confrontation with Cheng Hongyu. "It is a relief to hear you are well." Lu Qin's words evidently indicated her support for Lin Feng. Mr. Wang observed Lu Qin's worried demeanor and, with a stern expression, turned to Wang Muai. Xiaobing, refrain from speaking. Let Muai express herself. Wang Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback and fell silent in indignation. She could not fathom why a girl without parents seemed to receive more affection from the elder than his own granddaughter. Yet, Wang Xiaobing had forgotten that it was her own choice to follow a poor young man, severing ties with her family and breaking the elder's heart. Later, when her life turned difficult, she returned with her 2 children to seek the elder's forgiveness. And, having leveraged the Wang family's influence to subdue her husband, she hastily sought to change her children's surnames to Wang, giving them names beginning with Mu, thus tarnishing the family's reputation as a result of her actions. However, while Wang Muai's surname had changed, she was still not recognized in the Wang family genealogy. Wang Muai harbored a certain trepidation towards Old Master Wang, particularly regarding his refusal to include her and her brother in the Wang family lineage. Hong Yu had asserted that this individual was merely a courier, utterly incapable of possessing an invitation. Wang Muai intended to place the blame squarely on Cheng Hong Yu. Moreover, his attire was so inappropriate. Who could ascertain who had allowed him entry? I contemplated having the security escort him out, but to my surprise, he resorted to violence. This is my boyfriend, and I was the one who brought him in. The moment Wang Muai finished her sentence, Lu Qin and the approaching Wang Mu spoke in unison. Wang Mu first apologized to Lin Feng before approaching Old Master Wang. Grandfather, Lin Feng is someone I brought in. I believed it necessary for my sister Lu Qin's boyfriend to be acknowledged by you. Wang Muai's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless, while anger surged within her chest. This is precisely how it is. Everyone treats her as if she is not a member of the Wang family. Chapter 51. Old Master Wang Mu. Wang Xiaobing's voice rang out sharply. What do you mean by this? Why are you siding with an outsider? Wang Mu's expression turned frosty. Aunt, do not misunderstand. It was I who allowed him entry, and I merely spoke the truth. Moreover, Muai's indiscriminate eagerness to expel someone was unwarranted. Indiscriminate eagerness. It was our Muai who was provoked. Where is that Cheng Hong Yu fellow? Wang Xiaobing shot a fierce glare at Wang Mu, scanning the vicinity for the individual. Cheng Hong Yu had been brought by Wang Muai, and Wang Xiaobing had indeed encountered him before. She had been somewhat pleased initially, but now there needed to be a scapegoat. Wang Zhaozhe quietly informed Old Master Wang about the earlier incident involving Cheng Hong Yu, clarifying that it was impossible to summon him again. Old Master Wang expressed satisfaction with his son's handling of the matter, nodding slightly. Enough, Xiaobing. Upon the Old Master's command, Wang Xiaobing fell silent. Old Master Wang glanced at his daughter, now transformed into a harsh and biting figure, and inwardly sighed. Take Muai and handle the situation. The Old Master's meaning was unmistakable, and Wang Muai's expression reflected her reluctance. Wang Xiaobing exchanged glances with Old Master Wang for a moment, her anger gradually subsiding, and ultimately, she gritted her teeth and, in her high heels, dragged Wang Muai away. After their departure, Old Master Wang turned his attention back to Lin Feng. Qiner, is this your boyfriend? The Old Master inquired gently, a kind smile gracing his face. Lin Feng sensed the genuine affection Old Master Wang held for Lu Qin, and he couldn't help but think the Wang family was quite peculiar. Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. Yes, Grandpa Wang, this is Lin Feng. Old Master Wang regarded Lin Feng with a discerning gaze, to which Lin Feng responded with calm composure. Child, what about these security personnel? Lin Feng hesitated briefly before replying. They will only feel pain for a while. There's nothing serious. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in the eyes of Old Master Wang and Wang Zhaozhe, as individuals of their standing were acutely aware of the hidden forces within the nation, as well as those extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts. Very well, let us escort them away. The venerable Wang chuckled softly. Observing that the elder bore no ill will, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Wang then glanced at Lin Feng once more and remarked with a smile, he is a good child, however. I must borrow Qiner for the day. You young folks are always glued to one another. Let Qiner keep me company today. Upon hearing Wang's words, Lu Qin's expression shifted subtly. Despite the evident hostility displayed by Wang Xiaobing and his associates, she had somewhat distanced herself from the Wang family, yet she had forgotten that this was not the sentiment of the ever-fond Wang. Lin Feng's regard for Wang rose significantly, and he replied with a smile, of course, it is only proper. With that, he gently nudged Lu Qin. Still a bit hesitant, Lu Qin bit her lip and moved to Wang's side, offering him support, her voice tinged with playful reproach, Grandfather Wang, if you ever miss me, just call out. Wang patted Lu Qin's hand, and what of that girl Shuer? I wonder if she has grown distant from this old man. It has been quite a while since she visited. Hasn't it? Lu Qin responded softly, Little Shui always thinks of her grandfather's health. However, upon witnessing the united front of Wang Xiaobing and his faction against her, Lu Shui had chosen to side with her sister, harboring some resentment towards the Wang family. Enough of these disheartening topics for today. Come, let us sit over there, Wang said, ushering them along. Chapter 52. The Three Titans. Very well, Lu Qin smiled, observing Wang's unchanged demeanor towards Lu Qin and his affection for his granddaughter. The guests who had previously been skeptical began to form their conclusions. Some had supported Wang Xiaobing under the assumption that the elder would not intervene, but now, Wang cast a fleeting glance at his eldest son, Wang Xiaozhe, before preparing to take a seat. Xiaozhe, Mu He, please attend to the guests. Qiner and Mu Qing shall accompany me. He nodded to all the guests surrounding him. My stamina is waning. I shall take a rest. Indeed, elder's health is paramount, the guests chorused, eager to express their concern. Wang Xiaozhe echoed his agreement and then turned to his daughter, Mu Qing. Take good care of your grandfather. His only daughter had always been decisive. Pursuing medical studies independently, her bond with her grandfather was particularly strong. Were it not for the elder's declining health, she might not have returned home from her research institute. The composed beauty, Wang Mu Qing, nodded gently. Rest assured, father. With that, Wang Mu Qing exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Qin and assisted the elder towards a quieter area. Oh, father is here too. What is the commotion that has drawn everyone together? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a cheerful demeanor entered the banquet hall, saying with a smile, Look at the distinguished guests I have brought today. This was Wang Xiaocheng, the second son of the Wang elder and father to Wang Mu He, well known in the business world for his moniker, the Smiling Fox, a trait his son Wang Mu He had evidently inherited. The current head of the military Lu family, General Lu Chengwu, playfully chided Wang Xiaocheng with a light tap. You certainly have a knack for humor. My apologies for the delay, old man. Oh, take it easy. Wang Xiaocheng chuckled, then stepped aside, gesturing, Please, gentlemen, do come in. The individuals behind him wore smiles of amusement, and each took turns to apologize to the elder for their tardiness. No need to worry. What matters is that you have arrived, the elder responded with a cheerful demeanor, only to suddenly cough. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and the usually aloof Wang Muqing's expression altered slightly as she employed a unique technique to help the elder breathe easier, saying, Uncles and aunts, I shall escort grandfather to rest. Very well, quickly assist the elder, remarked Zhao Pingji, the head of the Zhao family in the political sphere, and the most distinguished guest of the day. Wang Muqing nodded and, with Lu Qin's help, escorted Wang Laoyizi away. Nearby, Zhao Li's gaze fell upon Lin Feng at the center of the crowd, a look of curiosity crossing his face. He approached Lin Feng, asking, Xiao Feng, what brings you here? Initially assuming Lin Feng was merely a guest of a less affluent background, Zhao Li's interest piqued upon realizing the connection with the esteemed Principal Zhao, causing him to reconsider his intention to leave. Lin Feng, taken aback by the encounter with Principal Zhao, blinked, momentarily at a loss for an excuse. Should he claim to be delivering packages or accompanying a girlfriend? Which would be more plausible? After Wang Xiaocheng had instructed the guests to mingle and partake in refreshments, he approached. Old Zhao, is this young man a member of your family? The stoic Wang Xiaozhe also regarded Zhao Li, and though Lu Qin had mentioned Lin Feng as her boyfriend, the latter's distinguished demeanor belied his youthful appearance, leading them to suspect that Lu Qin was merely offering an excuse. Sensing the peculiar tension, Zhao Li glanced at Lin Feng, stating, This young man is Lin Feng, a student from our prestigious Jing University. Ah, yes, he has even been dubbed the campus heartthrob. He is indeed the one your nephew spoke of. Chapter 53. Dragons among men. Wang Xiaocheng exchanged glances with his elder brother, then smiled as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. So, you are a Jing University scholar. Quite impressive. You certainly embody the essence of excellence. Wang Xiaocheng was naturally affable, while Lin Feng, matching his warmth, replied with a grin, Uncle Wang, you flatter me. Observing Lin Feng's ease in their interaction, Wang Xiaocheng's admiration grew genuinely. Lu Chengwu, after sizing up Lin Feng, asserted with a firm tone, That lad speaks truthfully. Lin Feng paused, then recalled Zhao Li's reference to old Lu. The only Lu he was familiar with at the university was indeed one individual. Zhao Li chuckled lightly, saying, All right, let us not crowd the young man. We wouldn't want to make him uncomfortable. It has been ages since we've seen each other. Shall we go for a drink? Lu Chengwu nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaocheng added with a smile, We brothers must attend to the guests. We will join you for a drink shortly. Agreed, Zhao Li replied, casting a final discreet glance at Lin Feng as he turned to leave. Understanding the meaning behind Zhao Li's gaze, Lin Feng felt a throbbing headache. He was utterly convinced that if he could not concoct a plausible excuse to placate Zhao Li today, his esteemed master would inevitably uncover the entire truth. With his head aching, Lin Feng quietly turned and sought a corner to indulge in some pastries. Meanwhile, Zhao Pingji, who had departed alongside Zhao Li, bore a subtle expression of deeper significance. He knew his brother all too well. It was evident that he had just been shielding Lin Feng. Yet, what was it about Lin Feng's identity that warranted such special treatment and favor from his brother? After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged. Zhao Pingji concealed his musings, for his brother was the sole individual still connected to that side. As Zhao Pingji and the others moved away, the voices of the remaining guests grew somewhat louder, particularly in their focus on Lin Feng, who seemingly had some ties with the nation's leaders. Although they lacked the audacity to approach the generals directly, cultivating a rapport with Lin Feng might just allow them to gain some familiarity with the higher echelons. While savoring the pastries, Lin Feng inquired of 888, what were those individuals who left with Uncle Zhao? Zhao Pingji, the national leader, Lu Chengguo, the general, Wang Xiaocheng, the second son of the Wang family, a director of Hongming Group, Wang Xiaozhe, the eldest son of the Wang family, and a director of Hongqing Group. Lin Feng fell silent, realizing that each of them held significant stature. So, Uncle Zhao truly is the president of Jing University? Wait, Zhao. This surname carries profound implications. A trace of astonishment flickered across Lin Feng's face. So, what kind of background does my master have to be so well acquainted with Uncle Zhao? Upon investigation, Zhao Pingji and Zhao Li are direct relatives. 888 responded with a hint of perplexity. However, I could not find any record of Zhao Li in the Zhao family, nor any documentation of Lin Nanfeng within National Archives. 888 could only peruse information available online. But anything not present in cyberspace remained beyond its grasp. Even so, I can't shake the feeling that this old man is quite a remarkable figure. Lin Feng stroked his chin, recognizing the truth when merely examining Lin Nanfeng's attributes. Brother 8, you mentioned that Lin Laotu shares a good rapport with Uncle Zhao, and that Uncle Zhao maintains excellent relations with these leaders. Does that mean my previous concerns were somewhat unwarranted? Thoughts of having a precious gem brings trouble and fears of being embroiled in national conspiracies lingered. The existence of the system should be kept as discreet as possible. Chapter 54. Triggering a side quest. Chuckling softly, Lin Feng laughed heartily in his mind, unable to suppress a smile on his face. All right, let me first see what you've refined. What side quest awaits? Upon accessing the system panel, Lin Feng quickly noticed a new section had appeared. Company? He clicked on this section, only to discover that he suddenly owned a company. What on earth is this? 888 casually replied. The host should check the side quest for yourself. I'm not questioning the company. What is the situation? Regarding the company, Samu Group, the host can easily search for the name themselves. Apart from the companies that have been acquired and belong to the group, it is the responsibility of the host to recruit their own employees. The host is free to present this group in a manner that obscures the origins of the deliveries they dispatch. Samu, a name that is both simple and blunt, made Lin Feng twitch his lips. He did not immediately search for Samu Group online, but instead began to examine the side missions listed under the company section. Side Mission 1. As the host of a divine delivery system, how could one not have subordinates? Employees. Recruit 10 employees, with the requirement that one attribute point, aside from health, must reach 70. Deadline. 60 days. Task reward, 10,000 system coins. Task failure, the group will be reclaimed, and 10,000 system coins will be deducted, along with the host's identity exposure, leading to dire consequences. 10,000 system coins? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, sensing that it was not as straightforward as it appeared. His main mission only rewarded 1,000 system coins for a single delivery, yet this side mission offered 10,000. 888. I need a reasonable explanation. 888 chuckled. I forgot to mention, the main mission is a mandatory task. Failure results in obliteration. As for earning system coins, the main mission doesn't yield much, unless the host can activate side missions. Obliteration? You never mentioned this. You didn't ask either. 888 replied, showing no signs of guilt. Lin Feng rubbed his face. Well, he was already on this dubious ship. What else could he do? What about the side mission? The host must trigger it themselves. Just telling you 1T suffice if you haven't activated it. Fine. With such a troublesome system, what could he possibly do? Chapter 55. 7 side missions. Side mission 4. As a good boss of a live streaming platform, how could one not nurture 2 or 3 prominent streamers? Task: elevate 3 streamers to fame, with the criteria being 1 having over 10 million followers and 2 over 1 million. Deadline: 3 months. Reward: 5,000 system coins. Failure: reclamation of the Fast Fish live streaming platform under Samu Group. Side mission 5. As a mogul owning a gaming company, please develop an online game with over 10 million daily active users. Task criteria: The game must maintain over 10 million daily active users for 1 month. Deadline, 6 months. Reward, 30,000 system coins. Failure, reclamation of the prosperous gaming production company under Samu Group. Side Mission 6, resolve the current predicament of the Shangda Pharmaceutical Company. Deadline, 60 days. Reward, 4,000 system coins. Failure, reclamation of the Shangda Pharmaceutical Company under Samu Group. Side Mission 7, as an illustrious boss, how could one not possess an island? Island Master, please strive. Task, acquire an island. Deadline, 1 month. Reward, 6,000 system coins. Failure penalty, reclamation of 2 random companies under Samu Group. Having read through all the side missions in one breath, Lin Feng fell into silence. Noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, 888 gave him a gentle poke, which stirred Lin Feng back to alertness. Friendly reminder, dear, the current 7 side missions have not been activated yet, and of course, the host does not need to complete them all at once. The host only needs to choose one mission to activate within a month. Once the activation period for that mission ends, the host must select another mission to activate within the next month. There is no specific order for the 7 missions. The host may choose freely. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Well, it seems we have a full array of literary, real estate, medical, live streaming, and gaming tasks, but why do I feel something is amiss? 888 replied innocently. Is that so, dear? Lin Feng sneered, clearly unimpressed. Aren't all these companies essentially the principal for the side missions? Yet, it appears they are all facing operational crises. Are you certain this isn't just adding to my liabilities? 888 has already provided compensation. What compensation? 888 retorted defiantly. 1,000 system coins. Lin Feng was left speechless, incredulous. Isn't that just compensation for me uncovering the loophole? Who said that? 888 huffed. Ultimately, it's still the host's inadequacy. Many of 888's features remain locked, and these are the only companies available for purchase. Take them or leave them. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated 888's audacity. Well, it wasn't human and thus had no sense of shame. Lin Feng grinned malevolently. Meanwhile, the numerous executives quietly observing at the banquet, hoping for an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Lin Feng, were utterly intimidated by his ever-changing expressions, hesitant to approach. Chapter 56. Before the end, Lin Feng, what are you thinking? Just as the group hesitated to advance, Lu Qin, who had previously assisted Old Master Wang, returned. Lin Feng, momentarily distracted from his banter with 888, snapped back to reality. I wasn't thinking of anything. Lu Qin, what's up? Where's the Old Master? Lu Qin smiled gently. Grandpa Wang asked me to call you over for dinner. We'll go once Uncle Zhe finishes speaking. Lin Feng paused, then nodded slightly. At that moment, Wang Xiaozhe had already taken to the central stage of the venue, sincerely thanking the guests who had come to celebrate the Old Master's birthday, his demeanor entirely formal, before inviting everyone to dine and promising to reconvene later. The guest of honor, Old Master Wang, had only made a brief appearance before disappearing again. Naturally, the afternoon gathering would devolve into a commercial meeting among industry executives. As Wang Xiaozhe led the guests downstairs, Lu Qin turned to Lin Feng. Let's go. It's time for us to head over. All right. Though he felt somewhat inappropriate about mooching off a meal, he had already promised Lu Qin to play the role of her boyfriend. And more importantly, the package had yet to be delivered, leaving him with nowhere else to go. Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng, who seemed a bit anxious. Since my parents passed away, Grandpa Wang has taken good care of me. He is like a family elder. You are here today as my family. It's just a meal among kin. Oh. Lin Feng nodded, then felt his response was rather dry. So he added, I know what to do. Sister Lu Qin, rest assured, he continued, in any case, there's no need to be overly anxious. Lu Qin smiled lightly. As they descended the stairs, Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire, but what about Wang Muai and her group? Lu Qin's expression shifted slightly as she interrupted Lin Feng, saying, let's discuss this matter later. With that, her eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a less than cheerful mood. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Feng shrugged and refrained from saying more. In a private room on the ground floor, the national general and the boss were present. Despite Wang Xiaobing's displeasure at the old man wanting to summon Lu Qin and Lin Feng for a meal, he dared not voice his objections, though his expression remained sour. Meanwhile, the old man sat at the head of the table, his face tinged with a faint pallor. Wang Muqing, seated beside him, anxiously asked, Grandfather, why don't you return home for now? Her initial desire to study medicine was driven by her concern for the old man. Yet even as she had become a renowned expert both nationally and internationally, she could not alleviate his condition. The old man lifted his heavy eyelids. It's not easy for our family to gather together. How could I dampen the mood? But, grandfather. Wang Muqing observed his waning vitality, her brows knitted in worry. All right, you worry too much. My dear, I merely wish to get some fresh air. Staying in that hospital is quite stifling, the old man replied, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. He was well aware of his own condition. It was indeed time for him to confront reality. Among their group of old fellows, he certainly would not be the first to depart. Upon hearing this, Wang Muqing fell silent, her anxiety deepening. Zhao Pingji, Lu Chengwu, and Wang Xiaoqing exchanged glances, with Wang Xiaoqing shaking his head slightly, his expression troubled. This grand celebration for the old man's birthday had been his idea, yet his original words had been, "Before I depart this world, I wish to have some merriment." Lu Chengwu, observing the situation, calmly remarked, "My father was still thinking about Uncle Wang, expressing regret that he couldn't come to celebrate your birthday and asked me to convey his apologies." Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, cough. You young man are not very sincere. Such words are not something your father could articulate. Lu Chengwu. But the old man shook his head with a smile. Among us old friends, your father is truly the most fortunate. Speaking of fortune, my father still envies your uncle's leisurely life. He mentioned that he would return soon to enjoy some time with your uncle. That sounds like something your father would say. Is he envious of my old bones decaying? I believe he is merely mocking me, the old man snorted, feigning anger. I may not possess the same vigor as your father, who still roams about at his age, appearing quite spry. However, I wonder if I will still be around to see that old friend of mine again. Lu Chengwu. Wang Muqing's delicate brows furrowed. Grandfather. Wang Xiaoqing furrowed his brow and said, Dad. All right, I won't say that anymore. Old Master Wang chuckled softly, falling silent, yet the expressions of those present at the table grew somewhat uneasy. Zhao Pingji maintained a composed demeanor, but internally he pondered Zhao Li's recent attitude towards Lin Feng. Beneath the table, he gently nudged Zhao Li. Zhao Li, reflecting on the skills Lin Feng had acquired from Lin Nanfeng, lowered his gaze in silence, offering no response to Zhao Pingji's probing. Sensing the tension, Zhao Pingji sighed inwardly, yet his expression remained amiable as he casually initiated a new topic to lighten the mood. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the atmosphere within the private room began to warm again, a knock echoed from the door. Old Master Wang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It must be Qiner and Xiaozhe arriving. Do come in, outside. Wang Xiaozhe opened the door, allowing Lu Qin and Lin Feng to enter first before he stepped in and closed the door behind him. Come, Qiner, sit beside Grandpa. Old Master Wang beckoned Lu Qin over, then turned to Lin Feng. Little Feng, you two. Principal Zhao mentioned that you are a student at Peking University. Lin Feng took a seat beside Lu Qin, only to be met with Zhao Li's piercing glare. Host Mo Feng, if old man Lin knew that you had so swiftly entangled yourself with a disciple's wife upon descending the mountain, he would surely be quite pleased. Get lost. Yes, Grandpa Wang. Avoiding Zhao Li's gaze, Lin Feng responded with a tone of deference. Old Master Wang observed Lin Feng's demeanor with growing satisfaction, chuckling heartily. Qiner is a bit older than you, but that is fine. I am entrusting her to you now, so you must take good care of her and not bully our precious Qiner. I will take good care of Sister Lu Qin. Under Zhao Li's incredulous stare, Lin Feng maintained a respectful smile. Meanwhile, sitting across from the old man, Wang Muqing displayed a flicker of surprise, casting a slightly puzzled glance at Lu Qin. Meeting Wang Muqing's gaze, Lu Qin shyly replied, Grandpa Wang, Lin Feng treats me very well. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. The old man beamed. You've always been strong-willed, my dear. You tend to bear everything on your OW, and as he spoke, the old man seemingly cast an inadvertent glance at his daughter and Wang Muai. Wang Xiaobing stiffened slightly. She had indeed taken advantage of the old man's hospitalization to target Lu Qin, but she hadn't anticipated such a blatant disregard from him. Lu Qin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I just didn't want to trouble Grandpa, and besides, there's really nothing wrong. I'm doing perfectly well. If everything is fine, then why haven't you come to see Grandpa? Chapter 58. A Grandson's Embrace. The old man feigned discontent, but now, my dear girl, you have someone who cares for you, so I feel a bit more at ease. Remember, this place is your home, and your two uncles have watched you grow up. No matter what, the Wang family will always support you. Reflecting on what his eldest son had uncovered, the old man felt a pang of sorrow, yet after all, she was his daughter. There was no denying her. The two sons can only look after this child, and fortunately, both have watched her grow up and are quite affectionate towards her, thus there exists a bond between them. Wang Muai observed the deep affection between the old Master Wang and Lu Qin, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration, for she is the old man's true granddaughter. What family does Lu Qin belong to? Wang Xiaobing also felt particularly dissatisfied, yet after meeting her elder brother's warning gaze, she sheepishly averted her eyes. Lu Qin bit her lip and then nodded resolutely. The old master smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly recalled something. By the way, Xiao Feng, how old are you? Lin Feng was taken aback and replied. 18.18? The old man nodded. 18 is good. You needn't be overly cautious about such matters, though I fear I may not live to see my grandchildren. Lin Feng. Zhao Li and everyone else. Is the old man being a bit too open-minded? Lu Qin blushed deeply, stammering, Grandfather, what are you saying? You? Well, I won't pry into the affairs of the young, the old man interjected, as long as you all are aware. He wore a knowing smile that hinted at understanding. Lu Qin's face turned crimson, hot enough to fry an egg. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say in his mind. 888 was laughing uncontrollably, sending out comical emojis. If you could bring back a disciple for old Lin, he would be overjoyed. Zhao Li wore a stiff expression. So, within just 3 days, he could ascertain that Lin Feng had been in Kyoto for over half a month, half of which was spent in military training at school. So how could he have gotten close to Lu Qin in merely 3 days? This seemed implausible. Zhao Li's worldview felt shattered, yet skepticism prevailed over shock. Zhao Pingji glanced at his emotionally unsettled younger brother, puzzled. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaobing and Wang Wei exchanged knowing smirks. Having not witnessed the interaction between Zhao Li and Lin Feng, they assumed Lin Feng was merely an ordinary impoverished student, secretly mocking Lu Qin for her poor judgment. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, but soon someone broke the tension. Wang Mu, who had been absent, suddenly pushed open the door, holding a tablet, followed by servers bringing in dishes. Dinner is served, grandfather, father, uncle, and auntie. To all my uncles and aunts, please enjoy your meal. With that, Wang Mu presented the tablet to the old man, saying, Grandfather, my mother and Xiaoning's video. Xiaoning insisted on personally wishing you a happy birthday. The old man sluggishly accepted the tablet, and as if lifting a weight off his heart, his murky eyes sparkled with life, revitalized. Xiaoning, I thought you had forgotten about your grandfather. Lin Feng, seated close to the old man, sensed something and glanced up, his heart trembling. Chapter 59. In the face of death, the old man's visage bore an unmistakable pallor, clearly indicating he was on the brink of death. Yet just moments ago, although he appeared frail and seemingly at death's door, it was as though the very breath he had been holding had finally escaped him. The spoon in Lin Feng's hand struck the rim of the bowl, producing a crisp sound. Lu Qin, who was ladling soup for him, paused in surprise and quietly inquired, What happened? As she followed Lin Feng's gaze towards the elderly gentleman, an ominous premonition suddenly arose within her, causing her complexion to pale slightly. Setting down the spoon, Lu Qin furrowed her brow and shook her head subtly. Her sixth sense had always been remarkably accurate, and that sensation just now was indeed unsettling. Lin Feng noticed Lu Qin's expression darken after she glanced at the old man, and he surmised it might be due to her unique psychic ability of foresight. He furrowed his brow slightly, mulling over the implications in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Muqing also sensed something was amiss with the elderly gentleman. However, as he was currently engaged in a cheerful conversation with his granddaughter, she refrained from speaking up immediately. On the other end of the video call, a girl with hair dyed in shades of pink and blue cheerfully exclaimed to the elderly gentleman, Grandpa, happy birthday. The old man responded joyfully, Thank you. Xiaoning, are you happy in M country? It's all right, Wang Muning replied with a bright smile. Beside Wang Muning, a graceful woman respectfully offered a few auspicious words to the elderly gentleman, causing Wang Xiaocheng, who was seated some distance away, to feel a tightening in his chest. Standing behind the old man, Wang Mu cast a helpless glance at her mother, who deliberately avoided mentioning her father, and then looked at the visibly strained Wang Xiaocheng. As long as you're happy, haha, the old man began, but before he could finish, he suddenly toppled backward. Grandpa. Wang Mu quickly steadied the elderly gentleman, while Wang Muqing anxiously retrieved medication to administer to him, turning the private room into a scene of chaos. With the old man collapsing, concerned shouts echoed from the other side of the video call, yet no one had the presence of mind to attend to it. After Wang Muqing fed the old man his medicine, he regained a semblance of consciousness, but his breaths were labored, his face a pallid shade of blue, indicating that he was in dire straits. Lin Feng observed Lu Qin anxiously supporting the old man, only to be jostled aside by Wang Xiaobing and her daughter, leaving her at a loss. His fingers instinctively twitched, a habitual gesture he resorted to during moments of inner conflict. Muqing, Grandpa has lived for so many years. Perhaps it is time for him to pass on. Today, Grandpa is very happy. Good child, do not be sad. Typically aloof and indifferent to matters, Wang Muqing's eyes reddened, and after a moment of uncertainty, she retrieved her acupuncture kit. Grandpa, please don't be agitated. Everything will be all right. I will surely dispel the cold poison. As she spoke, her fingers trembled slightly as she extracted the silver needles. In contrast, Wang Xiaozhe and Wang Xiaocheng, though equally grief-stricken, remained composed. They understood that Wang Muqing had been striving to find a solution for the poison afflicting the old man's body, and they were aware of her hesitance regarding acupuncture, which had prevented her from employing it thus far. They also knew that Zhao Pingji had sought out numerous healers and medical experts, yet none had been able to eradicate the poison from the elderly gentleman's system. However, at this critical juncture, they felt it was worth a try, for there might be a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Zhao Li refrained from stepping forward, instead casting a pleading glance towards Lin Feng, for if there were anyone in the world capable of saving the old man, it was undoubtedly him. Chapter 60. Accompanying the old man to the underworld, Lin Feng sensed Zhao Li's gaze, raising an eyebrow and blinking. Meanwhile, Lu Qin, who had been anxiously watching the old man, seemed to sense something as well. She turned to Lin Feng, instinctively feeling that he might be able to save the old man. If Lin Feng had indeed been concealing his true abilities, perhaps he could genuinely save him. Lu Qin was aware that her concern was clouding her judgment, and her belief that Lin Feng could save someone was unfounded. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she could not suppress the urge to implore him for assistance. Lin Feng, noticing the earnest look in Lu Qin's eyes, guessed that her special ability was at play once more. Regardless, he decided to prioritize saving the old man, ensuring he could sign for the package before anything else. His mission was not yet complete, and he had no desire to accompany an elderly man to the afterlife, even if this elderly man was remarkably kind-hearted. Lin Feng rationalized to himself. Zhao Li, standing closest to him, was momentarily taken aback. However, Zhao Pingji quickly regained his composure and cast an inquiring glance at Zhao Li. Upon observing his brother's demeanor, Zhao Li realized that Zhao Pingji had discerned the situation, which was hardly surprising, given his brother's astute leadership qualities. With that thought, Zhao Li subtly nodded to Zhao Pingji, affirming his assumptions. Zhao Pingji's expression brightened slightly. At that moment, Lin Feng had already pushed through the crowd surrounding the old man and reached his side. Wang Xiaobing, who had been jostled aside, raised an eyebrow, ready to unleash his frustration. What are you doing, young man? Clearly still a student, you lack the sense to know when to stay out of the way. Wang Xiaobing exclaimed, reaching out to shove Lin Feng aside. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped Wang Xiaobing's long, manicured nails painted in a garish red, and swiftly removed Wang Muqing's acupuncture needles. Wang Muqing's expression turned frantic. You? Before Wang Muqing could express his anger, Lin Feng quickly produced a pill from his pocket, actually a storage ring, and fed it to the old man. Then, grasping the old man's right wrist, he infused a bit of his internal energy to help neutralize the effects of the medicine, temporarily extending his life. Finally, he took the old man's pulse, switching from the left hand to the right, and lowered his gaze in contemplation. Seeing that the old man's complexion had indeed improved slightly after receiving the medicine, Wang Muqing looked on in astonishment at Lin Feng. Lu Qin hurriedly stepped in front of Wang Xiaobing. Aunt Wang, Lin Feng can save the old man. Lu Qin was uncertain why she felt so confident. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's calm demeanor that provided her with some reassurance. Save? This kid clearly doesn't understand the gravity of the situation, and you, Lu Qin, should know better. Wang Xiaobing's genuine concern for the old man intensified as he witnessed Lin Feng removing the silver needles. Chapter 61. Saving lives indeed. I believe this fellow is merely causing chaos. How could he remove Sister Muqing's silver needles? Wang Mu AI interjected, directing her ire at Lin Feng, or perhaps at Lu Qin. Unlike Wang Xiaobing, who harbored some feelings for the old man, Wang Mu AI even hoped that the old man would pass away, as it would mean that Lu Qin's boyfriend had inadvertently caused the old man's demise. That would surely spell trouble for Lu Qin. Though she thought this way, Wang Mu AI still wore a concerned expression as she tugged at Lu Qin. Sister Lu Qin, please don't act recklessly. Grandpa has always cared for you. Isn't this an attempt to harm my grandfather? Lu Qin was yanked off balance, causing old Master Wang, who witnessed this scene, to hold his breath tightly. Silence. The old man's ailment, or rather his poison, was somewhat troublesome. Lin Feng, feeling irked by their bickering, snapped coldly, unleashing a wave of ominous energy that subdued Wang Xiaobing and her daughter. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Lin Feng, Lu Chengwu's eyes flickered with insight, realizing in an instant that Lin Feng had likely encountered bloodshed before. Meanwhile, the anxious yet composed Wang Xiaozhe and his brother cast a simultaneous glance at Zhao Li. whose attitude towards Lin Feng hinted at deeper knowledge. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Li, with a serious expression, proclaimed, "If there exists anyone capable of saving Uncle Wang in this world, it is undoubtedly Lin Feng." Wang Zhaozhe's eyes lit up with hope at these words. If nothing else, Zhao Li would not speak without reason. Wang Xiaoqing hurriedly restrained Wang Xiaobing to prevent her from jeopardizing the situation. Those like Wang Mu, who overheard Zhao Li's statement, were filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief, and they turned their focused gazes toward Lin Feng. Compared to Lu Qin's words, Zhao Li's assertions carried far more weight. Among them, Wang Muqing's gaze was the most fervent, fixated on Lin Feng's every move with a glimmer of madness in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng extracted several jade vials from his seemingly endless pocket and proceeded to mix the medicinal liquids from a few of them before administering it to the old man's lips. Upon hearing Zhao Li's assertion that Lin Feng could save him, the old man's muddled mind suddenly cleared, as if he recalled something, his eyes brightening with newfound vitality, bolstered by Lin Feng's concoction. Observing the old man swallow the medicinal liquid, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret as he poured out the final pill from the last vial and offered it to the old man. "I spent 18 years crafting this single life-saving pill. What a loss." Though he maintained an air of calmness, internally, Lin Feng lamented. After consuming the medicinal liquid and the pill, the old man's spirit seemed to revive almost instantaneously. Everyone, watching in disbelief as he returned from the brink of death, widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to close their mouths. Could the miraculous effects of the divine medicine truly manifest so swiftly? Aside from those who had already deduced Lin Feng's background, or perhaps guessed the identity of Lin Nanfeng, the others in the private room regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. The old man himself felt the most profound transformation. He sensed that he had regained decades of youth, his body suddenly feeling light and agile. Then, the crowd witnessed the old man rise to his feet, stretching his arms and kicking his legs, brimming with vitality. They began to doubt whether the earlier sight of the old man on the verge of death had merely been a figment of their imagination. Was his condition not as dire as it seemed? Lu Qin gasped in surprise, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Lin Feng observed the ecstatic expressions of those around him and hesitated before speaking. Please wait a moment." With that, he turned and exited the private room. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Was there still an issue with the old man's health? Chapter 62. Fiery Spirit Ginseng. Those remaining in the private room exchanged glances for a few seconds before silently taking their seats to await further developments. For many years, the venerable Wang Leigoi had not felt such a lightness in his body. He strolled leisurely within the private room, and one could almost imagine him springing up in exuberance were it not for the presence of others. Wang Xiaoqing approached Zhao Li, eager to extract some information, while the younger generation, including Wang Muqing, trailed behind the elder. After following Wang Leigoi in circles, Wang Muqing could no longer restrain herself and said, "Grandfather, may I take your pulse once more?" Aware of his granddaughter's fervent passion for medicine, the elder chuckled as he took a seat, replying, "Certainly, Muqing, if you can learn even a fraction from Xiaofeng, it will greatly benefit you." It was evident that the elder had also surmised Lin Feng's origins. He mused that the old fellow was notoriously stubborn, yet he had chosen to send Lin Feng to him just before his demise. Wang Muqing nodded in agreement, realizing that Lin Feng's medicinal prowess far surpassed her own, especially given that the remedies he produced could save the elder's life while hers could not. Lu Qin, still grappling with the surreal nature of the situation, felt a profound shock. Had she truly encountered an extraordinary individual? Only Wang Xiaobing and Wang Mu Ai were enveloped in complex emotions. Wang Xiaobing pondered how a mere 18-year-old could possess such remarkable medical skills, especially since he had only revealed a small portion of his remedies. A flicker of greed crossed Wang Xiaobing's eyes at this thought. Meanwhile, Lin Feng slipped out of the private room, darting towards the restroom, where he discreetly retrieved a package in an unoccupied stall. Chapter 63. Benefactor. Simultaneously, each individual was acutely aware that the Qiliang ginseng belonged solely to one person. Lin Feng's identity was now firmly established. As for Lin Feng's claim of merely delivering a package, they held not a shred of belief. That individual's character would never permit them to entrust their belongings to another. Lin Feng found this situation amusing, as he no longer needed to concoct an excuse to conceal the existence of his system. Zhao Ping and the others had already fabricated a rationale on his behalf. In truth, Lin Feng was equally astonished. "Wait, brother, you haven't pilfered the old man's Qiliang ginseng, have you?" Old Master Lin cherished his Qiliang ginseng. If he discovered it had been given to someone else, he would undoubtedly rush over to unleash his fury upon Lin Feng. Chapter 64. Filial piety. Once Wang Xiaozhe finished speaking, the other members of the Wang family took their turn to express their gratitude. Wang Mu clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, declaring, "Lin Feng, from this day forth, you shall be considered my brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Though merely 22, Wang Mu had long been immersed in his family's business, now establishing himself as a prominent figure in the commercial realm, his words carrying significant weight. Lin Feng merely smiled without offering a verbal agreement, leaving the Wang family feeling uneasy. Despite their acquisition of the Chilean ginseng, they lacked the knowledge to utilize it. Only Lin Feng could save the elder's life. Observing the tension in the air, Lu Qin approached Lin Feng, her own apprehension evident. She had discerned that Lin Feng's background was anything but ordinary. Even the nation's leaders appeared to have some connection with him. Recalling her previous attempts to coerce Lin Feng, she felt uncertain about whether he would indeed save the elder. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at the anxious faces surrounding him before breaking into a smile. He gently wrapped his arm around Lu Qin's slender waist, which was just within his grasp. It is often said that one must go to great lengths to save another. Moreover, given that Grandpa Wang usually dotes on Lu Qin, as her boyfriend, it is only fitting that I repay her kindness by doing my utmost to rid him of the poison within his body. Others interpreted Lin Feng's words to mean that he would continue to treat the old gentleman out of consideration for Lu Qin, yet his intention was merely to provoke Wang Xiaobing and her companions. After all, they harbored a disdain for Lu Qin. The more she shone in front of the old man, the more likely these petty individuals would find themselves in a fit of jealousy. Lin Feng mused with a wicked sense of amusement. Suddenly, as Lin Feng embraced Lu Qin, her breath caught in her throat. Upon glancing up, she was met with the sight of his subtly upturned lips and chiseled profile, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. After speaking, Lin Feng leaned closer to Lu Qin's ear, the warm air from his breath causing her earlobes to redden as well. Others assumed he was whispering sweet nothings to his girlfriend. But in truth, Lin Feng was reassuring her. "Lu Qin, rest assured. I promised you before and will not go back on my word." Upon hearing this, a wave of melancholy washed over Lu Qin. She bit her lip and softly replied, "Mm." The onlookers, witnessing Lin Feng and Lu Qin's tender exchange, felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet only the old gentleman beamed with satisfaction. After conversing with Lu Qin, Lin Feng gently released her and turned his attention to the old man. However, Grandpa Wang, having just taken those medications, the effects have yet to be fully absorbed. I will not be able to administer acupuncture again until at least 3 days have passed, and thereafter, it will be administered weekly. I estimate that 3 sessions will suffice to eliminate the residual toxins. Upon hearing Lin Feng's confident assertion, the Wang family members exhibited expressions of delight. "Good, there is no need to rush." The old man nodded, handing Lin Feng the fiery ginseng once more. "Please take this. It would be of no use in my hands. I truly thank you this time." Lin Feng accepted the ginseng without hesitation. "No need for thanks, Grandpa Wang." The old man chuckled and then glanced at the spread of dishes on the table. "With all this commotion, I've kept everyone from enjoying their meal. Let us not waste this feast. He, please have someone reheat the dishes." "Certainly, Wang Mu," he replied, ringing for a server to come and replace the dishes, taking the food to be reheated. Observing the old man's request, Wang Xiaobing and her daughter, though attempting to restrain their expressions, could not entirely conceal their disdain. Lin Feng inwardly scoffed. Even the nation's elder did not seem displeased. Yet these two women were so overtly showing their contempt. Who were they trying to insult? Suppressing the mocking smile in his eyes, he took Lu Qin's hand and guided her back to their seats. The old gentleman, seated as well, finally noticed the tablet on the table and remembered that the video had yet to be turned off. His little granddaughter across the way must have been startled. Chapter 65. Adding contact information. With this thought, the old man hastily picked up the tablet. Seeing the familiar face of the old gentleman on the screen, those who had been shouting without being acknowledged felt a sense of relief. However, as he scrutinized the other side, he noticed the absence of his precious little granddaughter and inquired with curiosity, "Second daughter-in-law, where is Xiao Ning?" Ning Xuanya let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the old gentleman's robust demeanor, only to be rendered speechless by the ensuing absurdity. Little Ning was quite startled. She sobbed while purchasing a ticket and hurried to the airport, presumably to return home. The old gentleman felt a sense of comfort at this revelation. Wang Xiaocheng, who had been listening intently, hesitated momentarily before being pushed forward by his elder brother. With a sheepish grin, he said, "Yaya, look, little Ning has returned. What about you? I shall also go back." Ning Xuanya cast a glance at Wang Xiaocheng, whose face bore an overly ingratiating expression, and paused before responding. After enduring such a prolonged Cold War, her heart softened. Moreover, Wang Xiaoqing had been ensnared by his sister's schemes. Rather than hide away, it would be more prudent to confront matters head-on. Very well, Yaya. Please send me your flight details, and I shall come to fetch you, he declared. Despite being in his 40s or 50s, Wang Xiaoqing's endearing terms sounded somewhat indulgent, and as for the daughter who had already returned home, her identity eluded him. Ning Xuanya, observing his demeanor, felt her expression soften a touch. You go and pick up little Ning. She must have already boarded the plane. I shall tidy up a bit first, of course. Wang Xiaoqing immediately nodded in acquiescence. Ning Xuanya hesitated, ultimately refraining from mentioning the incident that had compelled her to flee abroad, merely nodding before ending the video call. The old gentleman, witnessing the gleeful countenance of his second son, couldn't help but tease, all right, as long as Yaya is back, you must pamper her properly. Absolutely. Wang Xiaoqing affirmed with a nod. The old gentleman, satisfied, proclaimed, well then, having delayed for so long, everyone must be hungry. Let us dine. Come, let us eat. The reheated dishes were promptly served, and indeed, feeling the pangs of hunger, the guests fell silent, engrossed in their meal. After dining, Wang Xiaozha provided Lin Feng's contact information, expressing that he would personally fetch him in 3 days, before hastily departing for the banquet hall on the top floor. The others bid their farewells and left, recognizing that their presence in the private room had already honored the Wang family. Thus, they would not venture to the upper-level banquet. As they departed, the national leader Zhao Pingji unexpectedly received a phone call. After glancing at his phone, he felt a surge of surprise. Then, as if struck by a thought, he scrutinized Lin Feng's attire, matching the vest and jeans he had seen on his phone, his face brightening with amusement. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under Zhao Pingji's gaze. Uncertain of the leader's intentions, in truth, Zhao Pingji was quite pleased. Based on the events from the phone call and what had transpired in the private room, it was evident that Lin Feng was a capable and kind-hearted individual, and he was eager to see more such people in the nation, especially given Lin Feng's connections. Lin Feng felt increasingly uneasy, yet maintained a facade of composure. Coupled with his innate charisma, he exuded an air of detachment that was quite disarming. Zhao Pingji nodded with satisfaction, his demeanor warm and persuasive. Little Feng, I have known your uncle Zhao for quite some time. If you do not mind, you may call me uncle as well. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. The nation's paramount leader has spoken, and Lin Feng, ever so accustomed to such familiarity, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. Very well, Uncle Zhao, shall we exchange contact information? Zhao Pingji was momentarily taken aback, but then a warm and hearty smile graced his face. In Chapter 66, the practical individual, after exchanging phone numbers with Zhao Pingji, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied, and Zhao Pingji shared in that satisfaction. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder before taking his leave. At that moment, Lu Chengwu, who had always been somewhat reticent, approached. Lin Feng, my boy, should we also exchange contact details? He had always believed that capable individuals ought to serve the nation in the military, yet considering the formidable figure behind Lin Feng, he thought better of it. This time, it was Lin Feng who was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Chengwu. Lu Chengwu, not one for beating around the bush, hesitated briefly before stating plainly, actually, there is someone unwell in my uncle's family. Would you be willing to take a look? Of course, that would be my pleasure, Lin Feng replied with a smile and a nod. After all, a favor from a general should not be taken lightly. Lu Chengwu's expression brightened. Thank you. Should anything arise, feel free to seek my uncle's assistance. There is no need for formality. Lu Chengwu's words were far more genuine than those of Zhao Pingji, prompting an even more sincere smile from Lin Feng as they swiftly exchanged contact information. Lu Chengwu nodded again, his voice deep and resonant. Let us arrange a time to meet again, perhaps in a week. That sounds good. Lin Feng considered his schedule for the upcoming week, realizing he had no pressing engagements, and readily agreed. Lu Chengwu's demeanor softened slightly as he took his leave. After exchanging contact information with the younger members of the Wang family, Lin Feng prepared to slip away with Lu Qin when he was once again called by Wang Muqing in a couple of days. May I observe when you administer acupuncture to Grandpa? Wang Muqing inquired, hopeful yet sensing that Lin Feng might decline. Lin Feng, without harboring any pretentious notions typical of reclusive masters, nonchalantly nodded. Certainly, upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement. Wang Muqing finally broke into a smile, the first Lin Feng had witnessed from her during his time there. This intellectually poised beauty radiated an alluring charm when she smiled. If Lu Qin's seemingly frosty demeanor concealed a warmth that was both contradictory and enchanting, Wang Muqing's smile was akin to the blossoming of an ice mountain snow lotus. Pure and noble, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly averting his gaze and reciting a silent prayer, overwhelmed by the striking allure of the inhabitants of this blue planet. Ah, how intriguing! At that moment, 888 emerged, seeking to assert its presence. Standing beside Lin Feng, Lu Qin felt a sudden discomfort at the scene, though she couldn't quite grasp the reason for her unease. Wang Muqing, however, chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding before returning to the side of the elder Wang. Lin Feng, let us depart, Lu Qin softly remarked after bidding farewell to the elder. Lin Feng nodded. But just as he was about to make his exit, he was called once more. Xiao Feng. Zhao Li, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, finally seized the opportunity to approach Lin Feng. After bidding farewell to the old gentleman, he turned to Lin Feng with a beaming smile and said, "Come, Xiao Feng, let us converse outside." Lu Qin sensed a hint of unease, yet observing the camaraderie between Zhao Li and Lin Feng, she chose not to voice her concerns and followed closely behind Lin Feng. Once they exited the pavilion, Lin Feng, under Zhao Li's watchful gaze, felt compelled to ask Lu Qin to wait a moment while he accompanied Zhao Li to his vehicle. Once the car door was shut, Zhao Li took a deep breath and inquired, "Xiao Feng, was it Lin Lao who sent you here?" A flicker of shadow crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Although Bagu had failed to uncover information about Lin Lao online, Lin Feng surmised from the demeanor of Wang Lao and the national leader that these individuals were likely acquainted with his master, possibly even well acquainted, or having some connection. Zhao Li's words only served to reinforce Lin Feng's suspicions. Of course, had he not deduced this, Lin Feng would not have so readily exchanged contact information with the national leader and the general. Indeed, it was my master who sent me here. After all, was it not you, Uncle Zhao, who provided my master with the admission notice? Lin Feng replied with a nod. Zhao Li was taken aback. He realized Lin Feng was not as obedient and courteous as he had appeared in the private room. The cunning nature of Lin Feng, honed under Lin Nanshan's tutelage, shone through. "Uncle Zhao? Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Zhao Li endeavored to maintain a stern countenance. Aware that as Lin Nanfeng's disciple, Lin Feng was, in essence, his peer, making it difficult for him to assume a position of authority. "Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Lin Lao entrusted you to my care." "First, enlighten me about Lu Qin," Zhao Li insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. "I may overlook others, but I am well aware that you have only recently arrived in Beijing. How could that girl possibly be your girlfriend?" Lin Feng paused, contemplating his response. "Well, it's love at first sight, and upon meeting again, my heart was captured." Zhao Li was unconvinced. "Regardless, I cannot allow my future son-in-law to slip away. Spare me your banter. I know you too well." Lin Feng merely shrugged at Zhao Li's words, refraining from asserting that Lu Qin was indeed his girlfriend. Yet he did not deny it either, knowing that Zhao Li's grievances would not concern the old gentleman. Zhao Li, noticing Lin Feng's demeanor, became increasingly convinced that there was no real relationship between Lin Feng and Lu Qin, yet he remained puzzled about their intentions. "Now, tell me, that fiery spirit ginseng, was it truly not sent by Lin Lao?" Since that incident, Lin Lao had left Beijing, distancing himself from the Zhao family, and had secluded himself entirely, refusing assistance to anyone. Had he finally come to a resolution? Lin Feng feigned innocence. "No, truly, I merely delivered it as a courier. I had no prior knowledge that it contained fiery spirit ginseng. But Uncle Zhao, why do you assume it was my master who sent it?" As Lin Feng resorted to his courier excuse once more, Zhao Li couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. What sort of delivery is that? What a flimsy excuse. Zhao Li felt his patience wearing thin, realizing that Lin Feng had a knack for evasion, for he never spoke a single truth. "Not so, Uncle Zhao. Could you first address the matter concerning my master?" Zhao Li furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before responding. "Perhaps it would be best for old Lin to discuss this with you personally." "Oh," Lin Feng mused, contemplating the likelihood of directly inquiring with old Lin, and concluded it to be a certainty. Thus, he relinquished the thought of questioning Zhao Li further. Zhao Li inhaled deeply. "And what about your courier job?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng allowed his expression to take on a more tragic air, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. "Uncle Zhao, you are unaware that my master, old Lin, has not provided me with any living expenses. Having arrived in Kyoto, I must find a means to earn a living, lest I be deprived of sustenance. Rest assured, the courier company I am associated with is reputable." Zhao Li was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's words, then realized that it was indeed plausible for old Lin to act in such a manner, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing this, Lin Feng casually placed his hand behind his back and opened the car door. "Uncle Zhao, I presume you have no further inquiries? I shall take my leave now." "Farewell." With that, Lin Feng swiftly retreated, closing the car door in one fluid motion. Sitting within the vehicle, Zhao Li pondered for some time before suddenly recalling the inconsistency. If Lin Feng lacked funds, how was he managing to reside outside? This lad has certainly outsmarted me. Having interacted with Lin Feng on several occasions during his visits to Yuan Nanshan, Zhao Li silently wiped his face in resignation. Chapter 68. Grand Medical Affairs. Having successfully diverted Zhao Li, Lin Feng approached Lu Qin, who was waiting nearby. Sister Lu Qin, where shall we head to now? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qin replied softly, let us go to my home. The situation is somewhat complicated, and I shall explain everything in due course. You may wish to reflect upon it further. How does this sound so much like an invitation? Lin Feng, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality and smiled nonchalantly. Since I have already agreed, I fear not the complexity of the situation. Sister Lu Qin, rest assured, with me around, your safety is guaranteed. Lu Qin felt a tremor within her heart, her gaze shimmering momentarily, and she gently nodded, then let us depart. Lu Qin had come with a driver, so as they returned, the driver took the wheel while Lin Feng and Lu Qin occupied the back seat. The middle-aged driver, Mr. Wang, noted Lu Qin's return from the banquet with an additional companion but refrained from questioning, merely thinking the young man rather handsome and stealing a few glances. Boss, shall we head to the company? No, return to my home. Upon exiting the banquet, Lu Qin adopted a stern expression in the presence of the driver, enhancing her already striking features with an air of assertiveness. Understood. Mr. Wang acknowledged him. Lu Qin replied curtly, retrieving her phone to make a call. Lin Feng observed silently, watching Lu Qin, who seemed to radiate an aura of prickliness as she spoke. Sister Qin, has old Wang's banquet concluded? Are you returning to the company? Lin Feng's keen senses allowed him to overhear the voice on the other end of the line. As it was intentional, I shall not be returning. Lu Qin's face betrayed a hint of frost. I merely wish to inform you that we will continue with the appeal regarding Cheng Hongyu's theft of confidential company documents. The appeal? What of the Wang family? The Wang family poses no issue. You need not concern yourself with that. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. There was no doubt that Cheng Hongyu would receive no support this time. Even if Wang Muai wished to intervene, the Wang family would not permit it. All right, Sister Qin, she continued, as for those companies, proceed with the appeals. Even if they prove futile, causing them some trouble would suffice, and we can engage in further negotiations later. Understood. By the way, Sister Qin, we have news from the grand pharmaceutical company we discreetly contacted earlier. Lu Qin's expression shifted slightly. Lin Feng also reacted, his ears perked up with interest. The individual from the other side chuckled awkwardly. However, it is not good news, Sister Qin. Grand Pharmaceutical has been acquired, and it was done clandestinely. Those involved are tight-lipped. I could not ascertain who the buyer is, nor do we know if this is directed against us. Lu Qin furrowed her brow. Her intention to acquire Grand Pharmaceutical was to collaborate with Wang Muqing. Anyone else wishing to target her would not choose to acquire a company on the brink of bankruptcy and mired in a credibility crisis. There is no need for concern regarding that. You need not worry about it. All right, very well, I shall hang up now. Goodbye, Sister Qin. After Lu Qin ended the call, she turned to Lin Feng and smiled apologetically. Lin Feng also set down his phone, puzzled, and inquired, Sister Lu, I just searched, and it seems your company does not engage in the pharmaceutical sector. Why pursue the acquisition of a pharmaceutical company? Lin Feng's question inadvertently touched upon a commercial secret, and the driver, who had been observing quietly, exhibited surprise, awaiting his employer's reaction. Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. You have met Muqing before. She has established a pharmaceutical research institute but is reluctant to accept funding from Wang grandfather and the others. Thus, we discussed collaborating, where I would provide the funding and she would contribute her expertise. As for why they chose Grand Pharmaceutical, it was evident that the company possessed a complete production chain and sales channels, which would greatly facilitate their subsequent operations. Naturally, Lu Qin refrained from sharing this detail with Lin Feng, who had grasped the gist. Lu Qin and Wang Muqing intended to co-establish a pharmaceutical company, but he had inadvertently interrupted their plans. This, however, was not something he would disclose to Lu Qin at that moment. The driver's astonishment went unnoticed by anyone else. The remainder of the journey passed with Lu Qin and Lin Feng engaged in casual conversation. Upon arriving at the villa, driver Lao Wang dropped Lu Qin and Lin Feng at the door, after which Lu Qin instructed him to leave, and the two entered together. Lu Qin opened the door, changed her shoes, and offered Lin Feng a pair of slippers before standing upright and saying, "Make yourself at home." With that, she walked over to the bar area. Lin Feng, feeling at ease, proceeded directly to the sofa. Perhaps due to the solitude, Lu Qin's home was arranged in a clean and comfortable manner. To the left of the entrance was the bar kitchen, while the right side featured the living room adorned with many vibrant green plants. creating a pleasing atmosphere. The spiral staircase led to Lu Qin's bedroom and study, among other rooms. The sofa where Lin Feng sat was a plush, soft one, enveloping him comfortably as soon as he settled into it. Lin Feng was facing the television, which was adorned with a collection of haphazard, yet organized photographs on the walls flanking it. His gaze subtly flickered upon recognizing another figure in the pictures alongside Lu Qin. "No need, I shall inquire personally later," he remarked. "All right," came the reply. AS-888 discreetly withdrew. Lu Qin approached, gracefully balancing a tray. She placed a fruit platter and a cup of tea on the table before Lin Feng and then settled onto the opposite sofa with her own cup of tea. "You may ask me any questions you have now." It seemed as though she had returned to familiar territory. Lu Qin's expression softened, the icy facade melting away. Despite her striking beauty, the warmth and gentleness in her eyes revealed her tender nature. After contemplating how to phrase his inquiry, Lin Feng finally asked, "What dangers might you be facing at present?" Lu Qin paused, taken aback by the question. She had anticipated inquiries regarding her request for him to masquerade as her boyfriend, or the reasons behind her coercion, but was instead met with this concern-laden query. "There are two aspects," she began hesitantly. "Point one pertains to those individuals who possess evidence of my theft of critical documents from my company. They may act out of desperation. If they lacked concrete proof, they might remain passive, but the evidence you provided is sufficient to ensure they face dire consequences. Having witnessed their methods, I am acutely aware of their potential for ruthlessness." Thus, although Lu Qin had consistently urged others to file appeals, she had refrained from presenting tangible evidence. She divulged every detail of this matter to Lin Feng, who was somewhat astonished by her candor, yet felt a profound obligation to honor her trust. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qin continued, "The second source of danger arises from the Lu family." "The Lu family? The one associated with the military?" Lin Feng could only think of that particular lineage and was unsure if it was the same one Lu Qin referred to. "Yes," Lu Qin admitted, nervously twisting her fingers. "It is indeed necessary for you to impersonate my husband, but rest assured, we need not actually obtain a marriage certificate. I will manage that aspect." Lin Feng nodded, then solemnly inquired, "Lastly, why did you specifically seek me out? A professional bodyguard should suffice." Lu Qin instinctively straightened her posture, her expression turning grave. A mere bodyguard would not be adequate to counter those assassination attempts. "Really?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "You should be aware that there are practitioners of ancient martial arts." Lu Qin hesitated before shaking her head. "Let us not delve into that. You must understand that this world contains both extraordinary individuals and masters of ancient combat, far beyond the capabilities of conventional bodyguards." Lin Feng responded, "Sister, I do possess some knowledge of ancient martial arts, taught to me by my adoptive master, but I am quite unfamiliar with other martial families and extraordinary beings." His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, ensuring that Lu Qin would not doubt him even upon discovering the reality later. Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback. "Your adoptive master?" "Indeed," Lin Feng confirmed. Lin Feng nodded gently, saying, "I am an orphan. It was my master who took me in. I studied ancient medicine and martial arts in the depths of the mountains until I turned 18, and I have only recently left that secluded life." Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng offered a shy smile, perfectly embodying the innocence of an orphan who has just emerged from the wilderness. Chapter 71. Trust. Upon hearing Lin Feng's revelation of his orphan status, Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of sympathy and regret. "I'm sorry, I did not know." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Though I am an orphan, my master treated me exceptionally well, and he is indeed quite formidable, a true hidden master in the eyes of the public." Despite his master's tendency to throw him into perilous situations, often testing his limits and neglecting to provide travel expenses, Lin Feng silently ridiculed him while wearing a faint smile. Observing this, Lu Qin's brow relaxed slightly. Lin Feng then asked, "Sister Lu Qin, could you tell me about other ancient martial arts families and those with extraordinary abilities? Can they hire someone with special powers?" Lu Qin nodded. "Most ancient martial arts families and practitioners of extraordinary abilities are affiliated with the state. Yet there are some who remain undiscovered, operating in the gray areas. For the right price, they are capable of anything." "Ah, I see," Lin Feng replied, indicating his understanding. "Then why can't Sister Lu Qin find other practitioners?" Lu Qin smiled lightly and leaned closer to Lin Feng, speaking earnestly, "Because I do not dare to trust these individuals. Those who act for money may just as easily betray for it." Lin Feng met Lu Qin's gaze directly. Her eyes, large and bright like Lu Shui's, held a subtle difference. Lu Shui's were round and somewhat innocent, while Lu Qin's had a slight upward tilt at the outer corners, accentuated by a hint of red that added a touch of mature femininity. "Does that mean you trust me?" Lin Feng inquired. Lu Qin nodded seriously, her expression conveying trust that momentarily left Lin Feng speechless. Though I cannot explain why, I truly believe you. Perhaps it is a woman's sixth sense. My instincts have always been quite accurate. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Feng reclined slightly on the sofa, looking up at Lu Qin. Although he was gazing up at her, there was an undeniable aura about him that suggested he was the true authority in the exchange. A hint of mischief danced in his smile as he stated, "Then I shall not betray your trust, sister." Ignoring the flutter in her heart, Lu Qin straightened up, her expression brightening. "Thank you. No need for gratitude, sister," Lin Feng replied, tilting his head and adopting a languid posture on the sofa. Lu Qin chuckled softly before resuming her place on her own sofa. They continued their conversation, discussing why Lu Qin refrained from seeking assistance from the Wang family, as well as the deep-seated animosity that Wang Xiaobing and Wang Wei harbored towards her. "Grandfather Wang treats me well, and both uncles do too, but I cannot put them in a difficult position. After all, Wang Xiaobing is Grandfather Wang's biological daughter. Perhaps it is because Grandfather Wang has been so kind to me that Wang Wei and the others feel a sense of imbalance and thus target me. Ultimately, I am not a member of the Wang family." Lu Qin once mentioned her younger brother Lu Yu, a reminiscence that left Lin Feng genuinely astonished. My father was also once a member of an ancient martial arts family, but he distanced himself from the clan. Nevertheless, my father possessed extraordinary talents, and the family was unwilling to let him go. I suspect that my parents' demise is somehow linked to that family, yet I am powerless to alter the situation. As for my younger brother, I was merely 10 when our parents passed away. Xiao Shui was 8, and my little brother was only 4, the same age as you. Before their deaths, my parents informed me that my younger brother was inherently different from other children, possessing certain intellectual deficiencies. They implored me to protect him diligently, but that family still abducted him, claiming that his gifts should not be squandered among us, and I was utterly helpless. Grandpa Wang had also sought assistance from the national leader to retrieve him, but they repeatedly evaded the issue, using the pretext of being relatives of my younger brother. Grandpa Wang and his associates were equally powerless, as this was, after all, considered a family matter. Chapter 72. Attracting investment. Even now, I remain unable to reclaim my younger brother. Lin Feng's heart trembled, a surge of compassion welling up for this gentle yet resilient girl. This time, Lin Feng did not hesitate. His voice was calm and resolute. "I will help you." Lu Qin was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. I doubt the last vestige of her intent to exploit the situation dissipated, and with a touch of gratitude, she rose slowly, approaching Lin Feng and then leaning down. "Huh?" Lu Qin was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. "What?" "The Grand Pharmaceutical Company was acquired by me," Lin Feng repeated, unhurriedly. Lu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, intending to question Lin Feng about his claim of being an orphan. However, she merely paused in surprise, refraining from further inquiry, and instead composed herself slightly. "So, Xiao Feng, what do you mean by telling me this?" Although she anticipated that Lin Feng was no ordinary individual, she did not expect him to be even more enigmatic than she had imagined. Nevertheless, she was pleased that Lin Feng had not concealed anything from her, thus she would not delve too deeply into certain matters. Lin Feng spoke gently. "Of course, I want my sister to join me in this endeavor. Although I have acquired the company, my funds are somewhat insufficient, and I can only invite others to invest. Are you willing, sister?" Chapter 73. Subtle Showmanship. Lin Feng had no prior knowledge that he was also contemplating the Grand Pharmaceutical Company, nor did Lu Qin believe that someone capable of acquiring it would lack funds. She thought that perhaps Lin Feng simply wished to assist her. When others extend a gesture of kindness, she naturally feels compelled to reciprocate. Very well, in Lin Feng's presence, Lu Qin did not adopt her usual demeanor towards partners. She genuinely regarded Lin Feng as a brother. This thought brought a flicker of discomfort across her face. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Sister hasn't inquired how much investment I require yet?" "Among family, there is no need for formalities." Lu Qin cast a glance at Lin Feng. "Are you suggesting that Xiao Feng might deceive his sister? That would be out of the question." Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a chuckle, the sound low and enticing. Lu Qin felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, Lin Feng innocently remarked, "To be honest, I am quite uncertain about the amount of funding required." "Sister, you have previously conducted an investigation into Shanda. You must be aware of its current situation, right? It seems they are facing some kind of predicament." Lu Qin, taken aback, thought, "Isn't Lin Feng the one who acquired Shanda Pharmaceuticals? How could he be unaware of such matters?" "You're not aware." Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and boldly declared, "Well, you see, the entity under my name is a conglomerate. Shanda Pharmaceuticals is merely a company acquired by my subordinate." and I am not particularly informed about the circumstances surrounding Shanda.888. Jpg. The attempt to feign superiority is quite fatal. Lu Qin was momentarily speechless. A conglomerate? An acquired company? So Lin Feng must indeed possess ample resources. Could it be that he wishes to join in on the venture? No. He is simply looking to assist himself, isn't he, sister? Lu Qin forced a smile and responded, I do have some knowledge about that. After a brief pause, she continued, although Shanda Pharmaceuticals was not originally a leader in the industry, it held a significant position. Recently, however, it seems they have come under coordinated attack. Facing lawsuits, it is said that their newly developed beauty drug has caused severe skin reactions, and a cancer-inhibiting medication has resulted in fatalities, several cases, in fact. This matter is currently being discussed online. Yet, those who are unaware of the intricacies merely follow the crowd. In reality, it is evident to those with discerning eyes that Shanda Pharmaceuticals has been targeted by competitors. As she spoke of these affairs, Lu Qin instinctively adopted a serious demeanor, transforming into the cold, formidable woman often seen by her employees. Lin Feng's focus was rather peculiar. A cancer-inhibiting medication? Lu Qin was somewhat surprised that Lin Feng had pinpointed the crux of the issue. Indeed, cancer has long been regarded as an incurable ailment. Even a drug that can inhibit cancer is enough to attract a multitude of individuals. Shanda Pharmaceuticals has made considerable strides, yet their caution has proven insufficient. The company has drawn the attention of numerous industry players, and without sufficiently powerful external assistance, they may well be completely divided among those adversaries. However, now that Lu Qin knows Lin Feng is the acquirer of Shanda, she believes he can certainly resolve this crisis. It seems the researchers at Shanda possess commendable capabilities. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lu Qin paused for a moment, then smiled wryly, acknowledging that is indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng focused intently and said to 888, initiate the mission for Shanda Pharmaceuticals. Understood. 888 promptly reminded. Among the various side missions, Shanda's is indeed the most urgent, as lawsuits do not wait for anyone. Chapter 74. A fool who misses out on a bargain. Lin Feng nodded. Sister, rest assured, I am well aware. And you? Lin Feng smiled cunningly, evading the question. Grandpa Wang's ailment must have persisted for many years, hasn't it? Sister, what do you think would happen if I were to reveal my existence to the Wang family and announce the acquisition of Shanda? What would be the implications for Shanda's commercial adversaries? Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, only to realize Lin Feng was seizing the opportunity. The Wang family could be considered an unshakable force in the business realm. Those who dared to confront Shanda did so merely because its former CEO had risen from humble beginnings. However, if the owner of Shanda were to be replaced by Lin Feng, who had saved the elder Wang, then anyone contemplating action would undoubtedly reconsider their stance. Chapter 75. The personal bodyguard. But what about the crucial murder trial? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng reclined against the sofa, exuding a confidence that was both audacious and self-assured. Since the cause of death was not related to Shanda's medication, there must be other clues to uncover, even if they had managed to deceive the forensic pathologist. Pausing for a moment, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Yet, they cannot deceive me. Competence is the foundation of confidence. At this moment, Lin Feng was not arrogant, but rather possessed an unwavering certainty. Observing Lin Feng's impressive demeanor, Lu Qin felt a fleeting daze, unable to deny the strange emotions stirring within her. Indeed, Lin Feng, as a disciple of a reclusive master, could not possibly be the obedient younger brother he appeared to be in her presence. His willingness to temper his sharpness around her only served to... A suspicious blush crept onto Lu Qin's cheeks. When Lin Feng inadvertently caught a glimpse of this, his heart stirred slightly. The allure of the senses is undeniable, and Lu Qin was the most exquisite goddess Lin Feng had encountered. Her striking charm of 86 points capable of captivating any normal man, himself included. Moreover, the icy goddess, who seemed unapproachable in public, revealed her inner tenderness before Lin Feng, granting him immense satisfaction. The two shared a silent gaze, the atmosphere thickening with an unspoken intimacy. When Lu Qin noticed Lin Feng diverting his gaze, she bashfully looked around, lowering her eyelids. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. We'll discuss it later. Disregarding any side quests, Lin Feng turned to Lu Qin. Well, it's getting late, dear sister. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he rose to depart, feeling a rare twinge of embarrassment after the earlier encounter. As Lu Qin watched him turn away, she instinctively stood and blurted out, Wait! Lin Feng halted. Is there something else? Sister? Lu Qin had called out to Lin Feng on impulse, her gaze flitting about until she found a suitable excuse. You need to ensure my safety. If you leave, it wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Why not stay here instead? Upon uttering this, Lu Qin's eyes darted away, refusing to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng was taken aback, then fixed his gaze on Lu Qin. Do you wish for me to stay? Lu Qin's body trembled. Despite her outwardly mature and alluring demeanor, her romantic experiences were limited, with previous relationships barely extending beyond innocent handholding. Hearing Lin Feng's question rendered her too bashful to look him in the eye. Yet, her innocent appearance was simply captivating. A slightly mischievous smile played on Lin Feng's lips, the dimple on his left cheek becoming faintly visible as he approached Lu Qin. If sister desires my company, then I shall remain. Lu Qin lowered her gaze to Lin Feng's shoes and softly replied, What does it mean? Lu Qin detected a hint of mockery in Lin Feng's tone, and as she lifted her head, her voice carried a touch of playful indignation. If you are to protect my safety, you must be my personal bodyguard. Naturally, you should remain by my side at all times. Chapter 76. The Willpower Module. Personal bodyguard? Those 4 words seemed to have been steeped in honey before Lin Feng uttered them, with his breath brushing against Lu Qin's ear like sticky strands of candy. With a light chuckle, his voice exuded a sultry charm as he leaned closer to Lu Qin's ear. Very well, I shall be the personal bodyguard of my dear sister, and we shall remain together always. Lu Qin felt a sudden catch in her breath, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. In a flurry, she pushed Lin Feng away, covering her face as she turned to flee upstairs. I still have some documents to attend to. You do as you please. Observing Lu Qin's intent to escape, Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he took a couple of steps to catch up with her, grasping her arm. Lu Qin had reached the edge of the staircase, her eyes wide as she leaned against the wall, staring at Lin Feng, who had ensnared her with his arm. Lin Feng. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the wall, blinking softly as he spoke in a low tone. Sister, I am also a man, not a gentleman. Do you truly wish for me to stay? He certainly did not want Lu Qin to regard him merely as a younger brother. However, given the current situation, it seemed Lu Qin did not share that sentiment. Lu Qin concealed her face with her hands, revealing only her shimmering, watery eyes. Lin Feng paused, realizing he could no longer tease her, lest she become embarrassed and angry. He straightened up and lowered his arm. All right then, sister, please go attend to your documents. Seeing Lin Feng adopt a serious demeanor yet again, Lu Qin felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment within her. Not daring to dwell on her thoughts, she nodded hastily and rushed upstairs. Lin Feng stood at the foot of the staircase, gazing at Lu Qin's graceful silhouette as she ascended, and after a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Host, little brother? Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and returned to the living room, casually turning on the television to feign watching it while he actually perused a new side quest. Although it was referred to as a new side quest, it was not part of the company module but rather initiated a new module, the Willpower Module. Everything possesses its own spiritual consciousness. This consciousness generates willpower, which is formless and boundless. When they choose to bestow willpower upon the host can collect belief points, and 1 belief point can be exchanged for 1 system coin. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly a 1-to-1 exchange with system coins? It was important to note that the conversion rate between Blue Star currency and system coins was 1 to 10,000. He examined the Willpower Module closely and discovered that belief points could not only be exchanged for system coins, but also for a variety of peculiar titles or buffs, such as Leader of Cats and Dogs, Loved by All, and Gift of the Plants. There was even a staggering title, Divine Presence, which could be redeemed for 100 million belief points. Furthermore, the higher the collected belief points, the greater the initial goodwill of passers-by toward the host, making it a valuable tool for social interactions. Hey, how is this Willpower Module activated? Lin Feng cast a glance at his current faith points, which stood at 12,138. Simultaneously, he noticed several familiar names, Lin Nanfeng, Lu Qin, Wang Wenhe, among others, and many others he did not recognize. Among these individuals, the elderly Lin had contributed the most faith points, a staggering 5,000. And how did these faith points come about? 888 clicked its tongue, remarking, This time, you are fortunate, host. The condition to unlock the Willpower Module is to acquire 10,000 faith points. Who would have thought you stumbled upon it so early? Yo! Lin Feng inquired, astonished. Then how did I obtain these faith points? I was completely unaware. This was a considerable fortune. Main quest rewards paled in comparison. Chapter 77. The peculiar title 888 patted its chest in assurance. The system's virtual imagery is absolutely reliable. Oh, then that's fine. Lin Feng replied, pondering intently over the willpower module. This module appears quite formidable. Indeed, this is the beginning of your path to divinity. Host. Lin Feng assumed that 888 was merely boasting, so he paid little attention to that statement. He scrutinized the peculiar titles, finding them quite intriguing. For instance, the title Gift of the Plants, which was a high-level title that, once acquired, would allow one to comprehend the communication among plants and control all vegetation that, of course, Lin Feng was merely observing for now, as this title required 1,000 faith points, and at present, he had no intention of purchasing something that appeared of little use. By the way, Lin Feng recalled a crucial point. Can I exchange faith points for system currency and then convert it back? Can system currency be used to purchase titles in the willpower module? No. Host, do you wish to exchange for system currency now? Not yet. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. 888. I have thought of a clever method to earn faith points. What does the host intend? Let us keep it under wraps for now. Lin Feng smiled lazily and reclined on the sofa. Initiate the side quest to launch Kuai You Live. All right, commencing. 888's dainty, childlike voice faltered. What? Initiate the task for Kuai You Live. Let me see. To promote 3 streamers, correct? Lin Feng replied calmly. Are you sure? 888 was perplexed as to how Lin Feng had just activated the grand medical task, and now he wanted to embark on the Kuai You Live quest. Yes, I must remind you, my dear brother, although there are no severe penalties for failing this task, you should not be so reckless. Chapter 78. Methods to acquire willpower. Lin Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. 888. Do you really have so little faith in me? No need for that. Lin Feng gently shook his head. Since he had decided to stay here, he wanted to return and tidy up his belongings. School dormitory, perhaps? By the way, is it true that first-year students are not allowed to stay off campus? Lu Qin only just recalled this matter. No, I have rented a place outside. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Uncle Zhao made a special exception. Given that he harbored some unspoken thoughts, Lin Feng felt unconcerned about revealing a bit more to Lu Qin. Principal Zhao, you say? Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes softened with a gentle smile. I'll call Old Wang to bring you over. No, let me accompany you to help with the tidying up. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qin and nodded eagerly. Old Wang arrived promptly, and after Lin Feng mentioned the name of the neighborhood, he settled into the back seat alongside Lu Qin. The shared understanding between them. Though the back seat was quite spacious, they found themselves sitting closely together. It was summer, and Lin Feng distinctly felt the smooth, fair skin brushing against his arm. Lu Qin shyly shifted her arm and then inquired, Do you live in Ocean Community? Yes. Lu Qin's heart fluttered as she recalled the notice from the agency that her apartment had been rented out just a couple of days prior. She couldn't help but wonder if it was merely a coincidence and asked, You're renting Unit 302 in Building 2? How do you know, sister? At this point, Lin Feng hesitated, recalling his neighbor, Lu Shui, and thought to himself, could it really be just a coincidence? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Qin confirmed her suspicions. I personally have also engaged in real estate investments privately. That unit in Building 2 of Ocean Community was gifted to me by the developer, and Xiao Shui resides there. So, you mean to say that I am renting my sister's place? What a coincidence. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous. Lu Qin smiled gently, then recalled something. By the way, I haven't introduced you to Xiao Shui yet. Her name is Lu Shui. She is my sister, also a student at Peking University, and quite the superstar. Recently, due to some matters, she moved to Ocean Community, and she happens to live right across from you. Have you met? Chapter 79. Heartache. When Lu Qin spoke of Lu Shui, her expression radiated pride, clearly adoring her younger sister, who was merely 2 years her junior. I've met her once. There was even a minor altercation between us, Lin Feng chuckled. After thoroughly reviewing the information transferred from 888, he realized that Lu Qin and Lu Shui bore a striking resemblance. However, Lu Qin appeared more aloof in front of others, while Lu Shui exuded a more playful charm. Really? As Lu Qin mentioned Lu Shui, she seemed to have an endless stream of words. Xiao Shui has always had a strong desire for the spotlight, which led her into the entertainment industry. She was reluctant to disclose our relationship, stating she wished to prove herself independently. Now, she has indeed become a prominent star in the entertainment realm, achieving greatness through her own efforts. I still remember the times when Xiao Shui would trail behind me, crying softly. Now she has grown so much. This moment, Lu Qin's expression was particularly gentle, and Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at her demeanor. However, Lu Qin could only furrow her brows in resignation. The entertainment industry is, after all, rather chaotic. Last time, when Xiao Shui was pursued to her home, she was genuinely frightened. Moreover, with school starting anew, she has taken refuge alone in the Ocean Community. I suggested she return home, but she was reluctant. Yet, it may be for the best that she isn't back now, as I was in a somewhat precarious situation myself. As she spoke, Lu Qin shook her head helplessly, seemingly lamenting that her child had grown up and was beyond her control. Lin Feng found this somewhat amusing and suddenly reached out to gently flick Lu Qin's forehead. Does my sister really believe she is raising a child? Lu Qin covered her forehead with one hand, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Lin Feng pointed at the hand she was using to shield her forehead. I didn't exert much force. Does it hurt? No, not at all. Lu Qin lowered her hand. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Feng replied, that's good. Otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you, I would feel distressed. Following this light-hearted interruption, Lu Qin's worries about Lu Shui diminished somewhat, and she softly inquired, now that you are here, can I call Xiao Shui back? Of course. Lin Feng understood Lu Qin's intent and responded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's face brightened with a hint of joy as she nodded. Soon, they arrived at the ocean community. Lin Feng accompanied Lu Qin upstairs while Old Wang waited below. Lu Qin first knocked on Lu Shui's door, but there was no response from within. She furrowed her brow. Xiao Shui must have gone out. I'll call her later. All right. Then let us go gather your things first. As Lin Feng pushed the door open and stepped inside, he remarked, there really isn't too much to tidy up. He had brought a storage ring down the mountain, and all important items were contained within it. Since arriving in Kyoto, he hadn't stayed in this rental for many days, so there wasn't much of significance. Lu Qin observed Lin Feng had packed only a single bag and curiously asked, is that all? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, saying, just a few changes of clothes. There's nothing much to pack. Lu Qin, who possessed a walk-in closet, was surprised that Lin Feng had managed to fit everything into such a small bag. She recalled Lin Feng mentioning that his group had acquired several companies, but she only remembered him stating he was an orphan. She felt a twinge of sympathy and gently said, next time, let us go buy some clothes together? Sure. Lin Feng had no particular demands regarding clothing, but upon reflecting on his plans, he realized he would need a few outfits to impress. It felt as though an unspoken agreement had been reached with Lin Feng, and Lu Qin's spirits lifted. Chapter 80. Forgetting to be a mentor after packing their belongings, the two prepared to leave. Xiao Shui's phone was unreachable. Lu Qin frowned and, after waiting outside with Lin Feng for a while without seeing anyone, decided they had no choice but to leave. Don't worry, Lu. Xiao Shui is already an adult and will be fine. Lin Feng gently reassured her. Lu Qin was only slightly concerned, as her sister often found herself in such situations, and it wouldn't cause her to panic if she couldn't reach her right away. Yes, I understand. I will try to contact her again tonight or tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and returned to the car with Lu Qin. The sky had begun to darken, and the two of them agreed to go out for a meal together. During their conversation, Lin Feng inquired about Lu Shui's whereabouts, only to learn that she was at home. After receiving this information, Lin Feng sat quietly in the car, choosing not to say anything further. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, who had been awakened from a long slumber by the sound of her phone, glanced at the corridor after seeing a message from Lu Qin. Estimating that her sister had already left, she rubbed her temples, replied to Lu Qin's message, tidied herself up, and then ventured out in search of food. That evening, Lin Feng, who was staying at Lu Qin's home, occupied the guest room. At that moment, he lay on the bed and, with a sense of curiosity, decided to give Lin Nanfeng a call. Hello. Who is this? Came Lin Nanfeng's robust voice from the other end. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you asleep? Lin Feng was surprised that he could actually connect from such a remote area. He held the phone away from his ear, rubbed it a bit, and then spoke up, Old man, it's me. Lin Nanfeng recognized Lin Feng's voice immediately. Otherwise, he would not have answered. Only a handful of people had his personal contact, and at this hour, none but Lin Feng would dare to call him. You rascal, why are you calling at such an hour? With a huff, Lin Nanfeng continued, I thought you had forgotten about your master. It's been days since you last thought of me. Huh? Lin Feng chuckled, I was just busy, and I thought I'd check in on you, old man. Get lost? Lin Nanfeng scoffed. I suspect you've stirred up trouble. Haven't you? Let me see why fiery spirit ginseng is still here. Where did you get yours? Lin Feng remained silent, already knowing that Zhao Li would report his actions. By the way, when can I meet my apprentice's wife? I hear she has quite the beauty. According to Zhao Li, Uncle Zhao has quite the loose tongue, Lin Feng replied. Humph. If it weren't for Uncle Zhao, would you have kept this from me? Of course not. Lin Nanfeng squinted his eyes. You seem a bit too well-behaved tonight. After a pause, his voice turned cautious. Speak. Have you gotten into trouble and need your master to clean up after you? After a moment of silence, Lin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. Don't worry, there's no need for you to clean up after me. I'm thriving, feeling great, and everything is perfectly well. Then why do you need to speak with me? Lin Feng took a deep breath. I just wanted to ask about your relationship with the leaders of the country. Did you think I'll be targeted for using my internal energy? So it's about this matter. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Rest assured, no one dares to make things difficult for you. Lin Feng's expression shifted. Then, should I still save Wang Lao? After Lin Feng posed this question, a prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at his phone, checking if the call had been disconnected. Chapter 81. Old stories. After a while, Lin Nanfeng's voice finally came through the phone again, tinged with irritation. Whatever. Oh, then I shall save him. From Lin Nanfeng's attitude towards that precious fire spirit ginseng, Lin Feng discerned certain truths. Whatever you say, it seems that old man is still fated to survive. Lin Nanfeng gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. I share the same sentiment. Lin Nanfeng twitched his lips and then snorted coldly. Do you have any other questions? Tell me about your past, oh. Lin Nanfeng's tale was not particularly extraordinary, yet it was compelling enough to be woven into a novel. A self-taught prodigy, he had acquired a secret manual and honed his unparalleled martial skills, making him a quintessential protagonist of a story. Upon stepping into the world, he befriended another good brother, Han Mu, and subsequently made the acquaintance of the old master Wang Wenhe, the current patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zhenghua, and the late patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao He, among others. In their youth, they brimmed with ambition, pledging to revitalize their homeland. However, as they grew older and ascended to positions of power, they began to drift apart. In those days, the status of each country on the world stage was precarious. Other nations would not permit the emergence of two geniuses from the relatively weak H country. Thus, they united to exert pressure, compelling H country to relinquish Han Mu and Lin Nanfeng. Internally, opinions were divided. Some supported the surrender of Lin Nanfeng and Han Mu, while others opposed it, yet the supporters ultimately held the majority. What followed was a natural progression. Foreign superhumans and certain high-ranking officials within the country conspired against them. In this scheme, Han Mu met his demise in battle, and upon arriving, Lin Nanfeng was driven to madness. He slaughtered all foreign adversaries alongside Han Mu's family, leaving only a handful of domestic officials alive. From that moment, he gained renown, instilling fear in those with ulterior motives abroad, while some within the country were filled with regret. Yet, after Han Mu's death, Lin Nanfeng chose to retreat into solitude, disinterested in worldly affairs. Among those who had supported the surrender of Han Mu, Zhao He was plagued by guilt and ultimately succumbed to depression. The aloof Wang Wenhe, who had remained uninvolved, found himself affected as well. Yet he lacked the courage to seek Lin Nanfeng for healing. Lu Zhenghua, the sole steadfast opponent of the surrender, was initially sidelined and returned only to find the aftermath awaiting his resolution. Thus, the once inseparable brothers of that year had either perished or drifted apart. After hearing this story, Lin Feng remained lost in thought for an extended period, while Lin Nanfeng on the other end of the line remained silent. It was unclear how long had passed when Lin Nanfeng finally broke the silence. Having remained calm all these years, I now understand that Zhao He and the others did not wish to abandon us, but rather found themselves powerless to protect us. Each country was too weak at that time, and for the sake of the nation, he had no choice but to act thus. However, understanding is one thing. Lin Feng comprehended the unspoken continuation. While understanding the rationale was one matter, the betrayal by friends and the nation was a wound that could not easily heal. Master, what about Uncle Zhao? Lin Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lin Nanfeng snorted. I am not so unreasonable. Zhao Li was still young back then. That old fool Zhao He intended to pass the mantle to him, likely hoping that we would perish and he could join us in death. Bah! Upon reaching this point, Lin Nanfeng spat indignantly twice, exclaiming, I wouldn't accept that worthless life even if it were offered to me. Lin Feng remained silent. Lin Nanfeng continued, however, it was precisely because that old coot Zhao He intended to pass his position to Zhao Li, who, by the way, possesses a gentler disposition than he anticipated. Consequently, upon learning of the situation, he could not dissuade Zhao He and immediately sought me out, allowing me to rush over to collect Mu's remains. Chapter 82. Han Mu. Later on, Zhao Li had a falling out with Zhao He and was expelled from the Zhao family. I lent him a hand, albeit a small one, and that young lad, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt towards me, began to visit me several times each year. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally untangled the events. Lin Nanfeng, momentarily incensed on the other end of the phone, soon calmed down. After all, decades had passed, and it was time to let bygones be bygones. All right, you know all that you need to know, so let us not dwell on these old, trivial matters. Lin Nanfeng did not feel that Lin Feng was reopening old wounds. Once he had composed himself, he reverted to being the mischievous mentor who delighted in teasing his disciple. Very well, Lin Feng acknowledged. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Master, do you harbor any biases against H country? What nonsense is this? Lin Nanfeng retorted, clearing his ear. What biases? What are you thinking? Are Zhao Pingji and the others pressuring you to serve the country or something? No, Lin Feng realized that assuming Lin Nanfeng was feeling sorrowful or held a grudge against H country was misguided. If there is nothing, then there is nothing. However, I suspect that Zhao Pingji has already set his sights on you. That fellow is quite shrewd. With a chuckle, Lin Nanfeng replied, Hee, it's all thanks to my training. Just look at how envious they are of you. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the old man's spirits were quite buoyant, but rest assured, none of them dare to make things difficult for you. Lin Nanfeng spoke with a tone of defiance. Moreover, although Zhao He is not a decent man, the younger generation beneath him is quite capable. As long as you steer clear of any unlawful activities, you have nothing to fear from them. Should you encounter someone from another country whom you cannot best, simply invoke my name. It should suffice to let you keep your life. When Lin Nanfeng had released Lin Feng from the mountain, he had anticipated this day would come. Even if Lin Feng refrained from causing trouble, with his abilities, it was only a matter of time before he attracted attention. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, finding some comfort in having a powerful ally. All right then, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait, don't. Lin Nanfeng's voice was brusque. Lin Feng hesitated, rubbing his forehead. I've started a group and become the boss. Wouldn't you like to come down and have some fun? Perhaps act as my doorman? Get lost? Lin Nanfeng retorted with a single word before hanging up. However, a flicker of interest crossed his face as he stroked his chin. Murmuring to himself, a group? I suspected Lin Feng would not lead an ordinary life, but I hadn't imagined he would become a boss so soon. The pace has quickened somewhat at that moment. The eavesdropper outside the door pushed it open and entered the room. What's the matter? No longer eavesdropping? Lin Nanfeng teased, casting a sidelong glance at the intruder. Lu Zhenghua shook his head in resignation. Can I truly keep anything from you? With Lin Nanfeng's profound inner strength and extraordinary abilities, he likely sensed Lu Zhengua's presence the instant he appeared at the doorway. Lin Nanfeng curled his lip and poured a cup of tea for Lu Zhenghua. Have some tea. Why are you still here? My disciple has already gone to rescue him. The Wang family should have informed you by now. Lu Zhenghua, lacking finesse and tea appreciation and drinking as if he were a beast, nevertheless recognized that this particular tea was one that Han Mu had favored in years gone by. After all these years, you still can't let go? Lu Zhenghua remarked. Old Zhao knows he was in the wrong. Enough. Lin Nanfeng interjected with a gesture to halt the conversation. There is nothing I can't let go of. It's simply that I feel life is rather pleasant at the moment. Chapter 83. Submission of evidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenghua fell silent. However, Lin Nanfeng took another generous sip of tea. My disciple is a conscientious one. He claims to have established some sort of group to take me in for retirement. I'm considering visiting him in a couple of days. Lu Zhenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Of course. Do you think I would deceive you? Lin Nanfeng rolled his eyes and then reclined onto his bed. All right, if you have nothing pressing, you may return. There is no need to wait for me. I'll seek out my disciple for some leisure in a few days. Pausing for a moment, Lin Nanfeng added. I'll spend a couple more days with a Mu. After Lin Nanfeng took Han Mu's body away, it was interred at Yuan Nan Mountain. Lu Zhenghua looked momentarily stunned. I'll wait for you. It's time to let the younger generation take the reins. They had once been filled with ambition, vowing to revitalize H country and become global leaders, yet they ultimately parted ways. Now, Lin Nanfeng's decision to send Lin Feng down the mountain rekindled his hope. A few years prior, he had secretly visited Yuan Nan Mountain and met Lin Feng. Perhaps he was their new beacon of hope. In truth, for internal strength masters like Lin Nanfeng and Lu Zhenghua, living for at least 200 years was hardly a challenge. Thus, Lu Zhenghua, with his neatly trimmed hair, appeared merely to have a few gray strands at his temples. His robust physique and spirited demeanor could easily convince one that he was only 40, yet Lin Nanfeng, who was 2 years younger at 78, hunched and stooped, despite his wild mane of black hair, exuded an air of age that belied his years, as if he were on the verge of withering. Lin Nanfeng closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. All right, be off with you. I wish to sleep. Lu Zhenghua remained silent but strode purposefully out of the door, closing it behind him. The next day, in Kyoto, Lin Feng rose early to accompany Lu Qin to her company. With Lin Feng's protection, Lu Qin made a decisive choice. The first order of business upon arriving at the office was to hand over the evidence of corporate espionage she had backed up to her trusted secretary. Wu Zhan, being Lu Qin's confidant, was someone she felt comfortable in trusting with this matter. After examining the evidence on the USB drive, Wu Zhan was left aghast. Sister Qin, where on earth did you acquire all this? As Wu Zhan spoke, he cast a vigilant glance at Lin Feng. Lu Qin, with a stern expression, patted Wu Zhan on the shoulder and instructed, "Submit this evidence." Then, her demeanor softened slightly as she added, "The evidence was provided by Xiao Feng. By the way, I haven't introduced you. This is my husband, Lin Feng." Lin Feng smiled warmly. "Hello, Secretary Wu. I've heard from my sister that you have been of tremendous assistance this time. How about I take the liberty of giving you a bonus?" Wu Zhan was taken aback, stuttering, husband? And still calling her sister. The groundhog in his heart was already squeaking in disbelief. When had Director Liu acquired a husband? Hadn't she just broken up with Cheng Hongyu, that heartless scoundrel? Was this a whirlwind marriage? No. Was this gentleman truly of age? Wu Zhan stiffly regarded Lin Feng, who he couldn't help but speculate about. These pieces of evidence had been given to Lu Qin by Lin Feng, and their boss was indeed a stunning beauty. Calling him Feng, brother, was simply beyond his capacity. Lin Feng, hello, thank you. Lin Feng gently nodded in response. Lu Qin was completely oblivious to the vast imagination swirling beneath her subordinate's rigid expression. All right. Remember to find yourself a couple of bodyguards. The company will reimburse you. Xiao Feng and I have matters to attend to and will leave first. Please inform Li Qian. Okay, understood. Wu Zhan finally regained his composure, responding with a serious demeanor. Chapter 84. No WeChat. After departing from Lu Qin's company, Lin Feng glanced at his t-shirt and jeans, contemplating before speaking. I have an appointment with Shengda in the afternoon, and since we still have time, sister, let us go buy some clothes first. He intended to assess the situation at Shengda and resolve some issues as the CEO of the acquiring company. A little finesse was necessary. Lu Qin paused for a moment before covering her mouth and chuckling softly. All right, Lao Wang, let us head to the central square. Lin Feng smiled helplessly at her reaction. Upon arriving at the central square, Lao Wang went to the underground parking lot to wait, while Lu Qin expertly guided Lin Feng to the 6th floor of the central mall, where high-end men's apparel was available, primarily frequented by affluent individuals seeking custom-tailored clothing. However, as they were short on time for custom orders, ready-made purchases were also an option. From that point onward, Lin Feng had little say. It was Lu Qin who enthusiastically selected outfits, urging Lin Feng to try them on and encouraging a spree of shopping. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of being a kept man. He was the one footing the bill after all. Aside from the problematic Jixin Literature Network, Zhongyo Real Estate, and Shengda Pharmaceuticals, platforms like Kuaishou Live and Shengshi Game Production were all generating revenue. Lin Feng tried on clothes for over 3 hours. Although he was not physically exhausted, they had been shopping from 8 in the morning until 10:30 noon. Had Lin Feng not mentioned his hunger, he genuinely believed Lu Qin could have emptied the store. Sister, this is truly sufficient, Lin Feng said with a helpless smile, struggling to carry the numerous suits they had purchased. Lu Qin provided the address for delivery straight to their home. This moment. He had already donned a suit, a semi-casual ensemble, featuring a light gray shirt adorned with a black and white checkered tie personally selected by Lu Qin. Lin Feng felt somewhat out of place, thus loosening the tie for a more relaxed appearance. The loosely tied neckwear, paired with the silver gray suit and black trousers, accentuated Lin Feng's narrow waist and long legs. The rolled-up sleeves revealed the graceful contours of his muscular arms, and the entire outfit imbued Lin Feng with a hint of allure. His charm rating of 88 was no mere jest. Having traded his somewhat youthful denim for a well-fitted suit, Lin Feng perfectly embodied every girl's fantasy of a flawless idol. Lu Qin found it difficult to meet his gaze. Yet, upon noticing the adoring stares and gasps from other girls in the mall, a strange sense of pride swelled within her. He was hers, her husband. With this thought, Lu Qin blushed slightly and linked her arm with Lin Feng's. Shall we go for a meal? Let us head straight to Shengda. All right. Lin Feng paused momentarily before a devilishly charming smile spread across his face. Observing the smile that danced at the corners of Lin Feng's lips, Lu Qin sensed the envy and jealousy emanating from those around them. Yet, her spirits soared as she walked arm in arm with Lin Feng towards the dining establishments on the 7th and 8th floors of the central mall. Just then, a girl, urged on by her friend, could no longer contain herself and rushed over. Hey handsome, could we exchange WeChat? Lin Feng was taken aback. Lu Qin's brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with hostility, but the girl remained oblivious, fixating solely on Lin Feng. Instead of responding immediately, Lin Feng cast a gentle glance at Lu Qin before addressing the girl. I'm sorry, but my wife would be upset. So I don't have WeChat. Wife? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked from Lin Feng to Lu Qin, unable to reconcile the fact that someone so young could be married. She pondered whether Lin Feng was merely using a term of endearment for a close girlfriend. Noticing this, Lu Qin tightened her grip on Lin Feng. "Hubby, let us go." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled at the girl, nodding. "I'm sorry, but we must be on our way." With that, he and Lu Qin ascended the staircase together. The girl, disheartened, stamped her foot in frustration but lacked the courage to pursue them further. The other onlooking girls, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret. While the girl beside the handsome man was undeniably beautiful, he was simply too dashing. Clad in a suit, he embodied the archetype of a charismatic, domineering CEO. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng ascended the staircase, he teased softly. Wife Lu Qin stiffened slightly, as if caught in a moment of vulnerability, and hastily released her hold on Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng leaned playfully to the right, instinctively wrapping his arm around Lu Qin. "What's wrong? Is my wife feeling shy?" Lu Qin halted in her tracks, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." As he spoke, he released Lu Qin, adopting an expression of innocent purity. Lu Qin paused, then suddenly grasped Lin Feng's hand, her face aflame as she averted her gaze. "Let us go." He. Lin Feng gazed at Lu Qin, who was pulling him forward, and chuckled lightly. The 7th floor was home to a variety of affordable restaurants, snack shops, and gaming halls, as Lu Qin continued to tug Lin Feng upward. Their figures, however, did not go unnoticed by others. Class monitor, "Isn't that Lin Feng?" In close proximity to Lin Feng, a group of students from Class 2 of the Finance Department at Jing University stood together. One girl, upon catching sight of Lu Qin and Lin Feng, paused momentarily, only to realize that this was none other than their campus heartthrob, Lin Feng. Zhu Changjun furrowed his brows and glanced in the direction the girl had indicated. Lin Feng? He vanished on the very first day of classes. Yet the teachers seem unperturbed. I detest such privileged connections. Of course, Zhu Changjun's belief that Lin Feng was a beneficiary of such connections was purely speculative. After all, isn't it common for teachers to remain silent when students skip classes? In his eyes, Jing University was a sanctum of learning. Lin Feng, viewed as a product of privilege, was particularly irksome to him. Meanwhile, Zhu Qian and Lu Yu, who had been lost in thought, overheard the girl's words. Zhu Qian's eyes lit up. "Lin Feng? Where?" "This guy vanished without a word and even sent us off with a text." "Come on, Lu Yu, let us go take a look." Yesterday, they were utterly astonished to see Lin Feng skip the first official day of classes, only to find him trending online. Eagerly, they messaged Lin Feng, only to receive a simple "oh" in return. That evening, they also noticed Lin Feng had not returned to the dormitory, though Lu Yu refrained from telling Zhu Qian that he had exchanged several messages with Lin Feng. Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qian and then at the other classmates. Oh. Zhu Qian never anticipated that the friends he made at Jing University would all be so emotionally detached. At that moment, Zhao Moen couldn't help but chuckle. It appears Lin Feng might be on a date. We should not intrude. That won't he do? I must ask Lin Feng when he managed to hook up with such a stunning beauty. Zhu Qian chuckled lewdly, his demeanor rather inappropriate. Lu Yu followed suit with an expression of exasperation, and Zhao Moen silently trailed behind. Zhu Changjun observed the trio, who were friendly with Lin Feng yet maintained a distant relationship with him, and narrowed his eyes, deciding to follow as well. Other classmates, eager to join in, trailed behind. Chapter 86. Unfounded Malice. Hey, Lin Feng. As Lin Feng and Lu Qin reached the staircase, preparing to ascend to the 8th floor, they halted in their tracks. Lin Feng turned to face Zhu Qian. "Zhu Qian? Lu Yu, Moen, you're all here?" Lin Feng casually inquired, glancing at the throng of students from Class 2 approaching. Zhu Qian nudged Lu Yu. Lu Yu shot a glance at Zhu Qian, devoid of emotion, betraying his teammate. "Zhu Qian wants to ask how you managed to attract such a beautiful girl." Zhu Qian's smile froze on his face. Lu Qian's face instantly flushed. Zhao Moen and the students from Class 2. "Is it really appropriate to be so blunt?" Lin Feng grasped Lu Qin's hand, which was attempting to withdraw, and pondered seriously. "Let me think. 17 days ago, to be precise, 408 hours and 56 minutes ago." Lu Qin's heart trembled, her previously aloof demeanor crumbled, revealing a shy, demure side. All members of Financial Class 2. This response is quite commendable. Indeed powerful. Haha, with a couple of chuckles, Zhu Chang prepared to shift the topic. "My friend, you look rather dashing in that outfit. By the way, did you come here to dine?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded. "Allow me to introduce. This is Lu Qin, my girlfriend and her sister. This is Zhu Chang, colloquially known as Bamboo, and this is Lu Yu, followed by Zhao Moen, along with these being my classmates. Greetings to all." When Lu Qin maintained her composed demeanor, Her aura was undeniably formidable. Her regal and aloof appearance made the girls of financial class 2 feel an inexplicable jealousy, as if they deemed themselves unworthy. Oh, the tragedy. Oh, greetings, sister-in-law. Lin Feng is arguably the youngest at Jing University. Zhu Cheng eagerly nodded. Lu Yu and Zhao Moen also greeted with cheerful smiles. Meanwhile, Zhu Changjun, still wearing a serious expression, approached with a refined demeanor. Lin Feng, I noticed you were absent from class yesterday. But the teachers seemed unconcerned. I've compiled class notes. If you require them, feel free to take a look. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. The classmates of financial class felt that the usually affable Zhu Changjun was acting rather inexplicably. Why would he say such things when the teachers didn't even comment? And right in front of his girlfriend. Is he meddling in everything? Lu Qin's expression turned slightly frosty, yet she refrained from interjecting. Lin Feng maintained his smile. Thank you, class leader. I've been dealing with some matters lately and requested leave from the principal. As for the notes, I've already asked Imoen to help me out. Right, Imoen? Lin Feng thought to himself. Is this guy envious of the wealthy? Let me handle this. Lu Qin furrowed her brow slightly and gently tugged at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, I'm feeling hungry. Chapter 87. Winning hearts. Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Lin Feng silently praised her for the timely assistance. Shall we go for a meal then? Lin Feng said with a gentle smile. He then turned to Zhu Changjun and the others. Unfortunately, I won't be able to participate in today's class activity. I wish to spend some quality time with my girlfriend. Zhu Chang chimed in at the right moment. Lin Feng patted Zhu Changjun on the shoulder, looking down at him. However, to express my apologies, class leader, today's expenses are on me. Enjoy yourselves. Zhu Changjun was momentarily taken aback, then his expression shifted. Zhu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, then he shot Lin Feng a knowing glance. Although the 7th floor of the Central Mall could be considered reasonably priced, with their numbers, the expenses would surely exceed several thousand. He recalled that Lin Feng was an orphan, having just come from the mountains. Seeing Zhu Chang's eyes twitching in surprise brought amusement to Lin Feng, who then called over a nearby server. Please charge my classmates' expenses to my account. In such large-scale malls, the servers are quite perceptive. And having just discussed Lin Feng's shopping spree with the staff of the luxury clothing store on the 6th floor, they had no objections upon hearing Lin Feng's request. Certainly, sir. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and waved at Lu Yu and the others, saying, Then I shall head upstairs with my sister first. Brothers of class leader Yuezi, enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Lu Yu calmly nodded in response. A girl exclaimed loudly, Are we just brothers? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Then his smile broadened. Of course, there are also all you sisters. Ha ha ha. The other classmates, upon hearing Lin Feng's generous offer, were initially stunned. Then they expressed their gratitude with beaming smiles. Thank you, Big Shot. Rest assured. You can go, Big Shot. May I cling to your thigh? Haha, you're quite the bro. A thigh to hold on to. Oh, I mean brotherly bond established. Thank you, Lin Feng. There were also whispers among the crowd. Wow. I see Lin Feng is definitely a high and mighty handsome guy. One girl cupped her face. He is both handsome and wealthy. I really want to compete with his girlfriend for him. Get real. Another girl rolled her eyes. Just take a look at his girlfriend. She is undoubtedly a stunning beauty from a wealthy family. That aura. TSK. She is the real winner in life. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhu Changjun's expression darkened, feeling as though Lin Feng was humiliating him with his wealth. He even secretly resented that the classmates he brought with him were easily swayed by Lin Feng's money, as they had previously centered around him, but now they all seemed to be fawning over Lin Feng. In truth, most students in the finance management program at Jing University were not short on money. When they called him Big Shot, it was merely a playful jest. Moreover, Lin Feng's demeanor was not one of boasting. It was only Zhu Changjun, with his twisted mindset, who perceived it in such a sordid manner. Seeing Zhu Changjun's displeasure, Lin Feng felt delighted. He nodded at all the classmates. Goodbye, everyone. Don't hold back later. Here is your chance to indulge in a big spender. Ha ha ha, I won't hold back at all. Zhu Qian, being perceptive, let out a sigh of relief upon noticing the waiter's attitude. Lin Feng playfully punched Zhu Qian on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Zhu Qian deliberately grimaced and rubbed his shoulder. Wow, that is quite a punch. After a pause, he waved his hand grandly. Everyone, let us go have some fun. Off we go. The other classmates laughed and followed suit. Lu Yu, trailing behind the group, silently glanced at Zhu Changjun's sullen face before withdrawing his gaze and leisurely following the noisy classmates. Zhu Changjun stood still, his expression dark as he watched the classmates ahead, then forced a smile to catch up. How could the goodwill he earned through his diligent efforts for the class be so easily snatched away by Lin Feng? Chapter 88. An intelligence beyond limits. As Lu Qin ascended the stairs alongside Lin Feng, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "That class leader seems a bit off, doesn't he? Don't mind him. P.S. Just a small fry, a petty-minded little shrimp," Lin Feng scoffed. Lu Qin nodded in agreement and then led Lin Feng to her favorite restaurant, requesting a private room. "Just the two of us," Lin Feng teased with a grin. Lu Qin's cheeks flushed, but to Lin Feng's surprise, she did not deny it. On the surface, the charming and carefree Lin Feng, who was secretly a pure-hearted young man, was momentarily taken aback by the response he received, causing his previously prepared flirtatious remarks to falter, his ears slightly flushing. The meal they shared was imbued with a mixture of ambiguity and sweetness, enveloping the private room in a haze of pink bubbles. When Wang Muqing entered, she was greeted by such a scene. As Lin Feng sensed her presence at the door, he turned with a hint of bewilderment, not expecting it to be Wang Muqing. Lu Qin instinctively distanced herself from Lin Feng upon seeing Wang Muqing. "Why is Muqing here?" Lu Qin's expression became somewhat awkward as she hurriedly explained to the puzzled Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, I mentioned to Muqing about our plans to visit Chengda, and she wants to collaborate with you." As Lu Qin spoke, a twinge of anxiety crept in, for she had not previously discussed this with Lin Feng. However, she had not anticipated Wang Muqing's sudden arrival, leaving her unprepared. Observing Lu Qin, the formidable businesswoman, displaying such a youthful infatuation, Wang Muqing's gaze subtly shifted. "Sister Qin was unaware of my visit. I did not intend to conceal it from you," Wang Muqing interjected, justifying Lu Qin's lack of foreknowledge. Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting slightly, but she chose not to elaborate further. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and invited Wang Muqing to take a seat, saying, "It seems I should have been the one to invite you, Muqing, yet you came to me first." Wang Muqing disregarded the half-eaten dishes on the table, fully anticipating Lin Feng's response. She nodded, stating, "When one has a request, it is only proper to take the initiative." "Oh?" Lin Feng regarded Wang Muqing with a composed demeanor, finding her rather intriguing. His earlier remark had been merely polite. He genuinely wished to invite Wang Muqing, recognizing the necessity for a reliable individual to oversee matters at Chengda Medical, as he could not devote all his energies to it alone. Having interacted with Lin Feng on several occasions, Wang Muqing had gained a fair understanding of his character, prompting her to speak directly. "I possess a research institute entirely under my purview, and I require your financial support to continue my research, the outcomes of which can be entirely entrusted to Chengda." Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. "Baga, Wang Muqing's profile. 100 system coins. Daily friendly data checks. 888 has a slight issue. 150 system coins, including attribute point queries. Transaction successful. Name, Wang Muqing. Gender, female. Bloodline, Blue Star. Human intelligence, 91 strength, 60 charisma, 84 soul power, 80, partially awakened, special psychic abilities, brain domain development. Luck, 73 health, 80, intelligence 91? Wasn't the cap for Blue Star humans supposed to be 90? Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Wang Muqing, who had been confident he would agree to her terms, furrowed her brow slightly. She squinted at Lin Feng, only to discover he seemed lost in thought. Special psychic abilities, partially awakened brain domain powers. Dear brother, open your eyes and look closely. This person is exceptionally astute. I fear you may not be able to match her prowess. Chapter 89. A pleasant collaboration. Certainly, I can impart all that I have learned to you. However, my time may be somewhat constrained, as my research commitments are limited. It is settled then. Upon hearing Lin Feng's offer of sharing all his knowledge, Wang Muqing felt a stir within her and resolutely declared, "I shall not take up too much of your time. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration." Although Wang Muqing maintained her calm and reserved demeanor, Lu Qin, who had spent considerable time with her, discerned that her spirits were notably elevated. A fruitful collaboration indeed. The smile on Lin Feng's face became increasingly genuine. Once the two had reached an agreement, Lu Qin inquired, "Xiao Qing, have you dined yet? Shall I order more dishes?" "No need. I have already eaten," Wang Muqing replied gently. "Aren't we heading to the grand event this afternoon? Are we departing now?" Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "Then let us leave at once." Lu Qin and Wang Muqing expressed no objections and rose to follow Lin Feng out of the private room. As they exited the shopping mall, a minor incident occurred. When Lin Feng approached the counter to settle the bill, he found that the members of Financial Class 2 had yet to depart. Just as he was about to prepay some funds, Wang Muqing interjected, revealing that this central mall belonged to the Wang family, and thus, there was no need for payment. Lin Feng gladly accepted this small favor. When Lao Wang arrived to drive them, Wang Muqing instinctively took her place in the front passenger seat. while Lu Qin hesitated momentarily, her cheeks tinged with crimson, before joining Lin Feng in the back seat. Lin Feng gently grasped Lu Qin's hand, which rested beside him, and silently mouthed 5 words. "My diligent helpmate." Lu Qin, feeling bashful, lowered her eyes but did not withdraw her hand from his grip. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Muqing noticed this exchange, her gaze flickering slightly before she turned her attention to the fleeting scenery outside the car. They soon arrived at the grand venue, and Lin Feng caught sight of several individuals peering from the entrance through the car window. According to 888, the shares of the Grand Enterprise had been fully acquired, yet the original founder, Wang Hong, was reluctant to part with his cherished creation and thus remained to facilitate the transition with Lin Feng. Chapter 90. Astonishment. Having just received word from Lin Feng that he would arrive shortly, Wang Hong, accompanied by several associates, stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As Lin Feng stepped out of the car, he led the way, with Lu Qin and Wang Muqing following closely behind. The trio's striking appearances were hard to overlook, drawing the gaze of Wang Hong and his companions towards them. However, Wang Hong had never encountered the individual who acquired the Grand Enterprise and was unaware of Lin Feng's appearance, leaving him perplexed about the purpose of these 3 extraordinary individuals' visit. It is not that Wang Hong lacked intelligence. Rather, the youthful visage of Lin Feng and his companions was misleading. He had envisioned the acquirer of the Grand Enterprise as a composed and astute middle-aged individual exuding confidence and wisdom, a conclusion drawn from his dealings with 888. One of Wang Hong's companions, clad in a white lab coat, momentarily froze upon sighting Wang Muqing, squinting his eyes in recognition before turning crimson and pulling at Wang Hong's sleeve. Wang Hong, oblivious to the tugging at his arm, gazed curiously at Lin Feng as he approached. "May I inquire who you are?" A few speculations arose in his mind, yet Wang Hong found it somewhat hard to believe. Prompting him to voice his confusion, Lin Feng discreetly assessed Wang Hong. He possessed a gentle demeanor infused with an air of authority, his face etched with traces of a smile, suggesting he had once been a mild-mannered leader. However, it was evident that he had recently been through some difficulties, as a hint of fatigue marred his expression. Without further ado, Lin Feng produced the acquisition contract that had been meticulously prepared, which bore Wang Hong's signature. Host, Wang Hong is rather difficult to deal with. The condition for acquiring his shares is to assist in proving the innocence of the researchers involved in the development of those 2 drugs, ensuring they are not embroiled in legal troubles. Of course, this is something the host is required to do anyway, so I agreed. The acquisition by 888 is a complete takeover, meaning Lin Feng currently holds a 100% controlling stake in Shengda. Oh, it appears this person has quite commendable character. Thus, Lin Feng had no intention of seeking a different superior. Wang Hong took the acquisition contract, scrutinized it thoroughly, and then looked at Lin Feng with a hint of astonishment. "Mr. Lin, is it truly you, Mr. Lin Feng?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied calmly with anod.my subordinate, Ba Ge, was the one who previously negotiated with General Manager Wang. "You're still addicted." Rolling eyes. JPG. The several white-coated individuals surrounding Wang Hong were all taken aback, their initial plan to assert dominance over Lin Feng forgotten. Wang Hong, momentarily stunned, quickly returned the contract to Lin Feng. Then, "Mr. Lin, let us discuss further inside." "Please, come in." Observing Lin Feng's youthfulness, Wang Hong felt a twinge of uncertainty, unsure whether Lin Feng would fulfill the promises made earlier. Lin Feng nodded and followed Wang Hong and the others into Shengda. The white-coated individual, whose face had turned red, stealthily approached Wang Muqing. Lin Feng's gaze subtly shifted, noting that the white-coated figure appeared quite clean but a bit frail, likely a weakling. He mused that the exceptionally intelligent Wang Muqing might not find him appealing. Wang Muqing, maintaining a forward gaze, ignored the white-coated individual who had approached him. The latter, rubbing his hands together, excitedly whispered, "Excuse me, are you Professor Wang Muqing?" Wang Muqing responded with a curt nod. It turned out it was not a confession of affection. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat disinterested, withdrew his gaze and began to observe the interior of Shengda, only to find it desolate. Chapter 91. Intimidation. Leading the way, Wang Hong displayed no signs of embarrassment. After Shengda became embroiled in a lawsuit involving a fatality, all employees who could leave had already departed, leaving behind those entangled in the legal proceedings. He presumed Lin Feng was well aware of Shengda's state prior to the acquisition, thus he refrained from being overly sentimental about it. The current circumstances of Shengda were simply as they were. Lin Feng cast a brief glance at the vacant interior of Shengda before averting his gaze, opting not to voice any opinions. Wang Hong escorted Lin Feng to the door of a conference room on the 8th floor, then pushed it open. "Mr. Wang, please. Let me tell you, even if you acquire Shengda, we will still align ourselves with General Manager Wang. Don't expect us to serve you. The loud voice from within the room drowned out Wang Hong's words, causing him to stiffen, wiping the spittle off his face. Lin Feng. The people inside the door also realized they had scolded the wrong person, awkwardly falling silent. Then this individual poked his head out to glance around, looking perplexed. Mr. Wang, aren't you here to pick someone up? What happened? Did that fellow from the acquiring company not arrive? This man, clad in a white lab coat, was likely from the Pharmaceutical Research Institute under Xingda, and Lin Feng found his demeanor rather amusing. However, Wang Hong clearly held a different opinion. He feared that Lin Feng might become irate and disregard these researchers, causing his expression to grow increasingly stiff. The fair-skinned man in the white lab coat, who was following Wang Muqing, wore a look of unbearable discomfort and frantically gestured towards the gentleman inside. This is Wang Muqing, Professor Wang, a national treasure of the world. Unfortunately, the gentleman inside failed to receive the message from his companion and scratched his head. Mr. Wang, our medicine is absolutely fine. It's that bunch of scoundrels from Shuadai Pharmaceuticals who stole our research results and framed us. Why are you selling the company? We don't need you to sell the company to protect us. Wang Hong was certainly aware of this, but at that moment, he simply wished to hastily silence this gentleman's incessant chatter. Thus, he strode into the room. Feng Qin. This is Mr. Lin Feng, the one acquiring Shengda. Lin Feng smiled amiably at the chattering Feng Qin. Feng Qin, though brimming with anger and ready to retort, felt quite embarrassed to have been caught speaking ill of someone behind their back, leaving him momentarily speechless. The other researchers in white lab coats cast astonished glances at Lin Feng and the two accompanying him, noting that the man was handsome and the woman beautiful. But could this truly be the CEO acquiring Shengda? A few others who noticed Wang Muqing's appearance revealed expressions of similar surprise as they scrutinized her. Wang Muqing, under the gaze of several individuals, remained composed, following Lin Feng closely. Lin Feng withdrew his smile, his countenance turning grave, exuding an aura of intimidation. Those who had previously looked at Wang Muqing swiftly retracted their gazes, now cautiously eyeing Lin Feng. Lu Qin, however, gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of infatuation. Lin Feng gradually approached the head of the conference table and took a seat, causing the attention of the crowd to shift with his movements. Wang Hong, initially concerned that Lin Feng was merely a frivolous playboy, felt inexplicably reassured by this scene, believing Lin Feng might be able to help them navigate their current predicament. Silently, Lin Feng surveyed the room under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Each person instinctively straightened their posture, sensing that this newly appointed CEO possessed quite a commanding presence. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the previously chattering Feng Qin. Feng Qin, is it? Chapter 92. Sweet dates with a heavy stick. Wang Hong's expression subtly shifted. Realizing something was amiss, Feng Qin, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze from Lin Feng, only to feel that such an action was rather cowardly. He then turned back, puffing out his chest to meet Lin Feng's stare. It's me. Lin Feng offered an enigmatic smile, not wishing for Mr. Wang to sell the company to save you. Is that right? It seems you would prefer to end up in prison instead. Of course, before you find yourself behind bars, you would need to settle the breach of contract fees, Mr. Feng. I believe your contract with Shengda has not yet been terminated? Feng Qin's face turned pale. In truth, Lin Feng's words were merely a ruse to deceive the Navi and unsuspecting researchers present. Wang Hong was acutely aware that this incident would at most lead to Shengda's bankruptcy, resulting in a tarnished reputation and the shuttering of its doors. In a more severe scenario, it would be he, rather than the researchers, who would be incarcerated. However, the stain of having produced a fatal drug would undoubtedly hinder any researcher involved from continuing in this field, representing a significant blow to those fervently devoted to pharmaceutical research. Observing this, Wang Hong inwardly sighed, wiping his brow as he attempted to smile. Mr. Lin, Feng Qin, and the others are merely speaking thoughtlessly. Lin Feng raised his palm to signal Wang Hong to hold his tongue, instead casting a glance at the researchers, whose expressions were far from favorable. And of course, should you wish to continue serving President Wang. It is not beyond possibility, Lin Feng said, cupping his chin with both hands as he regarded Wang Hong. But that ultimately depends on President Wang's willingness. Feng Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wang Hong, perplexed by Lin Feng's statement, furrowed his brow. What does Mr. Lin mean? Lin Feng straightened himself, casually leaning against the back of the office chair. Though his posture was relaxed, it exuded an air of condescension. I am formally inviting President Wang to resume the position of General Manager of Shengda Pharmaceuticals. As for the remuneration, how does 10% of the company's shares sound? Lin Feng's gaze was resolute, confident that Wang Hong would not decline such an offer. After all, from 888's comments, It was evident that Wang Hong held a deep emotional connection to the company he had founded, and he was particularly concerned about the researchers. Indeed, Wang Hong could not refuse. Mr. Lin is not jesting, I hope? The researchers, having overheard this exchange, also experienced a shift in their demeanor, their previous animosity towards Lin Feng dissipating entirely. Certainly not, Lin Feng affirmed as he rose, approaching Wang Hong with sincerity and extending his hand. Witnessing Lin Feng's genuine demeanor, Wang Hong recognized that there was no need for Lin Feng to entangle himself with troublesome matters. A glimmer of joy and gratitude appeared in Wang Hong's eyes as he promptly grasped Lin Feng's hand. Thank you. Mr. Lin. Feeling the warmth of Wang Hong's perspiring palm, Lin Feng smiled. To a fruitful collaboration. The researchers, who had contemplated rebellion, breathed a collective sigh of relief at this scene, their hostility evaporating as they realized they had previously misjudged Lin Feng as a conspiratorial figure aligned with Shangda's adversaries. Fang Qin awkwardly spoke. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I wasn't angry, merely attempting to startle Mr. Feng, Lin Feng replied, retracting the subtle pressure of inner strength he had previously exuded as a form of intimidation. In the eyes of the researchers, he now appeared particularly warm and approachable. Fang Qin, though feeling somewhat constrained, ultimately relaxed, realizing that the new superior might not be as difficult to interact with as anticipated. Employing the tactic of first delivering a reprimand and then offering a sweet reward proved effective. Observing the group who had begun to accept him as their new leader, Lin Feng continued. By the way, I have also brought along another world-class expert, Professor Wang Muqing, who will serve as the Deputy General Manager of Shangda. Chapter 93. Professor Wang, the previously reserved researcher in a pristine white lab coat, turned crimson, exclaiming, Old Feng, boss, it's Professor Wang. Professor Wang. The researcher, who had initially been captivated by Wang Muqing's appearance only to have his attention diverted by Lin Feng, gasped upon hearing Lin Feng's words and fixated intently on Wang Muqing. Wang Hong trembled with astonishment, scrutinizing Wang Muqing closely. If Wang Muqing had indeed come to Shangda, one could be certain that the state would conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, if only out of respect for her reputation. Shangda could truly be saved this time. Wang Muqing, noticing Lin Feng's introduction, felt a glimmer of excitement in her eyes and stepped forward, saying, Hello, everyone. I am Wang Muqing, W.W. Wang, Professor. Fang Qin, momentarily stunned, suddenly regained his senses and shouted. Wang Muqing calmly turned her gaze toward him, replying, Hello, Researcher Feng. Good. Hello, Professor. Fang Qin stood at attention, a silly grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Wang Muqing. Lin Feng found the scene hard to behold. Yet he understood the exhilaration these individuals felt upon encountering a luminary. He turned to Lu Qin and shared a knowing smile. Wang Muqing spoke in a steady tone. I've heard that Researcher Feng is the chief researcher who developed the cancer-inhibiting medication. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've conducted some research on this medication and made some additional findings. I wonder if we might discuss it further. While he was curious about how Wang Muqing had obtained their cancer-inhibiting drug, he believed that the esteemed Professor Wang would never engage in any underhanded actions, such as stealing their research results. Absolutely. Of course. Fang Qin nodded vigorously, his breath quickening. To receive guidance from such a distinguished figure was something many could only dream of. Indeed, Wang Muqing replied with a slight nod. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to continue. Professor Wang's private research institute will soon engage in a series of collaborations with Shangda, so everyone should seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the researchers felt a rush of excitement. A fleeting smile graced Wang Muqing's lips. She bore no ill will toward Lin Feng for leveraging her name to attract Shangda's researchers, as it was, after all, a mutually beneficial arrangement. While the assemblage of researchers reveled in their hopeful visions of the future, one individual remained acutely aware of the prevailing crisis. Wang Hong was genuinely impressed by Lin Feng's ability to bring in Wang Muqing, given the rumors of her unique personality and formidable background. Even the state could not compel her to act against her will. She merely held a nominal role in each country, participating in research intermittently. Most importantly, every research project that Wang Muqing had been involved in had never met with failure. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire how Lin Feng intended to address the pressing issues at hand. Mr. Lin, what are your plans regarding the court summons and the counterfeit drug situation? Lin Feng responded. Will you have access to the bodies of those who died after taking the counterfeit drugs? Wang Hong furrowed his brow. Yes, the court is still in the review stage, and all charges remain uncertain. We also have the right to be informed of certain investigative results. In truth, the lawsuit is not the most pressing issue. The gravest concern lies in the pervasive unease among individuals who have used the medications from Shangda. Each person echoes the sentiment that there must be something amiss with Shangda's products. leading to a flurry of demands for explanations. This reputational crisis, if left unresolved, would render Shengda incapable of maintaining its foothold in the industry. Fortunately, with the arrival of Wang Muqing, this paramount issue is no longer a concern. Under his stewardship, the populace of H country will undoubtedly refrain from boycotting Shengda's medications. After all, this is the esteemed Professor Wang, renowned for independently developing artificial hearts and making significant contributions to the medical field. Chapter 94. 1% of the shares if it is accessible, then please take me to see it shortly. And what about those patients disfigured? Where are they now? Wang Hong did not grasp Lin Feng's intentions and could only respond truthfully. They are all currently in the hospital. Ah, then as the newly appointed owner of Shengda, I must pay them a visit as well. Wang Hong. He truly could not fathom what Lin Feng was aiming for. Was he intending to visit those individuals? Firstly, he was uncertain whether they were genuinely innocent, and secondly, he feared they might retaliate against him. After a moment of silence, Wang Hong began to understand Lin Feng's meaning, then grimaced. The corpses exhibited no traces of other drug toxins. Even the forensic experts and our researchers have confirmed there are no other causes of death. Yet, issues have arisen specifically with our medication. Do we possess any evidence to prove that the drug was tampered with afterward? As for those disfigured girls, their emotional state is currently highly agitated, and similarly, no other causes for their disfigurement can be identified. The sole link points to their recent use of our Shengda beauty products, part of which have indeed been found problematic upon examination. Wang Hong shook his head in resignation. If Mr. Lin intends to pursue this angle, it may prove futile. Indeed, Lin Feng did not make any promises to Wang Hong about resolving everything. With a serious demeanor, he stated, I will personally address these matters. Thereafter, you shall accompany me, as you are more familiar with certain situations. As for the researchers, they should continue with their prior tasks. These matters do not require your concern, especially regarding financial issues. Pausing for a moment, Lin Feng stepped aside to allow Lu Qin to stand before him. Allow me to introduce another esteemed individual, General Manager Lu Qin. Until the funds frozen in Shengda are unfrozen, General Manager Lu will financially support your research endeavors. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin raised an eyebrow and nodded at the assembly in the conference room. Greetings. I am Lu Qin. Regarding the compensation for the funding, Lin Feng leaned closer to Lu Qin and whispered, 1% of the Samu Group shares. What do you think, sister? Lin Feng was confident that the companies under the Samu umbrella would emerge as leaders across various industries in the future. 1% of Samu shares would undoubtedly not lead Lu Qin to a loss, but rather exceed her expectations. Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback. She had not previously heard Lin Feng mention the Samu Group. However, recalling the conglomerate he had referred to in relation to the acquisition, she quickly understood. She gazed deeply at Lin Feng, then gently nodded. There is no need for formality between us, Xiao Feng. Lin Feng raised his lips in a smile and then turned to Wang Muqing, saying, Sister Muqing, the remuneration is 2 to 3% of Samu Group shares. Please do not refuse. He felt that Wang Muqing was not as simple as she appeared. A person of such intellect was certainly someone one would wish to befriend eternally. A flicker of emotion crossed Wang Muqing's face before she nodded, of course. Although they had previously agreed on terms, she sensed a mystery surrounding Lin Feng, which piqued her curiosity and made her eager to explore. This was the first time someone had evoked such intrigue in her, leaving her with an inscrutable feeling. Wang Hong and the others listened in a state of confusion. Fang Chen weakly inquired, what is Samu Group? How can it attract such a prominent figure to serve while offering only 2% of the shares? I am genuinely curious, almost tormented by it. Wang Hong frowned, concerned that his company's researchers, being somewhat simplistic, might not grasp the principle of if you don't know, don't ask. It was truly disheartening. Lin Feng lowered his gaze, contemplating. Based on the information provided by 888, he felt that those who remained by Wang Hong's side at this moment need not worry. They would not speak carelessly. By the way, General Manager Wang, I have yet to formally introduce myself. Chapter 95. A fondness for high-difficulty challenges. Lin Feng briefly outlined the Samu Group, of course, without delving into the specifics of all the companies under its umbrella. He suggested that if Wang Hong wished to learn more, he could search online, as Samu was registered. However, 888 had concealed the identity of Samu Group's chairman, making it inaccessible to the average person or the inhabitants of Blue Star. Wang Hong did not immediately search the internet, but Fang Chen could no longer contain his curiosity and pulled out his phone. Zhixin Literature Network, Zhengyo Real Estate. Fang Chen huddled with a group of researchers, murmuring the names. Upon hearing the first few company names, Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback. Although Samu Group's business operations spanned a wide range, it was evident that the companies under its banner faced certain issues. Despite being somewhat preoccupied these past few days, he had heard of the predicaments faced by these companies, yet he had not encountered rumors suggesting that they had already been acquired. As this realization dawned upon him, Wang Hong's expression shifted oddly, and he silently regarded Lin Feng, pondering whether this new superior had a penchant for high-difficulty challenges. Lin Feng, noticing Wang Hong's peculiar gaze, could not disclose that it was all the system's fault. He merely maintained an enigmatic expression and waved his hand, deciding to first take a tour of the morgue. The researchers from Shangda remained behind, while Lin Feng and his companions followed Wang Hong toward the morgue of the sealed-off Central Hospital. At the hospital entrance, Wang Hong set down his phone, stating, "I have made the necessary arrangements, Mr. Lin. Let us proceed." Lin Feng nodded, but as they passed through the lobby, he suddenly halted and turned to Lu Qin, saying, "Sister, you stay here and wait for us for a moment." Lu Qin resolutely shook her head. "I will accompany you." Lin Feng's demeanor softened as he grabbed a small box prepared by the researchers in his left hand and extended his right hand to clasp Lu Qin's, leading her along. Sensing the distinct atmosphere between them, Wang Hong finally understood what had previously eluded him. As the chairman of the group, Lin Feng did not need anyone's financial assistance to maintain the research institute. He was merely finding an excuse to grant the boss's wife shares. Despite having a blissful family of his own, Wang Hong still felt overshadowed. Outside the designated morgue, several policemen stood guard, accompanied by 2 forensic experts who had arrived upon receiving news of Wang Hong's presence. "Mr. Wang, I hear you wish to take another look at the body?" inquired the officer stationed at the entrance, adopting a formal tone. Wang Hong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." The policemen exchanged glances and, having received prior instructions, escorted Wang Hong and his companions inside without further delay. The 2 forensic experts exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Feng and his companions, who appeared remarkably distinguished. However, they wondered what business a group of young individuals could possibly have here. Were they merely here to view the corpse? Although the investigation into the case of the medicine that allegedly caused death was not yet concluded, the forensic experts were quite certain that no alternative cause of death had been discovered within the deceased's body, leading them to harbor a certain disdain for Wang Hong, who might be the prime suspect. "What brings you here today, Mr. Wang?" The question left Wang Hong at a loss, compelling him to look towards Lin Feng. It was then that the officers realized that Lin Feng, the youngest among them, had assumed a leadership role. Lin Feng politely nodded to the officers and explained, "We wish to conduct another examination of the body, as we at Shangda would never produce a lethal medication." The officers and forensic experts remained non-committal in response to Lin Feng's assertion. However, the expressions of the 2 forensic experts soured, as it was evident that Lin Feng's actions cast doubt on their professionalism. Lin Feng made no further attempt to clarify his intentions to the forensic experts and, under their watchful gaze, lifted the white cloth shrouding the corpse. Chapter 96. Autopsy. Wang Hong observed as Lin Feng prepared to inspect the body, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glanced from Lin Feng to Wang Muqing. Wasn't it Wang Muqing who was supposed to conduct the autopsy? Why was the new boss taking charge? Did Lin Feng possess any medical knowledge or expertise in performing an autopsy? Wang Hong was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Wang Muqing positioned herself behind Lin Feng, ensuring she did not obstruct his movements while attentively observing his every action. Lin Feng donned a pair of white gloves retrieved from his small case, lifting the deceased's eyelids for examination, followed by the lips, fingers, and other intricate details. Though his actions lacked the precision of a seasoned professional, they were nonetheless beyond reproach. The 2 disgruntled forensic experts could not pinpoint any mistakes, merely standing aside with discontented expressions, though their gazes gradually shifted elsewhere. One of the forensic experts furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang Muqing from head to toe before leaning towards his companion and whispering, "Doesn't this young lady seem somewhat familiar?" As Lin Feng produced a silver needle from his small case, a flicker of excitement crossed his face, and with an assured demeanor, he swiftly inserted the needle into the deceased's chest, extracting a drop of blood, which he then sealed in a glass vial. His colleague nodded earnestly. "Yes, she does seem vaguely familiar." Without hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded to peel away the clothing of the male corpse for a closer inspection, prompting Lu Qin to involuntarily step back, diverting her gaze. "Why does it feel like I've seen this before?" The morgue was not particularly spacious, and despite the forensic experts' attempts to speak quietly, the others present were keenly attentive to their conversation. "I am as well." With these words, the 2 forensic experts fell into silence. As Lin Feng collected blood and residual stomach contents with his silver needles, he proceeded to take the pulse of another corpse, a procedure that appeared somewhat perplexing to others. After a brief moment of silence, the 2 forensic experts were suddenly taken aback, exchanging startled glances before eagerly stepping forward. Wang Muqing, nearly caught in their fervor, retreated a couple of steps with an indifferent expression. The surrounding police officers were equally astonished, instinctively reaching for their waists. Dr. Feng, is there an issue? The portly forensic expert quickly waved his hands dismissively. No, it's nothing. He then turned to Wang Muqing with palpable excitement, cautiously inquiring, may I ask, are you Professor Wang? Wang Muqing cast a fleeting glance at him, her lips parting slightly. I am called Wang Muqing. Indeed, it was Professor Wang. The other forensic expert, brimming with enthusiasm, slapped his thigh. Professor Wang, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? As he trailed off, it suddenly dawned on him that Wang Muqing had come with Wang Hong, prompting a realization that perhaps there was something amiss with this case, considering even Professor Wang had arrived. After all, Wang Muqing was not only an expert in medical research, but also a specialist in both internal and external medicine, holding an esteemed position within the medical community. It was no wonder the two forensic experts were so animated in her presence. Professor Wang, could it be that there is something wrong with this case? Is there an issue with the corpse? The portly forensic expert's face was filled with curiosity. Wang Muqing met his gaze and slowly shook her head. At that moment, Lin Feng had also completed his examination, and a sense of clarity began to settle in his mind. However, while the matter could be deemed straightforward, it also hinted at potential entanglements with some shadowy forces, a glimmer of insight flashing in Lin Feng's eyes. The two forensic experts remained perplexed and curious about Wang Muqing's presence alongside Wang Hong, their eyes fixed intently on her. Wang Muqing, accustomed to such scrutiny, maintained her composure, remaining silent as there was little to articulate. Chapter 97. A major issue. The portly forensic expert, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, Professor Wang, have you discovered any issues with the deceased's body? Lin Feng subtly twitched his lips, finally grasping that these individuals viewed Wang Muqing through a lens of admiration, likely being her fervent admirers. Did they truly believe she possessed X-ray vision, able to discern problems merely by standing beside the corpse? At a loss for words, Wang Muqing replied, no, I am merely accompanying my boss. Boss? Upon hearing this term, the forensic expert gazed in astonishment at Wang Hong, evaluating how this modest pharmaceutical company owner could possibly be Professor Wang's superior. Wang Hong felt the intensity of their scrutiny and involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. He was not the boss, but could not disclose the truth. Lin Feng had previously hinted at the necessity of revealing to the public that the company had been acquired, and that it was purchased by someone who had rescued the Wang family patriarch, all while keeping the true identity of the buyer a secret. Thus, Wang Hong was left with no choice but to awkwardly accept the title of boss. A hint of amusement flickered in Wang Muqing's eyes as she exchanged a glance with Lin Feng, who had finished gathering his materials and then kindly offered her assistance to him once more. The anti-cancer drug developed by the Shengdao Research Institute has proven to be successful, and I have discovered that further enhancements to this medication may hold the promise of curing cancer. Upon hearing this declaration, the individuals in the morgue were taken aback. What is cancer, after all? In the eyes of most, it is an incurable affliction. Yet, Wang Muqing now asserts the possibility of a cure. If such a statement were made by anyone else, it would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. However, who is making this claim? It is none other than Professor Wang, the innovator who successfully created an artificial heart and transplanted it into a volunteer's body. This is the same Professor Wang who has developed a flawless medication to suppress diabetes. In short, this is a distinguished figure. And the possibility of curing cancer is now proclaimed by this eminent individual. Several forensic experts gazed at Wang Muqing with fervent eyes. This is truly remarkable. Thus, Mr. Wang must have been framed. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this case. Indeed, I had suspected as much. Who would be foolish enough to release a drug capable of causing death into the market? Mr. Wang is undoubtedly innocent. Wang Hong, who was inexplicably criticized, could only stare blankly. The two forensic specialists, having swiftly switched allegiances, glanced at a few police officers, who were equally perplexed. Lin Feng. It seems he has underestimated Wang Muqing's standing in the medical community. He has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The two forensic experts felt no qualms about their statements, having completely forgotten their earlier suspicions of Wang Hong as a potential murderer, instead looking forward to Wang Muqing affirming their claims. Wang Muqing. Yes, I share your sentiments. After a brief pause, Wang Muqing continued, however, I must ask that you keep today's events confidential. Certainly. After mentally traversing a myriad of conspiracy theories, the two forensic specialists nodded vigorously, then turned in unison to the police officers. The officers, feeling a surge of tension, nodded silently in agreement. Wang Muqing nodded in satisfaction before turning to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up and bid farewell to the police officers before departing. Once outside the hospital and back in the car, Wang Hong, who was serving as the driver, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Lin, was there something amiss with the corpses?" Wang Hong had yet to consider that Lin Feng's medical expertise might surpass that of Wang Muqing, leaving him bewildered as to the purpose of Lin Feng's visit. Was he merely checking the corpses? That seemed absurd. Lin Feng, with a knowing smile, replied, "Indeed, there is an issue, and it is a significant one." Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Muqing furrowed her brow slightly and turned to face Lin Feng. Lu Qin was also momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "What is the issue?" Lin Feng's left index finger unconsciously tapped the small box beside him, which contained samples of the deceased's blood, gastric remnants, hair, skin flakes, and more. He shook his head with a smile. "This problem is rather substantial, and I cannot divulge the details just yet. By the way, Muqing, when we return, please conduct an analysis of the contents within this box. While it is unlikely that anything conclusive will be discovered, perhaps Wang Muqing might unveil something intriguing." Wang Muqing's gaze flickered slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Understood." Lin Feng nodded and fell silent, instead taking Lu Qin's hand and closing his eyes to rest. Driving, Wang Hong remained oblivious to Lin Feng's peculiar actions. It turned out that Professor Wang was still required for the analysis. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. "By the way, let us visit a few disfigured young women." The disfigured girls were likely innocent victims, for it was improbable that any young woman would willingly sacrifice her own visage to frame Shangda. Among the unfortunate girls, 2 had isolated themselves at home, refusing to see anyone, while a few others were receiving treatment at another hospital, accompanied by their families. "Let us head to the hospital first." "All right." Although Wang Hong did not fully comprehend Lin Feng's intentions, he was determined not to abandon Shangda at the last moment, so he resolved to comply with whatever Lin Feng proposed. Upon hearing Wang Hong's agreement, Lin Feng once again narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. 100 system coins. 500. 300. Transaction complete. Upon hearing Lin Feng's price of 888, the entity known as 888 chose to overlook Lin Feng's exploitation of the system's loophole, for the value of system coins outweighed all else in this vast world. Moreover, Lin Feng's failure would bring no advantage to it. Chapter 99. Disfigurement 888 swiftly retrieved the necessary information, albeit limited to what was available online. Nevertheless, even this data sufficed for Lin Feng, who skimmed through it with remarkable speed, his mind already formulating a plan. The Shutai Pharmaceutical Company, bold enough to collaborate with foreign superhumans to harm the citizens of Country H, would undoubtedly face repercussions, regardless of their affiliations or whether they belonged to a more malevolent nation. He was adept at using others' blades to slay his foes. Before long, they arrived at the hospital where the 4 disfigured young women were being treated. Renowned for its cosmetic surgery, Wang Hong, having visited previously, led Lin Feng and the others directly to the ward. His expression reflected a mixture of compassion and helplessness as he spoke while walking. The conditions of these young women are quite dire. Even in a cosmetic hospital, once their injuries have healed, they cannot be restored to their former selves. Their facial wounds have yet to heal? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Lu Qin could not help but glance at Wang Hong. The significance of a young woman's face was evident, and the fact that these girls had not crumbled under pressure was a testament to their resilience. Indeed, it was perplexing why the wounds on these girls' faces had not healed, festering instead. Wang Hong sighed deeply. Thus, their emotions have been quite volatile. Mr. Lin, please do not take it personally, understood. The group halted outside a hospital room, and Lin Feng pushed the door open. It was a single occupancy room, where a girl lay half reclined on the bed, her head swathed in bandages, revealing only her hollow eyes and decaying lips. Her vacant gaze sent a chill through one's heart. A middle-aged couple sat by the bedside, presumably her parents. The wife wiped her tears while peeling an apple, and the husband wore a grim expression. At that moment, as Lin Feng entered the room, the man turned curiously, asking, "Who are you?" "You've entered the wrong room." Wang Hong stood behind Lin Feng, obscured from the man's view, as he had never encountered Lin Feng before and assumed he was an intruder. Lin Feng gently guided Lu Qin through the doorway, revealing Wang Hong and Wang Muqing, who had been obscured from view. The man sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Wang Hong, his eyes bloodshot and wild like an enraged bull. "What are you doing here? Get out. You are not welcome." The woman, who was peeling an apple, also directed a pair of spiteful eyes at Wang Hong before setting down the fruit, glancing around the hospital room. She then seized a broom, advancing menacingly towards Wang Hong. Wang Hong's expression soured. He was acutely aware that he was not to blame for this outcome, yet these victims were oblivious to that fact. They needed an outlet for their frustrations. Ultimately, these individuals were likely entangled in the repercussions of Shang Da's actions. Noticing that Wang Hong was indeed bracing himself to be struck by the woman, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He sidestepped to the left, raising his hand to grasp the broom. "Auntie, we merely came to visit Miss Feng." The woman, seeing Lin Feng block her path, shifted her hateful gaze towards him, her voice sharp as a blade. "You are all in cahoots, aren't you? Get out. All of you, leave." Though the enraged woman possessed considerable strength, the broom remained steadfast in Lin Feng's grip. Witnessing this, her husband could no longer remain passive and strode over. The commotion in the ward captured the attention of the girl lying on the hospital bed. When her gaze landed on Wang Hong, she shuddered, her previously vacant expression transforming into one of hysteria, and she suddenly screamed, "Get out! All of you! Get out! Get out! Go away!" Chapter 100. Wisdom. The girl's emotional upheaval was palpable, prompting Lu Qin to swiftly move to her side, steadying her as she nearly tumbled off the bed. However, the girl appeared to be in a disturbed state, flailing her arms, her sharp nails inadvertently leaving a mark on Lu Qin's face. Lu Qin winced, her brow furrowing in pain. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. He released the broom and hurried to Lu Qin's side. "Let me see," he said, as he reached into his pocket and produced a tube of ointment, applying it gently to Lu Qin's wound. Observing their daughter's distress, the couple momentarily abandoned their hostility, rushing to her side with expressions of concern and compassion. Wang Muqing, who had been calmly observing, felt a flicker of intrigue as Lin Feng revealed the ointment, recalling that it had not been in his pocket moments ago. Redirecting her gaze to Lu Qin's injury, she was astonished to witness signs of healing almost immediately after the ointment was applied. Concealing the glimmer of insight in her eyes, Wang Muqing felt reassured in her earlier decision to trust Lin Feng. Lu Qin sensed a soothing coolness on her face, the previous pain vanishing in an instant. She looked at the ointment in Lin Feng's hand with wonder. "What is this?" "My own concoction," Lin Feng replied, placing the ointment into Lu Qin's hands. "Apply it a couple more times, and there will be no scar." This creation was something he had devised while idly perusing the medical texts given to him by old Lin. He had packed it all into his storage ring before leaving Yuannan Mountain. Lu Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as a warmth gradually spread across her cheeks. She clutched the ointment tightly and nodded gently, "Mem." Lin Feng raised his lips slightly before turning his gaze back to the couple by the bedside and the young woman on the bed, whose emotions had calmed. Lu Qin had just supported the young woman, and although the couple's eyes still held animosity, they refrained from further confrontation. "Mr. Feng, this young lady and I are doctors invited by President Wang, and we can assist Miss Feng in healing her facial injuries." Lin Feng decisively pulled Wang Muqing closer, for her reputation would lend greater credence to their claim. Wang Muqing raised her delicate brows but did not refute him. Mr. Feng, the father of the young woman on the bed, was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Lin Feng and Wang Muqing. Their youthful appearances belied their actual ages, leaving Mr. Feng skeptical, his brow furrowed in doubt as he regarded them. Lin Feng subtly signaled Wang Hong with his eyes. Wang Hong, perceptive as ever, quickly understood. "Mr. Feng, first and foremost, I must clarify that the cause of this incident has yet to be fully investigated, and the court has not rendered a verdict. I deeply lament the situation regarding your daughter, but we cannot accept responsibility. Shangda has done nothing wrong." A flicker of anger crossed the faces of Mr. Feng and his wife. Wang Hong seemed oblivious to their ire and continued, "However, I understand your deep concern for your daughter, which is why we have invited Professor Wang multiple times. With her presence." He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng's composed demeanor before gritting his teeth and declaring, "She will undoubtedly restore your daughter's face to its original state." At his unwavering assertion, Mr. Feng and his wife felt a tremor of hope. Yet, suspicion still lingered on Mr. Feng's face as he questioned, "Are you certain?" He then turned to Wang Muqing, asking, "Professor Wang?" He stared at her, uncertain if she was indeed the esteemed professor he had heard about. The anxious Mrs. Feng, however, immediately recognized Wang Muqing. "Professor Wang, are you the one who developed the diabetes medication, Professor Wang Muqing?" The Feng couple belonged to an ordinary working-class background and were not overly familiar with Wang Muqing. Yet, they had a relative who suffered from diabetes and had successfully transitioned to a healthier state. Thus they had heard about Wang Muqing's groundbreaking work in diabetes medication and her esteemed position in the medical field. "Is it truly Professor Wang Muqing?" Mr. Feng gazed at Wang Muqing, surprised to find the legendary professor was such a young and beautiful woman. "It is I. My information is readily available online. You may verify it." Observing the disbelief on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Feng, Wang Muqing spoke calmly and methodically, her composed demeanor further instilling confidence. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Feng picked up his phone, while Mrs. Feng, cradling her daughter, breathed rapidly. "Professor Wang, can you truly heal my daughter's face?" Wang Muqing nodded reassuringly, rest assured. Having searched for information, Mr. Feng's hand trembled as he looked at Wang Muqing with hopeful anticipation. "Professor Wang, I sincerely apologize for our earlier demeanor. Would you be willing to examine my daughter?" Given their previous unwelcoming attitude, Mr. Feng genuinely feared that Wang Muqing might refuse to assist them. Wang Muqing's expression shifted slightly. "Of course, President Wang has invited me multiple times. So now that I am here, I will certainly do my utmost to help Miss Feng and Fengqing." It felt as though a colossal stone had finally tumbled to the ground, releasing a breath of relief. Good. Thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you, President Wang Hui." Wang Hong cast a glance at Lin Feng, revealing a benevolent smile. "I understand that there are suspicions surrounding Shengda. It is natural for you to harbor doubts about me. However, I assure you, there is absolutely no issue with Shengda's medication. We are certainly not a company that seeks to harm others. There are indeed peculiarities regarding this incident, and Shengda will fully cooperate with the police in their investigation to clear our name. Furthermore, Mr. Feng, you need not worry. Even if this matter is unrelated to Shengda, we will cover your medical expenses." Though lingering doubts remained in Fengqing's heart, he chose not to voice them further, especially considering that Wang Muqing, who might hold the key to healing his daughter's face, was brought by Wang Hong. Thank you, President Wang," Feng's mother said, wiping away her tears in gratitude. "Shall we allow Professor Wang to examine Miss Feng's condition?" "Absolutely," Feng's mother promptly agreed. Yet her gaze remained anxiously fixed on her daughter in her arms. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he approached the bedside with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Let me take care of this." Fengqing and his wife hesitated momentarily, but then recalled that this young man had introduced himself as a doctor invited by Wang Hong. Surely, he must be a renowned professor as well? With this thought in mind, Fengqing quickly stepped aside, and after soothing her daughter, Feng's mother also vacated her position by the bedside. Observing that the patient on the bed had once again lapsed into a dazed state, Lin Feng refrained from immediately interrupting her. Instead, he deftly administered a pill, which slipped past her lips before she could react, and was swallowed without protest. Fengqing and his wife gasped, their expressions shifting to panic and concern. "Doctor, Professor Wang, what exactly did you give her?" Wang Muqing blinked, looking at Lin Feng, who remained silent, his attention fixed on the girl on the bed as her eyes transitioned from a state of chaos and despair to clarity. Though the young woman still struggled to accept the horrific state of her face, large tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Fengqing and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions transforming as they sensed a shift. Despite their daughter's tears, she appeared more lucid than before. In the 102nd chapter, the potential for healing emerged. The girl sobbed for an extended period, and Lin Feng and the others maintained their silence, allowing her emotions to run their course. Once her cries began to subside, her mother, Ms. Feng, leaned in to offer comfort. "Xiaoxue, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." Feng Xiaoxue's gaze was dim, and after the frantic wave of despair had passed, calmness settled in. She struggled to envision any hope for salvation in her current state. "Mom, you needn't comfort me down my face. It hurts so much." Despite the bandages enveloping her face, the yellowish-red stains seeping through revealed the ongoing decay, festering and bleeding. Upon hearing this, Feng's mother felt her eyes well up, exhibiting an even deeper sorrow than her now composed daughter. "Who said that?" Feng Xiaoxue trembled slightly, lowering her head in silence. Mother Feng gently grasped her daughter's hand and softly reassured her. "Everything will be all right, my dear. Mother would never deceive you. He is Mr. Wang who has invited Professor Wang Muqing. I have seen him. He is truly remarkable and will surely restore your face to its former beauty." "Professor Wang." Feng Shui finally dared to lift her gaze towards Lin Feng and the others. Upon meeting their eyes, her own flickered with uncertainty. "Yes, it is indeed the Professor Wang Muqing that your third uncle mentioned." Fengqing interjected. "Mr. Wang has specifically brought him here. He will undoubtedly heal your face." A glimmer of hope ignited in Feng Shui's eyes, soon overshadowed by a wave of resistance as she retorted sharply. "Mr. Wang, Mom and Dad, why do you still refer to him as Mr. Wang? It was their Shengda pharmaceuticals that caused me to become like this, Mom and Dad. You haven't been bribed by them, have you?" The hurt was evident on Fengqing and his wife's faces at their daughter's insinuation. "Miss Feng," Lin Feng interjected before she could utter anything more hurtful. "First and foremost, The culpability regarding your facial issues has yet to be determined. The court and police have not reached a verdict, thus we cannot assert that Shengda's whitening mask is at fault. Moreover, it is entirely possible that other substances were illicitly added to the mask after the fact. The several young women who experienced facial issues all used Shengda's whitening mask, which had been the subject of investigation. A flicker of resentment appeared in Feng Shui's eyes. Yet, she understood that it was Lin Feng's medication that had helped her regain control over her tumultuous emotions during these past few days, so she merely glared in fury without further protest. Noticing her reaction, Lin Feng redirected his attention to Feng Shui's hands. Miss Feng, when you applied the whitening mask, did you use your hands? Upon hearing this inquiry, Wang Muqing's eyes lit up. Indeed, they have all fallen into a misunderstanding. Although the masks used by these young women have been implicated, given the severity of their facial conditions, it is improbable that other areas they applied the mask to remained unscathed. Feng Shui paused. Sometimes I did use my hands. The mask came with a spoon and a brush, but there were moments when I was too lazy to use them. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and continued his analysis. That makes sense. Given the severity of your condition, if the mask were indeed problematic, why would your hands, which also came into contact with it, remain unaffected? Feng Shui's gaze shifted to her own hands, a flicker of doubt creeping into her mind. Furthermore, if the mask could cause such severe facial ulceration, it would not manifest suddenly after numerous applications. There should have been indications of trouble right from the first use. Miss Feng, did you not notice any issues during your initial application? Professor Wang Muqing added a crucial point. Upon hearing this, both Feng Shui and Mother Feng were taken aback. Feng Shui's voice faltered. There was something amiss. I used this mask for over half a month, and only just a few days ago did my face suddenly turn into this state. In a mere half day, it became entirely suppurated. As she spoke, Feng Shui fell silent, her mind swirling with various conspiracy theories, while Mother Feng clenched her fists tightly. Speaking of which, I once assisted Xiaoxue in applying a facial mask, and at first, I remarked on how her complexion had indeed improved. However, upon further reflection, if there were truly an issue with the mask, it should not have resulted in such a situation. In truth, the family members of these victims are merely anxious in their concern. Shengda has become their sole outlet for emotional release, which is why they have clung so tenaciously to their accusations against the company. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he suddenly lowered his voice. Allow me to share some insider information. In the realm of medicine and aesthetic treatments, Shengda has maintained a commendable reputation. This incident is highly likely a scheme orchestrated against Shengda, intended to tarnish its image, though regrettably, it has ensnared you as well. Lin Feng shook his head, uttering ambiguous remarks. Of course, this is merely my speculation. What do you think, General Manager Wang? Wang Hong's expression stiffened, revealing a countenance laden with unspoken burdens under the scrutiny of the Feng family. Without evidence, I cannot speak recklessly, he replied. Witnessing his demeanor, the Feng family inwardly reached a consensus. Previously, they would have dismissed Lin Feng's words as an attempt by Wang Hong to evade responsibility, but his recent comments sparked doubts, and the glimmer of hope for healing helped to temper their emotions. Ms. Feng, in a fit of anger, stood up resolutely. General Manager Wang, which company are you referring to? Wang Hong shook his head in resignation. Ms. Feng, without evidence, to speak out would be tantamount to slander. Ms. Feng's ire remained unabated, her demeanor suggesting a readiness for confrontation. Mr. Feng, in a futile attempt, urged her to sit back down. Observing this, Wang Hong continued. Given that this incident has also implicated us at Shengda, I have invited Professor Wang in hopes of restoring Miss Feng's visage, which may alleviate some of my guilt. I sincerely apologize, Miss Feng. With that, Wang Hong bowed deeply towards the hospital bed. Feng Shui remained silent for a considerable time before softly inquiring. Will my face truly be able to recover? Typically, even a larger scar is difficult to fade, and now her face is nearly entirely ravaged, including her lips. She can feel the agonizing pain of flesh tearing even when she speaks. This time, Wang Muqing and Wang Hong refrained from making any definitive statements, while Lin Feng confidently asserted, it can be restored. Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed intently at Lin Feng. Really? Indeed, I assure you, Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. Feng Shui trembled with emotion. All right, I believe you. Thank you all. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes again. Noticing this, Lin Feng gestured for the Feng couple to step outside with him, instructing Lu Qin to tend to Feng Shui. Lu Qin nodded in understanding, her expression gentle as she softly comforted Feng Shui. Mr. and Mrs. Feng then exited the ward alongside Lin Feng, Wang Muqing, and Wang Hong. Mrs. Feng, her concern for her daughter palpable, anxiously asked, Professor, I trust you are not merely offering empty reassurances to Xiaoxue? Lin Feng shook his head, his demeanor warm. We will undoubtedly restore your daughter's face. Please rest assured. Only then did Mrs. Feng completely exhale, relieved that their words were not mere fabrications. Chapter 104. The guinea pig Feng Cheng still recalled the recent events and inquired, May I ask, Professor, what exactly did you feed to Xiao Shui? Lin Feng did not correct Feng Cheng's form of address. You must have noticed that Miss Feng was experiencing some psychological and emotional issues earlier. What I administered was a newly developed psychotropic medication, effective with a single dose, and rest assured, it bears no side effects. Feng Cheng nodded. He had indeed observed the changes in his daughter, which led him to readily trust Lin Feng's words. At the same time, he silently marveled at the remarkable capabilities of today's youth. So young yet already a professor, engaged in the development of artificial hearts and psychotropic drugs. Quite impressive. May I inquire, Professor, why have you summoned us? Firstly, I must request your utmost discretion regarding our conversation today. No one should divulge any details, as we must avoid alarming those who may destroy incriminating evidence. As he spoke, Lin Feng cast a glance imbued with significance. Feng Cheng and Feng Mama exchanged knowing looks and promptly assured him of their confidentiality. Professor, Mr. Wang, we are determined to see true villains brought to justice. Wang Hong responded with resolute conviction, we certainly will. Seeing their commitment, Lin Feng continued, secondly, while we are confident in our ability to treat Miss Feng, this is our first encounter with such severe facial necrosis, and we must conduct a thorough examination of the affected areas. I would like to know if Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng would be willing to entrust Miss Feng to us for treatment. Both Feng Cheng and Feng Mama's expressions stiffened simultaneously. Did this imply they were to let their daughter become a guinea pig? However, Lin Feng's candid demeanor instilled a measure of trust in them. At the very least, he was straightforward in his intentions, rather than deceitfully whisking their child away. Furthermore, they had previously brought their daughter to the hospital with a glimmer of hope, only to find her subjected to the role of a test subject without any tangible improvement after such a lengthy period. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Feng remained patient and continued, You may take your time to deliberate and discuss this with Miss Feng. There is no rush in providing us with an answer, if you are inclined. You may reach out to us later. Let us consult Xiao Shui's opinion, Feng Cheng suggested slowly. Yet, having researched Wang Muqing's credentials, he understood that the professor, who had garnered nearly every accolade in the medical field, represented the pinnacle of medical expertise. If she could not heal his daughter, then surely no one could. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. Let us proceed inside and perform a preliminary examination on Miss Feng. Agreed, Feng Cheng affirmed, and they re-entered the ward. Inside, Lu Qin and Feng Shui appeared to be getting along quite harmoniously, and it was evident that Feng Shui's emotions had calmed considerably. Upon seeing Lin Feng and his companions return, Lu Qin smiled at Lin Feng and then rose to vacate her position at the bedside. Lin Feng and Wang Muqing exchanged a glance, positioning themselves on either side of the bed. Feng Shui, sensing the sudden arrangement, felt a twinge of panic and looked towards Feng Mama. Lin Feng spoke in a soothing tone, Miss Lu, please do not be afraid. We merely wish to conduct a brief examination of your facial condition to tailor our treatment accordingly. Indeed, Xiao Shui, do not be afraid. Ever since her facial issue arose, Feng Shui has become significantly more sensitive, and her mother, Feng Mama, feels a pang of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui steadied her heart and gently responded, All right, thank you all. Lin Feng nodded, then handed a small box at his feet to Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing's gaze flickered. As she accepted the box, she glanced at Lin Feng, then opened it to retrieve tools such as tweezers, scissors, and disinfectant, beginning to unwrap the bandages from Feng Shui's head. Feng Shui instinctively recoiled, yet she suppressed her embarrassment and low self-esteem, allowing Wang Muqing to proceed. She even found herself in a somewhat self-destructive mindset, thinking that since she was never as beautiful as Professor Wang and Sister Lu Qin before her disfigurement, what did it matter if she was ugly now? It was nothing to be concerned about. Chapter 105. The blood will not stop, it may hurt a bit. Please endure it. Wang Muqing's cool voice was like the gentle trickle of mountain spring water, refreshing but not piercingly cold, invigorating the spirit. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui instinctively clenched her fists. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Muqing, whose expression had turned resolute and serious, then reached into his trouser pocket. Wait, painkillers. Lin Feng retrieved a small jade bottle, shook it, and poured out a pill to hand to Feng Shui. Without hesitation, Feng Shui accepted the medication and placed it in her mouth. Wang Muqing noticed Lin Feng's pocket was flat and devoid of bulge. A hint of amusement gracing her lips. Was the hospital incapable of even basic hemostatic measures? Wang Muqing furrowed her brows, then after observing Lin Feng lost in thought, an idea struck her to this moment. Feng Mama was sobbing uncontrollably, while Feng Chung comforted his wife with gentle pats on her back, responding to her distress. They had been at the hospital for 8 days, yet for reasons unknown, Xiaoshua's wounds had not healed. Feng Chung, with one hand wiping the moisture from his face, lamented, "The hospital has tried every medication, yet they cannot even stop the bleeding." In his frustration, he also contemplated the hospital's lack of reputation. He had raised a fuss before, but given the long-standing prestige of Kamei Hospital, he knew the issue lay with his daughter's face, yet he could not help but shed tears in solitude. Wang Muqing, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze, gently wiping the pus and blood from Feng Xue with sterilized gauze. Chapter 106. My humble surname is Lin. Preliminary assessment indicates that this injury resulted from poison. While the grand mask you provided does have issues, it is not compatible with this toxin. Wang Muqing stated calmly as she tended to Feng Xue, her eyes, clear and cold like glazed porcelain, in that moment seemingly devoid of any emotion. What she revealed might be a fleeting oversight by those who sought to implicate the Grand Corporation. Other testing personnel could only determine that the Grand Mask was problematic, and to ascertain whether the poison matched. Detailed experimental analysis would be required. Lin Feng, lost in thought, rose to his feet. "Miss Feng, you have indeed been poisoned. However, rest assured, this toxin can be eliminated. Additionally, consider the places you visited before the incident. After all, someone must have had the opportunity to administer the poison." Feng Xue pressed her lips together, realizing that something was amiss on her face, which sent her into a state of panic. Her memories of previous events were somewhat hazy, yet Lin Feng's words compelled her to strive to recall the specific places she had visited. Just as she was deep in thought, a slight chill on her face interrupted her contemplation, prompting her to look up at Lin Feng, who stood at the bedside, diligently applying medication to her wounds with a cotton swab and a small box of ointment. Upon hearing Feng Xue's voice, Feng's mother felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired, "Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" As she spoke, she cast a cautious glance at Lin Feng, uncertain of what medication he was administering. Feng Xue, noticing her mother's concern, hurriedly reassured her, No, I'm not unwell at all. In fact, it feels rather pleasant." After her face had become sore and inflamed, the sensations she could perceive were limited to pain and itchiness, accompanied by a sense of mental disarray and lack of control. However, the pills Lin Feng and his companions had provided not only calmed her but also alleviated her pain. Now, as Lin Feng applied the ointment, she experienced a soothing coolness on her face, a sensation beyond mere relief from pain. Feng's mother and Feng Chung exchanged delighted glances, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Seeing their joy, Lin Feng continued to tend to Feng Xue's wounds, meticulously ensuring that no area was overlooked. Wang Muqing stood on the opposite side of the bed, observing closely. The ointment in Lin Feng's hands was a pale green paste, exuding a faint herbal aroma. As he applied it to Feng Xue's face, the bleeding from her injuries ceased, and the emerald-hued ointment formed a protective layer over her skin, hastening the healing process. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Wang Muqing's eyes. Regardless of which medication Lin Feng utilized, its remarkable efficacy was undeniable, and she found herself genuinely intrigued. Once the ointment was applied, Feng Xue felt a soothing coolness enveloping her face, leading her to involuntarily squint her eyes in relaxation. Observing this, Lin Feng turned to Wang Muqing, suggesting, "Please rewrap Miss Feng's bandages." Of course, Wang Muqing replied, unfazed by her apparent demotion to an assistant, swiftly and efficiently reapplying the bandages, leaving only her eyes, nose, and lips exposed. Feng Xue reopened her eyes, filled with gratitude, expressing, "Thank you so much." "No need for thanks," Lin Feng replied, putting away the ointment. Feng's parents echoed their thanks in unison, their appreciation palpable. After exchanging numerous words of gratitude, Feng's mother suddenly remembered, "By the way, Professor, I forgot to ask your surname." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his face. "My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Feng. There's no need to call me Professor. I am not truly a professor." Chapter 107. Deep questions. Feng's mother assumed Lin Feng was merely being modest. "Thank you, Professor Lin, for everything you've done." Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, could only agree, then handed a small jade bottle containing pain relief medication to Feng Chung. "There are 2 pills remaining in this bottle, one to be taken every 3 days. Since this medication has yet to be released on the market, I kindly ask Mr. Feng to refrain from disclosing this to anyone or sharing it with others." Feng Chung tightly grasped the bottle, nodding fervently. This was his daughter's life-saving medication, and he would certainly not share it with anyone else. Lin Feng, upon witnessing this, once again bid farewell, saying, "Mr. Feng, I implore you to consider my previous words carefully. Our time here is limited, and we must proceed to visit other victims. Feng Qing nodded in agreement. All right. Feng Shui gazed at the retreating figures of Lin Feng and his companions, expressing her gratitude once more. Thank you. After exiting Feng Shui's hospital room in the corridor, Wang Hong, who had been silently observing, hesitated to speak. Noticing this, Lin Feng turned to Wang Hong. Mr. Wang, do you have any questions? Wang Hong indeed had many inquiries, particularly regarding the medication administered to Feng Shui, which had been provided by his new superior. It appeared that Professor Wang was more like Lin Feng's assistant, deepening his bewilderment. Is Mr. Lin also a doctor? Wang Hong's question was subtle, yet everyone understood its implication. As they pushed open the next door, Wang Muqing remarked nonchalantly, Lin Feng's medical skills surpass mine. The trio was taken aback as they entered the room, leaving Wang Hong outside in a state of astonishment. Inside the room, another girl, her face swathed in bandages, sat on the hospital bed, yet there was no family member at her side. Upon seeing Lin Feng and his companions enter, the girl, holding a book, slowly turned her head. May I ask who you are? Her voice was melodious, surpassing even Wang Muqing's, which was as clear and cool as mountain spring water. It was a soft, translucent tone that could easily endear itself to the listener. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Muqing's pupils constricted. Zhuotan. The girl on the bed also trembled slightly and then looked towards Wang Muqing, who was partially obscured by Lin Feng. Muqing? How could it be you? Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the typically composed Wang Muqing, who now appeared somewhat anxious. Lu Qin, releasing Lin Feng's hand, stepped forward to inquire, how can this be? Just days ago, President Zhuo was looking for me, hoping to discuss business. As she spoke, Lu Qin fell silent, recalling Zhuodong's nature. He might indeed pursue business matters without regard for his daughter's safety. Zhuotan evidently harbored little affection for her estranged father, softly stating, why have you come? Don't worry, I'm fine. What do you mean you're fine? Lu Qin frowned, shaking her head. You're in this condition and yet claim you're fine? Though Lu Qin and Zhuotan were not particularly close, Zhuotan had always shown care towards Lu Shui, fostering a sense of intimacy between them. Additionally, being in the entertainment industry, Zhuotan's current predicament would inevitably have repercussions, despite not relying solely on her looks. Closing the book in her hands, Zhuotan reassured, the hospital will take care of it. As long as my throat remains intact, I'll be all right. Lu Qin, upon hearing this, shook her head in resignation, acknowledging that Zhuotan's overly kind nature often led to her suffering. Why didn't you inform me? The previously silent Wang Muqing, now frowning, questioned. Such matters would only trouble you. Zhuotan replied, her tone still gentle, seemingly devoid of any frustration. Wang Muqing, upon hearing this, felt a similar sense of helplessness as Lu Qin. Chapter 108. Zhuotan. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to interject. Sister, Muqing, do you know this Miss Shui? Following closely behind, Wang Hong also cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qin and Wang Muqing. Although Zhuotan was quite renowned in the entertainment industry, her familial ties had always been shrouded in secrecy. Could it be that she shared some connection with Wang Muqing and the others? Wang Muqing furrowed her brow and replied, Atan is the daughter of my third aunt's elder brother. Lin Feng paused, allowing the information to settle. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Wang Muqing's third aunt is that Wang Xiaobing. So Zhuotan is the daughter of her husband's elder brother. I see. He continued, my third aunt's husband, Zhuochun, has business dealings with me. Later, when Xiao Shui expressed a desire to enter the entertainment industry, I was introduced to Xiao Tan through him. Lu Qin spoke softly, her gaze filled with concern for Zhuotan. Why did no one mention your predicament? Zhuotan slowly lowered her eyes. I informed my father. She wished to avoid troubling others, hence confiding only in the one person who would least concern himself with her. Lu Qin and Wang Muqing exchanged frowns. Zhuotan's father was better off being absent. He was a scoundrel, best left unmentioned. Aren't you worried about your third aunt's husband being concerned? Wang Muqing said with a hint of exasperation. Never mind. I was invited by the distinguished Mr. Wang to attend to you victims' facial injuries. Allow me to assess the situation first. Despite her lack of fondness for her third aunt, she held some respect for her husband, Zhuochun, and even felt a tinge of sympathy for Zhuotan, whom she had come to know through Zhuochun. Zhuotan's eyes flickered, and she nodded in agreement. All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Muqing turned her attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, sensing the cue, promptly retrieved some pain relief medication. Wang Muqing took the medicine from Lin Feng, then produced a small jade vial from her pocket and dispensed a pill. Atan, take this. It will alleviate the pain. Zhuotan glanced at Lin Feng with surprise before obediently consuming the medication, which dissolved effortlessly on her tongue, allowing her to swallow it without the need for water. Wang Muqing began to unwrap the bandages, Lin Feng resumed checking Zhuotan's pulse. Upon feeling the pain dissipate instantly after taking the medication, along with the gentle warmth radiating from Lin Feng, Zhuotan blinked in astonishment. Wang Muqing quickly assessed the injuries on Zhuotan's face and then turned to Lin Feng. Tan's injuries are far less severe than Feng Shui's, and I even see signs of healing. Lin Feng noted that the toxins within Zhuotan were considerably fewer than those in Feng Shui, and they were dissipating at an imperceptible pace. Could she truly recover? That would be splendid. Although Zhuotan had just appeared indifferent to her injuries, how could she possibly disregard wounds on her face? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng withdrew his hand from Zhuotan's pulse and focused on her visage. Her face bore numerous pustules of varying sizes, yet they did not resemble Feng Shui's grotesque, oozing wounds. He nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved another ointment to apply to Zhuotan's face. Wang Muqing noticed that the ointment Lin Feng had chosen this time was the same one he had previously used on Lu Qin. Zhuotan tilted her face upward, allowing Lin Feng to apply medicine to her. The slight coolness of the ointment brought her a sense of comfort, yet once it touched her skin, a mild itchiness ensued, prompting Zhuotan to instinctively curl her fingers. Lin Feng, noticing this, lowered his gaze. It may be a bit itchy. Try to resist the urge to scratch. All right, Zhuotan responded softly. Once the medication was applied, Lin Feng signaled Wang Muqing to rebandage Zhuotan, then reiterated the conversation he had previously had with Feng Cheng and his wife. True to her nature, Zhuotan's gaze was gentle and unoffensive, as she glanced at Wang Hong with a notably soft tone. Chapter 109. The Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit. I understand that this incident is unrelated to Shengda, and I am willing to let you treat my face. Do I need to accompany you now? Lin Feng observed Zhuotan's soft demeanor and thought to himself how easily this girl could be deceived. Would she be so easily led astray? The imagery of the Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Not just yet. We shall come to fetch you later, trying our best not to disturb anyone else. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Feng endeavored to dispel the vivid imagery from his thoughts. Wang Hong could not help but inquire, how does Miss Shui know that this matter is unrelated to Shengda? Zhuotan quietly regarded Wang Hong for a moment before softly replying, as I am in the entertainment industry, I am particularly cautious about what I apply to my face. I had the Shengda face mask tested before using it, and it passed without issue. However, after my incident, it was found to be problematic. Pausing, Zhuotan pressed her lips together. Initially, I suspected someone was targeting me, but since I was not the only one affected this time, I began to wonder if someone was actually targeting Shengda. Wang Hong's eyes brightened, though he looked at Zhuotan with a hint of hesitation. Zhuotan smiled gently. I apologize for not providing you with the evidence sooner. I was uncertain about the safety of those around me. Now, if the evidence can assist you, I would be delighted. Wang Hong understood Zhuotan's concerns and expressed his gratitude with a joyful expression. Thank you. Miss Shui, the evidence is incredibly useful. He recognized that had it not been for Wang Muqing's acquaintance with Zhuotan, she might not have presented the evidence, yet he felt grateful nonetheless. No need for thanks. Zhuotan replied softly. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that it was time to visit other patients. There were a total of 4 victims in the hospital, and 2 of them remained unseen. Lu Qin, observing this, stood up and said, You may go ahead. I will stay here with Xiao Tan. However, feeling somewhat helpless due to her own unspoken thoughts, Lu Qin felt quite frustrated. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. All right. Then stay here with her. We will return shortly. HMAS. They proceeded to visit the other 2 patient rooms. The experiences Lin Feng and his companions encountered were completely different from before. Human beings possess countless facets, and Lin Feng has come to comprehend the essence of Wang Hong's prior admonition to refrain from anger. In the remaining 2 hospital rooms, one family, agitated and fervent, firmly believes that all blame lies with Shengda, rendering meaningful communication impossible. Had it not been for Lin Feng's nimble reflexes, he might have been caught in a rather compromising situation. The final family is even more peculiar, entirely disregarding their daughter's sentiments, fixated solely on extorting as much money as possible, with demands for a hush fee reaching the millions. In response to these 2 families, Lin Feng merely signaled to Wang Hong, who clearly articulated that the responsibility does not rest with Shengda, which will cooperate with the police to uncover the truth at the earliest opportunity, while also pledging to assist in the recovery of the victim. However, Lin Feng refrained from reiterating the ambiguous accusations directed at Shengda's rivals. Exiting the last hospital room, Wang Hong, with a resigned expression, adjusted his disheveled attire and hair, which had been hastily disturbed by the 3rd family's antics. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this? Lin Feng, having sustained a scratch on his right cheek while protecting Wang Muqing, casually applied some ointment and affixed a bandage. First, we must clear Shengda's name. Subsequently, these individuals will seek us out for treatment. Regardless of the circumstances, these young women are innocent, and at the very least, he intends to assist them in healing their faces. Very well. Wang Hong refrained from inquiring further about Lin Feng's plans to absolve Xingda, and after this afternoon's events, he naturally harbored a newfound confidence in the somewhat enigmatic Lin Feng. Chapter 110. Journey to the Private Research Institute. Upon returning to Zhuo Tan's hospital room, the group deliberated on escorting Zhuo Tan to Wang Muqing's research facility. Wang Muqing had been residing at the research institute while developing new medications. Thus, the environment there was relatively comfortable, not to mention convenient for treating Zhuo Tan's facial injuries. After their discussion, Zhuo Tan expressed no objections, nodding amiably in agreement. Let us proceed directly. No one will come to visit me, so we shall go unnoticed. Zhuo Tan spoke softly, fully aware that her father, who had never fulfilled his responsibilities, would not deign to visit her. The others fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Qin helped Zhuo Tan gather her belongings. Where's your manager? Surely she is unaware of this incident. Huang Jie knows. She is assisting me in handling matters with the company. We prefer to keep this under wraps. Aside from you all, only Huang Jie and a select few executives within the company are aware of the situation. Indeed, if this were to leak, your fans would be in an uproar. Lu Qin shook her head and, with the packed backpack in hand, declared, All right, let us go. Lin Feng approached Lu Qin and took the backpack from her. We shall depart. And no sooner had Lin Feng spoken than a ringtone, that of the national anthem of each country, echoed through the air. The group silently turned their gazes toward Wang Hong as he retrieved his phone. Wang Hong gestured for them to wait a moment before answering the call. After a brief exchange, a smile graced his face. Moments later, he ended the call and looked toward Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, Feng Shui and her team have decided to accompany us. Should we bring them along? Yes, let us include them. I will accompany you. Sisters, Muqing, please escort A Tan to the vehicle. Understood. Lu Qin and Wang Muqing acknowledged with a nod, and then the group divided into two paths at the entrance of the hospital room. Inside Feng Shui's ward, there was no need for them to deliberate extensively. After consulting Feng Shui, the Feng couple received an affirmative response. They were acutely aware that accompanying Lin Feng and his companions greatly increased the likelihood of Feng Shui's facial treatment succeeding, whereas not proceeding with them would undoubtedly lead to failure, as evidenced by the 8 days of unceasing bleeding since their arrival at the hospital. The family anxiously awaited Lin Feng and his group. Concerned that prior considerations might provoke dissatisfaction among them, it was only after Lin Feng and Wang Hong arrived at the ward that the family collectively exhaled in relief. Professor Lin, our Xiaoxue wishes to request your assistance with her facial treatment. We are deeply grateful for your help, Feng Qing expressed, his face radiating gratitude. No need for formality. Shall we depart now? Professor Lin responded. Noticing the situation, Mother Feng inquired, Where are we headed? To another hospital or elsewhere? Lin Feng glanced at Feng Shui seated on the hospital bed and slowly replied, We will go to Professor Wang Muqing's private research institute. However, once we arrive, only Miss Feng will be permitted entry into the institute. Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation crossed the faces of Feng Cheng and his wife. In contrast, Feng Shui readily agreed, All right. Lin Feng reassured them, Rest assured, Mr. Feng, although only Miss Feng can enter, you will still be able to communicate via mobile phone. And this visit includes another young lady who will accompany Miss Feng. The Feng couple finally felt at ease upon hearing this and promptly agreed. In that case, Mr. Feng, please prepare some essentials for Miss Feng to take along. Understood, Feng Cheng and his wife quickly responded. The group swiftly gathered the necessary items, and Lin Feng instructed them to simply state they did not wish to remain in the hospital when leaving, without disclosing their departure with the personnel from Shengda, as they would be waiting in the underground parking lot. Naturally, the Feng couple complied. Chapter 111. Equally unfortunate in the underground parking lot, with 5 individuals already filling a single vehicle, the Feng family took a cab to follow behind. Wang Muqing's private research institute was located in the eastern district of Kyoto, a relatively secluded area also housing military deployments. Although the laboratory is personally mine, I retain the authority to decide whether to release any research findings. However, Uncle Zhao has still dispatched personnel for protection and insisted that the institute be established in the eastern district. Wang Muqing explained. Wang Hong and Zhuo Tan, driving ahead, were unfamiliar with who Uncle Zhao was, but the surname hinted at something significant. Lin Feng and Lu Qin exchanged knowing glances, with Lin Feng subtly nodding in understanding. Wang Muqing continued, But you need not worry. The protective personnel will remain discreet and will not interfere. Lin Feng responded slowly, I understand. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding why someone with Wang Muqing's esteemed background and national attention would choose to operate independently, yet he merely pondered this, knowing he currently stood to benefit. Afterward, Wang Muqing refrained from further elaboration. while Lu Qin engaged Zhuo Tan in conversation. From their conversation, Lin Feng learned that Zhuo Tan was, in fact, a renowned diva in the entertainment industry, and she had been particularly attentive to Lu Qin's sister, Lu Shui. Listening to Zhuo Tan's soft and crystalline voice, it indeed matched that of a songstress. Lin Feng mused internally, his mind wandering through a myriad of thoughts, before contemplating Zhuo Tan's extraordinary injuries. He initially assumed that among the disfigured women, the severity of their injuries varied. However, upon observing the others, he discovered that only Zhuo Tan's condition was not as dire, and only her internal toxins were gradually dissipating, albeit at a slow pace. No need for gratitude. Lin Feng silently rolled his eyes, having already discerned this matter. Oh, 888 replied indifferently. Lin Feng then glanced at Zhuo Tan's luck, a rare instance of someone sharing his misfortune, which gave him a sense of kinship. Zhuo Tan's luck? You, of course. The system's detection is infallible. 888 stated succinctly. Does the host feel they have found their kindred spirit? Lin Feng. Chapter 113. The Bar Research Institute. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, comprehending Lu Qin's intention. Let us proceed inside. Wang Muqing glanced at the somewhat awkwardly gathered Feng family who had just arrived. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, you may escort Miss Feng to the periphery of the Research Institute. Feng Qing nodded. Thank you, Professor Wang. Wang Muqing slightly inclined her head, then led the way. Wang Hong walked beside Lin Feng, uncertainly inquiring. Professor Wang is the vice president of Shangda, correct? Indeed, Mr. Lin. Is your medical expertise surpassing that of Professor Wang? It depends on the situation. Lin Feng neither directly affirmed nor denied it. He had studied traditional medicine and toxicology under Lin Nanfeng, and if it came to operating Western medical instruments, he suspected he would not measure up even to an ordinary internist, let alone Wang Muqing. Wang Hong took this as an affirmation, his face flushing. Ever since hearing Professor Wang declare that Lin Feng's skills eclipsed her own, he had felt as if he were in a wondrous dream. Now, hearing Lin Feng's own words gave him a tangible sense of relief. Shangda could undoubtedly be revived. Upon entering the bar, it was, in fact, not as chaotic as the sounds they had heard from outside. Lin Feng noted that the patrons exuded an aura of malevolence, despite their attempts to conceal it, which he still managed to perceive. Particularly, he caught a fleeting glance with a figure at the bar and quickly averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Muqing maintained her composed demeanor as she entered the raucous bar, appearing unfazed by her surroundings as she calmly led Lin Feng and the others to a private booth. What is this place? Feng Qing inquired, puzzled. This booth seems entirely at odds with the Research Institute. Wang Muqing slowly approached a small table adorned with a potted green plant, picked up the plant, and pressed a small button on the table. With a rumble, the scene began to unfold. Amidst the astonished gazes of several individuals, one wall of the private room gradually descended, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Feng Cheng, who had previously voiced his queries, found himself at a loss for words, stammering. This security is quite formidable. Feng's father, an avid reader of novels, had just entertained the notion that he had been transported into a martial arts tale. Wang Muqing, leading the way, remarked, "It is merely a design inspired by one of my researchers who has a penchant for martial arts novels." She harbored no objections, hence she acquiesced to the researcher's vision. Lin Feng twitched his lips slightly and followed Wang Muqing. The location of the Research Institute is rather discreet. Indeed, Wang Muqing replied softly, while it is generally uncommon for foreign nations to target individuals within the medical community, precaution is still advisable. Professors in the medical field are resources of global significance, and most countries adhere to an unspoken rule of non-interference with such individuals. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the existence of deranged individuals, as I unfortunately encountered early in my career. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. That is indeed something to be mindful of. Yes, Uncle Zhao has actually dispatched many personnel, as you might have noticed. Indeed, those outside are likely people from Dongqing, correct? Lin Feng recalled that the military forces stationed in Kyoto were arranged around Dongqing and its eastern suburbs. Yes, that is correct. As Wang Muqing and Lin Feng conversed ahead, the Feng family, mere ordinary citizens, felt a tinge of panic. They wondered if their knowledge of such confidential matters would result in dire consequences. Chapter 114. A slight constriction around the neck, Wang Muqing guided the group through a long corridor until they reached a laboratory area, where the lab-coated personnel were engrossed in their experiments, entirely indifferent to the sudden arrival of strangers. Upon passing through the laboratory, Wang Muqing halted before a door. Mr. Feng, it is time for you to return. Please rest assured that we will take good care of Miss Feng. Mr. Feng and his wife were momentarily taken aback, glancing around before awkwardly pulling Feng Shui closer and offering their advice. Fang's mother hesitated for a moment before earnestly instructing. That is Xiao Xue. Please take care of yourself. You must not wander around here or cause any trouble for the two professors, understand? Fang Xue nodded. Don't worry, Mom, but I am no longer a child. Very well. Seeing the atmosphere akin to a poignant farewell, Lin Feng felt a flicker of amusement rise within him, though he knew it would be inappropriate to express it audibly. He stepped forward. Mr. Feng, please rest assured, if all goes well, Miss Feng will be home within a week at most. The Feng couple, upon hearing this, were somewhat taken aback and expressed their gratitude once more. Lin Feng nodded gently and cast a glance at Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing beckoned a researcher over. Xiao Wu, please escort these two to the exit, Mr. Feng. We kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing anything you have seen here today. Of course. The couple hastily agreed, fearing that knowledge could bring peril. As they watched the couple from Fengqing depart, Wang Muqing first pushed open the door before her. Within lies the experimental facility, the domain of significant researchers and vital experiments. Here, we shall investigate the toxins upon your faces and assist in your healing. The experimental area behind the door was not as serene as the outer surroundings. However, the individuals within bore a striking resemblance to mad scientists, with one sporting a hairdo reminiscent of a nest, another exhibiting pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes, and several others murmuring fervently to themselves. Fang Xue and Zhuotan, visiting for the first time, felt a twinge of discomfort and fear. Wang Hong, who also had a research facility in his company, was wide-eyed, scanning the cutting-edge apparatus with envy. Aware that Fang Xue and her companions, particularly Fang Xue, were still acclimating to the environment, Wang Muqing merely guided them on a brief tour before stating, I will first escort you to the living quarters to settle in. At that moment, their backpacks were in Lin Feng's possession. The two women nodded in unison. Just as they prepared to leave, a doctor with a bird's nest hairstyle rushed over excitedly. Boss, no, Professor Wang, look at this. I've done it. Oh no, be careful. Wang Muqing's pupils contracted. The overly enthusiastic individual collided with a passing researcher, resulting in an unfortunate tumble. The liquid in the beaker held by the struck researcher arched menacingly over Lu Qin, heading straight for Zhuotan. Lin Feng's mind raced with thoughts of his luck, and with astonishing reflexes, he reached Zhuotan's side, grasping her arm and spinning her away. Aware of his own misfortune, Zhuotan, who always seemed to attract calamity, felt an uncanny sense of inevitability as she saw the liquid rushing toward her. She attempted to evade it, but her body's response was lacking. Frightened, she shut her eyes. Are you all right? Lin Feng glanced at Zhuotan, who had her eyes tightly closed and was clutching his suit. He felt a slight constriction around his neck. Chapter 115. Deduction of Bonuses. Zhuotan trembled slightly, then cautiously opened her eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, she realized that Lin Feng had already pulled her away. She cast a glance at the clearly corrosive liquid on the floor, her heart still racing. Noticing Zhuotan staring blankly at the liquid, Lin Feng had no choice but to extricate himself, pulling her hands away from his clothing, instantly feeling a surge of relief in his breathing. As Zhuotan regained her composure, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, and she took a couple of steps back to create some distance between them. I'm sorry, it's fine, as long as you're unharmed. After speaking, Lin Feng also glanced at the liquid that had spilled across the floor, then turned to the two individuals still sprawled on the ground. His actions to rescue Zhuotan had transpired in the blink of an eye, startling the duo on the floor, who now stood up sheepishly, presenting themselves in a posture of awaiting reprimand. Lin Feng, clean up the mess on the floor, Wang Muqing stated nonchalantly. The innocently impacted Lin Feng nodded promptly and went to retrieve cleaning supplies. Remaining in place, a certain Zhao Wang Muqing displayed a rather silly and ingratiating smile, exclaiming, Professor Wang, I truly did not mean to cause this, and to you, miss, I sincerely apologize. I am so sorry. As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly towards Zhuotan. Zhuotan, who felt unfortunate in this situation, did not hold any ill will towards the individual. After all, the liquid had seemingly navigated around Lu Qin and splashed directly towards him. I am quite all right, you need not be overly concerned, Zhuotan reassured, maintaining a congenial demeanor. Wang Muqing's expression turned slightly frosty. Since Atan does not mind, I shall impose a lighter penalty, 1 month deduction from your bonus. We shall discuss any further matters later. Fang Su's face fell in distress, muttering, another penalty? It's practically next year already. Wang Muqing cast a dispassionate glance at Fang Su, who immediately mimed zipping his lips. Professor Wang, please proceed. I have no objections. Averting her gaze, Wang Muqing continued onward with Lin Feng and the others. The research institute was located beneath a bar, circular in design. The outermost ring housed standard laboratories where researchers sent by the state hoped to learn from Wang Muqing. The middle section provided accommodations and dining facilities, while at the very center lay the core laboratory, exclusively belonging to Wang Muqing and her prominent researchers. Leading Lin Feng and the others into a circular corridor flanked by numerous doors, Wang Muqing remarked, "I reside in room 1. The rooms on either side are vacant, so you may stay next to me." Standing before one of the doors, she inquired, "Would you prefer individual rooms or to share?" Considering that Zhuotan and her companions might feel disoriented in this unfamiliar environment, Wang Muqing posed the question. Indeed, after conferring briefly, Zhuotan and Feng Shui decided to share room 2 adjacent to room 1. Wang Muqing had no objections. She handed the keys to the two and opened the door to assist them with a brief tidying up. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Muqing. "It's 6:30. Dinner time has arrived, and the researchers should be heading to the cafeteria now," Wang Muqing explained. This private research facility was nearly isolated from the outside world, equipped with dining and lodging facilities. And coupled with the researchers' reclusive tendencies, it was not uncommon for weeks to pass without anyone venturing outside, as all activities transpired within the institute. "It's about that time," Lin Feng remarked, stepping outside to observe the throng of researchers making their way down the corridor. "Then we should also take our leave. We have been busy all day." Wang Muqing's gaze flickered slightly as she turned to Lin Feng. Chapter 116. Pawns. Lin Feng smiled at Wang Muqing, saying, "I will return tomorrow to assist. I will inform you of the specific time." "Very well," Wang Muqing replied, content with his response. Lin Feng nodded. "Then I shall leave Miss Feng and Atan in your capable hands." "Wang Zong, sister, we shall take our leave now." Lu Qi nodded, exchanging a few words with Zhuotan before returning to Lin Feng's side. Wang Muqing instructed Zhuotan and Feng Shui to wait in the room while she escorted Lin Feng and the others out. As a few individuals returned to the bar, Wang Muqing gestured for Lin Feng to join her. Following Wang Muqing, Lin Feng made his way to the bar counter. The bartender inquired with a glance, seeking clarification from Wang Muqing. With a calm demeanor, Wang Muqing replied, "This is a collaborator for my research institute, as well as my superior. Please do not impede his entry on subsequent visits." The bartender's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized Lin Feng. This matter would not raise any objections from Uncle Zhao. Wang Muqing fixed her gaze upon the bartender. Although the Zhao family held considerable influence in the political arena, it was not a domain solely governed by their will. There were numerous officials with differing political views. Thus, Wang Muqing was reluctant to entangle her research institute with the state, fearing that she might become a mere pawn in the hands of politicians. Zhao Pingji was well aware of this reasoning and was fully supportive. Upon hearing Wang Muqing mention Zhao Pingji, the bartender paused momentarily, and his demeanor towards Lin Feng noticeably changed. "I understand now." "Indeed." Wang Muqing nodded, then turned to escort Lin Feng and the others out of the bar. Lu Qin smiled as she bid temporary farewell to Wang Muqing, joining Lin Feng in the car. As they drove, Wang Hong inquired, "Mr. Lin, shall I take you home?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he provided the address. "In the future, you needn't call me Mr. Lin. Just refer to me as boss. Use Mr. Lin only in the presence of outsiders." "Understood, boss." Wang Hong readily acquiesced, showing no hesitation in addressing someone significantly younger than himself as boss. Lin Feng nodded and continued, "From now on, you need only to relay the news that the person who saved Old Master Wang has acquired Shanghai. I'll handle the rest, and Shanghai will soon clear its name." "All right." A hint of excitement appeared on Wang Hong's face. "Indeed," Lin Feng responded softly. Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng, then suddenly raised her hand to massage his temples. "Please sit sideways for a moment." Lin Feng felt a stir within, exchanging a brief glance with Lu Qin before a smile crept onto his face. He complied, turning slightly and closing his eyes as Lu Qin's massage provided a perfectly comfortable pressure. "Ah, host, do you remember the Kuayu live-streaming task by Daming Lake?" After a long day of work, Lin Feng had merely managed to clarify the situation regarding Shanghai, with no progress whatsoever on Kuayu. He opened the willpower section in his mind, checking the data displayed. As he suspected, the faith values from Shanghai's associates had indeed increased, with Wang Hong contributing the most. "Of course I remember, just rest easy. Beige. All right, you handle it as you see fit. Lin Feng closed the willpower section and opened the system all. "What item does the host wish to purchase?" 888 inquired upon noticing something akin to an invisible surveillance listening device. "Let me take a look." 888 presented several options that met Lin Feng's requirements. Lin Feng examined them one by one. Invisible rabbit ears, a permanent item, allowing the wearer to monitor others by simply placing the small ears upon them. Price, 100 system coins. Chapter 117. Storage space. Shadow person, permanent item, capable of monitoring a chosen individual without interruption. Following them 24 hours a day. It may feel a bit chilly. At your back, the shadow person can act according to the host's wishes. Price: 1,213 system coins. Flying little white pig. Permanent item. Possessing intelligence and the ability to evolve. It can follow and monitor individuals selected by the host. Price: 3,000 system coins. As Lin Feng continued to peruse the subsequent items, he found himself disinterested. The prices escalated with each item, yet all remained within the range of 3,450 system coins, precisely the sum of his current system currency. Which item does the host desire? I recommend the little white pig. No. Lin Feng silently rolled his eyes. Just give me 5 of those invisible rabbit ears for 450 system coins. Is that agreeable? 1 for 100. Can you offer a better price? 888 gritted its teeth. Deal. Lin Feng noticed the deduction of 450 system coins, but found himself puzzled as to the whereabouts of the rabbit ears. What is going on? Beep. The system notification chimed. Due to the host's purchase of an item, the system space has been activated, automatically matching the most suitable items. Beep. A connection has been established with the storage ring. The host may view it at their discretion. There's this benefit as well? Lin Feng glanced at the newly added system space section on the system panel. Upon opening it, he discovered numerous small squares. The chaotic collection of potion bottles and poisonous herbs within his storage ring had been meticulously categorized, with each type occupying its own small square, and the rabbit ears also taking up 1 square. Marked with the number 5. Aha, quite nice. Lin Feng then closed his eyes to explore the interior of his storage ring with his mental energy. The originally confined space now appeared boundless, revealing several small houses that housed neatly arranged medicines. How impressive, Brother 8. Just how vast is this storage space? The space is limitless, yet currently, the host can utilize 100 squares, with a maximum of 100 items per square. Equivalent to 100 square meters within the storage ring. As the host purchases more items from the mall, additional squares will be unlocked, and the ordinary space can also be upgraded, allowing for the addition of spiritual fields and similar enhancements. Understood. Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied, as 100 square meters seemed ample for his current needs. Oh. What purpose does the host's purchase of monitoring devices serve? You will find out shortly. Lin Feng intentionally kept it vague and resumed his examination of the high-level information regarding the major competitors that he had previously asked 888 to search for, particularly focusing on their recent contacts. After a thorough investigation, Lin Feng identified several suspicious individuals, especially those frequently meeting with the vice president of Shuai Pharmaceutical in recent days, who did not appear to be from Country H. Boss, General Liu has arrived. Wang Hong parked the car at the entrance of the city and villa district. Unfamiliar vehicles were not permitted entry, and several security guards in the guardhouse were watching closely. Observing this, Lin Feng suggested softly, "Let us go for a walk." Lu Qin felt a stir of emotion. All right. Thus, Lu Qin did not allow the security to let the vehicle pass. She merely remarked that the car should not be obstructed next time. Following this, they bid farewell to Wang Hong and leisurely strolled into the community. Lin Feng. It was the first time Lu Qin had so seriously addressed him by his name, prompting Lin Feng to turn his gaze in her direction. After uttering this, Lu Qin fell silent, as if she were engaged in some internal contemplation. "Ids nothing. I just wanted to call you." After all, they had only known each other for a few days, and Lu Qin still lacked the courage to confess her feelings. Unlike the previous occasion when she had easily suggested pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, this time Lin Feng squinted at Lu Qin, hesitating momentarily but refraining from asking further. Chapter 118. Blocked at the door the following day, before Lin Feng and the others could step outside, they found themselves blocked at the entrance. As the morning crowd rang the doorbell, Lin Feng was roused from slumber by 888's voice. The visitors bear ill intent. Get up quickly. Buzz. Lin Feng felt his head filled with a droning sound, and after a sudden jolt, he flipped over. What is going on? What is happening? Lin Feng stood on the bed, glancing around. 888. Lin Feng, momentarily stunned, finally fully awakened. Goodness, ill intent. What is the matter? Saying this, he focused his attention on the commotion outside the door. Ever since he began practicing internal strength with Lin Nanfeng, his mental acuity and spiritual awareness had significantly increased, making his senses far more acute than those of the average person. What is happening outside? Hearing the ruckus beyond the door, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and quickly leapt out of bed to dress. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Had they heard about his sister acquiring a husband? They certainly arrived with great haste. Just yesterday, he had accompanied Lu Qin to the company, and now they were knocking at his door. Greed leads to ruin. 888 remarked cryptically. Lin Feng curled his lip and headed downstairs. Beige, can you mark them for me? What mark? 888 inquired, puzzled. Just indicate their relationship with my sister. Label it above their heads. 888 grasped Lin Feng's intention. OJBK. Descending the stairs and opening the door in one fluid motion, Lin Feng cast a cold glance at the people outside, his murderous aura palpable for an instant. The individuals, having knocked repeatedly without response, stumbled forward at the sight of Lin Feng's piercing gaze, nearly mistaking him for a fugitive killer. Who are you? A middle-aged woman barked, her voice rising in volume as if her loudness could bolster her courage. Lin Feng raised his eyes and immediately discerned the glaring red characters atop her head reading Ant. Clear as day. Who are you? Coming here early in the morning to pound on my door. Should I call security or the police? Lin Feng retracted the momentary release of his murderous intent, his expression one of wariness and disdain as he added, almost in a whisper, in this day and age, begging with a whole family in tow? With Lin Feng's oppressive aura diminished, the group from Lu Qin's maternal side seemed to regain their confidence. Beggar. Who are you calling that, you uncivilized lout? Another middle-aged woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, indignantly proclaimed, clearly incensed by Lin Feng's words. Individuals like her, who lack self-assurance, are particularly susceptible to Lin Feng's crude provocations. Lin Feng cast a casual glance at this woman, adorned with a golden necklace, bracelet, ring, and earrings, transforming herself into a mobile jewelry display, evidently anxious that others might not recognize her as a nouveau riche. Who lacks manners? It's obviously the person banging on someone else's door at the crack of dawn. Surely, you aren't the intruders. Lin Feng rolled his eyes dismissively. Absolutely not. I shall call security at once. As she reached for her phone, the group outside glared with fury, intent on forcing their way inside. Who do they think they are? Chapter 119. The exceptional relatives. Who do they think they are? Which wild brat dares to obstruct us? The eldest aunt attempted to storm inside, declaring, let me tell you, this villa belongs to my niece. How dare you stop me? What are you even worth? The crowd from Lu Qin's maternal side had clearly come here knowing of Lin Feng's existence, yet they pretended to be oblivious to his identity. Unfortunately for them, their fade was poorly executed. The hidden hostility and disdain in their eyes were all too apparent to Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng applied just the right amount of force, causing the leading aunt to stumble backward and land on the ground with a thud. The middle-aged woman and her companions were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Lin Feng's reaction. This was soon followed by a cacophony of uproar, with the fallen aunt raising her voice in protest. Oh my! You hit me! You dare strike me, you wild brat born without a father or mother! Oh dear, I can't get up. Do you think I've fractured something? Oh, it hurts so much. Her son rushed to help her, but she pushed his hand away, as if truly in agony. Oh dear sister-in-law. Are you all right? How can anyone be so cruel? This is the second aunt. Mother, we must call the police, exclaimed the daughter-in-law of the eldest aunt. Blocking the entrance, Lin Feng observed the spectacle with an outwardly displeased expression, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. If he were not directly involved, this scene would be quite entertaining and thrilling. He was fully aware that he had merely used a deft maneuver, and that the eldest aunt would emerge unscathed, each of them putting on quite the act. Are we done with this farce? Are you trying to extort me? With a look of disdain, Lin Feng pulled out several hundred-yuan bills and tossed them onto the ground before the eldest aunt. Isn't it just money you want? Here, take it. Now, get lost. After saying this, Lin Feng took a step back and slammed the door shut amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Qin, standing on the staircase, regarded Lin Feng with a complex expression as he transformed from arrogance to a disarming smile. Sister, there are a few people outside who have mistakenly come to the wrong door. Lu Qin's expression momentarily became intricate, and then her heart felt a gentle warmth. I have seen it. Lin Feng's smile faltered, and he shrugged. Are those the relatives from your sister's maternal side? Yes. Lu Qin did not inquire how Lin Feng knew them despite never having met. She merely nodded lightly. Should I open the door again? No need. Lu Qin shook her head. If she asked Lin Feng to open the door again, it would undermine his efforts. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smile deepened. Please wait a moment. I will prepare breakfast by the time we finish eating. Those people should be leaving. If they haven't, we can head directly to the underground garage. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Sister, you still cook? I look forward to your culinary skills. They must be exquisite. Hemph, you are quite the flatterer. Lu Qin decisively switched off her phone and turned towards the kitchen. Lin Feng chuckled softly and followed Lu Qin into the kitchen. leaning against the doorframe as he watched Lu Qin don an apron. Is there anything I can assist you with? No, you can go watch television. Lin Feng observed Lu Qin cooking for a while longer before turning to the living room and casually switching on the television. Hey, I checked the Kuai live stream yesterday. Most of the streamers have only a few 100,000 fans, and not a single one has broken 1 million. Chapter 120. Brother is not a human but a god. What is his true identity information? Wait a moment, I will retrieve it for you. After a while, 888 spoke again. Zhang Renxian, a certain sea dweller, 24 years old, height 187 cm, weight 70 kilograms. ID number. The information provided by 888 is derived from the back-end data of Kuai, not from the system assisting the host in completing tasks. Ginseng. Lin Feng glanced at the streamer's name. Brother is not a human but a god, and found it quite fitting. Host, please refrain from commenting. Do you wish to select him as one of the 3 streamer tasks? Yes, let it be him. Oh, then do your best. 888 offered a rather dry encouragement. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said again, Hey, notify Kuai to buy him a few trending topics to boost his popularity. After speaking, Lin Feng followed the streamer and exited the live room to watch other streamers' broadcasts. Understood. 888 paused briefly before continuing. By the way, I must remind the host that most streamers in the live broadcast industry are of similar caliber. The reason Kuai streamers have few fans is simply due to the platform's limited capacity, lacking the spare funds to support talents. Are you suggesting that the ones you acquired for me are all subpar? 888. Alright then, watch as I turn the tide. Oh, the host is truly amazing. Lin Feng pursed his lips and glanced at the financial statistics of the various companies provided by the system. After thorough examination, he noted that only Kuai Live and Shengshi Games were profitable. The other companies he had acquired had been lucrative prior, but now faced various issues, either with frozen funds or cash flow problems. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng remarked, allocate another 3 million to Kuai and strongly support this Zhang Renxian, alongside myself. Understood. 888 paused for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Wait, support you? Indeed, isn't this an excellent approach to accomplish tasks while also gathering goodwill? Oh. Thus, have them purchase more trending topics and ensure all the streamers promote that Kuai is about to welcome a formidable newcomer. The more mysterious, the better. Let them hype it up. 888 responded with silence. Lin Feng seemed to grasp 888's thoughts. I'm not that narcissistic. It's just human nature. Mystery breeds curiosity. If I delay my appearance a bit longer, the effect will undoubtedly be remarkable. I just find the host rather self-absorbed. Lin Feng urged, hurry up and get to work. All right, Xiaofeng, it's time for dinner. What are you watching? Lu Qin, calling Lin Feng to dinner, furrowed her brows upon hearing the sultry voice of a female streamer emanating from his phone. A live broadcast? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently entered a seductive stream where the host, clad in revealing attire, was playfully flirting and acting coy. Chapter 121. The little rogue no. I just clicked on it casually. Lin Feng hastily exited the live stream and turned off his phone. It smells delicious. Did you make shrimp congee, sister? Lu Qin, still frowning at Lin Feng's attempt to change the subject, then smiled. Your nose is quite sensitive. Come on, let's eat. As she spoke, Lu Qin picked up the remote and turned off the television. The remote was near Lin Feng, and as he caught a glimpse of the tumultuous scene nearly hitting his face, his ears flushed red. Lu Qin, sitting upright, noticed his reaction and followed his gaze. Little rogue, come to dinner. Lu Qin scolded lightly, turning to head towards the kitchen. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, her face had already turned crimson, her eyes sparkling with a shy glimmer. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng sat in a daze for a moment, then awkwardly rubbed his nose and stood up. Living alone, he had to admit Lu Qin's culinary skills were exceptional, perfectly crispy edges surrounding a molten soft-boiled egg, delectable shrimp seafood congee, crispy fried dough sticks, and 2 plates of freshly prepared cold dishes. Lin Feng savored 3 bowls of congee in one go, his hearty appetite standing testament to her culinary prowess, causing Lu Qin to smile with squinted eyes. After dinner, as Lu Qin cleared the dishes, she hesitated before saying, Today, let's split up. I'll head to the company while you tackle the grand matters. Having followed Lin Feng around all day yesterday without being of much help, she figured it best for them to handle their respective tasks. You won't be in any danger, will you? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lu Qin pondered for a moment before responding, Yesterday, I had Wu Zhan submit the evidence. He informed me that the court has already issued a summons, and the police will come to take my statement again today before we head to court together. I will remain in the company of the police. Those individuals should not be so audacious. Lin Feng considered her words and nodded, very well. I shall first escort you to your company, and then proceed to the location. All right, Lu Qin felt a warmth in her heart. Lin Feng nodded and then noticed that the people outside had yet to disperse. The individuals outside have not left. Let us go to the underground parking garage. Okay, Lu Qin replied, then called her driver, Old Wang, to inform him not to come. Let us depart. The vehicles in the underground garage were those Lu Qin seldom used, appearing rather extravagant and ostentatious, and of course, their prices were equally exorbitant. You don't possess a driver's license, do you? Allow me to drive, she said, casually selecting a more understated vehicle and taking the driver's seat. Lin Feng, seeing this, settled into the passenger seat. He indeed had a driver's license, albeit not one he had obtained through personal effort. It had been arranged by 888, and in truth, he had never actually driven a CR. As the engine roared to life. Lin Feng and Lu Qin silently exited the underground garage, remaining unnoticed by those stationed outside her door, who were filled with grievances from having skipped breakfast to block her. The vehicle made its way to Lu Qin's company, where she smiled and bid farewell to Lin Feng before summoning her driver, Old Wang, to take Lin Feng for a ride. Take care, Lin Feng cautioned Lu Qin. She nodded and entered the company. Watching her silhouette fade from view, Lin Feng turned to Old Wang and said, Let us be on our way. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Shall we head to the company as we did yesterday? No, to the Dongqing Bay bar. Lin Feng provided Old Wang with the specific location of the bar, then took out his phone to send a message to Wang Hong. Upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to visit the bar, Old Wang hesitated momentarily before opting to adhere to the principle of speaking less and doing more, turning at the next intersection towards Dongcheng. Upon arriving at the Bay bar, Lin Feng did not keep Old Wang waiting, instructing him instead to return and follow Lu Qin. Old Wang gazed at the bar, which was still a cacophony of revelry even in the daylight, hesitating several times before finally regarding Lin Feng with a peculiar expression and sighing as he departed. Lin Feng thought to himself, Does this uncle have so much drama? Watching Old Wang's car turn around and leave, Lin Feng entered the Bay bar. Although the establishment remained a hub of chaos, Lin Feng noticed that the patrons bore expressions of increased seriousness and vigilance, a situation brought about by his own discreet contributions. As he meandered through the throng, Lin Feng felt several scrutinizing gazes upon him, though it seemed these individuals had received instructions from the bartender not to impede his passage. Following the route he had memorized from the previous day, he arrived at the secluded private room, where he activated a mechanism hidden beneath a potted plant to enter the underground research facility. The personnel within had also been briefed by Wang Muqing, allowing Lin Feng to traverse the peripheral and central areas without obstruction, only to be halted by the entrance to the central laboratory. Hello? Muqing, it's me, Lin Feng. Are you in the laboratory? As Lin Feng was about to finish his sentence, the door in front of him swung open, revealing Wang Muqing, her expression as impassive as ever. With his phone still pressed to his ear, Lin Feng glanced at the scene inside and immediately comprehended the reason behind Wang Muqing's stoic demeanor. He flashed a grin at her. Wang Muqing, here, take this. Lin Feng caught the identification card that Wang Muqing handed him. This is your ID card. Next time, you can just come in directly. All right. Lin Feng tucked the ID card into his pants pocket. Inside the laboratory, a group of individuals surrounded Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui, engrossed in their research, while another cluster was engrossed in an experiment. In stark contrast, one individual sat alone at a test bench. Overlooked by all, Lin Feng turned towards the solitary figure and greeted, Uncle Zhao. With a warm smile, Zhao Pingji nodded. Xiao Feng is here. Lin Feng acknowledged him with a nod and gestured for Zhao Pingji to wait, then approached Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui. Wang Muqing followed closely by Lin Feng's side. The poison within the corpse, as well as the one affecting Aunt Tan and the others' faces, is it an extraordinary toxin? You conducted an analysis overnight? Indeed. Wang Muqing nodded. It appears to be true. Lin Feng, do you know something? Is that why you summoned Uncle Zhao? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered thoughtfully before he leaned closer to Wang Muqing's ear. Isn't it advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade? This way, grand matters can be resolved with ease. Wang Muqing harbored a deep disdain for those who wielded their family background to intimidate others, yet Lin Feng, who engaged in similar conduct, felt different to her. She did not harbor any dislike for him. She responded softly, her gaze subtly yet unmistakably fixed on the white-coated figures surrounding Zhuo Tan and her companions. The crowd swiftly parted to grant them passage. Wang Muqing looked at Lin Feng. He smirked briefly before suppressing it, advancing towards Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort on your face? Both Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui shook their heads. Last night had been the most relaxed they had experienced since their faces were scarred, thanks to the pain relief medication Lin Feng had provided, which had completely alleviated their suffering. Lin Feng nodded in response. That's good. Let me examine your injuries again. Okay. Seeing their agreement, Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Muqing, each taking responsibility for unwrapping the bandages. Lin Feng first inspected Zhuo Tan's wounds as he carefully removed the gauze, noting that the abscesses had slightly diminished in size, and the originally yellowish pus had taken on a darker hue. After pondering briefly, he produced a box of medicinal powder and applied it to Zhuo Tan's wounds before turning his attention to Feng Shui, while Wang Muqing stepped in to rebandage Zhuo Tan's injuries. Chapter 123. When the head is too long, it must be severed. Feng Shui's facial injuries were still quite severe, but they were significantly improved compared to the previous day when they had been profusely oozing with pus and blood. Lin Feng applied the same ointment as yesterday as he treated her wounds. Zhao Pingji approached, observing from the side. Upon seeing the state of Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Of course, his aversion was not directed at their appearances, but rather at the circumstances that had led them to become such individuals. Prior to Lin Feng's arrival, Zhao Pingji had already conversed with Wang Muqing and had a rough understanding of the situation. At that moment, he observed Lin Feng administering medicine to the two young women and spoke up, "Xiao Feng, let us have a word." Lin Feng nodded towards Wang Muqing, indicating for her to tend to Feng Shui as well, before he pocketed the medicine container and walked with Zhao Pingji to a secluded corner of the laboratory. "Xiao Feng, you mentioned you have something of great importance to share with me. What is it?" Zhao Pingji inquired, his expression stern. "You're not suggesting that the country's treasure of a professor has been poached by you, are you? That would be rather underhanded of you. How on earth did Muqing come to fancy you?" Understanding that Zhao Pingji was merely jesting, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "There's nothing I can do about it. Sister Muqing simply has a penchant for someone like me." Zhao Pingji chuckled softly, then said with measured gravity, "It is quite all right for Muqing to follow you, but you must ensure her safety. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to hold you accountable." Picking up on the underlying significance in Zhao Pingji's words, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Satisfied with the response, Zhao Pingji smiled. He had already received a hint from Zhao Li the previous day that Lin Feng was, after all, molded by Lin Feng himself, which pleased him greatly and instilled a sense of trust. That is reassuring. Now, would you enlighten me regarding the peculiar marks on the faces of those two young ladies? Are they connected to those individuals? What do you wish for me to do? Noticing Zhao Pingji's willingness to engage in conversation, Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Abandoning his initial intention to be indirect, he spoke plainly. "Yes, they are indeed related to those individuals." Observing Zhao Pingji's grave demeanor, Lin Feng paused before continuing. "Sister Muqing must have informed you that Zhuo Tan and Feng Shui have been afflicted by poison, a toxin of supernatural origin, which bears a striking resemblance to the poison residing within Grandfather Wang. Moreover, this is not all. There are also the unfortunate victims who have already lost their lives." Zhao Pingji's expression darkened. These individuals are truly lawless. Over the years, Country H has undergone rapid development and is no longer the nation that could not even protect its own prodigies. Yet these people remain oblivious to their own recklessness. Such overreach must be curtailed. Lin Feng refrained from commenting on this. "Initially, I believed it to be merely cutthroat competition against my company, Shengda Pharmaceutical. However, upon visiting the victims, I realized there was something amiss. After much contemplation, I felt it necessary to inform Uncle Zhao." Zhao Pingji appreciated Lin Feng's willingness to share such information, as he had sensed during their first encounter that the young man harbored some reservations and concealed matters from them. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lin Feng possessed a kind heart, and the incident involving the kindergarten bus was not due to a lack of suspicion or inquiry into Lin Feng, but rather a matter that Zhao Pingji had managed to suppress. "Then I must thank you, Xiao Feng. So, what exactly are you implying?" Zhao Pingji pondered for a moment before adding, "This matter lacks conclusive evidence, making it difficult for me to act decisively at present." Lin Feng shook his head. "There is no need for you to investigate this, Uncle Zhao. I will take it upon myself to uncover the truth. However, I hope you can assist in suppressing the court summons for Shengda, allowing me ample time to conduct my investigation. Subsequently, I would appreciate your help in clearing Shengda's name." Chapter 124. Mutual benefit. Zhao Pingji's eyes brightened, clearly pleased with Lin Feng's proposal. He is indeed unfit to take direct action to stir up trouble, and he likely won't be able to uncover the individuals behind it. However, having Lin Feng provide cover would significantly improve the situation. This demonstrates Lin Feng's increased trust in him. He must succeed. Most importantly, Lin Lao is willing to step forward. Such a matter cannot be allowed to falter. Lin Feng nodded. "Well then, can those young ladies' faces be healed?" A flicker of coldness crossed Zhao Ping's eyes at the thought of the innocent suffering endured by a few ordinary individuals. The Shuetai Pharmaceutical must not be allowed to remain. They are utterly clueless. Lin Feng assured him, Uncle Zhao, rest assured. I can heal them, that's good. Zhao Ping breathed a sigh of relief and added, then I'll take my leave for now. He was eager to return and deal with the big fish. This time, none of them must escape. When supernatural beings secretly infiltrate foreign lands, capturing their own kind only leads to suffering. Lin Feng discreetly glanced at Zhao Ping's tightly clenched hand holding the documents and smiled as he bid farewell. Take care on your journey, uncle. Upon seeing Zhao Ping depart, Wang Wuqing approached to greet him. He's gone, she said with a light chuckle before turning to Lin Feng. Uncle Zhao is a very good person. He will remember the assistance you provided this time. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Mutual benefit indeed. Wang Wuqing smiled. Uncle Zhao and the others are very eager for Lin Lao to emerge from retirement. Years have passed, and you should be the breakthrough point for Lin Lao to let go of his burdens, right? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Normally, Wang Wuqing was of a younger generation, yet she seemed to be quite knowledgeable about Lin Nanfeng's affairs. Don't worry, I inferred it from my grandfather and Uncle Zhao's words, and it appears I was not mistaken. Wang Wuqing winked at Lin Feng before turning back to the experiment table. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, her intelligence was commendable, as she had deciphered so much from mere fragments of conversation and attitudes. Chapter 125. Cunning Sister Wuqing, I previously promised to teach you medical skills, and now is the perfect opportunity. This supernatural toxin can be treated without relying solely on supernatural abilities, Lin Feng remarked, catching up to Wang Wuqing and pointing at the contents of her petri dish. Wang Wuqing carefully observed the virus rapidly consuming all living cells within the dish and looked up at Lin Feng. These were extracted from the residuals found in the stomachs of those corpses. The toxin is quite domineering, capable of devouring human living cells, she explained slowly. Furthermore, I conducted a component analysis of the anti-cancer medication from Shengda, which has indeed shown signs of tampering. However, it is not this type of toxin. With this, we can proceed, Lin Feng nodded. Wang Wuqing paused for a moment, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. There are indeed individuals in the court closely associated with Shuidai Pharmaceutical. Since you have already hinted to Uncle Zhao, a thorough investigation will likely be initiated soon. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. It seems nothing escapes your notice. Wang Wuqing did not respond but extended her hand. May I have the medicine to treat Sister Atten and the others? Of course, he replied. Lin Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he retrieved from his backpack all the remedies he had previously utilized. These are all concocted from herbal ingredients. I shall write down the formulas for you shortly. All right, thank you, Wang Wuqing responded, her eyes glimmering with a touch of delight. Lin Feng shook his head. There's no need for that. I have already promised you. However, my studies are primarily in traditional Chinese medicine and toxicology. If you wish to conduct any research experiments, I fear I may be of little assistance, as I am not adept at using this machinery. He gently gestured towards the apparatus before him. That may not necessarily be the case, Wang Wuqing replied with a sly smile directed at Lin Feng. He paused for a moment, then turned to borrow paper and pen. Let me first write down the formula for you. Very well, and later you shall inform me how to neutralize the anomalous toxins present in the corpses. Agreed. The white-coated onlookers, who had gathered in a silent cluster, had never witnessed the female tyrant in such a demeanor. One of them rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did the esteemed Professor Wang just smile at that young gentleman? Feng Su, who had previously faced a penalty in his bonuses, stared in astonishment. Wait, did the young gentleman actually claim he would teach the esteemed professor medical techniques? Am I hallucinating? Surely not, Lin Feng remarked, feeling somewhat bashful as he observed the two individuals who seemed to share an unspoken understanding. If he can instruct Professor Wang, who on earth is he? You all are unaware of Professor Lin? Feng Shui, whose head was swathed in bandages, joined the conversation, despite her face still healing. However, her faith in Lin Feng's abilities had eased her worries. Professor Lin? Feng Su and the others were puzzled. We have never heard of such a figure. Indeed, it was plausible that their isolation within the research institute had left them uninformed. Lin Feng gazed deeply at Wang Wuqing. His eyes filled with admiration and respect. To us, Professor Wang is akin to a deity in the field of medicine. You have no idea how prodigious she truly is. Despite being younger than us, she has surmounted numerous medical challenges. Yet now, someone claims they will teach her. Their incredulity was palpable. Feng Shui exchanged glances with Shuitan, both astonished. The two young women, having shared a room for the night, had swiftly transformed from strangers into close friends. I have also heard tales of Professor Wang's remarkable prowess, Feng Shui remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. But it appears that the remedies aiding in our facial treatments were all provided by Professor Lin, and they have proven exceptionally effective. Chapter 126. Triggering anomalies. The white-coated observers fell silent, each pondering the expressions on Feng Shui and her companions' faces. filled with uncertainty. They had collaborated with Wang Muqing to analyze the toxins extracted from the corpses and those affecting Feng Shui's complexion. Both toxins exhibited formidable potency, rendering them powerless. Yet Lin Feng was capable of remedying it. Upon receiving the formula Lin Feng had written, Wang Muqing cast a glance at the cluster of white coats, her expression sharpening. Feng Su, what are you all doing? The group of white-coated individuals dispersed, with Feng Su being singled out. He jolted upright and hurried back to his workstation. I wasn't doing anything, just Lin Feng called me over to take a look at something. Lin Feng merely sighed in response, as the remaining white coats scattered like startled birds. Lin Feng met Wang Muqing's cold gaze with an expression of innocence. Lin Feng, come here and conduct a comprehensive analysis of these medicinal ingredients to examine their properties. Wang Muqing instructed, referring to the medicines provided by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the mention, and he hurriedly complied. Rushing over, Feng Su, who had just departed, pouted slightly, casting an envious glance at Lin Feng as he cheerfully accepted the medications. Lin Feng discreetly observed the lab coat-clad researchers, whose envy and jealousy were unmistakable, and felt a bit amused. This group of researchers seemed to be so engrossed in their studies that they appeared somewhat simple-minded. You can now inform me how to neutralize this ability toxin with medication, Wang Muqing indicated towards the petri dish. Lin Feng nodded, contemplating before responding. Generally, the abilities of ability users exhibit varying fluctuations, differing from country to country. The first step is to identify the ability fluctuations of this toxin and ascertain its properties, then administer the appropriate remedy. Wang Muqing remained silent for a moment, then remarked, what you've described seems to necessitate being an ability user yourself, doesn't it? I'm not. No, I'm not an ability user either, Lin Feng quickly clarified. Wang Muqing shot a skeptical glance at him. I truly am not, Lin Feng asserted, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Oh, I didn't imply that I didn't believe you. Wang Muqing replied calmly, so how do you discern the ability fluctuations? Well, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, it involves mental strength. Regardless of possessing abilities, everyone has mental fortitude. I have honed my mental strength through studying internal martial arts with my master. When one's mental strength surpasses that of others, one can perceive it. Likewise, I can sense that your mental power is considerable. You should also be capable of detecting the fluctuations of abilities. Wang Muqing furrowed her brow, lowered her gaze, and after a brief moment of concentration, closed her eyes to clear her mind. As she perceived the distinct ability fluctuations, Lin Feng was slightly astonished and turned to look at her. This is remarkable. She grasped it instantly. This student is impressive. No need for a teacher to instruct her. The old man would surely appreciate such a student. Wang Muqing must have activated her cerebral domain ability. Activated her ability? Indeed. Lin Feng's expression grew serious as he gestured subtly to a few lab-coated individuals approaching, signaling them to stay back, and then quietly remained by Wang Muqing's side. After about 10 minutes, Wang Muqing opened her eyes. Lin Feng scrutinized her closely and asked, did you sense anything different? What's different? Upon reopening her eyes, Wang Muqing appeared even more. Lin Feng found it challenging to articulate. More composed? No, it was a deeper calmness, resulting in even less emotional expression. I sense that you may have triggered an ability. An ability? Wang Muqing's gaze flickered with surprise, yet she felt it might indeed be the case. What kind of ability do I possess? She inquired, looking intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Why would she ask him about her ability? Wang Muqing still believed that Lin Feng might know something. Fixing her gaze upon him, Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Brain domain ability. Wang Muqing's eyes sparkled. You indeed know. Oh, Lin Feng replied dryly, secretly opening the system panel to glance at Wang Muqing's attribute points. Everything remained unchanged, except for her originally capped intelligence, which had increased from 91 to 98. But why were you so certain that you lack abilities? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng inquired again. Wang Muqing replied, children born into families like the Wang clan are sent to the National Ability Department for testing to determine if they possess any abilities. At that time, the results indicated that I had none. As she spoke, Wang Muqing cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng, aware that he not only knew of his abilities, but also understood their nature clearly. Lin Feng felt an unsettling sensation, as if she could see through him, causing a slight chill to creep into his heart. Well, my master once told me that some individuals are born with abilities, yet they remain hidden and untriggered, which is why they do not appear in tests, and even other ability users cannot perceive them. Lin Feng decisively placed the blame on Lin Nanfeng. I see. Wang Muqing nodded. She recognized that Lin Feng was concealing something, yet refrained from voicing it. His explanation was indeed reasonable. Lin Lao, as a reclusive expert, should possess greater knowledge. Lin Feng affirmed. Wang Muqing suppressed a smile at the corners of her mouth. Brain domain ability. This ability's effects were quite clear. Wang Muqing lowered her gaze, intently sensing her own powers. Observing her, Lin Feng turned his thoughts to the toxins within the corpse. Judging by the residual energy fluctuations of this toxic ability user, it seemed their aptitude was rather low, far inferior to that of old Master Wang's. They were likely just cannon fodder sent by the R faction to stir up trouble. After some contemplation, he pulled a chair and settled at the side of the testing table, extracting various powders and potions from the backpack resting on his lap. The toxic ability was of the fire attribute, so the chosen antidote herb should be of the water attribute. The medicines and semi-finished products here were all derived from the herbs cultivated by Lin Nanfeng in Yuanan Mountain, distinct from common traditional Chinese medicine, and could be termed spiritual medicine. Once Wang Muqing grasped the specific effects of her ability, she quietly stood beside Lin Feng, observing him as he concocted the medicine. Lin Feng's hands moved swiftly, mixing several powders and potions in precise proportions until a new remedy was swiftly prepared. The ointment had a milky white hue with a slight greenish tint. As the ointment took shape, Lin Feng raised his head. There is no honey here, so I cannot form it into pills, but this ointment can be diluted in water and consumed to detoxify. Naturally, this was merely one method of detoxification. He handed the ointment to Wang Muqing. There are two other methods. One involves using abilities or inner strength to assist acupuncture in directly expelling the toxins. The other relies on the poisoned individual's ability level to absolutely suppress that of the toxic ability user, thereby forcing the toxins out. These two methods yield quick results, but they do not nourish the body as taking medicine does. Wang Muqing's eyes brightened slightly. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to my grandfather's house. Sure, I can also teach you some simple acupuncture techniques first. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Muqing's cold demeanor softened slightly. Thank you, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng waved his hand. What type of psychic ability does your brain domain power manifest? The development of such abilities can vary subtly among individuals, though one commonality is an enhancement of intelligence. Soon as the question left his lips, he noticed Wang Muqing fall silent, prompting a twinge of regret in Lin Feng. Was it too presumptuous to inquire about the nuances of her abilities? It's simply curiosity. Feel free to refrain from sharing if it's inconvenient. Some individuals possess hidden aspects to their powers, making his inquiry somewhat audacious. Wang Muqing, having grown up in the Wang family, was well acquainted with various psychic abilities. In that fleeting moment of silence, she was merely reflecting on how her powers differed from others, particularly those related to brain domains. There's nothing inconvenient about it, she replied, winking at Lin Feng. My ability is a brain domain power, a unique form of mental prowess. You already know this, but its specific functions include enhancing intelligence and concealing abilities. She hesitated for a moment before meeting Lin Feng's gaze. The hidden aspect allows for logical reasoning to predict short-term futures. In other words, it grants a form of precognition. Lin Feng's expression shifted subtly. He regretted his impetuousness. Even if he hadn't asked, the system would have revealed it eventually. He glanced at Wang Muqing's clear, shimmering eyes and realized he was now bound to her in some way. Quite impressive, indeed, but it would be prudent not to disclose her hidden abilities to others. Lu Qin's unique mental ability also granted precognition, though hers leaned more towards intuition, enabling her to foresee distant events. In contrast, Wang Muqing's foresight relied on logical deduction, allowing her to predict within a shorter time frame. Of course, I wouldn't share such information. We are not like others, are we? Wang Muqing tilted her head. Studying Lin Feng, no, certainly not. Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze, sensing something was amiss with Wang Muqing, and indeed, something felt off within himself as well. What was going on? Goodness, was she flirting with him? His emotions surged, and he felt compelled to express his thoughts. What's with you? Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and this lady is clearly showing interest. Why be timid? Wang Muqing nodded in satisfaction before turning her attention to the spiritual elixirs Lin Feng had brought. Raising inquiries as needed. Lin Feng found the task of explaining the properties of the medicines quite effortless, as Wang Muqing was an exceptionally quick learner, grasping concepts with minimal guidance. He suspected all teachers would cherish such students. These herbs are unlike any I have encountered before. Their efficacy surpasses that of ordinary traditional Chinese medicine, rendering them nearly irreplaceable. They seem acceptable, Lin Feng responded nonchalantly, as he did not perceive these herbs as particularly precious. Given that they were abundant in Yuan Nanshan, he couldn't fathom how the old man Lin had procured them. By the way, how is it that your ability triggers so effortlessly, Muqing? In the next chapter, Zhuotan blinked in surprise before hastily answering a phone call. Hello. What? How could they do such a thing? Without having listened to what was said from across the way, Lin Feng observed a subtle shift in Zhuo Tan's expression. Her previously soft voice now tinged with astonishment and a hint of anger. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Wang Muqing, and neither felt the need to elaborate. Once Zhuo Tan ended the call, her eyes were already reddened with fury, and she apologetically grasped Feng Shui's wrist. Feng Shui was taken aback. "What's wrong? I am truly sorry." Zhuo Tan hesitated for a long moment before revealing the nature of the issue. "Was it your agent who called?" Wang Muqing's eyes remained clear and unclouded, her piercing gaze making anyone who met it feel as though they were being seen through. Zhuo Tan paused, looking at Wang Muqing in astonishment, wondering how she knew. Wang Muqing sighed softly. "Who else would contact you besides your agent? What exactly happened?" Those who cared about Zhuo Tan had not inquired about her situation, while those indifferent, like her scoundrel of a father, would certainly not reach out. "Ah, indeed." Zhuo Tan sighed helplessly again, then turned to Feng Shui, apologizing once more. "I'm afraid this incident has entangled you as well." "Huh?" Feng Shui looked at Zhuo Tan with a face full of confusion. "It is like this." Zhuo Tan slowly recounted the information her agent had conveyed during the recent call. It turned out that a rival star within the company had somehow procured her hospital photos to tarnish her reputation. Unfortunately, they did not capture her face directly but instead featured Feng Shui and several other girls, showcasing their disfigured appearances without any concealment, all plastered across the internet. Shockingly, the entertainment company had not intervened, possibly due to her contract nearing expiration or perhaps believing that Zhuo Tan's face was ruined, thus preparing to abandon her. Feng Shui was taken aback by this revelation, yet with Lin Feng's promise of a remedy for Zhuo Tan's face within a specific time frame, she was not on the verge of emotional collapse. Instead, a surge of indignation welled up within her. "What kind of agency is this? Aren't you a singer? Even if your face is marred." Pausing to recall Zhuo Tan's previous stunning beauty, Feng Shui's anger flared. "These people are simply inhumane. How dare they exploit a disfigured girl? Do they not fear divine retribution? Your rival is despicable. The entertainment company is equally vile. I've heard for ages that Xingqing Entertainment exploits its artists and engages in unsavory practices." At this point, Feng Shui hesitated, cautiously glancing at Zhuo Tan. Zhuo Tan, exasperated, raised her hand to her forehead. "I have not been subjected to any unsavory practices." "Oh, that is a relief. You are so beautiful. It's indeed unsafe at Xingqing. Given that your contract is expiring, perhaps it would be better to seek a new agency." Upon hearing Feng Shui praise Zhuo Tan's beauty, Lin Feng glanced at her. Beauty lies in essence rather than mere appearance. Judging by Zhuo Tan's eloquence, demeanor, and figure, she indeed possessed a captivating allure. However, during the last assessment of her attributes, the injury to her face had affected her charm evaluation. Zhuo Tan lightly acknowledged Feng Shui's remark, then inquired, "How do you know all of this?" Xingqing enjoys a relatively favorable reputation externally, with any blemishes meticulously concealed, leaving numerous journalists returning empty-handed. How could Feng Shui have heard allegations of Xingqing exploiting its artists? Feng Shui was momentarily taken aback, only to realize, in her vexation, what she had just uttered. After a brief hesitation, she forced a smile and explained, "Well, I was actually an intern in my third year of journalism studies, and I managed to sneak into Xingqing, uncovering some inside information, though I haven't had the chance to publish it yet, and then it all unfolded like this." Lin Feng, Zhuo Tan, and Wang Muqing exchanged glances. Seemingly speechless, my dream is to become the chief journalist of H country. Upon witnessing their silence, Feng Shui continued. Zhuo Tan pursed her lips. "Well, you've done quite well. Many journalists haven't managed to dig up any dirt on Xingqing. Hee, I've always suspected something was amiss with Xingqing. What entertainment company is devoid of any scandal? Perhaps they're merely hiding their secrets out of sheer insecurity. Thus, I decided to keep a close watch on Xingqing." Lin Feng and the others were momentarily stunned, realizing that her logic was indeed quite sound. Chapter 131. Stifling luck. "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhuo Tan chuckled awkwardly. Feng Shui laughed lightly. "Unfortunately, the stories I found regarding Xingqing stars throwing tantrums and the existence of unspoken rules aren't exactly groundbreaking news. I will eventually uncover something truly sensational. Keep it up." Zhuo Tan continued to chuckle awkwardly. Actually, Zhuo Tanjia, I secretly followed you as well, primarily because I felt that Xingqing lacked any decent artists. So did I apologize." Zhuo Tan shook her head. Xingqing. Indeed. She seemed hesitant to speak ill of her former employer and fell silent. What? Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her enthusiasm contrasting sharply with her usual somewhat shy demeanor. Under her gaze, Zhuo Tan felt a slight pressure. After a moment's thought, Zhuo Tan pursed her lips. "I was rather cautious about past events, and after gaining fame, Xingqing didn't particularly make things difficult for me. However, the behind-the-scenes antics were rather off-putting. But now that they have involved other innocent girls, I will not let this matter rest. Your disposition is just too gentle. This is just right. Wang Muqing interjected coolly. Zhuo Tan nodded and then turned to Feng Shui. I truly apologize this time. I will handle it properly, and no worries. No worries, it's not like a face can't be healed. Who knows, perhaps I could even help Professors Wang and Lin promote their work. If her face couldn't be healed, Feng Shui would certainly not be so nonchalant. But there were no ifs. Moreover, after taking the first dose of the mental medication Lin Feng provided, not only did her chaotic mind settle, but her previously somewhat introverted nature also seemed to brighten considerably. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Shui asked again, but, Zhuo Tanjia, with your gentle nature, how could you find yourself in such a predicament at Xingqing? She had just glanced online at the post from that day, which had gone viral and topped the trending charts. However, not a single artist from Xingqing stepped forward to speak on behalf of Zhuo Tan. Instead, a few artists from other companies expressed their condolences to Zhuo Tan.as for my rival. She happens to be the daughter of a shareholder at Xingqing, who has secretly thrown numerous obstacles in my path. While others dare not offend her, Zhuo Tan shrugged, acknowledging her lack of connections. After all, I am just an outsider without any background. Although I have been unfortunate to sign with Xingqing, I am fortunate to have encountered a reliable manager. Thankfully, Sister Huang has been tirelessly advocating for me. Signing with Xingqing has indeed been quite the misfortune. Feng Shui nodded in agreement. I remember it was Xingqing that approached you, Sister Tan, wasn't it? How could this happen? It was because a song I released had overshadowed the ranking of that shareholder's daughter, which is why Xingqing sought me out. It was only later, with Sister Huang's guidance, that I realized this. Zhuo Tan was acutely aware of her misfortunes, yet she did not lament her fate. But those matters are now in the past. My contract will expire in a couple of days. Speaking of the impending expiration of her contract, there was a hint of relief in Zhuo Tan's tone. After all, being in a company that is unwilling to promote her and is actively trying to suppress her is truly suffocating. Achieving her current status as a top artist in the music industry has undoubtedly been a challenging journey. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was quietly listening, found himself inadvertently reflecting on his own luck, which was a rather peculiar number at 4. At that moment, he had never felt more grateful for his brother Ba. Wang Muqing was evidently aware of Zhuo Tan's misfortunes and inquired, "So, are you planning to terminate your contract?" With a frown of disapproval, she added, "And it's not that you lack connections. Why have you never mentioned these issues, not even to your uncle?" Chapter 132. One step to success. Zhuo Tan's gaze darted around. She knew all too well about her misfortunes and did not wish to burden those who cared for her. Wang Muqing furrowed her brow, expressing her disapproval. With such matters now public, it will be impossible to keep it under wraps. Your uncle will likely find out soon and will only worry more. Zhuo Tan replied, "It's my fault. Now is not the time to discuss right or wrong. It was essential to bring your manager in to strategize." Wang Muqing calmly suggested her plan. The first step is to terminate the contract. Xingqing will approach you about this without you even needing to mention it. Play the victim a bit to get the contract dissolved, then hold a press conference. Their attack on you is primarily about your alleged disfigurement. Remember to take a photo of your supposed injuries to compare with your healed appearance later. There's no way you'll lose fans over this, and you can gain some sympathy points. After a pause, Wang Muqing continued, "If you wish, you could also take this opportunity to expose Xingqing. Their inaction while one of their own artists is in trouble speaks volumes. Their behavior could mitigate the impact of your contract termination. By the way, if a Shui is willing to help, you could release any dirt you have on Xingqing. One step to success." Lin Feng evaluated Wang Muqing's strategy, clicking his tongue in admiration. Wang Muqing had crafted the most perfect solution for Zhuo Tan, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Your agent is willing to leave Xingqing with you, isn't she?" Zhuo Tan gazed at Wang Muqing with sparkling eyes. "Yes, I believe my stroke of luck has all been spent on encountering Sister Huang at Xingqing." "Indeed." Wang Muqing nodded in satisfaction. Zhuo Tan had yet to disclose to her agent that her face could be healed, a secret instigated by Wang Muqing, who advised her to keep it to herself for the time being. Nevertheless, Sister Huang's willingness to depart with her already spoke volumes. The quietly observing Lin Feng finally found an opportunity to interject. "So, has Sister Tan considered arrangements with the new employer, your Kuaishu Live?" Wang Muqing had also familiarized herself with Lin Feng's Sanmu group. "Sister Muqing truly knows me well," Lin Feng said with a grin. "Although my platform is merely a live streaming service, we shall inevitably venture into the entertainment industry. Would Sister Tan be interested in gracing my humble abode with her brilliance?" "Host, your boldness has certainly increased. Kuaishu is only regarded as a mid-tier platform within the live streaming realm, let alone in the entertainment sector. Zhuo Tan, a renowned songstress with tens of millions of fans, need not worry about her future after parting ways with Xingqing, provided her face remained intact. Even if her appearance were to be compromised, the impact would not be particularly severe, for her talent speaks volumes. To Kuaishu, Zhuotan was akin to an unattainable deity. Cough. Sister Tan joining Kuaishu would make her a new streamer, right? Millions of fans wouldn't be a distant dream. 888. You can do it. Kuaishu Live. Zhuotan was still somewhat unaware of the intricacies of Lin Feng's group, but had long assumed he was a genius medical professor like Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing glanced at Lin Feng and, for reasons unknown, came to his defense. The Lin Feng group owns a live streaming platform. After you terminate your contract, Sister Tan, you can join him, which would be absolutely relaxed and liberating. Yes, indeed. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback that Wang Muqing would say such a thing, yet he refrained from undermining his own reputation. Kuaishu Live? Feng Shui chimed in. Professor Lin, are you the owner of Kuaishu? I recall the owner being named Shen Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not paid much attention before, but, after a thorough review of the detailed introduction in the company's side mission regarding Kuaishu Live, he smiled and replied, that was the former owner. I am the new one. Chapter 133. Verbal agreement. What? How was I unaware of this? Feng Shui's eyes widened. Aspiring to be a leading entertainment journalist, she aimed to be fully informed about every detail in the industry, yet she was oblivious to this news, Lin Feng. But the fact that you know about Kuaishu's former owner is quite impressive. Kuaishu is merely a mid-tier live streaming company, yet it seems this individual is indeed attentive. Perhaps becoming a chief journalist is not merely a dream. Oh. Feng Shui nodded, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Feng. I didn't realize Professor Lin was also a diamond bachelor. Although Kuaishu Live is just an average platform, acquiring a normally profitable company with no intentions of selling would still require a substantial amount of money. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and remarked, what kind of address is that? You may simply call me by my name. My subordinate, Beige, has covertly acquired Kuaishu. Hence the news has not disseminated. 888 had already grown weary of Lin Feng, returning only to utter, I shall continue to address you as Professor Lin. You truly are remarkable. Feng Shui gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, may I spread this news? Among the two professors treating them, Lin Feng appeared far more approachable than the perpetually aloof Wang Muqing, leading Feng Shui to speak with him in a more casual manner. No, Lin Feng replied with a stern refusal. Feng Shui pouted but chose not to press further. She was perceptive enough to recognize that Lin Feng had initially conducted the acquisition in secrecy. Zhuotan and Wang Muqing huddled together, glancing at the search results for Sanmu Group before turning their attention to Lin Feng. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Lin. I am thrilled to join Kuaishu Live. Zhuotan's swift acceptance momentarily caught Lin Feng off guard. Aren't you going to reconsider? He asked. No need, Zhuotan replied. What I meant to say is, are you aware of Kuaishu's current situation? It is merely a mid-tier live streaming company, possibly lacking in quality resources. I have great faith in Professor Lin and Kuaishu, Zhuotan asserted, possessing a good nature but not lacking in discernment. He surely had his reasons for accepting Lin Feng's invitation. Moreover, Professor Lin is a decent person. Lin Feng pondered, is the only requirement for a superior to be a decent person? Reflecting on Zhuotan's former employer, Xingqing, it indeed seemed that having a good-natured boss sufficed. Sensing Lin Feng's silence, Zhuotan hurriedly added, additionally, Muqing holds Professor Lin in high regard. With her endorsement, I feel completely at ease. All I need is a venue to sing. No need for extravagant resources. Compared to Xingqing, which compelled me to participate in various events, I prefer to focus on singing. It appeared that Wang Muqing's attitude had indeed influenced the decision, prompting Lin Feng to nod in understanding. I see. I will arrange for someone from Kuaishu to discuss the contract with your agent. Rest assured, Sister Tan, at Kuaishu, you will have absolute freedom. Any activities related to you will first be discussed with your consent, and no work will be assigned without your approval. All right, Zhuotan nodded. I will also reach out to Sister Huang shortly to inform her of this matter. Good, Lin Feng acknowledged, having reached a verbal agreement with Zhuotan. Boss, there's a call for you. Boss, there's a call for you. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a quirky ringtone echoed, prompting him to nod at the three individuals present and answer the phone. Boss, a post has suddenly surfaced online exposing the disfigured appearance of the victim. I had already visited and consoled the remaining two families and the two families in the hospital, and now they are gathering at the entrance of the venue demanding an explanation. Chapter 134. Boss demanding an explanation? Call the police, Lin Feng replied casually, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Across from him, Wang Hong fell into a momentary silence, then spoke with difficulty. Boss, are you serious? Indeed, Lin Feng sighed, then inquired, has the court summons been retracted? Is the case under thorough investigation? Yes, I have already received the notification. Wang Hong, No fool, grasped the implication. I understand. You mean? Exactly. What I mean is, the case is under thorough investigation. Although the victim has been disfigured, the responsibility does not lie with Shengda. Why should you fear their protests? Are you feeling guilty? Shouldn't it be Shuai Pharmaceutical, who bribed court officials, that feels guilty? That is not the case. Primarily, they too are entangled by Shengda. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. Wang Hong, as a CEO, had sufficient vision and authority, yet his kindness sometimes proved excessive. They are entangled, and I will assist them in recovery and offer compensation. Lin Feng lowered his voice. What you need to do now is issue a statement asserting that Shengda Pharmaceuticals is without fault, addressing the misunderstandings and resistance from the public that Shengda's assets have been unfrozen. The company requires someone to steer the ship, asked the CEO. Are you not busy enough? Besides, you are the CEO. Such trivial matters need not be brought to me. Handle them yourself. Busy, very busy, Wang Hong replied, a hint of sweat forming on his forehead upon hearing Lin Feng's tone. Then proceed as I advised. Regarding the online posts, if they seek explanations, direct them to the individuals who made the posts. If they are unreasonable, involve the police. That's it. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Wang Hong, holding his phone, smiled helplessly, then followed Lin Feng's instructions. Indeed, it had been his earlier leniency that allowed certain individuals to take advantage, placing Shengda in a precarious situation and dragging his researchers into trouble. However, this time, the boss seemed decisive. With this person at the helm, he felt reassured about Shengda's future. Meanwhile, in the research institute's cafeteria, Feng Shui gazed at Lin Feng with starry eyes. Wow, Professor Lin, you were so cool just now. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, shaking the papers in his hand. These are entirely sufficient to exonerate Shengda. The remaining task is to deal with those involved with Shuai Tai. Chapter 135. Angel Wang Muqing. Yes, subsequently I will also issue a statement on behalf of the Research Institute, indicating that the analytical data originates from my institute, along with a declaration regarding the treatment of the victim's facial injuries at Wang Hong's invitation. Lin Feng. All right. Without needing to say it, Wang Muqing had everything prepared. It felt wonderful, yes, Wang Muqing nodded gently. Seeing this, Lin Feng organized the materials. Then I shall take my leave. You can continue your research on my medications. Okay, Wang Muqing responded, then added. By the way, the funds from Sister Qin have been transferred, and I have a new research project here, but there is a slight issue. Once the matter with Shengda concludes, I would like to ask for your assistance. All right, no problem. As long as I can be of help. Lin Feng readily agreed, although he felt he might not be of much assistance. While he could treat the same ailment as Wang Muqing, his knowledge was limited to traditional Chinese medicine, and he was unfamiliar with the equipment here, save for the printer. Wang Muqing nodded, gazing at Lin Feng. You will surely be able to help. Lin Feng remained noncommittal, merely offering a vague smile. Just before leaving, Lin Feng recalled something and retrieved a contract from his backpack. By the way, the 2% shares of Sanmu have already been signed by my sister yesterday. Would you like to review it? Wang Muqing glanced at the contract in Lin Feng's hand and then took it. No need for that. With that, Wang Muqing swiftly signed and placed her fingerprint. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face deepening as he tucked away the copy of the contract Wang Muqing returned. By the way, why did you just speak up for me? I didn't. Wang Muqing slightly tilted her head. I simply have great faith in your Sanmu group. Sister Tan will not suffer any loss by following you. Lin Feng chuckled confidently. Of course. Wang Muqing gently curved her lips. See you again. See you, Lin Feng replied, shouldering his backpack and nodding at Shuai Tan and the others before departing the laboratory. Wang Muqing watched his retreating figure with a hint of a smile before turning back to properly store the contract. Lin Feng left the Research Institute and hailed a taxi to Shengda. Although he had given Wang Hong a strategy, he was uncertain whether Wang Hong would still be soft-hearted. It was time to assess the outcome. If Wang Hong did not falter this time, he could confidently entrust the management of Shengda to him. After all, he aspired to be a hands-off manager, merely counting his profits. Then, Lin Feng stumbled upon a photo of Shuai Tan before her disfigurement. Her large, doe-like eyes, petite and elegant nose, and small, rosy lips, complemented by cheeks reminiscent of a peach, exuding an ethereal glow, evoking the image of an angel that perfectly matched her gentle and kind nature. She must be at least an 80. Lin Feng murmured. Chapter 136. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Upon arriving at Shengda by taxi, Lin Feng noticed several individuals being led away by the police at the entrance. With his enhanced vision, he scrutinized the group and recognized them as the family that had attempted extortion at the hospital. Observing their departure, Lin Feng's expression remained unperturbed, though he felt a tinge of pity for the disfigured girl born into such misfortune. After a brief glance, Lin Feng maintained his composure and entered Shengda, which was considerably more bustling today than the previous day, with the front desk staff back on duty. Spotting the receptionist who called out to him, he furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals were quite shrewd. The tree had barely fallen when the monkeys returned to their posts. "Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" 2 receptionists were present, one trimming her nails while the other inquired about Lin Feng's eye in front of her. Lin Feng dialed Wang Hong's number. "No appointment. I am making one now." The receptionist furrowed her brow as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Her expression subtly shifted when she noticed someone approaching to greet him, and she watched him enter the company premises with a hint of relief. Accompanied by the somewhat anxious individual who had come to welcome him, Lin Feng ascended to the 8th floor. The cacophony emanating from one of the conference rooms reached his ears even before he could draw near. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed that the person guiding him upstairs also appeared visibly perturbed by the commotion, though he did not lead Lin Feng toward that particular meeting room. Slightly tilting his head, Lin Feng strained to listen to the voices within. "General Manager Wang, I have both elderly parents and young children to care for. I truly had my reasons for not coming the other day. I haven't resigned. After all, indeed, General Manager Wang, none of us intended to abandon you. What are we to do without the grandeur of our work? General Manager Wang, Wang Hong, the individual acquiring our shares can't possibly be you, can it? You remain the head of Shengda, and there are no issues with Shengda's pharmaceuticals. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you?" "Exactly, General Manager Wang, we always believed you to be an honest person. You cannot act in this manner. Perhaps we could have our shares returned to us. What do you say? We can return the money too." A flicker of resentment crossed Lin Feng's eyes upon hearing these remarks. How utterly shameless these individuals were, with a fortitude capable of encircling the city walls. Yet, Wang Hong's response remained unheard, leading Lin Feng to furrow his brow in contemplation, questioning whether allowing Wang Hong to continue managing Shengda was indeed the right decision. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the adage when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, but that does not mean I will accept the monkeys climbing back." Wang Hong's voice was frigid. "Since you have already departed, you should be prepared for the consequences of your departure." He scoffed once more, having seen through the true nature of these individuals. Who among us does not have elderly dependents and young ones to care for? "I do as well. I do not hold it against you for leaving, but to wish to return now is rather brazen. This is outrageous, Wang Hong. How can you say such things? Were you not aware that Shengda would face no issues? We misjudged you." "Ha, who possesses the foresight to predict the future?" Wang Hong shot a cold glance at the former shareholders of Shengda. "You all left so decisively, leaving Shengda in my hands alone. Now you wish to return? Do you not have any shame?" At this proclamation, the expressions of those in the conference room grew awkward. Even the thick-skinned among them could not help but blush under Wang Hong's relentless criticism. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me speak plainly. Another party is acquiring Shengda. It is the boss who resolved this crisis. I am merely a benefactor allowed to continue managing the company. The boss will not keep a group of deserters, nor will I." Chapter 137. Swallowed by regret, this was the first time everyone in the conference room had witnessed Wang Hong's demeanor so cold and serious, and the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Wang Hong cast a frigid glance over the assembly. Those who previously resigned under normal circumstances will be welcomed back for interviews at Shengda, but those who have been absent without cause shall never be employed again. There are still a few former shareholders, so please invite them back. I am not the one acquiring your shares, and the boss has no desire to meet with you. Once the shares are sold, they are sold. You all intend to breach the contract?" With that, Wang Hong turned to leave. Lin Feng had just called to say he was on his way, and he had no interest in wasting further words with these individuals. "If you all continue to linger, I can summon the police once more." When Wang Hong had previously called the police to remove those blocking the entrance of Shengda, everyone in the conference room had been present, and upon hearing Wang Hong's words, their expressions were akin to having swallowed something bitter. As they witnessed Wang Hong's unwavering departure from the conference room, their expressions shifted, and they could only leave Shengda in dejection. Meanwhile, in another office, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile. He then cast a glance at the person who had brought him there, who appeared somewhat anxious, and raised an eyebrow. "Is there an issue with President Wang? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Apologies, President Wang is occupied. Please hold on a moment." The individual, upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, paused briefly before hastily responding. Lin Feng raised his brows and continued to wait, while the person who had brought him seemed genuinely unsettled. Even forgetting to pour Lin Feng a glass of water. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you have arrived at a few minutes later." Wang Hong entered, greeted Lin Feng, and then turned to the person who had guided him. "Xiao Wu, you will need to go to finance later to settle your salary. After that, you need not return." Xiao Wu's expression was one of shock. What? You need not return. You may leave now. Wang Hong gazed coldly at the astonished Xiao Wu. But President Wang. Wang Hong interrupted Xiao Wu with a cold snort. You were absent without reason before. Now you can still receive payment for the past few days, or else it will be treated as a breach of contract. Xiao Wu was even more astonished, but having never seen Wang Hong in such a demeanor, he could only suppress his discontent and turn to leave. Once Xiao Wu had departed, Lin Feng spoke up. President Wang, you handled that quite well. Wang Hong shook his head. Thanks to the boss. A too lenient superior ceases to be a superior. I suppose I must adjust my approach to handling matters. President Wang's kind-hearted nature earns my admiration. Otherwise, Researcher Feng and the others would not consistently follow you. Some chose to leave the company when faced with challenges, while others opted to stay. It all depended on personal choice. However, for Wang Hong, those who remained were akin to providing timely assistance. Wang Hong nodded and smiled. There is no need for such formality. Boss.is, there's something you wish to discuss during your visit? To completely clear Shengda's name, Lin Feng replied with a smirk, producing documents from his backpack to hand to Wang Hong. Wang Hong's entire being trembled as he quickly accepted the documents and began to peruse them. Submit these to the court and the police. The truth will reveal itself, Lin Feng stated calmly. Yes, for those at Shuadai Pharmaceutical, this matter will be sufficient to strip them of their skin. And I will not overlook their malicious competition and sabotage against their peers. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Hong's eyes. Lin Feng suppressed the coldness on his face and smiled slightly. But you need not concern yourself with these matters. The priority is to swiftly restore the company to its rightful course. Soon, you shall witness Shuatai Pharmaceuticals reap the consequences of its own misdeeds. Chapter 138. The smooth-talking Shun Lin Feng good. Wang Hong replied enthusiastically. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng gave a slight nod in return and then rose to his feet. As for the other matters, I entrust them all to you. I have complete confidence in your management of Shengda. With that, Lin Feng patted Wang Hong on the shoulder. Wang Hong felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that he had indeed allied himself with the right person this time. Shengda, perhaps, no, it is certain to achieve new heights of glory. Rest assured, boss. Lin Feng's smile deepened. Do your best. I am also handing over the transfer documents for 20 of Shengda shares to you. Lin Feng then retrieved a document from his backpack. Wang Hong paused momentarily, then solemnly accepted the share transfer papers. Although this amount was significantly less than what he previously held, the significance was unparalleled. Shengda represented the culmination of his life's work, preserved from ruin by his own hands. Work hard, President Wang. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand in farewell. I shall take my leave now. Boss, rest assured, I will diligently manage Shengda. Now, Shengda was akin to a rebirth, especially with the addition of the genius medical professor Wang Muqing and the mysterious new owner. Wang Hong envisioned a bright future ahead. As Lin Feng turned his back on Wang Hong and departed, he smiled faintly, slowly making his exit. The affairs of Shengda are nearly concluded. It is time to check in on Kuaishu Live. The personnel at Kuaishu Live have already been notified and await the arrival of the boss. Understood. Hailing a taxi at the entrance of Shengda, Lin Feng proceeded towards Kuaishu Live. Beige, don't you think I should also hire a driver? Taking a taxi every day is rather inconvenient. Which company's director commutes by taxi daily? Whatever. But anyone hired by Sanmu must have at least one attribute point reaching 70, excluding health. This applies to drivers as well. All right, it seems even drivers must be well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, and aesthetics. After exchanging a few light-hearted quips with Beige, they arrived at Kuaishu Live. The main office of Kuaishu Live occupied 3 floors of a rented office building. Upon entering the company, Lin Feng immediately spotted the receptionist applying makeup in front of a mirror. Noticing Lin Feng's entrance, the receptionist quickly stowed away her cosmetics and greeted him with a cheerful smile. May I ask which person you are looking for, sir? Do you have an appointment? I have an appointment to see your general manager, Sean. May I inquire your last name, sir? Without delving into other matters, although the receptionist at Kuaishu had momentarily been distracted, her service attitude was as refreshing as a spring breeze. My last name is Lin. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. The voices of Lin Feng and a robust male voice resonated simultaneously. Lin Feng turned to look, surprised to see Shun Lin Feng, who appeared equally taken aback, silently contemplating whether he had mistaken the identity of the person before him. The receptionist, who had earlier inquired about Lin Feng's surname, discreetly cast a curious glance at Shun Lin Feng and Lin Feng, pondering the significance of having their boss personally welcome such an esteemed guest. Lin Feng discerned Shun Lin Feng's hesitation and took a couple of steps closer. Hello, Mr. Shun. I am Lin Feng. The names matched perfectly, as did the timing. Shun Lin Feng discreetly cast a glance at Lin Feng, smiling as he extended his hand for a handshake. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Please, do come in." This gentleman was now the owner of Kuayu. What was Lin Feng in comparison? The man before Lin Feng exuded an air of shrewdness and experience. Lin Feng recalled he was merely 28 years of age. "Greetings, let us discuss further inside." "Very well, please." Lin Feng, still smiling, led the way just a half step ahead of Lin Feng. The inquisitive receptionist, observing the two departing, immediately began to speculate. This young man is quite handsome. Could he possibly be a promising recruit unearthed by the boss? Another receptionist rolled her eyes. But this gentleman seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 139. Keeping him as they walked, Lin Feng introduced Lin Feng to the company. The operational, financial, and other departments were situated on the 7th floor, while the 8th floor housed various departments alongside some live-streaming hosts. The same arrangement continued on the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Lin Feng gestured for Lin Feng to lower his voice and gently pushed open the door to a room. Lin Feng peered inside. A young man was seated at a computer, wearing a headset and live-streaming with a humorous voice. A glimpse of the screen revealed an online game, indicating he was a gaming streamer. Noting Lin Feng's withdrawal of gaze, Lin Feng quietly closed the door, ensuring not to disturb the streamer within. "Mr. Lin, let us discuss in the office." With that, Lin Feng once again led the way to his office. "Mr. Lin, may I kindly request to see your share purchase agreement?" Pouring Lin Feng a cup of coffee, Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Lin Feng retrieved the share purchase agreement for Kuayu live streaming from his backpack. Lin Feng had previously been the sole shareholder of Kuayu, meaning all his shares had been acquired from Lin Feng. After carefully reviewing his signature, Lin Feng returned the agreement to Lin Feng. "Is your visit today to facilitate the handover of the company? I could summon the staff for a meeting right away, and then I could gracefully withdraw." "Not just yet," Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "I am considering promoting a general manager to oversee the company. Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Shin?" Host, Kuayu was established by Lin Feng while navigating through the challenges posed by his own company. The reason he is willing to sell Kuayu to us is that he intends to return home to inherit the family business, that being the Fengyun Entertainment Group Limited, a leader in the industry. Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's capabilities are indeed commendable. The host should explore the possibility of retaining him. Agreed. Provide me with the information regarding Fengyun Entertainment and Lin Feng's family connections. 200 system coins. Deal. "Mr. Lin, are you not planning to personally manage the company?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slowly replied, "If that is the case, I would recommend Vice President Huang. He is indeed a commendable candidate. Of course, Mr. Lin may also wish to conduct further observations within the company. Shun's understanding of the company surpasses mine, and I naturally trust your judgment." However, after a brief pause, Lin Feng, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, turned to Lin Feng and said, "I have a rather suitable candidate in mind as well. What do you think, Mr. Shin?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, then nodded with a smile. Lin Feng continued, "My candidate, of course, is none other than you, Mr. Lin Feng." Lin Feng was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Mr. Lin, please do not jest." Lin Feng replied, "I am not one to jest often. Perhaps you ought to consider it." Lin Feng suppressed his smile, stating, "To be frank, Mr. Lin, had I intended to remain at Kuayu, I would not have sold it to you. Therefore, I suggest you seek more capable leadership elsewhere. Vice President Huang possesses commendable abilities. You might have him give it a try. I surmise your covert acquisition of Kuayu is motivated by a desire to maintain the status quo rather than instigate drastic changes." No. Lin Feng set down his cup. "I am aware that your sale of Kuayu was a decision born of necessity, and although you may not covet the vast enterprise of Fengyun Entertainment, your elder brother may not share the same sentiment. Thus, you must return to contend." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Feng's expression gradually darkened, and his gaze towards Lin Feng grew somewhat icy. "How do you know this?" Lin Feng's tone turned frigid as he stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Shun, please do not misunderstand. When acquiring a company, one must thoroughly understand its intricacies. There are no ulterior motives." "Oh." Lin Feng's eyes, while still lacking warmth, softened slightly. "Since Mr. Lin is aware of this, you should also recognize that Fengyun Entertainment is far more alluring than Kuayu. Moreover, Kuayu was originally mine. If I wish to continue managing it, why would I sell it to you only to work under you again? Surely, Mr. Shun does not truly believe that." Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he met Lin Feng's eyes. "You possess no genuine interest in the family business. Otherwise, you would not have ventured to establish Kuayu independently. Do you not aspire to create an enterprise that could rival the Fengyun Entertainment Group?" Lin Feng's expression shifted, followed by a scoff. "It is always easier said than done." He had indeed once entertained such thoughts, But if it were that simple, it would be splendid, particularly with a father who hinders rather than assists, and an elder brother who desires the company handed to him. He could not fathom why his father wished to pass it on to him. But would young Master Shun simply resign himself to this fate? The tactic of provocation is eternally effective. Lin Feng gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of challenge. Is young Master Shun merely prepared to follow Mr. Shun's directives and compete with your brother for shares in the company? Lin Feng's expression darkened further. In earlier years, his elder brother treated him with fraternal affection, yet now, when it comes to the company's finances, such camaraderie has vanished entirely. It was the first time he witnessed his gentle elder brother reveal such a ferocious countenance. Therefore, do you truly believe you can elevate this small live-streaming company, Fast Fish, to rival the illustrious Fengyun? Lin Feng cast a piercing gaze upon Lin Feng, imbued with an air of scrutiny. Why not? Lin Feng replied with a grin. The crux lies in whether young Master Shen desires it. Do you truly wish to return in such a disheartened manner? To contest the right of inheritance with your elder brother? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his expression turning icy. Mr. Lin, there's no need to provoke me. I require further contemplation. Very well. Lin Feng retracted his jovial demeanor. To be candid, young Master Shun, even in your absence, I intend to transform Fast Fish into one of the premier entertainment companies in the nation. Lin Feng's words were resolute and unwavering, causing Lin Feng to flinch slightly. By the way, since young Master Shun wishes to ponder, might you assist me further? With that, Lin Feng rose and inscribed 2 phone numbers. This is the contact information for the diva Zhuotan and her manager. I have already arranged for the diva to sign with Fast Fish. Regarding her specific remuneration, you may discuss it with her manager, Lin Feng. But he found it hard to believe Lin Feng was jesting, yet he sensed no reason for Lin Feng to trivialize the matter. Was this a burden for Mr. Shun to manage? How so? Lin Feng remained somewhat skeptical, although rumors of the diva's disfigurement circulated widely online. One must not forget she is a diva. Her worth could hardly plummet to the point of seeking refuge in a small live-streaming company. Observing Lin Feng's lingering disbelief, Lin Feng continued. By the way, young Master Shun must have heard about the diva's disfigurement, correct? I can attest that this is indeed the case. What? The reason I am privy to this information is that I am, in fact, the CEO of the grand pharmaceutical company implicated in the diva's disfigurement scandal. Furthermore, I am also the attending physician for the diva Zhuotan. Lin Feng's countenance shifted in astonishment. Chapter 141. The Thick-Soiled Star People. You are the owner of the grand company? The attending physician for Zhuotan? Mr. Lin, this jest of yours is rather audacious. This combination is indeed hard to fathom, especially considering Lin Feng's seemingly youthful appearance. Lin Feng, bewildered, inquired further. Lin Feng's expression turned earnest. Young Master Shen, I assure you, I do not indulge in jest. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell momentarily silent. After an indeterminate span of time, he finally regained his voice and solemnly asked, Might you enlighten me on the specifics, Mr. Lin? If what Lin Feng stated is true, perhaps he could genuinely place his trust in this new proprietor of Fast Fish. The crux lies in the possibility of proving himself. He truly wished to avoid a contest for inheritance with his elder brother. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Noticing this, Lin Feng promptly stated, Mr. Lin, I just mentioned my desire to contemplate, yet should the diva Zhuotan truly come to Fast Fish, I am willing to remain. He had previously heard that the contract between Zhuotan and Xingcheng was nearing its expiration, and his elder brother was keen on enticing Zhuotan to Fengyun Entertainment. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue, and after feigning a moment of hesitation, he continued, I genuinely wish for General Manager Shan to remain at Kuayu. Since that is the case, I may as well convey some information to him. Lin Feng gradually relayed the circumstances surrounding Shengda and Zhuotan's current situation to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression shifted repeatedly, and he regarded Lin Feng with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. Setting aside the fact that the several companies Lin Feng had acquired were, to varying degrees, problematic, it was evident that these companies spanned various industries, leading him to suspect that Lin Feng was orchestrating a grand strategy. His ambitions were undoubtedly formidable. More importantly, he had learned that Lin Feng mentioned Wang Muqing had already joined Sanmu Group, holding not only shares in Sanmu but also the position of vice president at Shengda. Lin Feng was well acquainted with Wang Muqing's illustrious reputation, and he was privy to even more insider information, suggesting that the state seemed to have been providing protection for Wang Muqing. Opportunities are fleeting. Lin Feng's eyes flickered momentarily before he turned to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I can remain at Kuayu Live to assist you in managing the platform, but I do not seek shares in Kuayu. I desire 1% of Sanmu Group's shares. Wang Muqing had only secured 2%, and Lin Feng was self-aware enough not to ask for too much. He could discern the potential in Samu Group, and Lin Feng's ability to covertly acquire companies across various sectors attested to his strength. Most importantly, the fact that Lin Feng had managed to attract Wang Muqing indicated that his background was undoubtedly formidable as well. Lin Feng was a shrewd individual and would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback and exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Feng. Bago, detect Lin Feng's attribute points. OJBK, name, Lin Feng bloodline, thick earth star person intelligence, 80 martial power, 73 charisma, 76 soul power, 63, awakening pending, luck, 70 health, 81, Xiao Doma Dai. Lin Feng was startled by a single term. Thick earth star person? Aren't they blue star people? What are you talking about? Lin Feng is a hybrid of blue star and thick earth star. But his thick earth star bloodline predominates, thereby overshadowing his blue star lineage, which is why the system classifies him as a thick earth star person. Lin Feng. Where is thick earth star? Observing Lin Feng's perplexed expression, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, wondering if Lin Feng was dissatisfied with the conditions he proposed, a sense of unease beginning to brew within him. In the vast universe, there are numerous star systems, and thick earth star is merely one among them. Alright, let me ask this. Blue star people are presumably unaware of the star systems and other celestial bodies, correct? Chapter 142. Assurance of task completion. No longer contemplating the distant matters of star systems, Lin Feng displayed a trademark polite smile reminiscent of a universal remedy. Not at all. I was merely considering that 1% of Samu shares may not suffice to retain General Manager Shan at Kuayu as General Manager. How about we offer 1% of Samu shares along with 10% of Kuayu shares to invite General Manager Shan to take the helm at Kuayu Live? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his internal dissatisfaction dissipating as he reciprocated with a smile. Then, I must thank Mr. Lin. No, thank you, boss. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration. Lin Feng nodded with a cheerful demeanor. Beige. Please place the contract in my bag now. It's already taken care of. A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Feng's face as he retrieved a contract from his backpack. In that case, Shenzong, please take a look at the agreement. A hint of astonishment flashed across Lin Feng's face, his heart swelling with a mix of shock and admiration for Lin Feng's cunning. The fact that Lin Feng had prepared the contract in advance indicated he had anticipated today's developments. Fortunately, this individual was now both his boss and collaborator. Such a person should never be made an enemy. Maintaining his smile, Lin Feng accepted the contract and perused it meticulously. The terms outlined matched their earlier discussions perfectly, and Lin Feng had granted him nearly complete autonomy, with all operational decisions for Kuayu resting in his hands, free from Lin Feng's interference. The deeper he read, the more profound his astonishment became. Lin Feng nodded at Lin Feng with a smile before signing his name, subsequently returning one copy of the contract to Lin Feng. Lin Feng extended his hand for a handshake, and both men felt a sense of satisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng remarked, "By the way, do you recall the trending topic I asked you to purchase? The streamer, Gubu Shirinshi Shan, seems promising and worthy of promotion. Additionally, remember to generate excitement for the mysterious streamer who will soon join us." The mention of the mysterious streamer, the songstress Tan, made Lin Feng's eyes light up. "No, it's not her," Lin Feng replied with a cryptic smile. "It's me." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Boss? Yes, I find the entertainment industry quite intriguing. I've decided to dabble in it." Acknowledging that any further explanations would be superfluous, especially regarding his aspirations to achieve fame and fortune, Lin Feng casually fabricated an excuse. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Feng, understanding that he likely wished to engage in this endeavor for fun. "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is accomplished." Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed? I have complete confidence in you." Lin Feng smiled broadly. "Our first step is to generate some buzz. In addition to Gubu Shirinshi Shan, you should identify a few outstanding streamers to promote, particularly those suited for development in the entertainment sphere. Of course, we should also scout a few pure streamers, as talent exists in all professions." Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. "As for financial matters, you need not worry. Just let me know how much you require." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Understood. His initial venture had been hindered by a lack of funds. Otherwise, Kuayu would not have reached its current state. After discussing various other matters with Lin Feng prepared to take his leave. Regarding the acquisition of Kuayu, feel free to inform the essential personnel as needed, but remember not to disclose my specific information. Lin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. Understood. As for Sister Tan, you may contact her shortly. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Feng promptly followed suit. escorting Lin Feng from the Kuayu company all the way to the foot of the office building, where he bid him farewell. Standing still, he watched Lin Feng depart, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. His decision to remain at Kuayu was not solely rooted in his optimism for Sanmu. Rather, it stemmed from an aversion to returning to that realm of disputes, coupled with a hint of impulsiveness. He hoped that this moment of spontaneity would not lead him astray, a reflection of the years that had dulled his once keen edge and self-assurance flickered in Lin Feng's gaze as he turned to enter the office building. After leaving Kuayu, Lin Feng glanced around before retrieving his phone. Although his contact list was sparse and his interactions on social media limited, the sight of 1,000 messages on QQ and WeChat evoked a sense of overwhelming presence, as if a legion lay within. The dormitory group chat, composed of Lu Yu, Zhu Qian, Zhao Moen, himself, and a family group, along with the class group, was abuzz with countless messages. Lin Feng first opened the QQ family group chat, where the entrance notifications for their members were flamboyant and eye-catching, ensuring that the moment he joined, the others would take notice. Zhugan. Oh, look who's here. The busy person has logged in. Come and see, Yuezi. Count me in for the viewing, Imoen Lo. Count me in too, Fengya. Count me in as well. Lin Feng cast a glance at the orderly lineup, witnessing their spontaneous camaraderie. Zhugan. My brother, your words lack sincerity. Last time you claimed to be an orphan, yet you treated us, then transformed into a wealthy and handsome figure, a divine hero we wish to follow. Zhugan. However, I too believe the individual in the photo is unlikely to be you. The notion of a martial arts master is rather fantastical. Among the few in the family group, only Zhugan came from a modest background, thus he would not entertain other notions upon seeing the term martial arts master, merely exclaiming in admiration, Fengya. Indeed, indeed. It is not me, Yuezi, Imoen Lu. I simply find it too coincidental. Even the shirt you wore out matches perfectly, Fengya. I shall reflect upon this. My prolonged absence has been entirely my fault, Imoen Lu. All right then. Although Zhao Moen pondered a thought, he did not harbor any suspicion or desire to distance himself from Lin Feng. Merely jesting within the group, he found Lin Feng, who was willing to extend a helping hand, to be a person worthy of friendship. After all, what were the odds of such a coincidence? Every article of clothing, down to shoes, being identical, the resemblance was striking. After consulting with Lu Yu, Zhao Moen initially intended to downplay the matter for Lin Feng. However, he soon discovered that others had already quelled the issue. The videos and images circulating were preserved only because they had been saved onto their phones. Chapter 144. Brother Qingwu. However, there remains one video that has not been deleted from the internet. Imoanal. In truth, all reports and videos regarding this matter online have been removed. Perhaps the martial arts master is a person of considerable stature. Certainly not you, Mr. Orphaned Wealthy Handsome, Fengya. Heed, Imoanal. Nonetheless, there is one video that remains, a heartfelt thank you video shared by the children and parents from the school buses. Upon reading this message, Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, his brows and eyes softening. Zhugan. Indeed, I never imagined that our country harbors such reclusive masters. Surely the authorities in each country are aware of this. Remarkable, Yuezi. I really wish to apprentice and learn the craft, Lin Feng. Lu Yu's wild gestures indicated that he understood. Fengya. It seems Yuezi harbors the dream of becoming a hero as well. Moanal. He has had that dream since childhood. It is a pity he couldn't enlist. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. Lu Yu must be Lu Qingwu's nephew. Given his family ties, why couldn't Lu Yu join the H team? Yet, such matters are personal to them, and Lin Feng quickly dismissed the thought. Zhugan. That is truly unfortunate. I see that Yuezi has such a robust physique, possessing the aura of a great general Yuezi. Moanal. All right, let us not dwell on Yuezi's sorrows, Fengya. Okay, by the way, is there anything happening at school these days? Zhugan. Apart from classes, there is nothing else. Moanal. There is a freshman party on Saturday. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Today is Wednesday, and since there are no pressing matters at school, he could continue to enjoy himself. Boss. Incoming call. Boss. Boss. Incoming call. Just as Lin Feng continued to scroll through messages, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Lu Qingwu. A flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Feng's face as he sent a quick message before answering the call. Fengya. Something up, signing off. Bye-bye, Zhugan. What is going on? Big shot. Hello, Yuezi. Hello, Uncle Lu? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Lu Qingwu's voice came through. Xiao Feng. Just call me Qingwu Gu. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was going on? On the other end, Lu Qingwu seemed somewhat embarrassed, but allowing Lin Feng to address him as brother was already a concession. Lu Qingwu. Just like that, call me Qingwu Gu, Xiao Feng. There is no need for formality. Is this truly a matter of etiquette? Lin Feng mused that Lu Chengwu might need to consult a neurologist. Lu Chengwu, Xiao Feng, do you remember that I mentioned their SA patient at home? Do you have time to come by now? I do, Lin Feng replied, his lips twitching. Very well, Xiao Feng, where are you? I shall come to fetch you. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and then hailed a taxi. No need to trouble Lu. Just tell me the address, and I shall make my way there. The title of Chengwu Gu was simply too difficult for him to utter. Lu Chengwu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Let me come to pick you up instead. No, I have already boarded a taxi. Please quickly provide me with the address. A taxi pulled up before him, and Lin Feng opened the door and settled into the back seat. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Chengwu promptly provided the address. That I will wait for you at the entrance. All right. Lin Feng nodded and then informed the taxi driver of their destination. Upon learning that Lin Feng was headed to the military compound, the taxi driver glanced back at him before starting the car and driving in that direction. The military compound, much like Wang Muqing's laboratory, was located in the East City, and at this hour, the roads were relatively clear, allowing for a swift taxi ride. Chapter 145. Brotherhood. At the entrance of the military compound, Lin Feng exited the taxi and immediately spotted Lu Chengwu standing at the gate, his stature imposing and upright. Just as Lu was about to utter a word, Lin Feng halted in his tracks. Lu Chengwu pretended not to notice Lin Feng's awkwardness. In truth, he felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He stepped forward a couple of strides. Xiao Feng, let us go inside. All right. Lin Feng nodded and followed Lu Chengwu into the compound. Once inside, Lu Chengwu led Lin Feng to a ruggedly designed SUV. Let's hop in. My place is a bit far. With that, Lu Chengwu opened the car door and took the driver's seat. The flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes before he settled into the passenger seat. As they drove, Lu Chengwu began to speak slowly. Let me first explain the patient's condition to you. All right. A shade of concern crossed Lu Chengwu's face as he solemnly stated. To be frank, the patient is your sister-in-law. She has been in poor health since childhood, her constitution weak. After marrying me, it was discovered that she has a condition that makes conception difficult. I did not mind this. I merely hoped her health could improve. At this point, Lu Chengwu sighed. However, your sister-in-law became fixated on her situation, feeling guilty towards me. She secretly resorted to unorthodox methods to conceive, yet her body was incapable of sustaining the pregnancy. Ultimately, she lost the child, and this incident has left her emotionally distressed and further harmed her health. It is also my fault. Back then, I was preoccupied with military affairs and failed to notice her emotional state, allowing her to spiral deeper into despair. Nearly 10 years have passed, and we have been seeking out traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to help her recover, but there has been no improvement. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Finding it difficult to pass judgment on the matter, I'll take a look first. You mentioned your sister-in-law has been unwell since childhood. What is the reason behind that? Lu Chengwu replied. She was a premature baby. During her mother's pregnancy, she encountered certain difficulties that adversely affected her. Lin Feng nodded slightly, pondering the information. Lu Chengwu stole a glance at Lin Feng, who was lost in thought, and refrained from speaking further. The military compound in East City was indeed quite expansive. Lu Chengwu drove at a considerable speed, and it took them approximately 10 minutes to reach his home. As Lin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, he beheld a modest yet charming standalone villa, surrounded by a small garden meticulously tended, with vibrant flowers and neatly trimmed plants, indicative of the care bestowed upon them. Noticing Lin Feng admiring the flowers, Lu Chengwu's rugged demeanor softened. These were all planted by your sister-in-law. She takes care of them, saying that when she is at home with little to do, tending to the garden gives her a sense of purpose. Lin Feng nodded gently in acknowledgement. From the well-tended flowers and plants, it is evident that Lu Chengwu's wife must be a gentle and graceful woman, reflecting Lu Chengwu's tender-hearted masculinity. As he spoke, Lu Chengwu gestured towards the houses on either side. The one on the left belongs to my second brother, your Chengbinji, and the one on the right is my father's, your Lu Shu. However, my father is not at home these days. He is. Pausing for a moment, Lu Chengwu glanced at Lin Feng, at Lin Lao's place. Also, my third brother, your Chengbinji, does not reside here. He is the father of Lu Yu. Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze, then he slowly nodded, realizing that he must have exhausted his background with Lu Chengwu and his family. Chapter 146. Three sisters-in-law, shall we go inside? Lu Chengwu's voice interrupted Lin Feng's musings. Lin Feng reined in his peculiar expression, nodding in agreement as he followed Lu Chengwu through the door. As they walked past the small garden, the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers wafted towards Lin Feng, stirring his senses. Upon taking a closer look at the flora, he noticed that these plants were meticulously chosen herbs, harmonizing in their medicinal properties to soothe and calm the mind. Did your sister-in-law select all these flowers and plants? Lin Feng inquired casually. Lu Qingwu replied. The seeds were chosen based on the advice of an experienced herbalist, who suggested they would benefit your sister-in-law's emotional state. Xiaofeng, do you think these really have any effect? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's face, and the smile that graced his lips softened. Brother Qingwu, you have put great thought into this. Indeed, these are harmonizing herbs that possess certain therapeutic properties. That is reassuring, Lu Qingwu responded. As they traversed the garden, he pushed open the door to the house, and 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at them, primarily focused on Lin Feng. Lu Qingwu surveyed the room and then exchanged a warm smile with a woman whose gentle demeanor and slightly pale complexion caught his attention, before introducing her to Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, this is your sister-in-law. Yuman. Lu Qingwu began with the woman he had just smiled at. Lin Feng nodded and called out, sister-in-law, though the stiffness in his demeanor went unnoticed by the others. This is Zhu Qing, from your Changbin Ji's family, and this is Zhu Yun, from your Changhua Ji's family. Lin Feng greeted each one, feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutinizing gaze of 3 women of his aunt's generation. Hello? Sisters-in-law, but there's no need for formality. Our little you has not been in touch with the family, and I only heard from your elder brother about how you have been looking out for him. I must thank you. Please, feel at ease, Zhu Yun said. As a mother of a 19-year-old, she appeared well-preserved, yet the fine lines at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow internally. So Zhu Yu had a strained relationship with the family? It was hardly a matter of care. He and Yuezi could be considered that moment. Lin Feng paused, suddenly realizing that, according to generational hierarchy, Lu Yu would likely refer to him as uncle, rendering the term brother somewhat inappropriate. Zhu Yun evidently noticed Lin Feng's discomfort and smiled gently. Yuezi can be a bit stubborn, but he is sincere. I am reassured knowing you two share a good relationship. Although her husband and Lu Qingwu did not disclose Lin Feng's true identity, the astute Zhu Yun could discern something from their demeanor. Furthermore, Lu Qingwu intended to bring Lin Feng to treat his sister-in-law. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Lu Qingwu's voice took on a deep and rumbling tone. All right, without further ado, could we trouble Xiao Feng to take a look at your sister-in-law? Very well. Lin Feng nodded and turned his gaze towards Yuman. Zhu Qing, who was seated beside Yuman, promptly stood to offer her seat. Zhu Qing moved to the side and remarked, looking at the handsome Lin Feng who had approached Yuman. A couple of days ago, my elder brother mentioned he would bring a young miracle doctor to treat my sister-in-law. I didn't expect him to be such a charming lad from the same school as Yuzi. Zhu Qing's tone was light-hearted, devoid of malice. Lin Feng, feeling a touch of bashfulness, replied, Brother Qingwu, you flatter me, and Sister Zhu Qing, please do not jest. Lu Qingwu added, indeed, Xiao Qing, let Xiao Feng focus on treating. Sensing Lu Qingwu's anxiety, Zhu Qing refrained from further teasing and merely stifled a gentle laugh. As Lin Feng approached, Yuman extended her wrist. I appreciate your help, Xiao Feng. None in the room questioned Lin Feng's youthful age or the proficiency of his medical skills, for he was brought by Lu Qingwu, the one who cared most about Yuman's well-being. Chapter 147. The heart's ailment. Gently placing his hand on Yuman's pulse, Lin Feng glanced at her complexion before lowering his gaze slightly. After a moment of pulse examination, he withdrew his hand and looked at Yuman. Sister-in-law, may I have your other hand? Yuman complied without hesitation. Lin Feng examined her pulse once more, slightly furrowing his brow. Lu Qingwu, who had been observing Lin Feng's expressions intently, felt a heaviness in his heart. His previously rigid demeanor now reflected an even greater concern, yet he dared not interrupt Lin Feng, standing there as a towering figure at 190 centimeters, appearing somewhat pitiable. After withdrawing his hand again, Lin Feng looked earnestly at Yuman. Sister-in-law, do you still wish to have another child? Yuman, who had remained silent throughout, felt her pupils constrict upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, her teeth clenched tightly. Lu Qingwu, standing nearby and fixated on the interaction between Lin Feng and Yuman, tensed at the question. Glancing worriedly at Yuman's sister-in-law, I was merely inquiring. There's no need to feel anxious. Noting Yuman's continued silence, Lin Feng smiled gently to ease the tension in the air. Lu Qingwu, feeling a mix of unease and anticipation, asked Lin Feng, Xiao Feng, how is my sister-in-law's health at present? Lin Feng cast a glance at Lu Qingwu. He initially intended to speak with him privately but feared that Yuman might overthink the situation. So he candidly replied, Sister-in-law's congenital weakness has largely been remedied. Your years of care have proven beneficial. Her health issues are not significant. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu's brows furrowed deeply. Then, the question lingered on his lips, but he hesitated to articulate it. Although Lin Feng stated that Yuman's health was improving, her persistent pallor and fatigue were undeniable. Thus, what was the underlying issue? Lu Qingwu pondered this, instinctively voicing his concerns. The turmoil within had manifested into a malady of the heart. Lin Feng's gaze was clear and penetrating as he glanced at Yu Man before turning his attention to Lu Chengwu. Brother Chengwu, you must have asked Mu Qing to examine sister-in-law's health, haven't you? Surely there are no issues? Upon hearing this, Lu Chengwu's once upright posture seemed to sag, a hint of despondency enveloping him. Yu Man, witnessing her husband's distress, felt a pang of sorrow, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lin Feng, observing this, shook his head in resignation. Brother Chengwu, I have not finished speaking. Heart ailments require heart remedies, and sister-in-law's affliction stems from the absence of a child. Correct? Then why not simply have another? Lu Chengwu's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Lin Feng with a mix of disbelief and hope. Why Yu Man, shaken, felt the weight of years past. She was uncertain whether her sorrow was for the lost child or for her inability to give Lu Chengwu a child. Yet the knot in her heart remained tightly bound. Seated nearby, Zhu Qing gazed intently at Lin Feng. Are you suggesting that brother and sister-in-law might still conceive? But given sister-in-law's condition, although sister-in-law's constitution makes it difficult to conceive, it is not impossible. Previously, her health was too frail, but now, her physical condition is comparable to that of an average person. Can I truly still have a child? What? At that moment, another voice echoed from the doorway. Dad, are you seeking some quack doctor? It's dangerous for mom to be pregnant at her age. You wouldn't have her take some dubious remedies again, would you? Zhang Dang, somewhat irked, glared at Lin Feng's back. Initially, he thought his father had summoned a formidable doctor, only to discover that he was contemplating having his aging mother bear another child. Was he unaware of the risks associated with advanced maternal age? Moreover, this person appeared rather youthful. Could he be a charlatan? No, wait. His silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 148. Uncle Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Feng being questioned so, Lu Chengwu's temper flared before Lin Feng could respond. Dang dang. How dare you speak to your Uncle Lin Feng in such a manner? Lin Feng Jing Dang. Uncle Lin Feng is quite the character, Lin Feng remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he turned to face Zhang Dang. It's you, the idol? Zhang Dang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be you? Lin Feng paused slightly. Do I know you? Or do you know me, Brother Chengwu? Who is this? He glanced at Lu Chengwu. Hearing Lin Feng address his father as Brother Chengwu, Zhang Dang's expression contorted. There was at least a 30-year age gap between them. Lu Chengwu shot Zhang Dang a warning glare. Xiao Feng, this is my adopted daughter. Zhang Dang. Dang Dang, this is your Uncle Lin Feng. Quickly greet him. Zhang Dang's expression twisted once more as she regarded Lin Feng with a peculiar look. The onlookers, Zhu Qing and others, found the situation mildly amusing, their expressions a mix of intrigue and bemusement. Lin Feng felt a touch of awkwardness as he looked at Zhang Dang, who appeared to be a few years older than him. Addressing him as uncle felt strange. An invisible awkwardness spread among the group. Lu Chengwu, seemingly oblivious, cleared his throat after noticing Zhang Dang's silence. Zhang Dang pouted. Dad, Lin. Pausing momentarily, she forced a smile. Uncle Lin Feng, you are so young. How did you come to treat mom? Mother is now of an age where it is truly unsuitable for her to bear children. Why Yu Man's expression darkened, as she understood that Zhang Dang's concerns were not born from jealousy over affection, but genuine worry for her well-being. Lu Chengwu also grasped Zhang Dang's sentiments, feeling a flicker of irritation, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Your Uncle Lin Feng's medical prowess is such that even Mu Qing seeks his counsel. Please refrain from speaking so indiscreetly. Zhang Dang, in disbelief, contemplated whether her father had fallen under some sinister influence, or if his faculties had diminished. After all, Wang Muqing was a prodigy whose talents spanned multiple fields. Unfortunately, their Ministry of Science and Technology could not entice Wang Muqing, as he was currently engrossed solely in medicine. The notion that Wang Muqing would consult Lin Feng left her incredulous. Lu Chengwu, perceiving Zhang Dang's skepticism, silently cursed her naivete. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, he slowly remarked, Your grandfather is presently enjoying tea with Master Xiao Feng. We are fortunate to have engaged him for your mother's treatment. Do not frighten him away. Lu Chengwu's words, delivered in a somewhat stiff jest, were laden with meaning that all present instantly comprehended, their expressions shifting subtly. As a key member of the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Department of Abilities, Zhang Dang was acutely aware of her grandfather's whereabouts, her eyes widening in surprise. So, the male deity is indeed the one from Yuan Nanshan. Zhang Dang exclaimed in astonishment, only to fall silent under Lu Chengwu's fervent glare. Lin Feng cast a glance at Lu Chengwu, who was covertly observing him, and smiled in acknowledgement of the implied connection with the elder. What did it matter if it was already said? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Dang. Rest assured, I will prioritize your sister-in-law's health, ensuring she is wholly restored before considering the possibility of her conceiving again. After all, the medication she has taken over the years have accumulated a fair amount of toxins in her system. Yet you man could not suppress her curiosity. Am I truly able to conceive again? As long as you desire it, you can, Lin Feng replied with a serious gaze, assuring her that the elixir concocted by the elder Lin, which enhances fertility, was indeed a reality, though he was uncertain of the elder's motives in creating it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Man clenched her fists, her face betraying a glimmer of hope. Lu Chengwu, who held immense trust in Lin Feng, or rather, in Lin Nanfeng, also displayed a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Realizing Lu Chengwu's implication that Lin Feng was indeed the disciple of the esteemed Yuan Nanshan, Zhang Dang's perception of Lin Feng shifted, though her concern for her mother lingered. Male deity, will my mother truly be safe? Zhang Dang inquired. The last time Yu Man had secretly taken a remedy and become pregnant, she had been quite young and was genuinely frightened, making her particularly cautious regarding Yu Man's health. Lin Feng nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. As long as we fortify your sister-in-law's health sufficiently, the prospect of her conceiving again is entirely feasible. Of course, this also requires her cooperation, particularly in terms of relaxing her mind. Wai Yu Man exchanged a glance with Lu Chengwu before resolutely responding. I will. Lu Chengwu approached Yu Man, firmly grasping her hand. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Dang nodded. Then I hope that after my mother recuperates, when you determine she can conceive again, I would like to have her examined once more. Lu Chengwu furrowed his brow slightly, casting a worried glance at Lin Feng, concerned that he might be angered by Zhang Dang's inquiry. Understood, Lin Feng responded, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhang Dang's concern for her mother. Zhang Dang's expression softened. Thank you. No need for thanks, Lin Feng replied with a smile. May I ask why you refer to me as my deity? Zhang Dang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. It's just that I saw a video circulating online, the one where you dance with a sword. It was quite handsome. As she spoke, Zhang Dang widened her eyes, staring blankly at Lin Feng, then playfully covered her face. You really are so handsome, Lin Feng. Lu Chengwu, and everyone else thought the atmosphere instantly lightened. Lin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye before he couldn't help but smile. Miss Zhang, you are quite beautiful yourself. Zhang Dang truly was stunning, particularly with her alluring figure that could undoubtedly make any young man swoon. Lin Feng assessed that this young lady likely had a score above 80. Zhang Dang covered her face and turned her head. Thank you for the compliment. My deity, I heard you are only 18 years old. Is that true? Indeed, Lin Feng replied. Zhang Dang's demeanor was utterly charming, causing Lin Feng's smile to broaden. Wow, that's really true. Seeing the two engaging in conversation, Lu Chengwu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly interjected. Xiao Feng, shouldn't you prescribe some medicine for a man's recovery? Lin Feng nodded, then retrieved a small jade vial from his backpack. This contains a total of 6 pills. Sister-in-law, please take one now, and the rest one per day at noon. Mental distress, when repressed for too long, can lead to psychological issues necessitating medical intervention. It was clear to Lin Feng that Yu Man might be suffering from depression. The medication he presented was the same he had previously given to Feng Shui. Lu Chengwu caught the small jade vial behind him and poured one pill for Yu Man, while Zhu Yun offered her a glass of appropriately warm water. Yu Man placed the pill in her mouth, then slightly widened her eyes, waving her hand to decline the water that Zhu Yun offered. What's wrong? Zhu Yun inquired, while others watched Yu Man with a hint of concern. Yu Man felt a sudden clarity and quickly responded. It's nothing. I've swallowed the pill. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, slightly raised his lips in a smile. It dissolves instantly. The quality is guaranteed by the renowned Yunnan mountain herbal medicine. Now that you've swallowed it, was it bitter, mother? You should sip some water to cleanse your palate. Zhang Dang settled beside Yu Man, leaning in to observe her mouth. Yes, not bitter. It dissolves instantly, Yu Man replied, somewhat astonished. The traditional Chinese medicine she had previously consumed, whether in decoction or pill form, always bore an unbearable bitterness, yet the one Lin Feng provided exuded only a faint herbal fragrance. Pleasant and not bitter at all. Zhang Dang gazed in surprise at the small jade vial in Lu Chengwu's hand. How remarkable, however, upon further reflection, it is only natural that Lin Feng, being the disciple of the esteemed figure from Yuan Nanshan, possesses such remarkable medical skills. What a stroke of fortune it is that the male deity is not merely a charlatan in the realm of healing arts, but indeed a genuine divine physician, who has even appeared in his own home. What joy! Zhang Dang cast a beaming glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the nature of Zhang Dang's constant gaze directed towards him. In truth, this young lady, Zhang Dang, was simply a connoisseur of handsome faces. Choosing not to dwell on Zhang Dang's intentions any longer, Lin Feng retrieved 2 small, flat round containers, each containing a semi-congealed black ointment. This substance was a remedy capable of aiding his sister-in-law in expelling the accumulated toxins from her body. It was to be taken 3 times a day after meals, with a small spoonful mixed in warm water for consumption. Lu Qingwu hurriedly accepted the containers, exclaiming, "All right." Lin Feng nodded and continued to extract paper and pen from his doorman backpack. Lu Qingwu inquired, "What is this?" Lin Feng picked up the pen and began to write. "I will compose another traditional Chinese medicine prescription, to be taken twice daily, morning and evening, before meals. The detoxification remedy should be consumed for the same duration as this one." Understood. Lu Qingwu stood by, attentively watching. Lin Feng efficiently penned the prescription and handed it to Lu Qingwu, before offering a few more reminders, preparing to take his leave. "Brother Qingwu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As for my sister-in-law's health, please ensure she completes the detoxification remedy, and then you can call me to customize a new treatment plan to adjust her constitution. After which she can start preparing for pregnancy." A flush of gratitude colored Yu Man's cheeks as she sincerely expressed, thank you, Xiao Feng. My sister-in-law is truly grateful." Lin Feng smiled. "Perhaps my sister-in-law should wait until my little nephew is born before expressing her thanks." Yu Man pressed her lips together, sharing a silent smile. "Xiao Feng, why not stay for dinner tonight? You could sample my culinary skills." "Indeed, handsome deity, my mother's cooking is exceptional. Do stay for a meal." The infatuated young lady Zhang Dang immediately chimed in, looking toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused momentarily. The members of the Lu family, witnessing the exchange, began to persuade Lin Feng to remain for dinner. After declining twice, he ultimately consented when it became clear that refusal was no longer an option. During dinner, Lu Qingbin, the second son of the Lu family, and Lu Chenghua, the third son, also arrived. Lu Qingwu had briefed them, so they were well aware of Lin Feng's background, treating him with utmost courtesy. While expressing gratitude on behalf of Lu Qingwu and Yu Man, however, Lin Feng noted that Lu Chenghua made no mention of his son, Lu Yu. After the meal, Lu Qingwu did not acquiesce to Lin Feng's request for a taxi home. Instead, at Yu Man's prompting, he personally drove Lin Feng away in the car. Lin Feng reiterated his advice to Lu Qingwu. "Brother Qingwu, if you have time in the coming days, please spend more time with my sister-in-law and pay close attention to her emotional fluctuations. If anything seems amiss, do remember to notify me immediately." Lu Qingwu blinked in surprise, then anxiously asked, "Is there something wrong? Is a man's health still an issue?" "Not at all. Please do not worry." Seeing Lu Qingwu so anxious, Lin Feng hurriedly spoke up. "I merely noticed that your sister-in-law's emotions are rather severely suppressed. The 6 pills I provided are intended to assist her in managing her mental health and alleviating her emotional distress. During the process of emotional release, there is a slight chance of a rebound in her feelings, though the probability is minimal. You need not worry excessively. Simply spend more time with her and keep an eye on her." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu solemnly agreed. Chapter 151. A restful night. Lin Feng had previously contacted Lu Qin to inform her that she would not be returning for dinner, so at this moment, Lu Qin had already dined and was seated on the living room couch, perusing documents. As Lin Feng pushed open the door, he beheld Lu Qin, illuminated by the warm yellow light, engrossed in her papers. Her expression softening. "Xiao Feng, you're back," Lu Qin remarked as she set aside the documents, rising to pour Lin Feng a glass of water. "I've seen the statement online." Lu Qin continued. "Shengda has completely cleared its name this time. It's truly wonderful." Lin Feng accepted the glass, his fingertips brushing against Lu Qin's hand, imparting a touch of warmth. "Indeed. And what about Atten and the others?" Lin Feng took a sip of water. "I will help them eliminate the toxins from their bodies tomorrow. They will be fine," he assured. Lu Qin nodded in agreement. "That's good to hear. And what of my sister? How did things go at the court today?" Lu Qin furrowed her brow. "The evidence is irrefutable. The individuals from those companies cannot escape. However, the most severe sentence is merely 3 months. A scapegoat they ve pushed forward." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 3 months? Their lawyer exploited the fact that no significant losses have been inflicted upon my company. Of course, they simply haven't had the opportunity to cause substantial damage yet, and I cannot disclose the source of the evidence. With a hint of resignation, Lu Qin replied, "Nonetheless, my presentation of evidence has caught them off guard, and during Grandpa Wang's birthday banquet, he explicitly warned them to treat me like a granddaughter. They should remain compliant now." "That's reassuring," Lin Feng nodded. Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng, hesitating briefly before ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts about not needing his protection, especially considering her maternal relatives were still lurking ominously. "It's getting late. I shall return to my room." "You may do as you please," she said, casting one last glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and called out to Lu Qin, who was preparing to leave. Wait, sister. The Sun family didn't come back to the company to harass you today, did they? The Sun family referred to Lu Qin's maternal relatives. Lu Qin paused, contemplating before finally deciding not to conceal anything from Lin Feng. They did come by the company again, but coincidentally, the police arrived at the same time, and none of them dared to speak up. Allowing them to persist in their harassment was not a viable solution. Lin Feng murmured, "How about this, sister? We should promptly contact a lawyer to secure that 20% stake. Once you possess controlling interest in the company, they will no longer have leverage to cause turmoil." However, Lu Qin did not seem particularly elated by this suggestion. Instead, her expression dimmed slightly. All right. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and was about to speak when, ding, system task updated. Recipient Li Hang, delivery location, Jingda Martial Arts Society. Deadline. Within 3 days. The words that were about to escape Lin Feng's lips were abruptly halted by the sudden chime of the system notification. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Qin's face as she turned to ascend the stairs. Lin Feng. Unbelievable. Why is the system task updating at such a moment? How would I know? Is it my fault? 888 snorted. What? Did I interrupt your flirtation? Lin Feng. Heh. 888. TCH. With Lu Qin already upstairs, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He resignedly sank into the lazy sofa, realizing he would have to wait until next time to inquire. However, if he were to secure 20% of the shares for his sister, the crises surrounding her would be alleviated, and it seemed he would have no reason to remain here. Lu Qin must be thinking along similar lines, yet she appeared somewhat unhappy. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng glanced at the second floor before heading to the bar to pour himself a glass of iced cola, retreating to his room. Having known her for only a few days, he remained uncertain whether he was merely being overly sentimental. Initiating a conversation now felt rather awkward. Perhaps it was best to sleep on it and seek clarity another time. Chapter 152. Acupuncture or surgery. The following day unfolded with both Lin Feng and Lu Qin occupied with their respective tasks. Mirroring the previous day, Lin Feng dropped Lu Qin off at the company before departing. He decided to have old Wang drive him to Bai Yi, who was now unfazed by the routine. After dropping Lin Feng off, old Wang drove away, albeit with a lingering thought about whether this matter should be reported to the boss. Navigating the familiar route into Bai Yi and the Research Institute, Lin Feng utilized the identity card that Wang Muqing had provided him the day before to gain access to the central laboratory. The moment the door swung open, Wang Muqing sensed his arrival. Turning to Lin Feng, "You're here. The operating room is ready. Are you going to treat Sister Tan and the others now?" The sparkle in her eyes belied the fact that she had stayed up late the previous night researching the medication Lin Feng had provided. Lin Feng stepped inside, nodding at the two individuals whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. Shui Tan and Feng Shui clenched their fists in excitement and trepidation. "Shall we begin the treatments one by one? Who would like to go first?" Lin Feng inquired directly. Shui Tan and Feng Shui exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of anxiety in each other's eyes. Although they chose to trust Lin Feng and Wang Muqing, the gravity of the moment still instilled a sense of fear. Would the surgery be successful? After a moment's hesitation, Shui Tan spoke. "I'll go first. Xiao Shui, would you allow me to take the lead?" Being familiar with Wang Muqing, she felt it would be more reassuring for Feng Shui if she went first. Feng Shui bit her lip and nodded. "All right, thank you, Sister Tan. What is there to thank? I'm the one who gets the advantage by going first." Shui Tan winked at Feng Shui. The warmth spread through Feng Shui's heart, deepening her gratitude. Observing that the two had come to a consensus, Lin Feng spoke again. "Then Sister Tan, please come with us." With that, he turned to Wang Muqing, who inquired, "May I bring one more person to observe?" Lin Feng. "Certainly." Wang Muqing smiled slightly and then called out to Feng Su. "Feng Su, come over here with us." "All right." Feng Su's face, hidden beneath his mask, broke into a broad smile, radiating happiness. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that this somewhat oblivious individual was actually the ace of Wang Muqing's research team. The group departed from the central laboratory and arrived at the surgical room that Wang Muqing had arranged nearby. Shui Tan stood somewhat at a loss by the surgical table in the middle of the pristine white room, her heart fluttering slightly at the excessive cleanliness. Lin Feng silently observed as Wang Muqing and Feng Su donned their gloves and masks, momentarily at a loss for words. "I only need acupuncture to detoxify. Not surgery." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I wouldn't know how to perform surgery either, haha." Feng Su, who had already regarded Lin Feng as a formidable figure in the medical field, stared blankly. Wang Muqing nodded. "I understand, but this is to prevent wound infection. We must be cautious." Saying this, Wang Muqing handed gloves and a mask to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and put them on, then turned to Zhuotan. You'll be fine soon? Don't be afraid. Zhuotan nodded in response to Wang Muqing's organized movements. Observing this, Lin Feng took out a small wooden box. Lie down on the surgical table and hold this in your mouth without swallowing. During the acupuncture process, you will slip into a semi-comatose state, and you won't feel any pain or other sensations. Zhuotan bit her lip and then took the wooden box, following his instructions. As Zhuotan closed her eyes on the surgical table, Wang Muqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 153. The acupuncture. Lin Feng spoke up before Wang Muqing could ask. It's a special anesthetic that induces a semi-comatose state, but it poses no harm to the body. I included it in the medicine I gave you before. Wang Muqing nodded. Ah, that one. Feng Su glanced at Zhuotan on the surgical table and then at Wang Muqing and Lin Feng. Professor Wang, Professor Lin, shall we begin now? Yes, let us get started. Lin Feng nodded and then retrieved a set of silver needles for acupuncture from his backpack. This set had been given to him by Old Man Lin during his studies in acupuncture years ago. Wang Muqing cast a casual glance at Feng Su. Just watch and don't interfere. Feng Su pouted. Got it, boss? No, I understand, Professor Wang. A flash of helplessness crossed Wang Muqing's eyes. Despite Feng Su's carefree demeanor, he was well-versed in both Western and traditional medicine, proving reliable in critical moments. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Wang Muqing, and after she deftly removed the gauze from Zhuotan's face, he raised his hand to begin the acupuncture. His technique was not merely about puncturing acupoints. He infused his internal energy into the silver needles, directing it through the acupoints to expel the toxins from Zhuotan's body. Watching the silver needles glinting coldly on Zhuotan's face, Feng Su swallowed hard, eyes wide open, fixated intently. As Wang Muqing sensed the fluctuations of Lin Feng's internal energy while he utilized his powers. His gaze shifted slightly, focusing intently on Lin Feng's acupuncture technique. Lin Feng deliberately slowed his movements just enough for Wang Muqing and the others to observe clearly. After inserting several silver needles into the major acupoints atop Zhuotan's head, he retrieved a vial of medicinal liquid. Each of the remaining needles, as fine as a cow's hair, was dipped in the liquid before being inserted into the acupoints on Zhuotan's face, only to be withdrawn thereafter. Each delicate needle was utilized but once, and Wang Muqing noted a trace of darkness at the tips of the needles that Lin Feng had already used. By the end of the procedure, as Lin Feng exhausted the last of the fine needles, a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Feng Su, overwhelmed by the rapid succession of movements, lost count of how many needles Lin Feng had inserted. Whereas Wang Muqing kept an accurate tally, 306 needles in a mere 5 minutes. Wang Muqing could distinctly see the darkness on Zhuotan's face receding, revealing her originally smooth skin. As for the pustules on her face, they had subsided after applying the new medication Lin Feng had prepared the day before. Wang Muqing glanced at Lin Feng before shifting his focus to the silver needles still embedded in Zhuotan's major acupoints. Is it done? Wang Muqing inquired. Lin Feng smiled, producing a blade between his fingers. The final step. As Lin Feng made an incision behind Zhuotan's ears, Wang Muqing's expression sharpened. Lin Feng called out to Feng Su. Brother Feng, don't just stand there. Quickly catch this foul blood, but be careful not to spill it. Startled, Feng Su hurried forward to receive the small vial from Lin Feng's hand upon Wang Muqing's urging. With an authoritative grip, Wang Muqing seized the other vial from Lin Feng's hand. I'll handle this. You take a moment to rest. Lin Feng paused, then smiled. All right. Once the foul blood transforms into fresh blood, I will promptly remove the silver needles from Sister Tan's head. Very well, Wang Muqing replied, concentrating on collecting the foul blood in the vial. Lin Feng stood beside Wang Muqing, glanced at Feng Su, and then turned to sit on a nearby stool, closing his eyes to recuperate. Though it appeared he had only performed the acupuncture for less than 10 minutes, he had indeed expended a considerable amount of internal energy. Approximately 3 minutes later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, coinciding with Wang Muqing's voice. The foul blood has been completely drained, and the silver needles have been removed. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, he witnessed Wang Muqing deftly extracting the last silver needle with precision. His eyes flickered. Indeed, her brain domain ability was remarkable, as Wang Muqing had nearly replicated his acupuncture technique, with only the slightest of differences in her movements. Lin Feng rose and approached the surgical table. Well, the toxins concentrated in Sister Tan's facial region have been eliminated. There remains a slight residual toxicity in her body, but it is nothing concerning. A couple more days of medication will suffice. And when will she awaken? Zhuotan, lying on the surgical table, faintly heard this question. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually opened her eyes, the bright overhead lights rendering her vision somewhat hazy as she blinked a few times. Lin Feng applied some ointment to the wound behind Zhuotan's ear. Then, with a smile, turned to Feng Su. See, she is awake now. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Zhuo Tan blinked, and a sparkle of vitality gathered in her eyes as she turned to look at him. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Sister Tan, you may rise now. Zhuo Tan moved her lips, realizing that the pill in her mouth had vanished. Wang Muqing, noticing this, gently assisted Zhuo Tan in sitting up and inquired, Sister Tan, how do you feel? Perhaps due to her cool demeanor, Wang Muqing's concern came across as a routine inquiry, akin to questioning a lab rat. Zhuo Tan furrowed her brows slightly, placing her hand delicately against her face, then tilted her head in a moment of confusion. I don't feel anything at all. As she spoke, her large eyes filled with perplexity as they turned towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he smiled while retrieving a mirror from behind him. Take a look. Zhuo Tan shifted her gaze towards the mirror, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is me? My face, it's healed. She had anticipated that the treatment provided by Lin Feng and Wang Muqing might leave her appearance somewhat altered, perhaps necessitating a period of recovery. Yet, to her surprise, the reflection revealed her face to be nearly identical to its former self, save for a few faint red marks. Such a result left her immensely satisfied. This is wonderful, it's truly healed. Sitting on the operating table, Zhuo Tan glanced around, her cheeks flushed with joy. Thank you, Qing. Thank you, Xiao Feng. I am truly grateful. Wang Muqing helped her down from the operating table, saying, There's no need to thank me. All the credit goes to Lin Feng. Zhuo Tan pressed her lips together, a smile illuminating her face. Thank you, Xiao Feng, Professor Lin. Just call me Xiao Feng. It feels rather strange to be addressed as Professor Lin, he replied with a smile, producing 2 small boxes. There are still some toxins remaining in your system. Take 1 pill from this box each day, and it will cleanse the remaining toxins in 3 days. Additionally, use this cream on your face. In 7 days, all traces will vanish, and it has beautifying effects as well. Zhuo Tan's eyes sparkled as she accepted the boxes from Lin Feng. Thank you, Xiao Feng. All right, no need for formalities. Let us open the door and allow Feng Shui to enter, Lin Feng suggested. Zhuo Tan nodded at the 2 boxes. A Shui must be quite anxious by now. As the group opened the door, Feng Shui stood up abruptly at the entrance, her eyes widening in shock as she gazed at Zhuo Tan. The researchers accompanying Feng Shui were equally astonished. They were well aware that Zhuo Tan had previously endured a devastating change in appearance, yet within less than 10 minutes, she had transformed back into an unparalleled beauty. Was Lin Feng truly that remarkable, or had their Professor Wang evolved once more? Tan Gu, Feng Shui stammered, pointing at Zhuo Tan's face before covering her mouth in disbelief. Zhuo Tan's large eyes sparkled like crescent moons sprinkled with stars. Just call me Sister Tan. Look, my face is fine now. It's your turn. Hurry along. With that, Zhuo Tan approached Feng Shui, gently nudging her in the direction of the operating room. Feng Shui turned her head to glance at Zhuo Tan, then gradually stepped into the operating room amidst the voices of Lin Feng and the others. Unlike Zhuo Tan, Feng Shui did not possess the unique healing abilities, and her facial condition was somewhat more severe. However, it was not insurmountable. After administering anesthesia to Feng Shui, Lin Feng first punctured the remaining 2 abscesses on her face once Wang Muqing had removed the bandages. Then he meticulously cleaned the pus and blood with sterilized cotton. The subsequent steps mirrored those taken when treating Zhuo Tan. Lin Feng paused momentarily as he prepared to administer the injection and turned towards Wang Muqing. Sister Muqing, would you like to administer the injection? A flicker of realization crossed Wang Muqing's mind, and without hesitation, she replied, Certainly. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he exchanged positions with Wang Muqing, confident that if she had expressed such a desire, she must possess the requisite skill. Feng Su, who was handing over tools behind them, stood agape, uncertain whether to speak. Were they truly about to proceed with this? Was it guaranteed? He hadn't even seen how Lin Feng had administered the injection. Had their leader truly mastered it? Was this the distinction between genius and the ordinary? How disheartening. Though shocked, Feng Su chose to trust in his leader's character. If he had boldly declared his intention to administer the injection, he must indeed be capable. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that Wang Muqing had learned it in just 1 observation. Wang Muqing and Lin Feng were too preoccupied to pay heed to Feng Su's astonishment. Once they switched places, Wang Muqing deftly commenced the injection, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Lin Feng placed the meticulously sterilized silver needles and the medicinal solution beside Wang Muqing. Meanwhile, he stepped back several paces to closely observe her actions, which mirrored his own technique with remarkable fidelity, including the energy she employed to expel toxins, which was strikingly similar to his internal force. Was it photographic memory? The enhanced abilities indeed proved formidable. Lin Feng inwardly marveled. Feng Su, watching from the side, was equally dumbfounded. Was their leader truly destined for greatness? As a holder of a traditional Chinese medicine expert license, he understood the complexities of administering injections, where even a slight miscalculation in force or angle could lead to disaster. Each physician's technique was unique, making imitation nearly impossible. Yet Wang Muqing now executed the method with exactitude, completing the injection in the same time frame. Wang Muqing deftly grasped a blade and made an incision behind Feng Shui's ear. "Feng Su, come here." "Coming, coming." Feng Su hurried to the opposite side, ready to catch the tainted blood flowing from behind Feng Shui's ear. His gaze toward Wang Muqing filled with admiration. Lin Feng cast an appreciative glance at Wang Muqing before turning his attention back to Feng Shui's face. Unlike Shuo Tan's, Feng Shui's visage was marred by 2 walnut-sized wounds, remnants of the previous abscesses, indicating to Wang Muqing to continue draining the tainted blood. Lin Feng donned sterile gloves and retrieved a small white round container that emitted an indescribable foul odor. Wang Muqing furrowed her brow, instinctively holding her breath as she gazed at the small container in Lin Feng's hand. "What is this?" Chapter 156. The apothecary Lin Feng lightly clicked his tongue, then pricked his fingertip with a silver needle, allowing a few drops of his own blood to fall into the round jar. "This is indeed a precious substance." The words spoken by Lin Feng were accompanied by a hint of mischief on his face as he gently stirred the viscous substance within the jar with the silver needle. The white paste transformed into a crystal-like pink ointment, and the foul stench morphed into a rich and fragrant aroma. Upon inhaling this scent, both Wang Muqing and Feng Su felt a sudden dizziness wash over them. Feng Su sensed that Lin Feng had suddenly become exceedingly dangerous, his hairs standing on end. Wang Muqing narrowed his eyes, casting a quick glance at Lin Feng, a flash of sharp insight flickering in his gaze. "What precisely is this substance?" "Ha." Lin Feng's previously mischievous expression faded as he laughed lightly. "Do not be so serious. This truly is a remarkable item." With that, he retracted the aura of danger surrounding him, causing Wang Muqing to relax slightly, his tense fingers gradually unfurling. Lin Feng shrugged and handed the jar containing the medicine to Wang Muqing. "This can expedite the healing of the wounds on Feng Shui's face. We must ensure her complete recovery." "Apothecary?" Feng Su blurted out without a moment's hesitation, having turned his thoughts over multiple times. Wang Muqing's gaze sharpened slightly. "Apothecary?" The term apothecary invariably conjured negative connotations, causing Wang Muqing's brow to furrow in concern. As Lin Feng was a disciple of Lin Nanfeng, who could possibly transform him into an apothecary? Could it be Lin Nanfeng? Yet, considering Lin Nanfeng's character, this seemed utterly contradictory. Wang Muqing felt perplexed, her expression darkening. Noticing their astonished and troubled expressions, Lin Feng understood that their thoughts had strayed and offered a wry smile, though not misconstrue. "While I suppose I can be considered an apothecary, there is no grand conspiracy at play." A hint of inquiry appeared on Wang Muqing's face, while Feng Su gulped in shock, his expression betraying a desire to uncover the secret. Realizing that withholding the truth was no longer an option, Lin Feng continued, "Sister Muqing, you must know that I am an orphan adopted by my master. I was abandoned in the Yuannan mountain, which is perpetually shrouded in cold and toxic miasma. When my master found me, I was already on the brink of death." He paused momentarily before elaborating. "To save me, my master had no choice but to employ a method of counteracting poison with poison. And then," Lin Feng extended his finger, revealing that the wound on his fingertip had completely vanished, "and then, my constitution transformed into what you see now, the so-called apothecary in the eyes of researcher Feng." Wang Muqing's expression shifted to one of understanding, though she was still somewhat astonished. While she had surmised that Lin Feng was Lin Nanfeng's adopted disciple, she had not anticipated the hardships he had endured. Feng Su, still bewildered by the circumstances, interjected, "Master, what era are we in? Does master refer to a teacher?" Wang Muqing shot him a glance. "Teacher, a traditional Chinese medicine master, Lin Feng." Feng Su. "Oh, I see. So Professor Lin, your master is quite impressive." Lin Feng could not help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his master was extraordinarily skilled. Lin Feng, however, I hope you can keep this matter under wraps and not disclose it to anyone. Wang Muqing, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement and then cast a compassionate glance at Feng Su. Feng Su immediately stood at attention. "I assure you, I will not speak a word. I guarantee it." "Boss, Professor Lin, you can rest assured." He understood the gravity of the situation. If word got out, Lin Feng would be akin to a piece of coveted meat, desired by all, and might even end up as a guinea pig. Chapter 157. Healing Ointment. Feng Su felt deeply touched that Lin Feng would confide such matters to him, thus he was resolute in his vow of silence. Although Wang Muqing had not entirely set her mind at ease, She still nodded in satisfaction. In truth, she had not anticipated Lin Feng would take such a turn. Otherwise, she would not have summoned Feng Su to accompany them. At that moment, Feng Shui, on the operating table, sat up on her own and looked towards Lin Feng and the others. Professor Lin? Professor Wang? Is my face all right? She attempted to reach out and touch her face but felt a slight sting, causing her expression to shift. Feng Shui trembled slightly as she voiced her concern. My face, could there be other issues? Lin Feng approached her with a mirror, his demeanor relaxed and reassuring, which helped to calm Feng Shui somewhat. Professor Lin? Lin Feng handed her the mirror. Look, your face is fine. Just apply some ointment to the wounds for a couple more days, and it will heal. As Feng Shui held the mirror and saw the wound on her left cheek, she shuddered slightly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's words provided her with some stability. She recalled that compared to Zhua Tan's face, her own bore 2 additional pustules, and she surmised that these wounds corresponded to those very pustules. Could it truly heal? Wang Muqing approached with the ointment Lin Feng had just given her, ready to tend to Feng Shui's wounds. Lin Feng smiled knowingly and reassured Feng Shui. Of course it will heal. Do you remember how your face looked at the beginning? These 2 minor wounds will heal quickly with some ointment. As Wang Muqing applied the light pink ointment to her face, Feng Shui felt a slight itch. Yes, I trust you. Professor Lin.As the initial psychological disparity of waking up faded, Feng Shui placed her complete faith in Lin Feng and his colleagues' medical skills, allowing herself to relax. After Wang Muqing had bandaged the 2 wounds, she did not hand the ointment back to Feng Shui but instead said, Your facial wounds will require a few more days to heal. It's best to leave it at the research institute for now. All right. Feng Shui felt no sense of unease and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Feng suggested they step out of the operating room. The group tidied up the gauze stained with toxic blood before leaving the surgical chamber. Outside the operating room, Zhua Tan, who should have been waiting outside, was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a few researchers. One of the researchers turned to Wang Muqing. Professor Wang, Miss Zhua's manager called. They said there has been progress regarding the contract termination, and she has just returned to her room. Lin Feng's gaze shifted, looking at Wang Muqing. Simultaneously, Wang Muqing met his eyes, and she softly suggested, Let us go over. Lin Feng nodded. All right. Wang Muqing smiled slightly and then turned to Feng Su. Feng Su, please take Feng Shui for a checkup. Very well. Feng Su nodded. Miss Feng, please follow me. Feng Shui trailed behind Feng Su as they departed. Wang Muqing gestured for the researchers at the door to leave before she and Lin Feng proceeded towards Zhua Tan's room. After you left yesterday, Sister Tan contacted our agent, Sister Huang, Wang Muqing remarked as they walked. However, from what Sister Huang indicated, Xingqing has made it abundantly clear that they intend to cause difficulties. Moreover, they have exploited a loophole in the contract. Sister Tan initially overlooked a clause stating that she cannot engage in this industry for 50 years post-termination with Xingqing. This poses quite a challenge, but if she breaches the contract directly and pays the penalty, that aspect can be disregarded. Lin Feng appeared contemplative. Are you suggesting that I should pay the penalty and facilitate Sister Tan's departure from the company? Precisely. Chapter 158. 50 years. A faint smile graced Wang Muqing's face. Although Xingqing has deliberately set an exorbitant penalty, Sister Tan is certainly capable of managing it. However, if you were to cover the costs, Sister Tan's move to Crayfish would be secured. Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he exchanged a glance with Wang Muqing. She blinked. Originally, Sister Tan's agent was quite hesitant upon hearing that she had accepted an invitation from a streaming company, but her attitude softened upon learning it was Crayfish. I did a bit of research on Crayfish's former management, and there is a vice president named Huang, who I suspect is related to Sister Huang. Thus, this time, if you could lend a hand, Crayfish would be able to secure a diva to anchor their platform. Lin Feng shared a knowing smile with Wang Muqing. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Muqing. Wang Muqing raised an eyebrow. I believe you would have inferred this even without my prompting. Ha. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, then raised his hand to knock on the door. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of Zhua Tan's room. Please come in. A voice from within called out. Lin Feng grasped the doorknob and gently pushed the door open, stepping inside, followed closely by Wang Muqing. Upon noticing their arrival, Zhua Tan glanced behind them. Where is Shui? Is her condition any better? Lin Feng nodded. The toxins have been expelled. However, due to the 2 abscesses, there remain 2 wounds. Nevertheless, it's not a significant concern. Applying medication for a couple of days will suffice, and she will not be left with scars. Zhua Tan nodded in response. That is good to hear. Wang Muqing discreetly cast a glance at Lin Feng before inquiring of Zhua Tan. I heard from Xiaofeng that Sister Huang called. How is the matter of the contract termination progressing? Zhua Tan's expression darkened as she furrowed her brow. When I signed the contract, they secretly concealed supplementary clauses. After a normal termination, I am prohibited from singing for 50 years, and all the copyrights to the songs I released during my time at Xingqing belong to them. I possess only the right to be credited. Lin Feng's demeanor grew cold. The song copyrights belong to Xingqing? Indeed. Even the usually mild-mannered Zhuo Tan appeared incensed. I never anticipated they could be so shameless. Sister Huang remarked that the matter of the 50-year contract was manageable. However, reclaiming the song copyrights would likely prove to be a formidable challenge, as Xingqing had long surreptitiously seized the rights, unwilling to relinquish their golden goose. During his time with Xingqing, Zhuo Tan had released no fewer than 20 songs, half of which could be deemed classics. After speaking, Zhuo Tan's expression turned somber. In truth, both Huang Jie and I had sensed something amiss later on, which is why I have refrained from releasing new songs for quite some time. It is not that I lack new material, rather, I have not informed the company, nor have I released anything. Wang Muqing said with a calm demeanor. Fortunately, you did not release anything. Regardless, it is imperative to distance yourself from a parasitic company like Xingqing. As for the songs, they will eventually be reclaimed. There is no need to rush, just engage in a protracted negotiation with them. Huang Jie had previously conveyed a similar sentiment to him, and Zhuo Tan nodded solemnly. I certainly do not wish to remain in such a company. Huang Jie suggested that I breach the contract and leave the company, thus rendering the 50-year clause irrelevant. Lin Feng immediately interjected. Since it is our Kuai-Yu that invited you, Sister Tan, we shall cover the breach of contract fee. Zhuo Tan was taken aback and hastily waved her hands. That cannot be. Even if you, Xiao Feng, had not invited me, I would still be leaving Xingqing. How could I allow you to bear this penalty? A fleeting smile vanished from Wang Muqing's face. You must allow Lin Feng to demonstrate his capabilities. Otherwise, how could Huang Jie feel assured in entrusting you to Kuai-Yu? Chapter 159. Interest and emotions. Zhuo Tan paused momentarily before shaking her head vigorously. No. I have already promised Xiao Feng to join Kuai-Yu, and Huang Jie is not opposed to it. Moreover, General Shun from Kuai-Yu has already contacted us. Huang Jie is currently negotiating with him. Upon hearing this, Wang Muqing fell silent, feeling that Zhuo Tan was exceedingly sincere. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead and chuckled softly. Since Huang Jie is in discussions with General Shun, perhaps I need not intervene in this matter. Zhuo Tan was momentarily astonished by Lin Feng's statement before realizing its implications. Knowing Huang Jie's character, she was certain that the breach fee would indeed be demanded from Kuai-Yu. With this thought, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Zhuo Tan's face. After all, she had initially agreed to join Kuai-Yu, and now it seemed they might be imposing an additional burden on them. If it were any other company, it might be one thing. However, this is Lin Feng's, I will call Huang Jie first. Saying this, Zhuo Tan reached for her phone. Wang Muqing intercepted her before Lin Feng could speak. Sister Tan, if you join Kuai-Yu, your relationship will be one of mutual benefit, not friendship or gratitude for your affiliation. Certain matters must be clarified. We cannot allow your connection with Lin Feng to blur the lines of profit, as it would create difficulties for both Lin Feng and Huang Jie. Zhuo Tan fell silent. She was not foolish and understood Wang Muqing's intent. However, when she had initially promised Lin Feng, there had indeed been a sense of gratitude. Yet, with Wang Muqing's reminder, she knew precisely how to proceed. Indeed, Zhuo Tan smiled and set her phone down. I simply do not know how to express my gratitude to Xiao Feng. Were it not for you, my reputation might have truly been tarnished. Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing this. With such beauty, it would be a shame to ruin your face, Sister Tan. I could never bear it. Besides, we are friends now, aren't we? There's no need for such formality. Zhuo Tan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled gently. All right. Wang Muqing glanced at the radiant Zhuo Tan and the sweet-talking Lin Feng, her gaze momentarily lowering. After a brief conversation, she brought up another matter. Lin Feng, I've informed my father that I would be bringing you back today. Shall we head over now? Having already healed Zhuo Tan and the others' faces, Lin Feng had no objections and nodded. Sure. Seeing this, Zhuo Tan rose to see the two off, and as they opened the door, they coincidentally encountered Feng Shui, who had just returned after a thorough examination. Wang Muqing turned to Zhuo Tan and said, Sister Tan, Feng Shui will be staying here for a while to completely heal her facial injuries. Why don't you stay here for the next couple of days as well? You can leave once Sister Huang has resolved the contract termination. Zhuo Tan immediately nodded. All right, thank you Muqing. Wang Muqing's research facility was undoubtedly a haven, devoid of even a single mosquito. Given the rampant rumors online about her disfigurement, remaining here without paparazzi or flashing lights would allow her a period of tranquility, while Sister Huang could alleviate her workload. Wang Muqing nodded and then departed with Lin Feng. Considering that Wang Muqing had just exhausted her special abilities, Lin Feng took the wheel, driving her car. Aware that Lin Feng had deduced her condition, Wang Muqing finally revealed a hint of fatigue as she settled into the passenger seat and spoke slowly. Your inner strength is quite formidable. After administering the acupuncture to Feng Shui, her special abilities had nearly been depleted, leaving her with a splitting headache. The fact that she could stand and converse normally now was solely due to her immense willpower. While Lin Feng appeared unaffected after healing Zhuotan, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, I have been training for 18 years, after all. If that were not the case, then Wang Muqing, who has just awakened, would seem rather inadequate. That is true, Wang Muqing replied with a smile. Currently, special abilities are categorized into 10 levels. I estimate that my abilities are equivalent to a level 3 ability user, whereas your inner strength should correspond to a level 9. However, it lacks the attribute enhancement and specificity of a special ability. Lin Feng kept his eyes on the road, casually acknowledging her statement. Wang Muqing's analysis was likely accurate, although he was uncertain how his inner strength translated into levels of special abilities. Wang Muqing continued, among the special ability users in our country, the highest-ranking individuals fall within the 8 and 9 level range. They are the elite, and their numbers are quite limited. Most ability users are at levels 4 or 5, representing the core strength, while those who have just awakened typically fall into level 1. As she spoke, a smile graced Wang Muqing's face, and in each country, there is only one individual who surpasses level 9. Lin Lao from Yuan Nanshan. Lin Feng had anticipated this. Otherwise, Lin Lao's esteemed position in the eyes of each country's elite would not be so lofty, impressive. He remarked with an emotionless compliment. If Wang Muqing let out a chuckle. Lin Feng's ears perked up as he turned his head, catching a glimpse of Wang Muqing's smile, which he had not yet managed to retract. It was akin to the first thaw of ice and snow heralding the warmth of spring. Wang Muqing blinked in slight fluster, then composedly inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Were it not for the telltale blush on her ears, Lin Feng might have genuinely believed in her calm demeanor. "Well, may I inquire about how Country H detects supernatural abilities?" "Certainly," Wang Muqing replied at a measured pace. The devices invented by the state can only ascertain whether a person is an ability user. As such, individuals are a minority and the information is not publicly disclosed. Therefore, only the children of prominent families are able to undergo direct testing. Most other ability users are discovered later when the state seeks to recruit them. The ancient martial arts families possess a unique method of detection, capable of identifying users of the 5 elemental abilities. Wang Muqing elaborated in great detail, which afforded Lin Feng a deeper understanding of the current landscape. As the conversation drew to a close, Wang Muqing unexpectedly asked, "Are you an ability user?" "Not at all," Lin Feng replied without a hint of hesitation. A fleeting glimmer crossed Wang Muqing's eyes as she nodded gently. Lin Feng shrugged, then, under Wang Muqing's direction, brought the vehicle to a halt. They had arrived at the ancestral home of the Wang family. As soon as Wang Muqing's car reached the entrance, news had already spread, and the entire party could hardly contain their excitement as they approached. Xiao Feng, Muqing, Wang Muqing's father, Wang Xiaozhe, the eldest of the Wang family, strode forward. Wang Muqing greeted him with a dad, then turned to acknowledge those behind him. Her demeanor cool yet her manner of address impeccable. Lin Feng mirrored her respectful tone. Wang Bofu. Wang Xiaozhe's expression twisted slightly as he cast a glance at the elderly Wang, who was being assisted and slowly making his way over. "Xiao Feng, just call me Xiaozhe Gu, ha ha ha." The sound of Wang Xiaozhe's forced laughter. Lin Feng fell silent, the situation feeling all too familiar. Beside him, Wang Muqing's eyes flickered, and she swiftly grasped the situation. The elder Wang was a disciple of Lin's grandfather, thus placing him on equal footing with her father. However, this equality was indeed rather awkward, especially considering she had only recently referred to him as uncle. The elder Wang approached with a beaming smile. "Xiao Feng, just call me Xiaozhe Dage." Chapter 161. A Different Significance. Nan Feng had instructed me to look after you, as you were his cherished child. Henceforth, just call me uncle. Thanks to Lin Feng's intervention, Nan Feng was finally willing to confront the past, extending forgiveness, or perhaps, more accurately, a willingness to reconnect with these individuals. At that moment, the elder Wang felt an added sense of gratitude towards Lin Feng. Perhaps gaining Nan Feng's understanding would alleviate some of his internal guilt, especially after learning from Lu Jinghua that Nan Feng had preserved a rare Jiling ginseng, which deeply moved him. The bond of their brotherhood had not been entirely eroded. Having gained some experience from the situation, Lin Feng forced a smile, enunciating each syllable. "Wang, uncle, ah." The elder Wang chuckled in response, knowing that Lin Feng would come today to treat the esteemed Wang Laoyezai. The younger generation of the Wang family, who remained at home, exhibited a dazzling array of expressions. The venerable Wang Laoyezai, who placed great importance on familial hierarchy, felt no sense of impropriety. After all, the child raised by his old comrade addressing him as uncle was entirely appropriate. In fact, Wang Laoyezai had merely assumed that Lin Feng might be a disciple of Lin Nanfeng, unaware that Lin Feng was actually nurtured by Lin Nanfeng himself, which carried an entirely different significance. Xiao Feng, come, let us step inside first, Wang Laoyezai said, not allowing Wang Mu to continue supporting him. In truth, his health had improved considerably over the past few days, rendering assistance unnecessary. However, the Wang family remained understandably concerned. As he spoke, Wang Laoyezai pulled Lin Feng into the house, displaying such familiarity that it seemed Lin Feng were his own grandson. Wang Mu couldn't help but twitch her lips, exchanging a glance with her father, Wang Xiaocheng, before trailing behind Wang Laoyezai and Lin Feng. Inside the room, observing that Wang Laoyezai had begun to tire after engaging in a lengthy monologue, Wang Xiaocheng hastily interjected, "Father, since Xiao Feng is here, why not proceed with the detoxification first?" Wang Laoyezai furrowed his brow and shot a disapproving glare at Wang Xiaocheng, displeased by the interruption. After enduring a tedious conversation dominated by Wang Laoyezai's praises of his own kin, Lin Feng wore a smile that had begun to stiffen. Sensing this, he quickly added, "Indeed, Wang uncle, let me assist you with the detoxification. This way, Zhaozha and the others can rest easy." Although Wang Laoyezai feigned displeasure, he was secretly delighted by the concern shown by his descendants. Reluctantly, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed with the detoxification. I appreciate your assistance, Xiao Feng." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "When it comes to family, there is no need to mention trouble." This statement further lifted Wang Laoyezai's spirits as he led Lin Feng to the room prepared by the Wang family. When Wang Muqing followed them into the room, Lin Feng made no objection, which only deepened the smile on Wang Laoyezai's face. He cast a thoughtful glance. "Shall we begin?" Wang Laoyezai inquired, and Wang Muqing turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, instructing, "Wang uncle, please lie down on the operating table and remove your upper garments." The room was well equipped with various medical instruments. However, Lin Feng found he would not require them. After Wang Laoyezai lay on the table, he retrieved a complete acupuncture set from his bag. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng also produced a pain relief pill, stating, "Wang uncle, here is a painkiller." Wang Laoyezai caught it and swallowed. It was similar to the medication Lin Nanfeng had once provided, designed to dissolve instantly upon contact. Wang Muqing stood to the side asking, "What do I need to do?" "Just observe for now. Next time, you may very well be the one to assist," Lin Feng replied, extracting a vividly red medicinal paste and inserting all the necessary silver needles into it. As the temperature in the room rose upon the opening of the medicine, Wang Muqing recognized it as a concoction made from the fiery spiritual ginseng. She noted that the silver needles, once inserted and withdrawn, remained untainted by the paste, yet their tips had transformed into a striking crimson hue. Lin Feng cautioned, "Wang uncle, please remain still." "Understood," Wang Laoyezai replied solemnly. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly, and amidst his 10 fingers, silver light flickered as fine as cowhair. Silver needles pierced in and out of the old master Wang's back. After withdrawing the needles, Lin Feng would dip them into another dark medicinal liquid before reinserting them into the potion made from the fiery spirit ginseng. This time, Lin Feng's fingers moved in a blur, so rapid that even Wang Muqing found it somewhat dizzying. Straining to maintain her focus, cough, cough, cough. After approximately 10 minutes, the old master Wang suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs. Lin Feng's expression turned icy, and he promptly took out a slightly thicker silver needle, plunging it into a specific point on the old master's heart pulse. Although there was no sensation of pain, the momentary feeling of suffocation caused the old master to furrow his brows. Nevertheless, he trusted Lin Nanfeng's protege, Lin Feng, and refrained from voicing his discomfort. Lin Feng, however, spoke with a grave demeanor. At this critical moment, Uncle Wang. Wang Muqing took a slight step forward, pausing as she glanced at Lin Feng's serious profile. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and continued to observe Lin Feng's subsequent actions. Having uttered those words, Lin Feng swiftly inserted all the silver needles from the fiery spirit ginseng potion around the old master's heart pulse. Then, Wang Muqing witnessed him bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, initially moving slowly up from the old master Wang's left ankle along his leg, then to the right, culminating in a sudden palm strike against the old master's back. "Poof, grandfather." Wang Muqing's eyes widened slightly, yet she chose to trust Lin Feng, merely taking a disinfectant cloth to wipe away the dark blood expelled by the old master. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Wang Muqing, a smile momentarily flickering in his eyes. Then, with a serious expression, he continued to detoxify the old master Wang, aligning with the effects of the fiery spirit ginseng already permeating the old master's body. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the old master's back, channeling his internal energy to expel the toxins within this point. Wang Muqing could also see black veins traversing the old master's back and meridians. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lin Feng sensed another wave of anomalous energy emerging, which, combined with his internal power, forced the toxins out. His expression shifted, gazing at the old master with profound meaning. The old master Wang, it turned out, also possessed anomalous abilities. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If he were merely an ordinary person, he likely could not have endured the onslaught of anomalous toxins for such an extended period. Despite the formidable and tenacious nature of the anomalous toxins, they were powerless against Lin Feng's internal energy, equivalent to level 9 of anomalous powers, and began to retreat, being forcefully driven towards the old master's fingertips. Muqing, pierce Uncle Wang's fingertips. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Wang Muqing immediately complied, using a silver needle to puncture the tips of the old master's 10 fingers. Ominous black blood flowed from the old master's fingertips, yet upon touching the ground, the darkness within the blood vanished entirely, transforming into bright red, normal blood. Wang Muqing's expression shifted slightly as she intently focused on the blood flowing from the old master's fingertips. Lin Feng produced a red medicinal pill and administered it to the old master, then withdrew his hand. Uncle Wang, you may continue to cooperate with the medicine to expel the anomalous toxins. The old master did not respond, but Lin Feng knew he had heard. He picked up the remaining fiery spirit ginseng ointment and applied it to the old master's back and arms. The old master let out a muffled groan as beads of sweat as large as soybeans began to form on his forehead. Chapter 163. Zhuo outside the room. The individuals awaiting the outcome were far more anxious than Lin Feng and Old Master Wang, who were currently engaged in the arduous task of detoxification. Particularly, Wang Xiaozhe and Wang Xiaoqing stood resolutely, fixated on the tightly shut door, unwilling to take a seat and wait. Wang Xiaozhe's wife, an elegant and dignified woman, furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "It has been nearly an hour. Why have they not emerged yet?" This sentiment resonated with everyone gathered at the entrance, yet no one could provide an answer. That moment, a handsome middle-aged man hurriedly approached, breathlessly inquiring, "Elder brother, second brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, I arrived late. How is father?" Wang Xiaozhe's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from immediate reproach, instead directing his gaze towards Wang Xiaobing. Wang Xiaobing's expression flickered, and she impatiently retorted, "What brings you here, Xiaobing? How can you speak like that?" Wang Xiaoqing interjected coldly. He genuinely felt a pang of regret for his brother-in-law, Zhuo. Though Zhuo had faced financial struggles in his early years, he had subsequently forged a successful path in the business realm. It was unfortunate that his sister, despite her proclamations of wanting to be with him, lacked the fortitude to endure hardship, ultimately fleeing with their 2 children before Zhuo could achieve his success. Initially, he had thought Wang Xiaobing possessed a discerning eye, but alas, it was all for naught. A flicker of indignation crossed Wang Xiaobing's eyes, and her gaze towards Zhuo grew even more frigid. However, Zhuo remained unfazed by her demeanor. Confronted by a woman he had once loved deeply, he now felt no stirrings of emotion. After Wang Xiaobing had clandestinely taken their 2 children away, his disappointment in her, an individual he had initially misjudged, had solidified. Their divorce remained pending, primarily because Wang Xiaobing, despite her disdain for him, stubbornly refused to sever ties. Nevertheless, with only a few months left until their 3-year separation reached its conclusion, he felt no urgency. Zhuo cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xiaobing before averting his gaze, offering an apologetic look to Wang Xiaoqing and Wang Xiaozhe. "Elder brother, second brother, I apologize for my tardiness. I was unaware of father's condition until I heard from Muqing, which is when I rushed over." Wang Muqing was the son of Zhuo and Wang Xiaobing, though regrettably, both their son and daughter had been raised with misguided values under Wang Xiaobing's influence. Their daughter mirrored her mother's temperament, while their son had grown into a debauched young man. Lacking any affinity for Zhuo, his feelings towards the Wang family were not particularly warm. Ultimately, it was the Wang family's support of Wang Xiaobing that had thwarted his attempts to reclaim his children. Upon hearing Zhuo's explanation, Wang Xiaozhe and Wang Xiaoqing's dissatisfaction with Wang Xiaobing deepened. Wang Xiaozhe politely addressed Zhuo. "It's quite all right. Xiaofeng is still assisting father with the detoxification and has yet to emerge." Indeed, Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement, then resumed his vigil alongside the Wang family members at the door. Observing Zhuo standing a distance away, Wang Xiaobing's eyes narrowed, and she was poised to erupt once again, only to be restrained by Wang Xiaozhe's wife. Meanwhile, Zhuo had already learned about Zhuo's situation and was aware that Lin Feng had successfully treated Zhuo's facial injuries. He stood outside the door, lost in thought, entirely indifferent to the presence of his nominal wife. Inside the room, Wang Muqing watched as Old Master Wang continued to expel dark blood, her expression shifting with concern. The volume of blood loss was nearing a perilous threshold. Sensing Wang Muqing's anxiety, Lin Feng spoke reassuringly. During the initial detoxification, the toxins tend to be abundant. Rest assured, Uncle Wang will be fine. Wang Muqing nodded slightly in response. Due to her exceptionally high intelligence and a tendency to approach matters with rationality, Wang Muqing's emotional fluctuations are rather subtle. However, she harbors genuine concern for the elderly Wang, who cares for her deeply, albeit her affection is not overtly displayed. Upon noticing the blood seeping from the old man's fingertip, Lin Feng commenced the removal of the needles, meticulously extracting each silver needle that had been densely arrayed near the heart meridian of the elder. Chapter 164. Youthful age. As Wang Muqing observed him starting to withdraw the needles, a stirring of emotions surged within her, leading her to relinquish her worries entirely. Ultimately, only the thicker silver needle positioned within the heart meridian remained. Lin Feng grasped the old man's wrist once more, channeling his internal energy into him. The color of the blood had returned to normal. At the moment Lin Feng closed his eyes to take the pulse, Wang Muqing unexpectedly spoke up. Lin Feng's expression stiffened, and the internal energy he had infused into the elder's body immediately triggered the medicinal potency of the fiery spirit ginseng located at the heart meridian. With a sudden splatter, the backlash of toxins was not without warning. Lin Feng had anticipated this. The toxins surging back towards the heart meridian were forcefully dispelled and consumed by the ginseng's powerful effects, causing the elder to expel another mouthful of black blood, yet his demeanor relaxed significantly. Noticing the old man had closed his eyes, Wang Muqing furrowed her brows slightly and then looked at Lin Feng, silently inquiring with her gaze. Lin Feng responded to her with a reassuring smile. Everything is fine. Uncle Wang has merely exhausted his abilities and drifted into slumber. Wang Muqing nodded, studying Lin Feng earnestly, before reaching into the pocket of her unaltered white coat. Lin Feng was puzzled by her actions, a hint of confusion crossing his face. When her fingertips brushed against the medicine bottle within her pocket, a smile graced her features. Lin Feng then observed as she meticulously applied the healing elixir, crafted from her own blood, to the wounds on the elder's fingers. Lin Feng's lips twitched, stifling a chuckle. At that moment, Wang Muqing appeared rather endearing. Seeing this, he produced a jar of foul-smelling white ointment and mixed it with his own blood. This medicine is more than sufficient to heal Feng Shui's face. The remainder is yours for research. Wang Muqing accepted the medicine without hesitation, then shook her head. I want to use it for research purposes. Lin Feng felt a stir within him, his smile becoming more genuine. Your belongings, your decisions. Wang Muqing raised an eyebrow. All right then, thank you, Uncle Lin. Lin Feng felt a jolt of something unusual within him. After exchanging a few words, they finally remembered the elder still lying on the operating table. Lin Feng stepped forward to dress the old man before administering a pill to him. Let us step outside. Wang Muqing nodded and approached the door, opening it as soon as the door swung open. The waiting individuals promptly entered. Wang Xiaozhe, upon seeing the old man lying quietly on the operating table, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. Muqing, what has happened to your grandfather? Beside him, Shuichan cast a glance at Lin Feng, acknowledging that the youth, despite his tender years, possessed remarkable capabilities. Wang Muqing's gaze swept over Wang Xiaobing and Wang Mui. He merely exhausted his strength and has fallen asleep. There is nothing to worry about. Lin Feng continued, this is the first detoxification. We have already eliminated a substantial portion of the toxins from Uncle Wang's body. After 2 more sessions, we shall achieve complete success. During this week's interval, it is essential for Uncle Wang to consume more blood-nourishing foods. Wang Xiaoqing and Wang Mu, who were assisting the elderly gentleman to rise, promptly echoed their agreement. Wang Xiaoqing stated, Mu and I will help the old master back to his room. Very well, Wang Xiaozhe replied, before beckoning Lin Feng to return to the living room. As Lin Feng walked, he produced a jade box, saying, this is a medicine made from fiery spiritual ginseng. Let Uncle Wang take it in 3 days. Upon opening the jade box, Wang Xiaozhe glanced at the contents, the vivid red pills distorting the air around them slightly due to their warmth. Closing the box, he nodded solemnly and carefully stored it away. Observing this, Lin Feng smiled. Uncle Wang may sleep a little longer. Xiaozhe, please allow him to wake naturally. Now, I shall take my leave. In Chapter 165, titled Nurturing the Deviant, Lin Feng intended to depart. Yet the Wang family members implored him to stay, their hospitality too compelling to refuse. Thus, he consented to remain for a meal. As lunchtime approached, a youth with a flamboyant hairstyle, adorned with diamond-studded earrings and dressed in torn jeans and a black jacket, burst through the door. "Mom, I'm back." Lin Feng glanced at the newcomer and, beneath the extravagant hairstyle, discerned a resemblance to Zhuo Chun. Upon entering, the youth spotted the gathering and grinned widely. "Uncle, Auntie, you're all here. Dad, why are you also here?" Zhuo Chun's expression darkened at the sight of his son's disheveled appearance. The Wang family had confidently vowed to instill proper values in Wang Wei and Wang Muqing. Yet the mischief of Wang Xiaobing seemed to undermine even the most well-intentioned efforts of the Wang family. Now, witnessing his child in such a state, Zhuo Chun felt a mix of responsibility and frustration, realizing that the child had become distant and unresponsive. "What are you wearing? What is this attire?" Zhuo Chun reprimanded sternly. Wang Xiaozhe and Wang Xiaocheng felt a wave of shame wash over them. The initial inability to take the child away was due to their family's influence, and now they bore the burden of their misguidance. However, they had attempted to educate him, but Wang Xiaobing had instilled a troublesome mindset in him from an early age. Wang Muqing instinctively opened his mouth to retort, but fell silent upon meeting the compassionate glares of his two uncles and the disappointed gaze of Zhuo Chun. "Oh, I'll go change now," he conceded, aware of his shortcomings and wishing to avoid further displeasure. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Zhuo Chun felt a surge of frustration but refrained from further comment. As Wang Muqing ascended the stairs to change, Wang Xiaobing muttered in dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with Xiao Cheng? You, as his father, never oversee him, and now you only know how to criticize. I think our Xiao Cheng is just fine." Wang Xiaozhe, Wang Xiaocheng, and the entire Wang family could only stare in disbelief at this blatant absurdity. Zhuo Chun's anger flared. Was it that he did not wish to intervene? When Wang Xiaobing had run off with the child years ago, he had frantically searched for a long time before finally retrieving him from the Wang family. However, it is noteworthy that this is the Wang family. Zhuo Chun let out a cold snort. Boys should not be overly indulged. "You?" Wang Xiaobing glared with wide eyes, taking on the demeanor of a shrew scolding in the streets. Wang Xiaozhe also scoffed, "Xiaobing, restrain your words." Back then, the Wang family felt a twinge of guilt for keeping the child by Wang Xiaobing's side out of concern for her, and now they truly felt ashamed to face Zhuo Chun. Wang Xiaobing still harbored a certain fear of her elder brother, who usually wore a frosty expression, and awkwardly fell silent as an outsider. Lin Feng was treated to an amusing spectacle, shaking his head in secret. It was quite impressive how Wang Xiaobing had managed to raise her children in such a manner. Zhuo Chun's patience was indeed remarkable. Teske. Wang Muqing maintained a detached demeanor, entirely ignoring the farce, as she poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Drinking tea, Lin Feng picked up the cup, smiled, and then gulped down half of it. He had no knowledge of tea tasting. The old man Lin was fond of wine and had no interest in the pretentiousness of savoring tea. Wang Muqing was unfazed by this, rather appreciating Lin Feng's candidness and lack of pretense. Meanwhile, Wang Mu, striving for independence, poured herself a cup and said, "Muqing, I heard that your research institute recently collaborated with a pharmaceutical company called Shengda Pharmaceuticals. Why didn't you come to me?" Wang Muqing cast a casual glance at Wang Mu. "Aren't you responsible for real estate and finance? Are you planning to venture into the pharmaceutical field?" "Not exactly," Wang Mu chuckled, "but I believe investing in your research institute would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor." Chapter 166. Pointing fingers, Wang Muqing replied nonchalantly, "Oh." The Wang family now boasted considerable wealth and numerous branches, and the direct descendants did not possess absolute authority. She did not wish for her private assets to become part of the family enterprise. Thus she endeavored to maintain a distance from the family's business interests. Wang Mu shrugged helplessly. "Of course, if my boss is willing to invest privately, I would not refuse," Wang Muqing added. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu pouted, "Your boss? The head of Shengda Pharmaceuticals? It's not that he looks down on others, but Shengda Pharmaceuticals is hardly a significant company. I find it puzzling why you would choose this firm. Wasn't there a plan to collaborate with Lu Qin just a few days ago?" "No," Wang Muqing calmly replied. Taking a sip of tea, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. He did face some financial issues. After all, it was not feasible to continuously rely on funds from the gaming company to support other enterprises. As for Lu Qin, her investment in Shengda Pharmaceuticals was about all she could manage. Her own liquid assets were unlikely to sustain multiple companies. A glimmer of insight crossed Wang Mu's eyes. "So, Muqing, are you implying that?" Initially, he had intentions of assisting Wang Muqing, especially since, during the inception of her research institute, they had made several monetary contributions under their personal names. Furthermore, the new medications developed by Wang Muqing were always prioritized for use by the Wang family. However, as Wang Muqing's reputation soared and her institute gained national attention, she found herself no longer in need of their friendly sponsorship. Regardless of the medication she presented, Wang Muqing continued to request that the Wang family be given precedence. Yet now, Wang Muqing has made it quite clear that ignoring financial opportunities is foolish, and Wang Mu has no interest in being the fool. Wang Muqing instructed a servant to bring paper and pen, writing down a series of numbers to hand to Wang Mu. "This is my boss's number. You may contact them directly, as I have already given you a heads up." Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Muqing, and everything was understood without words. Upon receiving the paper from Wang Muqing, Wang Mu's gaze sharpened as he recognized the number. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the very one he had saved to his phone just 2 days prior. Surprised, Wang Mu looked at Lin Feng, who merely smiled. Suppressing his astonishment, Wang Mu nodded at Lin Feng. Wang Muqing took another sip of tea, the cup concealing a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Nearby, Wang Muai, who was secretly observing, felt as though they were playing a game of charades, yet was equally curious about who Wang Muqing's boss might be. If there was anyone in the Wang family who could not be offended, aside from the elderly patriarch, it was undoubtedly Wang Muqing. Wang Muai was well aware of this and often found herself inadvertently trying to curry favor with her. "Sister Muqing, who is your boss?" Wang Muai inquired, leaning closer. Wang Xiaobing's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Wang Muqing's research institute was undoubtedly a veritable goldmine. However, Wang Xiaozhe and the others, who were also quietly observing, furrowed their brows at the sight. The mother-daughter duo of Wang Xiaobing appeared to want to insert themselves into matters that were beyond their capabilities, particularly as Wang Xiaobing seemed to have become obsessed, believing that everything the Wang family owed her should rightfully belong to her. Wang Xiaoqing's eyes flickered with cold light. If anyone in the Wang family harbored no affection for Wang Xiaobing, it was him. He vividly remembered how she had schemed against him. Once content with a blissful family life, he found himself ensnared by this madwoman who had sent another woman to his bed, forcing his wife and daughter to flee overseas, only to return with great difficulty, yet refusing to live in the old family home. His resentment towards Wang Xiaobing was profound. Chapter 167. The Wang surname Wang Muqing did not disappoint Wang Xiaoqing and the others, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. "It's a commercial secret." Wang Muai's eyes flashed with indignation. How could Wang Mu's inquiry be met with such a response when she merely asked for a phone number? Wang Xiaobing also expressed her displeasure. "Muqing, we are family, your research institute." Just then, Wang Mucheng, who had changed clothes and descended the stairs, interrupted her loudly. "Mom, Sister Muqing is a national professor. Her research institute doesn't require your investment." Wang Mucheng scoffed. "Brother Mu is the CEO of a company. Do you really think you have enough money to take advantage of Sister Muqing?" His words dripped with sarcasm, and while he spoke bluntly to his mother and sister, there was an underlying intention to defend Wang Muqing. Instantly, Wang Xiaobing's expression darkened. Wang Muqing's words truly struck a chord within her. When she had departed from the Wang family alongside Zhuo Chun, the old master of the Wang family had rescinded her rightful inheritance of shares. Even upon her return, he had never broached the subject again. Thus, while she now claimed to be a member of the Wang family, she possessed not a single share. Wang Xiaobin inhaled sharply, her voice piercing. "Wang Muqing, you insolent brat, what are you uttering? Just look at how capable your brother Mu is. The old master entrusted the financial company to him. And look at you, utterly uneducated and without merit. You have no shame before your grandfather. The money you squander daily is still provided by me. How heartless of you to speak of your mother in such a manner." What Wang Xiaobin uttered was nothing short of veiled insults. The expressions of Wang Xiaozhe and Wang Xiaoqing darkened. The old master's decision to hand over the financial company to Wang Mu was a testament to Mu's capabilities. Why did Wang Xiaobin's words seem to imply otherwise? "The funds come from my uncles. When have you ever earned a dime?" Wang Muqing scoffed, his expression one of indifference. "Besides, the company given to Mu by the old master belongs to the Wang family. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, Mu is indeed competent, whereas I possess no such abilities." With a derisive snort, Wang Muqing casually picked up an apple and took a bite. Zhuo Qian, Wang Xiaozhe, Wang Xiaoqing, and the ants were left speechless. Despite the crudeness of his words, it seemed he still grasped the essence of the matter. However, Wang Xiaobin was not of the same opinion. Upon hearing Wang Muqing's remarks, she erupted in fury, rushing forward to slap the apple from his hands. "How can you claim not to be a member of the Wang family? How can you say that? You are my child. Born of Wang Xiaobin, you bear the Wang surname. You are of the Wang family." Wang Muqing sat gloomily on the armrest of the sofa, allowing Wang Xiaobin to strike him. Zhuo Qian's expression soured. Wang Muqing had been kept from him by Wang Xiaobin during his childhood, and now he had grown into this defiant individual, ready to retort thrice for every remark made against him. Yet, He realized that he still did not truly understand his own child. Wang Xiaobin had failed to raise him properly, and he too had neglected his responsibilities. With a firm grip, Zhuo Chun pulled Wang Mucheng away, casting a cold gaze at Wang Xiaobin. Enough. Mucheng is my son, and he should inherit my company. Wang Mucheng's pupils dilated in shock. Wang Xiaobin scoffed. You, that dilapidated little company of yours? Our Wang family does not. Enough. The old master of the Wang family, who had been observing the farce from upstairs, felt utterly drained. With a stern and cold expression, he shouted. Wang Xiaobin, who was poised to strike Zhuo Chun, was pulled back by Wang Zhaozhe's wife. Chapter 168. A choice made. The guests were still present. What commotion are you causing? The old master descended the stairs slowly, supported by the butler. Once downstairs, the butler retreated to the kitchen, and the old master gradually approached the gathered crowd. Wang Xiaobin and the others hurriedly parted to make way for him. The old master glanced at Zhuo Chun, a hint of guilt crossing his features. Zhuo Chun, how about allowing Mucheng to return with you? Father, Wang Xiaobin exclaimed in astonishment and fear. The old master paid her no heed, focusing instead on Zhuo Chun. Zhuo Chun had previously been met with defiance from Wang Mucheng several times, leaving him profoundly disappointed in his son. Yet, he now realized that perhaps his perception was misguided. He had indeed neglected this child. Thank you, old man, Zhuo Chun spoke slowly. Dad. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Wang Mucheng's face. Had not his father long ceased to care for him? Wang Laoyi, with a hint of a smile, replied, very well, then Xiao Cheng shall return home with you. What enmity can persist between father and son? Wang Mucheng frowned, casting a deep glance at Zhuo Chun. Wang Xiaobing, nervously grasping the old man's arm, interjected, Dad, no. Mucheng is my child. With an undeniable authority, Wang Laoyi pulled Wang Xiaobing's hand away. Do you think the money you spent came from thin air? It was all brought in by Zhuo Chun? Or am I mistaken? It is you. Wang Laoyi refrained from declaring that Wang Xiaobing was unworthy of Zhuo Chun, but turned his gaze back to Wang Mucheng. Xiao Cheng. And Mu Ai, you must choose for yourselves. Remain in the Wang family or return with your father. Wang Mu Ai's expression stiffened. Wang Mucheng furrowed his brows, looking at Zhuo Chun in astonishment. He never expected that the money he had squandered outside had actually come from the father he thought had abandoned him. He believed his father had only a fleeting patience to reprimand him before departing. Wang Xiaobing gritted her teeth. Her smile twisted as she attempted to retain Wang Mucheng as the male heir. Only he could claim a share of the family assets by staying with the Wang family. Mu Ai was already disfavored by the old man, and once married off, her prospects for shares would be even dimmer. Overlooked, Wang Mu Ai dug her nails into her palm. Wang Mucheng glanced at the contorted expression of Wang Xiaobing before returning his gaze to Zhuo Chun. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Chun did not seek to retain them but began with an apology. Xiao Cheng, Mu Ai, I sincerely apologize for my previous absence in your lives and my failure to care for you. As your father, I have been remiss, so I ask for a chance to make amends. Though his absence was partly due to the Wang family and Wang Xiaobing, it was also rooted in his own disappointment after being rebuffed by Wang Mucheng, leading him to not truly understand his children. At least Wang Mucheng was not beyond redemption. Wang Xiaobing screamed, Get out! Mucheng is a child of the Wang family. Leave at once. Wang Mucheng, with a hint of sarcasm, scoffed, The Wang family? Spare me, Mom. Is my name even on the family tree? After a pause, he awkwardly looked at Zhuo Chun. I will return with you, Dad. Good, Zhuo Chun replied with relief. Then turned to Wang Mu Ai. Wang Mu Ai bit her lip, avoiding Zhuo Chun's gaze, suppressing her discontent as she looked at Wang Xiaobing. I will stay with Mom. Hearing this, Wang Laoyi felt a twinge of disappointment, but also an increased satisfaction with Wang Mucheng. He slowly spoke. Mucheng ought to bear the Zhuo surname. It is time to recognize your roots after my insistence for so long. And as for Mu Ai, if you wish to follow your mother, then so be it. Wang Mu Ai forced a smile, displaying a semblance of affection to Wang Laoyi, yet she felt a deep-seated resentment at the thought of leaving. If there was still hope for Wang Mucheng, Wang Mu Ai was now merely a reflection of Wang Xiaobing. Chapter 169. The gentle and nonchalant Ning Xuanya Wang Mucheng, with his gaze lowered, remained silent. He looked down upon his mother and sister's attempts to vie for the Wang family's fortune, which was why he had adopted the demeanor of a wayward son. However, he held little affection for his father, who had been neglectful yet was still disappointed in him. Nevertheless, in comparison, his irresponsible father seemed somewhat preferable. Zhuo Chun, in this moment, realized that he had long owed these two children far too much and resolved to make amends. Thank you, old man, I will take good care of Mucheng. Old Master Wang nodded and then turned to Lin Feng. Dinner is ready. Let us all gather to eat. The butler had already directed the servants to set the table. Noticing that the old man ignored her, Wang Xiaobing sank onto the sofa in a fit of resentment. Wang Wai gently assisted her mother to stand. "Mother, you still have me." Wang Xiaobing clutched Wang Wai's arm tightly, her nails digging into Wang Wai's flesh, causing a fleeting expression of pain to cross Wang Wai's face. Though she did not utter a sound. Wang Xiaobing murmured, "Xiao Ai, you have a share in the Wang family." A glimmer of hatred and greed flashed in Wang Wai's eyes. Among the group making their way to the dining room, Old Master Wang's expression darkened, while Lin Feng and Wang Muqing pretended not to have heard the comment. Sometimes, heightened sensitivity was not a boon. Old Master Wang gestured for Wang Muqing and Lin Feng to sit beside him, offering an apologetic look toward Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, I am sorry for the awkwardness." Lin Feng merely chuckled dismissively, using the communal chopsticks to serve Old Master Wang a helping of pig liver and walnut. "No worries, Uncle Wang. Please enjoy your meal. You must take good care of your health these days and consume more nourishing foods." The old man chuckled appreciatively. Good. Xiao Feng, you should eat as well. Let us all partake in this meal." With the old man's command, the others finally began to eat. At the dining table, Wang Xiaocheng, somewhat puzzled, craned his neck to glance at the entrance, feeling a twinge of unease. Just then, a voice called from the doorway, "Dad? Big brother? I'm late. Sorry." Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and looked toward the entrance, curious about the newcomer. Old Master Wang's expression brightened. Is that Ning Ning returning, due to his daughter's circumstances? His second son's wife, although back from abroad, had not been residing at home. His granddaughter was considerate and had gone to stay with her mother, leaving the old man feeling rather anxious. Ning Xuanya, upon entering and hearing the old man inquire about Wang Muning, smiled helplessly. "Ning Ning has some matters at school and cannot make it now. She said she would return this afternoon. How is your health, Dad?" As she spoke, Ning Xuanya turned to Lin Feng. "You must be the little miracle Dr. Xiaoqing mentioned. Indeed, you are quite the handsome young man. I am Ning Xuanya, but you may call me second sister-in-law. Given your youth, I suppose I am the one benefiting here." Upon hearing Ning Xuanya address the old man as Dad, Lin Feng recalled their previous video call, instantly recognizing her identity. He rose and smiled. Nodding, "Second sister-in-law, I am Lin Feng." Her demeanor appeared gentle and carefree. Wang Xiaoqing quickly stood up, pulling Ning Xuanya to sit beside him. "Today we have successfully dispelled the first bout of poison. Everything went smoothly." The venerable Wang chuckled and said, "Indeed, I am quite well. Rest assured, Xiaoya." The sound of the spoon clattering against the bowl was loud enough to capture everyone's attention. Ning Xuanya's expression turned icy in an instant, her warm smile transforming into a glacial-visaged, "Oh, what's the matter, third brother? You seem rather unwell." Wang Xiaoqing grasped Ning Xuanya's hand, yet his attempt to restrain her words proved futile. Chapter 170. A display of combat readiness. Ning, second sister-in-law. Wang Xiaobing's expression twisted for a moment before she retorted sharply, "You arrived so late, making us all wait. You truly have quite the audacity." Ning Xuanya showed no inclination to de-escalate the situation, arching an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Do you have an issue? Heh, how could I possibly have any objections?" Wang Xiaobing's cold laughter belied her true feelings. Ning Xuanya shrugged disdainfully. "If you have no objections, then spare us your words." Ning Xuanya's words reeked of provocation, yet none present, including the elder, showed any inclination to support Wang Xiaobing, fully aware of the animosity between her and Ning Xuanya. "You?" Wang Xiaobing's chest heaved, rendered speechless by Ning Xuanya's retort. Lin Feng, observing from beside the elder, found that even this seemingly gentle second sister-in-law possessed remarkable combativeness. When riled at it was hard not to feel a sense of satisfaction witnessing Wang Xiaobing's face turn pale from the confrontation. Ning Xuanya elegantly rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaobing before adopting a cheerful demeanor to address the elder. "Father, I sincerely apologize. After receiving Xiaoqing's message, I intended to pick up Ning Ning, but unfortunately, there was an incident at her school, and I encountered traffic, causing my delay." The elder, with a warm expression, replied, "No worries, it's hardly a significant matter. Do I really need such a fuss just for an old man like me to see a doctor?" Ning Xuanya smiled sweetly. "Isn't it because eldest brother and Xiaoqing are concerned for your health, father?" The elder chuckled lightly and then shifted topics. "All right, enough of that. The food will get cold soon. Let us eat." After Ning Xuanya arrived, the servants promptly provided her with a bowl and chopsticks. At this moment, she picked up the food that Wang Xiaoqing had placed in her bowl and savored it. The atmosphere at the dining table returned to harmony, with the elder engaging Lin Feng in casual conversation, primarily inquiring about Lin Feng's 18 years spent with Lin Nanfeng. There was little that could not be discussed from those 18 years, and as the elder prompted Lin Feng, he shared his tales, creating a warm ambience. However, for Wang Xiaobing and her daughter, the meal was anything but enjoyable. After dining, Zhuochuan decisively departed with Wang Mucheng, who should now be referred to as Zhuo Mucheng, while Wang Mucheng was summoned to the study by the elder. Lin Feng, meanwhile, accompanied Wang Mu to his study. Left in the living room, Ning Xuanya made no effort to conceal her disdain for Wang Xiaobing, rolling her eyes and preparing to leave. Wang Xiaocheng grasped her arm. Xiaoya, he wished for Ning Xuanya to stay, but knowing full well that she would never return with Wang Xiaobing present, he was resigned to the truth. Xiaoya, let us go live together. Ning Xuanya raised an eyebrow. First, resolve your own issues. I hear you've been quite vigorous. The other party's belly is already showing. What? You mean you are still unaware of this matter? Ning Xuanya let out a disdainful huff. Your dear sister specifically informed me, she said. What on earth could her intentions be? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Wang Xiaobing. The notion that his own sister could betray him in such a manner left Wang Xiaoqing utterly despondent, leading him to resolve to completely disregard her existence. Little did he anticipate that Wang Xiaobing would present him with such an overwhelming surprise. The couple, Wang Xiaozhe and his wife, also felt a chill envelop their hearts as they listened. Wang Xiaobing's eyes darted. Brother, that is the bloodline of our Wang family, your child. It cannot be left unacknowledged. Wang Xiaoqing replied coldly, Get rid of the child. Where have you hidden them? Bring them to me at once. Initially, he had thought that if the child had escaped, it would be the end of it. But he never imagined there would be such an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 171. A great surprise. Get rid of the child. It has been so long. Perhaps the child has already been born. Ning Xuanya snorted disdainfully. It had been 9 months since she had left the country. Wang Xiaocheng, you decide how to handle this. I am leaving now. Ning Xuanya felt a surge of anger. She had returned with the intent of forgiving Wang Xiaocheng. Yet here she was, confronted with a colossal surprise delivered by Wang Xiaobing. At this moment, Wang Xiaocheng dared not let go, gripping Ning Xuanya tightly. Yaya, I do not want this child. I only desire for our family to be well. Wang Xiaocheng's heart was a tumult of rage and fear at the thought of losing the wife who had been by his side for most of his life. Yaya, brother, Wang Xiaobing exclaimed. Astonished? How can you say such a thing? That is your child, a boy. Get away from me. Do you truly believe I cannot pursue the matter of you drugging me? The old man has allowed me to forgive you this once. You had better behave yourself. If it were anyone else, they would have already silenced you. Wang Xiaocheng, incensed, erupted with fury. Wang Xiaobing, listen well. Do not call me brother. I have no sister like you. I suggest you avoid appearing before me in the future. Wang Xiaobing was taken aback by Wang Xiaocheng's sudden outburst, retreating several steps in fright, genuinely believing he might harm her. Brother, that is our Wang family's child. Look at how second brother is acting. You cannot forsake the child merely because of second sister-in-law. Wang Xiaozhe's expression darkened as he gestured for his wife to speak to Ning Xuanya, while he himself maintained a stern gaze on Wang Xiaobing. Silence. I will not persuade Xiaocheng. What do you mean by Wang family's child? The Wang family has no throne to inherit. Stop with the incessant talk of family. As for that child, let everything be handled according to Xiaocheng's wishes. You had better willingly inform me of the child's whereabouts. Do not force us to investigate. Wang Xiaobing stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. But that is a child who is about to be born. Wang Xiaozhe's expression darkened further. He did not believe Wang Xiaobing was genuinely concerned for the child, but was instead seeking to gain some advantage. Wang Xiaocheng scoffed, The only children of mine are Wang Mu and Wang Muni. Ning Xuanya, who had been conversing with her sister-in-law, displayed a fleeting complex expression upon hearing this, before stepping closer to Wang Xiaocheng and taking his arm, urging him to leave. Let us have a proper discussion. Very well, Yaya, do as you please. Wang Xiaocheng followed Ning Xuanya without any resistance. Wang Xiaobing glared resentfully at their retreating figures. Observing her unrepentant demeanor, Wang Xiaozhe coldly remarked, Do not even think about causing a scene with Dad. This matter will proceed entirely according to Xuanya and Xiaocheng's wishes. As for the dealings you have with that family, do not presume that others are fools, big brother. Wang Xiaobing, unwilling to concede, furrowed her brow as she gazed at Wang Xiaozhe. Noticing her obstinate expression, Wang Xiaozhe felt at a loss for words and turned to ascend the stairs with his wife. Left in the living room, Wang Xiaobing's expression shifted repeatedly. She had not anticipated that Ning Xuanya could hold Wang Xiaocheng so tightly, willing to forsake even the child. Wang Wei suppressed her emotions and approached Wang Xiaobing, saying, Mom, Grandpa is aging and would not have the heart to abandon his grandson. Wang Xiaobing gritted her teeth in frustration. What use is that? If Wang Xiaoqing truly wishes to investigate, he will undoubtedly locate the child. A child is a child only if born. Otherwise, they are nothing. Moreover, with Wang Xiaoqing's ruthlessness, what can we possibly obtain? Wang Wei bit her lip, a shadow of darkness crossing her eyes. Mom, what if we raise the child ourselves? If Grandpa sees me as an outsider, at least the grandson is family, right? We must leave something for the little grandson. Chapter 172. It is indeed feasible. The soundproofing in the Wang family's study was excellent. The disputes occurring in the living room below went unheard by the elderly Wang and others within. Muqing, what is the nature of your supernatural ability? The elderly Wang inquired directly, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Wang Muqing did not conceal her thoughts before him, as she had only recently awakened her abilities and could not perfectly hide them. Thus, as a high-ranking supernatural being, the elderly Wang immediately detected her powers. However, he was well aware that his granddaughter had not exhibited any supernatural aptitude in her youth. Wang Muqing recounted verbatim the explanation Lin Feng had provided her. Thus my ability has just been triggered. It is a mental domain ability. This explanation was flawless, and given that the country was still in the exploratory phase regarding supernatural powers, the elderly Wang accepted it without doubt. So it is, he mused internally, realizing why his granddaughter had always been exceptionally clever. It was due to her hidden abilities. Wang Muqing nodded slightly. After a moment's contemplation, the elderly Wang posed another question. I have not heard the madman mention this. Muqing, do you mean to say that Xiao Feng can detect your hidden abilities? Madman. Wang Muqing's eyes flickered, and then she understood. Lin Feng's master was named Lin Nanfeng, and the madman her grandfather referred to must be him. She nodded slightly. Indeed, he can sense it. This child harbors quite a few secrets. The elderly Wang chuckled softly. Wang Muqing refrained from commenting, her gaze softening ever so slightly. Observing this shift in her demeanor, the elderly Wang's eyes brightened with interest, and he suddenly inquired, Muqing, what do you think of Lin Feng? Do you like him? Wang Muqing raised her eyes slightly, meeting the elderly Wang's gaze for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. He is quite remarkable. The old master Wang's eyes gleamed with a profound light. It is indeed the first time you have evaluated someone in such a manner. Wang Muqing raised an eyebrow slightly. I merely make a rational assessment from various perspectives. Rational, you say? The old master Wang chuckled meaningfully. Then I hope you both get along well. Wang Muqing nodded gently. By the way, Xiaoqing. What about Xiaoqing and Xiao Feng? A hint of hesitation appeared on the old master's face. Wang Muqing replied in a calm tone. It's a facade. Well then, the old master responded ambiguously, there's nothing more for me here. You may leave with Xiao Feng. There's no need to call him back for farewells. Wang Muqing curled her slightly pale lips into a smile. All right, as she exited the study, the old master Wang muttered to himself. 3 years old, not too young. It could work. Upon leaving the study, Wang Muqing encountered Lin Feng and Wang Mu, who seemed to have reached a consensus, both appearing quite satisfied. The three of them coincidentally met and descended the stairs together. The living room was now empty, devoid of any presence. Upon seeing them, the servant prepared to summon Wang Xiaozha from upstairs. Wang Muqing halted the servant. There's no need to call my father. The servant hesitated for a moment before quietly acknowledging and returning to their post. Observing this, Wang Muqing turned to Lin Feng. Shall we go? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Mu and replied at a measured pace. I will draft the contract and bring it over as soon as possible. Good, Wang Mu nodded. He had just discussed with Lin Feng about personally investing 600 million in exchange for a 2% stake in the company. Although it seemed he was at a disadvantage, he believed that this sum was trivial compared to Wang Muqing's capabilities. Moreover, Wang Mu glanced at the departing figures of Wang Muqing and Lin Feng, pondering that 600 million for a brother-in-law did not seem like a loss at all. Chapter 173. A jest on the way back to the research institute. Although Wang Muqing had formed a hypothesis, she still inquired once more of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you and Sister Qin pretending to be a couple? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but realizing that Wang Muqing was likely aware of Lu Qin's situation, he did not conceal the truth. Yes. Is it to help Sister Qin obtain that 20% stake in the company? Wang Muqing's eyes flickered. Previously, I suggested Sister Qin find a suitable candidate, but she hesitated. I did not expect she would ultimately choose you to assist her. Lin Feng recalled the incident of delivering a package late at night. Realizing it was serendipitous that he had encountered Lu Qin as a fitting candidate, I am more than willing to assist my sister. He affirmed. A trace of an inscrutable smile crossed Wang Muqing's face, and she suddenly asked, Do you have feelings for Sister Qin? Upon seeing Lin Feng momentarily falter, Wang Muqing's heart stirred, a glimmer of contemplation crossing her eyes. Cough, she is quite like my sister. Like a sister? Wang Muqing raised her eyebrows slightly. Then I am relieved. I rather like you. Yo, you like me? Lin Feng's expression shifted abruptly, his hands twisting the steering wheel as shouts of anger erupted from the car behind him. Yet he filtered them all out, his gaze fixated in astonishment upon Wang Muqing, I in the passenger seat. Wang Muqing turned to meet Lin Feng's eyes. I was just joking. The jest held no humor whatsoever. Lin Feng swallowed hard, managing a dry chuckle. Ha ha, ha ha. In truth, he had not discerned any hint of affection in Wang Muqing's demeanor. Perhaps it was merely a jest. However, even if it was a joke, once uttered, it became a matter of profound significance. This is an overt tease, a blatant provocation. Host. Lin Feng's thoughts became somewhat chaotic. Silence. The atmosphere in the car grew peculiarly quiet for the remainder of the journey, neither Lin Feng nor Wang Muqing daring to break the slightly ambiguous tension that lingered. Lin Feng remained wholly focused on driving, while Wang Muqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Her glassy, translucent eyes were inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether she was lost in thought or merely admiring the scenery, or perhaps seeing nothing at all upon their arrival at the entrance of Bay. Lin Feng received a phone call, glancing at the screen. It was his sister. Wang Muqing nodded slightly, remaining seated in the car without alighting. For reasons unknown, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. And upon recognizing this sentiment, his emotions became somewhat disordered as he answered the call. The noise on Lu Qin's end was quite chaotic, her voice icy and detached. After a brief exchange with someone, she wearily instructed Lin Feng, Xiao Feng, come to the company. We need to resolve the stock issue. As soon as Lu Qin's words fell, the commotion resumed. Upon hearing two somewhat familiar voices, Lin Feng immediately grasped the situation. Frowning, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. All right, I'll head over now. It seemed Lu Qin wanted to say more, but the chaos on the line was overwhelming. After a moment, she resumed. I'll hang up now. With that, the call ended abruptly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Muqing. He did not intentionally shield her from the conversation, and Wang Muqing had caught Lu Qin's voice on the other end. She spoke softly. It must be people from Qin Jie's maternal family at the company again. You can take my car. I'll return to the research institute first. Okay. Wang Muqing nodded and opened the car door to exit. Once Lin Feng turned the car around, Wang Muqing, standing at the entrance of Bay, suddenly called out to him. Lin Feng, who was about to leave, hesitated and halted the vehicle once more. Chapter 174. No joking. Wang Muqing strode over to the driver's side, tapping on the glass to signal Lin Feng to open the door. Confused by her intention, Lin Feng complied nonetheless. Wang Muqing leaned closer, her light, glass-like eyes fixed intently on him. Lin Feng felt an unusual rush within him under her gaze, and a hint of awkwardness crept onto his face. Muqing? Wang Muqing blinked, then suddenly leaned in, planting a gentle kiss. This was no jest. The soft sensation fleetingly brushed against Lin Feng's face, leaving a delicate herbal fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. He stared in astonishment at Wang Muqing, who had turned and walked away, her slender figure with hands tucked into the pockets of her white coat, moving at a leisurely pace into the white night. Yet Lin Feng found himself unable to maintain his composure. With a peculiar expression, he watched Wang Muqing's silhouette vanish from sight, before resting his forehead in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng took a deep breath, shook his head, and started the car, heading towards Lu Qin's company. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern a hint of dazedness in Lin Feng's expression, as if he were lost in thought. Who would have thought you had such good fortune with romance? TSK, TSK, tisk. Halfway through the journey, 888 suddenly spoke up in Lin Feng's mind. Finally breaking free from his stupor, Lin Feng pondered. What on earth is Muqing thinking? He truly did not perceive that Wang Muqing harbored feelings for him. Perhaps it was due to her inherently reserved and aloof demeanor that he failed to sense any affection from her. Yet her behavior contradicted this impression. She must have taken a liking to you. I mean, you were quite charming before. Why back down at such a critical moment? Lin Feng was left speechless. He did harbor some fondness for Wang Muqing, perhaps a mild affection, but it was not profound. Considering that anyone would be drawn to someone so intellectually gifted, tactful, and in perfect harmony with him. However, thoughts of Lu Qin cast a subtle shadow of unease over Lin Feng. TSK, I don't understand how you independent-minded beings think, but try to remain calm now. Ultimately, 888 was still an intelligent AI with a developing understanding of emotional independence. It was learning but had yet to grasp its complexities and was disinclined to assist Lin Feng in analysis. A glimmer of cold resolve passed through Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, it was time to stay composed. Suddenly, A loud thud resonated as a humanoid figure landed atop the car, startling the vehicles behind Lin Feng. Followed by the screeching of brakes and the sounds of collision, a razor-sharp katana plunged directly towards Lin Feng's driver's seat. Having sensed the impending danger, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, his body swaying into the passenger seat. Recognizing the familiar energy fluctuations and the katana, Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Seeking revenge, the katana sliced horizontally towards the passenger seat, prompting Lin Feng to open the door, executing a swift spin to evade the moving blade. Due to this unforeseen turn of events, the other vehicles on the road became ensnared in a blockade, with several cars colliding in a chain reaction. The occupants, filled with either terror or caution, disembarked and distanced themselves from the chaos, seeking safety while murmuring amongst themselves. What the heck is going on with the ability department in H country? These ninjas are brazenly seeking revenge? As Lin Feng mentally scoffed, he considered pretending to be an ordinary person and fleeing. Not far away, Lin Jiao's pupils constricted as she spotted Lin Feng. How is he here too? Those around her were sweating profusely. Damn. Big sister, this guy has lost it. It was a universal consensus among nations that ordinary citizens should not be involved. If a supernatural being dared to act so openly in another country, their homeland would undoubtedly face joint retribution from the international community. Chapter 175. What a fortuitous destiny madness, a struggle for survival. Lin Jiao uttered a curse. Mask up, advance. Though they too were constrained from revealing their identities, they could not stand idly by while that rogue shinobi rampaged through innocent lives. It seemed that their relentless pursuit over the past few days had borne fruit, as the other ninjas had all been vanquished. Yet, they were utterly astonished that this notorious rogue shinobi, who had eluded capture multiple times, would resort to such madness, completely disregarding their own nation. Indeed, the members of the abilities department understood precisely what course of action to take. They masked their faces and pursued the rogue shinobi. Unbeknownst to the shinobi, who had intended merely to flee into a public area to escalate the situation and seize a hostage in order to stymie Lin Jiao and her companions, he unexpectedly encountered the very individual who had slain one of his comrades that fateful night. Lin Feng attempted to blend in as an ordinary person and escape, but the shinobi, not wishing to be intercepted, sought to change direction and flee. Their paths fortuitously crossed once more, and both simultaneously altered their trajectories in an effort to evade capture. The pursuing ability users were left bewildered by the shinobi's erratic maneuvers. Some were baffled, believing he intended to unleash a massacre or seize a hostage, only to find him veering away just as the hostage was within reach. Lin Feng thought after all this, he was not here for revenge. This fellow was, in fact, the one being hunted. What an extraordinary twist of fate, and how could he suppress the urge to chuckle at such absurdity? Leaping onto the car's rooftop, Lin Jiao glanced at the terrified Lin Feng, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, she spoke once more. Pursue. A few ability users chased after the rogue shinobi, leaving Lin Feng standing in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having witnessed such a surreal scene, erupted into a cacophony of anxious and astonished chatter, trapped in place by the wreckage of abandoned vehicles. Estimating that Lin Jiao and her companions could easily handle the rogue shinobi, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. However, upon noticing the gaping hole across the roof of his car, he felt a twinge of frustration, compounded by the fact that the road was now congested, rendering him unable to depart. News of the incident quickly reached higher authorities, who dispatched personnel to politely yet firmly escort away the onlookers who had witnessed the shinobi, evidently intent on suppressing the incident's exposure. Yet, Lu Qin still had matters to attend to. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the individual standing before him, holding identification, and managed a strained smile. Brother, could you wait while I make a quick phone call? My family just had an urgent matter arise that requires my attention. The burly soldier regarded Lin Feng for a moment before nodding. Make it quick. Their sole responsibility was to escort these innocent bystanders back and mitigate the fallout from the event. They had no intention of further complicating matters for those unwittingly caught in the turmoil. Lin Feng promptly nodded, glancing at the lengthy list of contacts on his phone before dialing Zhao Pingji's number. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Cough. Just call me Brother Zhao. Xiao Feng, what can I do for you, Brother Zhao? I'm on Konghe Road. You know it, right? There's a soldier here who wants to take me away, but I have something urgent and can't be delayed. Could you intercede on my behalf? Lin Feng spoke plainly, aware that the rapid response from above indicated Zhao Pingji was likely already informed of the situation. On the other end, Zhao Pingji indeed understood immediately and responded affirmatively. By the way, Brother Zhao, how should we handle the people on Konghe Road? Zhao Pingji chuckled. Rest assured, Xiao Feng, We will not harm the ordinary citizens. We have a mental ability user here who can influence memories, with no side effects. Lin Feng nodded in comprehension. That's good, I'll hang up now. All right. Chapter 176. At your age, Lin Feng ended the call and turned to face the soldier, whose expression had soured considerably. It seemed this gentleman had assumed he was some privileged second-generation rich kid. The call finished? Then let's move. The soldier's tone had grown somewhat impatient, urging Lin Feng to leave promptly. Lin Feng shrugged. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, the communication device at the soldier's waist emitted a sound. The soldier paused and answered the device. Commander, there is someone named Lin Feng over there. Instruct him to leave. After delivering this message, the other party abruptly hung up. The soldier's demeanor shifted dramatically, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng offered a polite smile in response. The soldier frowned. Are you Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, brother, am I to leave? As he spoke, he produced his driver's license for inspection. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng on the license, the soldier nodded. Very well, you may go. Thank you, brother. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then retrieved his backpack from the vehicle before turning to leave. As for the car, he had called Wang Hong to send someone nearby to handle it. During the taxi ride, Lin Feng also called Wang Muqing to report the unfortunate state of her vehicle and the specifics of the situation. By the time Lin Feng finally arrived at Lu Qin's company, he had already delayed for over 20 minutes. Lu Qin, who had been waiting at the company, received news of the accident on Konghe Road, her expression turning tense. She immediately called Lin Feng. Startled upon reaching the entrance of Lu Qin's company, Lin Feng hurriedly answered the phone. Sister, I apologize for the delay. I ran into some issues on the road. Is something wrong? Are you on Konghe Road? Did you get into an accident? Lu Qin's tone was laced with concern. Lin Feng paused for a moment, feeling a warmth in his heart as he walked into the company. Yes, but I have already arrived at the company entrance. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Shall I come down to meet you? Lin Feng glanced at the familiar receptionist. No need. I can go up by myself. He had accompanied Lu Qin here twice before. And the receptionist knew he was the husband of the boss, so she wouldn't stop him. Lu Qin. All right then, I'll hang up now. Lin Feng, MHM. Lin Feng made his way unimpeded to the elevator, pressing the button for Lu Qin's office floor. Meanwhile, in Lu Qin's office, the two ants who had previously been reprimanded by Lin Feng were now brimming with arrogance and energy. Xiaoqin, is the person not here yet? This individual seems to have quite the ego, making us elders wait for such an extended period. Adorned in gold and silver, the second ant's words were laced with barbs, dressed in a striking crimson ensemble. The eldest ant continued, Xiaoqin, you haven't hired someone to deceive us, have you? Even for the sake of shares, this is unacceptable. Your parents entrusted us with the shares out of concern for your well-being. You can't view us as adversaries. Indeed, Sister Lu Qin, I heard from Mother that the man appears quite youthful. How could he possibly marry someone of your age? Surely, he can't be a fraud. A girl with a freckled face chimed in, adorned with gaudy jewelry on her wrists and head, her face still betraying a hint of concealed jealousy. There are indeed some young people in this society who are idle and enjoy deceiving wealthy and beautiful girls like you. Xiaoqin, you must be cautious. The eldest ant's husband, wearing a serious expression, added gravely. Chapter 177. Marriage certificate outside. Lin Feng listened to these bizarre remarks, unable to suppress his amusement, and forcefully pushed open the door. Bang! Who is this? You startled me, the eldest ant huffed, turning to see Lin Feng, the very person who had previously infuriated her. Lin Feng's assistant, unable to stop him, offered an awkward smile. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Lu Qin's eyes lit up as she instructed the assistant, please step outside and close the door behind you. Understood. The assistant discreetly surveyed the unfriendly crowd in the office before complying and exiting. Ensuring the door was securely shut, Lin Feng gave Lu Qin a slight nod, then coldly regarded the girl who had commented on Lu Qin's age with disdain. I was wondering who possessed such a sour demeanor. Lin Feng remarked icily, only to discover it belongs to someone whose appearance is hardly convincing enough to deceive anyone. No wonder the bitterness. Could it be jealousy of my sister Qin's beauty? The girl was initially taken aback by Lin Feng's looks, but her face flushed with anger at his disdainful words. Who are you? She stammered. Before she could finish, the eldest ant, filled with trepidation, pulled her behind her. She remembered well Lin Feng's demeanor that morning and feared for their safety. Mother. The girl looked at the eldest ant in confusion. Lin Feng merely smirked before taking Lu Qin's hand. Apologies for my tardiness. Lu Qin's eyes widened slightly, the coldness on her face melting into warmth. It's all right. I'm just relieved you arrived safely, a bespectacled man, who had been quietly observing from a corner of the office, finally rose and spoke up. Miss Liu, this gentleman must be your husband. The relatives of Lu Qin tensed at the man's words. The diminutive second uncle glanced at him, saying, Lawyer Su, look at this young man. He must be an actor that Xiao Qin hired to put on a show. Don't be fooled. Indeed, Xiao Qin, be cautious. He looks like a gigolo. The second aunt, adorned with gold bangles, reached out to grasp Lu Qin but was obstructed by the indifferent Lin Feng. Lawyer Su, undeterred by the commotion from Lu Qin's relatives, turned his gaze towards Lu Qin, awaiting her response. Lu Qin lifted her gaze to Lin Feng and then smiled, nodding slightly. Indeed, Lawyer Su, this is my husband. Lin Feng. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lawyer Su's eyes behind his glasses. Hello, Mr. Lin. Miss Liu, you are indeed his wife, correct? Of course, Lin Feng replied with a raised brow and a smile, exhibiting no hint of unease. Observing this, Lawyer Su nodded and adjusted his glasses. May I request to see your marriage certificate? Lu Qin had anticipated this and nodded, proceeding to the office lounge to retrieve the certificate from a small cabinet. Please refrain from entering our private space, Lin Feng asserted, standing at the lounge entrance to block the curious gazes of his aunts. The towering figure of Lin Feng made the aunts somewhat apprehensive. One of them bit her lip and sharply pinched her husband beside her. You fool! Aren't you going to think of a way? How can we allow Xiao Qin to be deceived by this gigolo? The older aunt's face twitched. Lu Qin likely viewed them as adversaries and therefore would not heed their words. What recourse remained now? Who could have anticipated that they had truly obtained a marriage certificate? While various thoughts occupied the minds of the onlookers, Lu Qin emerged from the lounge and handed the marriage certificate to Lawyer Su. Lawyer Su examined the certificate and nodded, returning it to Lu Qin. Since Miss Liu is already married, we can proceed with the share inheritance, he stated. Retrieving a contract from his briefcase, I have brought the agreement for the share inheritance. All that is required is your signature. Miss Liu. The older aunt attempted to intervene, but Lawyer Su subtly evaded her grasp, presenting the contract before Lu Qin. A smile graced Lu Qin's face as she reached out to accept it. Wait! At that moment, the second uncle suddenly lunged to snatch the contract from Lawyer Su's hands, catching him off guard. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of anger crossed Lawyer Su's countenance. He had never understood why Lu Qin's parents entrusted this family with 20% of the company's shares, complicating matters for their daughter and subjecting him to daily harassment from this absurd clan. Were it not for his professional integrity, he would have long since walked away from this mess. Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Lawyer Su glared coldly at the second uncle. The second uncle averted his gaze momentarily, only to have the contract seized by the second aunt, who boldly confronted Lu Qin. Xiao Qin, do you truly not trust your uncles and aunts? This gigolo is clearly here to swindle you out of your wealth. Your second uncle cannot stand idly by while you are deceived. Lawyer Su was left speechless, utterly defeated by this shameless family. Lu Qin's expression turned icy. You need not meddle in my affairs. I truly do not trust you, who would dare to hire someone to commit murder, uncles and aunts. Upon hearing Lu Qin's second statement, the faces of those who dared not acknowledge their actions betrayed a flicker of panic. Lawyer Su's demeanor subtly shifted upon hearing the mention of hiring a hitman. Lin Feng felt a surge of impatience. These individuals were like an adhesive plaster, clinging on stubbornly. Lawyer Su found a sense of relief in Lin Feng's scathing remarks. Each face, as thick-skinned as an 18-layered city wall, twists and turns. It is utterly insulting to behold. Look at you, possessing an unattractive visage, yet daring to criticize others. Do you think adorning yourself with golden bracelets makes you affluent? A nouveau riche. The glaring gold is indeed blinding, and you. Chapter 179. A surprising turn. Lin Feng spoke rapidly, rendering others incapable of interjecting. The members of the Sun family turned various shades of blue, red and white, a kaleidoscope of emotions. Lu Qin and Lawyer Su could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. You, with that pretty boy face. Sun Dejiu bellowed in rage, lunging forward, his robust physique quite intimidating. Lawyer Su's expression shifted, attempting to restrain Lin Feng. Lu Qin tightened her grip on Lin Feng's clothing. Lin Feng scoffed. It seemed this group had not yet learned their lesson. This time, there was no need for mercy towards those who were soon to weep behind iron bars. He raised his leg and kicked out, bang. Sun Dejiu flew back at twice the speed he had charged, colliding with the office desk. Master, Dad, are you all right? Lu Qin was momentarily startled, but her concern was not for her relatives. Rather, she worried that Lin Feng's actions might invite trouble. Lawyer Su's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He exerted much force. He had assumed this man's brawn would equate to strength. Yet he turned out to be merely a candle with a silver gun. Call the police. Quickly, call the police. Sun Daejiu, half seated on the floor, howled, while Sun Daejiu's wife cast a glare that could devour Lin Feng. Yet she dared not approach, resorting instead to verbal curses. Lu Qin, you heartless one. What sort of person have you brought here? He dares to strike. Sun Erjiu, with a face full of apprehension, remarked, Indeed, we are only looking out for your best interests, fearing you might be deceived, yet you turn out to be an ingrate. Ingrate. Bah. May that pretty boy swindle all your money away. Heartless. A few children who had accompanied them joined in the clamor. Lin Feng's eyes turned icy, and a devilish grin appeared on his face. Shouldn't I just hand over the company and all the money to you to avoid being called an ingrate? Originally. Though Sun Erjia's wife quickly fell silent, her earlier words laid bare their avarice. Lin Feng smirked. You are indeed greedy, yet I fear you may not be able to handle it. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Come on, Brother Ba, put on a show for me. Brother Ba, report the assets of my company. Lu Qin's expression softened gradually as she gazed deeply at Lin Feng. On the ground, Sun Daejiu's face shifted, and with a hint of flattery he said, Xiaofeng, how can you say such things? We are, after all, uncle and aunt to Xiaoqin. In the future, we shall also be your uncle and aunt. We are family. We merely feared Xiaoqin might be deceived, but now that we see you are trustworthy, we are at ease. After all, we are family. Chapter 180. Executing duties. Lin Feng's demeanor remained indifferent as he filtered through their meaningless chatter, his ears subtly perking up. With a faint chuckle, Lin Feng gazed at the Sun family's clumsy performance and remarked, There's no need to waste your breath in front of me. Perhaps you should have a proper conversation with the police shortly. He then called out, A few esteemed officers, please, come in. Ha ha ha. Just as Lin Feng's words faded, a loud voice resonated from outside the office, followed by a group of police officers boldly pushing the door open. Apologies, we are here on official business. Sun Daqiang, Sun Dafu, Wang Meiwan, Wang Mei, is that you? The officers scanned the office before fixing their gaze on Sun Daejiu and the others. You have been anonymously reported for involvement in a homicide, and the evidence is irrefutable. Please come with us. As they spoke, the officers presented their credentials and began to escort the individuals away. Good heavens, homicide? I am innocent. Sun Daejiu's wife exclaimed loudly, though her face betrayed a palpable sense of guilt. Officers, you must have mistaken us. We are all innocent. The police, unfazed by their protests, continued to lead them away. Any discussions can take place at the precinct, witnessing their parents being taken away by the police. The younger generation panicked and hurriedly followed suit. Lin Feng let out a soft laugh. Ha ha ha. Observing the scene, he chuckled lightly. Lu Qin tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, asking, Xiaofeng, did you do this? Lin Feng turned to Lu Qin, a hint of concern in his eyes. Sister, you aren't upset, are you? Those people don't deserve sympathy. They aren't really family. You are more than enough for me. I apologize for making this decision without consulting you. Lu Qin felt a jolt of emotion and smiled faintly. Indeed, having just you is sufficient. Lin Feng was about to offer further explanations when Lu Qin's words caught him off guard. His lips curled into a smile, revealing a subtle dimple on his left cheek. Standing nearby, Lawyer Su suddenly felt a pang of discomfort and cleared his throat to break the suddenly charged atmosphere. Excuse me, both of you, regarding the shares. Lu Qin and Lin Feng exchanged a moment of surprise, and Lu Qin quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Feng, however, was less bashful and addressed Lawyer Su. My apologies, Lawyer Su, for wasting your trip today. Could you please prepare another agreement? I assure you, there will be no interruptions this time. Lawyer Su glanced at Lin Feng, realizing that Lu Qin had indeed chosen the right person, and nodded. Very well, but I need to return to the law firm briefly. Do you have time to accompany me? It won't take long. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qin, who nodded in agreement. Yes, we have time. Please hold on. All right, Lawyer Su replied. Lu Qin then summoned her assistant, Wu Zhan, to arrange a few matters before they indicated they were ready to leave. The three of them headed to the law firm together. Once there, the signing of the agreement proceeded smoothly. After congratulating them, Lawyer Su escorted Lu Qin and Lin Feng out of the firm. As they exited, Lu Qin felt a weight lift from her heart. Xiaofeng, thank you. Lin Feng opened the passenger door to the car, saying, Sister, there's no need for such formality between us. Where shall we go? Can we pick up Xiaoxue? She promised to come back and stay. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Of course. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng pondered whether it was time for him to move out of Lu Qin's home, now that the matter had been resolved. Remaining there seemed somewhat inconvenient, especially since Lu Qin's younger sister was returning to stay, which would undoubtedly create an awkward situation for him. Xiao Feng, what are you thinking about? Lu Qin inquired, her voice breaking through his reverie as she halted the car at a red light, casting a puzzled glance at the distracted Lin Feng. Startled, he smiled lightly and replied, "What is it, sister? Is there something on your mind? I wanted to ask, with the Sun family now taken away, what will happen next?" Lu Qin held evidence against the Sun family for their attempt on her life, but she had previously hesitated to act decisively. This time, however, Lin Feng's intervention had emboldened her. "That depends on what you decide, sister," Lin Feng responded. Lu Qin bit her lip and then spoke solemnly, "Let us proceed through the proper legal channels. I will not forgive them, and you should not intentionally make things difficult for them." Lin Feng feigned an injured expression. "Is that truly how you see me in your heart, sister? Am I someone who would purposefully trouble others? I merely wish to assist you." Lu Qin's expression shifted slightly, a hint of panic in her eyes. "No, that's not what I meant, Xiao Feng. Please don't misunderstand. I apologize," Lin Feng said, fixing his gaze on Lu Qin. She was taken aback, lowering her head slightly, her expression dimming. "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention." No, Lin Feng chuckled. "That's not the kind of apology I meant." The wave of grievance surged within Lu Qin as she looked at Lin Feng. He raised an eyebrow, smiling and winking. "Sister, what's wrong?" "I need to apologize." Lu Qin's expression froze momentarily. The green light would illuminate in mere seconds, and the cars behind began honking. As she met Lin Feng's smiling gaze, her earlier feelings of grievance dissipated. When the light turned green, she leaned in and gently kissed Lin Feng's cheek before straightening up to drive away. Lin Feng cast a lingering, tender glance at Lu Qin. "Sister, given that Xiao Shui is moving back, it wouldn't be convenient for me to continue staying with you, would it?" "There's no inconvenience." Lu Qin pressed her lips together. "You still need to pretend to be my husband to protect me." "How could you leave? Still pretending, are we?" Lin Feng mumbled under his breath. "Huh?" Lu Qin didn't quite catch his words. In fact, her own admission to keep Lin Feng with her had left her cheeks flushed. "It's nothing," Lin Feng replied, pursing his lips. "Let us just wait and see." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Qin's face. "Oh, that's so? Will you stay?" "Since you've said so, how could I abandon you, sister?" Lu Qin's eyes brightened as she softly assented. Soon, they arrived at the ocean community near Jing University, where a girl wearing sunglasses and a mask was leaning against a suitcase at the entrance. It was Xiao Shui. Lu Qin glanced at the girl, parked the car in a suitable spot, then exited and walked over to her, with Lin Feng closely following behind. "Xiao Shui, why did you come out here all by yourself?" Lu Qin approached Lu Shui, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face as she embraced her sister briefly. Lu Shui, patting her suitcase, exclaimed, "Oh dear, there's hardly anything in here. I'll have it packed in no time." "Sister, shall we head home? By the way, who is this?" From the outset, Lu Shui had noticed Lin Feng beside her sister. He seemed familiar, reminiscent of the stalker she encountered last time, the one who had peeled off the bandage from his face. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng and replied with a smile, "This is Lin Feng, my husband." "Husband?" Lu Shui gasped, her voice splitting in astonishment. "What are you talking about, sis? When did you get married behind my back?" She removed her sunglasses and glared at Lin Feng, her face betraying unmistakable hostility. Sensing her animosity, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow internally and flashed a smile at Lu Shui. Chapter 182. A lively personality. Lu Shui narrowed her eyes, casting a dangerously skeptical glance at Lin Feng before anxiously turning to Lu Qin. "Sister?" Lu Qin sighed softly, a rueful smile gracing her lips. She had not intended to conceal the truth from Lu Shui. Yet Lu Shui did not wait for her to finish. "Xiao Shui, it's not what you think. Xiao Feng is merely pretending to be my husband for assistance. Let us discuss it in the car." Lu Qin helplessly tugged at Lu Shui's suitcase, signaling her to board the vehicle first. Upon hearing that it was a pretense, Lu Shui's agitation subsided, and she nodded in agreement as she followed Lu Qin into the car. Lin Feng, observing this, suggested, "Sister, allow me to drive while you both take the back seat." Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback but nodded. "All right." She chose to selectively ignore Lin Feng's previous claim of lacking a driver's license. As the car resumed its journey, Lu Qin gradually revealed the truth to Lu Shui, albeit in a carefully curated manner. She omitted details such as how she had coerced Lin Feng into helping her and the intricacies of his true identity. Instead, she simply stated that she had hired Lin Feng as a bodyguard for her protection and that he was impersonating her husband to secure a 20% stake. Upon grasping the entire situation, Lu Shui's eyes widened in understanding. That's how it is, sister. Your earlier words were quite misleading. Lu Shui shrugged. "Have you secured that 20% stake yet?" Lu Qin nodded and recounted the recent events at the company. The shares have been obtained, and those individuals will be incarcerated. Lu Shue's eyes sparkled at this revelation as she leaned forward to address Lin Feng. Well done, bodyguard. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting the contrasting temperaments of the two sisters. Lu Qin exuded a gentle serenity while Lu Shue appeared vivacious. Afterward, under Lu Qin's disapproving gaze, he settled into the back seat. Oh sister, I told you those people were no good. How dare they even hire someone to commit murder? You need not show them any mercy. Lu Qin nodded. I understand. Let us see how they managed to wiggle out of this one, Lu Shue said, her nose wrinkling with satisfaction at the thought of the Sun family facing imprisonment. Lu Qin couldn't help but smile at her sister's demeanor and gently remarked, but please refrain from calling Xiao Feng bodyguard. He attends the same school as you. He is a freshman at Peking University. By the way, Xiao Feng, I forgot to mention that Xiao Shui is a fourth-year student in the Performing Arts Department at Jingda. Lu Shui blinked her round, bright almond-shaped eyes and exclaimed, Lin Feng is also a student at Jingda. So, sister, how did you come to know him? Lu Qin pondered for a moment, and then concocted an elaborate tale about her acquaintance with Lin Feng, specifically how he had a part-time job delivering packages and helped her rid herself of a scoundrel, which was not entirely fabricated. What? Your previous boyfriend? Not that Cheng Hongwei, turned out to be a scoundrel. Lu Shui sighed helplessly. I must say, sister, your taste is truly lacking, Lu Qin. That the driver, Lin Feng, could not help but reveal a hint of amusement on his face. Observing Lu Qin's speechlessness, Lu Shui patted the back of the driver's seat and added, and thank you, Lin Feng, for your assistance. Lin Feng replied, sister, your judo skills are impressive. I merely lent a small hand. Oh, you need not be so modest, Lu Shui chuckled lightly. Since my sister chose you as her bodyguard, it clearly indicates you possess remarkable abilities. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Lu Shui then playfully recounted other amusing anecdotes to Lu Qin. Speaking of which, I have met Lin Feng before. Sister, you have no idea. When we encountered each other, it was quite awkward. Truly, I was mortified. Chapter 183. Divine intervention. Upon hearing Lu Shui hum that she thought Lin Feng was stalking her, only to realize he didn't even know who she was, Lu Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Feng is actually an orphan. He just emerged from the mountains, so he doesn't recognize you, this big star. Lu Qin tapped Lu Shui's nose playfully. Lu Shui scrunched her nose in response. An orphan? That makes Lin Feng's admission to Jingda truly impressive. Initially, she had intended to find fault with this embarrassing fellow, but Lu Qin's words swiftly dispelled the little demon in her heart. Lin Feng, driving, casually chuckled, taking Lu Shui's praise as a silent affirmation. The journey proceeded smoothly without traffic, and they arrived home without incident. Lu Shui and Lu Qin ascended the stairs to tidy Lu Shui's room, while Lin Feng continued to watch television in the living room. He turned on the television merely for show. Lin Feng delved into his mind to assess the completion of his tasks. Yesterday, the court ruling regarding Shengda had been announced, exonerating them. Yet the task from Shengda had only just registered as complete today, netting him 4,000 system coins. Beige. What is the situation with Shengda? All is proceeding smoothly. The court's judgment and declaration have been posted on the official website. The main objective of the Shengda task was to restore its reputation. And now the public is largely aware that Shengda's medication is sound. Thus the task has been deemed successful. Furthermore, the statement regarding Shengda's collaboration with Wang Muqing's research institute has also been released, effectively restoring Shengda's damaged reputation. Those few disfigured girls are also in contact with Wang Hong. This was Lin Feng's original intention. At the very least, he aimed to help these innocent girls restore their faces. Could you assist me in exploring the mall for any live streaming tools that are both convenient and user-friendly? Ideally, I would prefer a device that can operate autonomously without requiring my manual intervention. There are quite a few requirements. Let me take a look. 888 responded affirmatively and began searching the mall. Here, I recommend this one. Aware of Lin Feng's frugality, 888 refrained from sneakily suggesting expensive yet ineffective items this time. The Intelligent Brain, with live streaming functionality, only Interstellar Intelligent Brain, exclusively for streaming use, upgradable, priced at 3,500 system coins. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. 3,500? No way. Search for something else. If the host intends to use it personally, I would recommend this. This intelligent brain will also be useful in the future, 888 advised earnestly. A flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Feng's eyes, as 888's every action hinted at his impending ascension into the interstellar realm. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng nodded. All right then, let us go with this. Can it be a bit cheaper? That is absolutely out of the question. 888 replied in a soft, lilting voice. The price for this intelligent brain is already exceptionally low. Acquiring it will elevate you from a black household to a registered citizen in the interstellar realm. Fine then, Lin Feng conceded reluctantly. Upon his agreement, the intelligent brain materialized in the system space, resembling an impressively high-tech watch upon closer inspection to a watch. This design is merely an aesthetic choice based on Blue Star aesthetics. You can alter its form as it is a standard feature. The intelligent brain functions as a smart AI butler, albeit significantly inferior to me, 888 concluded, a hint of pride lacing its tone. Lin Feng smirked slightly. Oh, you're the most impressive. Hands on hips. GIF? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he retrieved the intelligent brain from the system space, fiddling with it for a moment. However, before he could fully comprehend its usage, Lu Qin and the others descended the stairs, prompting him to stow the device away once more. Ding, binding successful. Chapter 184, The Great Deceiver. Hearing the sound, Lin Feng paused momentarily. What is going on? Lu Shui distinctly recalled the aftermath of her shattering dishes at home. Sometimes, one's aptitude truly dictates their capabilities, and Lu Shui was undeniably a complete destroyer in the kitchen. Lu Shui, though? She shrugged, directing a puff-cheeked glance at Lu Qin before turning back to the living room. However, Lu Shui had little interest in television programs. Much like Lin Feng earlier, she continued to treat the TV as mere background noise while engrossed in her phone. Lin Feng stole a glance at her, switched the channel, and coincidentally, it was a variety show featuring Lu Shui. Noticing this, a spark of intrigue flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he leaned back on the sofa to watch. While fiddling with her phone, Lu Shui glanced up at the television, then pouted. These shows are just a ruse to deceive outsiders. They're utterly fake? Lin Feng was puzzled by Lu Shui's sudden comment. Lu Shui let out a soft hum, gesturing towards the two celebrities currently gracing the television screen, one of whom was herself. Her tone conveyed disdain mixed with a hint of anger. Just look at you, Lily. Desperately vying for my resources, sabotaging me in the game, yet wanting to portray a sisterly bond. That radiant smile of hers is merely a result of the program editing out the unfavorable footage. Humph! Does she truly think I am so easily bullied? At this point, a sly smile crept across Lu Shui's face, revealing to Lin Feng that she was undoubtedly up to some mischief. It must be said that some individuals are naturally endowed with the ability to elicit goodwill from others. Lu Shui, with her sweet and innocent appearance, was a prime example. Even though Lin Feng sensed that her disposition was not as gentle as it seemed, he instinctively felt a greater degree of tolerance and protection towards her. Lin Feng chuckled, it's simple, just avoid those you dislike. How disingenuous! Lu Shui shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance. I completely agree, she replied, tapping her nails. Yet my manager insists I should accommodate her. It's all due to her connections? Humph! Casually uttering these words, Lu Shui continued to peruse her phone, and then her eyes brightened upon seeing a message. Wow, Lin Feng, you're quite the celebrity. Lu Shui shook her phone and then bent over the armrest of the sofa, presenting the screen directly to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the little devil within her stirred, finding it irksome that her sister was infatuated with such a person. Lu Qin had not attempted to conceal her feelings from Lu Shui, even sharing certain sentiments with her. Having grown up in close quarters with her sister, Lu Shui harbored a profound disdain for anyone who threatened to take her sister away. The new campus heartthrob of Jingda, a charming figure amongst the crowd, a familiar, ostentatious headline that made Lin Feng twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. Lu Shui had already retrieved her phone and was engrossed in the content. Lin Feng had not appeared at school for days, so the search results still showcased his sword dancing video for military training. Lu Shui's eyes widened as she watched the video. No wonder my sister chose you as her bodyguard. You're a martial arts expert. Those martial arts instructors are utterly inferior, she thought to herself, being handsome is safe. The more admirers, the more perilous it becomes. It seems impressive, but it's all just a facade. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before letting out a dry chuckle. It's merely for show. Besides, my sister's issues have been resolved. Currently, she is providing me with a temporary refuge. You're an orphan, right? My sister is kind-hearted, and this is merely your reward for helping her. Get lost, you big oaf. Lu Shui arched an eyebrow, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. But even if it is just a facade, it's still quite impressive. You deceitful scoundrel. I must expose your true nature before my sister. Lu Shui continued to scroll through other news concerning Jingda, pleasantly surprised by the intriguing happenings during her absence. Wow, Zhao Xinya is truly beautiful, and no wonder my school's flower status is in jeopardy. With keen interest, Lu Shui browsed through the news, while Lin Feng resumed watching television. For reasons unknown, he felt that Lu Shui's earlier hostility towards him had resurfaced, this time concealed even more deeply. The boss is calling. Boss, boss. The phone is ringing. Boss. After watching a variety show, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang, and upon hearing the quirky ringtone, Lu Shui cast a peculiar glance at him. Lin Feng thought to himself, why do I suddenly feel a hint of awkwardness akin to public execution? With a slight twitch of his lips, he dismissed the subtle thoughts in his mind and answered the call. Observing this, Lu Shui instinctively lowered her phone slightly, straining to eavesdrop. She was determined to uncover this fellow's true intentions. There was an undeniable feeling that he was concealing something. Humph! Lu Shui ground her teeth, stealing glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized, he has truly caught on. Xiao Feng, those individuals have come to probe for information. I've arranged to meet them tomorrow morning. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. The bait had been taken, and it was time to deal with the scoundrels. All right, brother Xiaojia, I'll be there tomorrow too. MHM, Mu Qing should also be coming tomorrow. I'll send you the address shortly. Good. After hanging up, Lin Feng revealed a somewhat cunning smile, but before he could fully retract it, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. He looked up to meet Lu Shui's eyes, and his smile froze at the corners. Heh. They both forced out a couple of awkward chuckles. Xiao Shui, come and help serve the dishes. Dinner is ready. Lu Qin's voice from the kitchen shattered the tension. Lu Shui stood up to head to the kitchen, and seeing this, Lin Feng also instinctively followed suit. After all, Lu Shui's sister was not particularly fond of him, and it would be rather inappropriate to remain oblivious in her home. In truth, Lin Feng had realized that Lu Shui's animosity towards him likely stemmed from Lu Qin. He had heard Lu Qin mention that the two sisters had relied on each other since childhood. Thus, he bore no ill will towards Lu Shui, despite her hostility. The sisters were quite different. Lu Shui was somewhat clumsy, while Lu Qin possessed exceptional culinary skills. At the dining table, Lu Shui cheerfully praised Lu Qin's cooking, exclaiming how she had missed it dearly. Wasn't it before that you refused to come home to eat my cooking? Lu Qin said half teasingly, half reproachfully, while serving Lu Shui some dishes. Hee. Lu Shui merely smiled sweetly at Lu Qin, her round apricot-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons. She had previously aimed to prove that she had grown up and no longer needed her elder sister's constant worry and care, wanting to alleviate some of Lu Qin's burdens. Thus, she stubbornly insisted on forging her own path. However, she was also aware that Lu Qin had secretly supported her a great deal in the entertainment industry. Yet, she never expected that in her absence, a wolf would appear. With this thought, Lu Shui shot a surreptitious glare at Lin Feng. By the way, Xiao Feng, I just heard you're going out tomorrow. Aren't you going to school? Freshman skipping class? That's a bad mark. Chapter 186. The little demon Lu Qin was aware of Lin Feng's situation and inquired, is there still something going on with Xingda? Just wrapping things up? I have no intention of letting those who framed Xingda off the hook. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. I'll be dealing with those individuals tomorrow. Lu Qin's eyes brightened as she nodded. If we can find evidence of them framing Xingda, that would be splendid. Lu Shui, who had been listening in, furrowed her brow, glancing back and forth, realizing she was completely in the dark about what Lin Feng and Lu Qin were discussing. It has been quite some time since I last returned home, and I am unaware of what my sister has been up to lately. With a slight pursing of her lips, Lu Shui voiced her inner curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin glanced at Lin Feng, who gently nodded in response. Lu Qin, now a shareholder of Sanmu, felt that it was inconsequential for her sister to be aware of such matters. However, if she wished to connect with her sister, it seemed necessary to enhance this younger sibling's fondness for her. Observing the situation, Lu Qin proceeded to briefly recount the happenings surrounding Sanmu and Xingda to Lu Shui. These are merely business affairs? Xiao Shui, you likely have little interest in such matters. By the way, do you have any plans for the near future? To Lu Shui's astonishment, Lin Feng was indeed a true boss. Where was the promised orphan? What a deceitful charade! Lu Shui momentarily lost herself in thought before expressing her mild frustration. Wasn't that illegitimate fan supposed to come to my house? The manager granted me a break, allowing me some time to rest, but then I heard about Sister Atan's situation, yet I couldn't reach her. As the conversation progressed, Lu Shui suddenly realized, wait, Xingda? Her eyes widened. Oh right, isn't Sister Atan's disfigurement connected to Xingda? Sister, you must know where she is now, right? She tends to shoulder everything alone and never confides in anyone, making her unreachable. Lu Qin paused for a moment before nodding. I do indeed know. Is it true that Sister Atan has been disfigured? I heard that her manager is currently negotiating a contract termination with Xingqing. Sigh, the people at Xingqing are truly despicable. Sister Atan has been quite unfortunate. And what about you, Lily? She's also from Xingqing. It seems they all come together. Lu Shui held a considerable grudge, recalling how Zhuotan had looked after her when she first debuted, and those few instances had garnered the jealousy of certain petty individuals at Xingqing, who constantly sought to sabotage her. Lu Qin felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Shui, who had ventured into the entertainment industry alone. Yet this headstrong girl was beyond her help, at least now. She had become a rising star, and generally, no one would dare to openly target her. Sister Atan truly has been disfigured. What? Don't panic, Lu Qin urged Lu Shui to remain calm. Although Sister Atan did suffer facial injuries before, she has since been treated. Lu Qin patiently reiterated how Wang Muqing and Lin Feng had managed to restore Zhuo Tan's appearance. Lu Shui responded, bewildered. What is this? One moment he's an orphan, the next a boss, and then a professor. It's all quite confusing. However, one thing is certain. Lin Feng is undoubtedly wealthy enough to reside independently, and she needn't offer him shelter. With this thought, she gazed intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained, I was taken in by my master during childhood and learned some medical skills. Well then, I truly appreciate your efforts in restoring Sister Atan's face. Lu Shui smiled, her lips curving gently in a pale pink hue. Lin Feng merely nodded. He sensed that Lu Shui's intentions were not entirely aligned with her words. After dining, an unusual atmosphere lingered, and after exchanging a few casual remarks with Lu Qin and the others, Lin Feng turned and ascended the stairs to his room. Lu Shui, peeling an orange, pouted slightly before casting a fervent glance at Lu Qin. Lu Qin. Chapter 187. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Lin Feng made a phone call to Shen. Lin Feng. Mr. Shen, how has the traffic for Kuayu been these past couple of days? And how are things going with Sister Atan? Boss. Shen. Lin Feng's voice was somewhat muffled by the surrounding noise, prompting him to relocate to a quieter setting. The diva has already agreed. She said we can sign the contract once she releases her statement. However, Huang Jie mentioned they are preparing to breach their contract with Xingqing, and we will cover the penalty. I believe it is quite worth it. What do you think, boss? Lin Feng replied. I am already aware of this matter. Proceed as you have discussed. Understood. Shen. Lin Feng acknowledged. As for the traffic, it ultimately depends on our financial investment. There should be a substantial increase during this period. With Lin Feng's funds secured, traffic was guaranteed to rise. Indeed, Lin Feng concurred, then added, please create an account for me and send it over shortly. All right, I will arrange for those streamers to follow your account and disseminate the news. When Lin Feng visited earlier, he had suggested this approach, and several prominent streamers on Kuayu had suddenly announced their intention to scout new talent, successfully garnering significant attention. Very well, refrain from addressing me as boss, and I shall hang up now. Lin Feng was aware that this method could easily lead to perceptions of favoritism, attracting criticism, yet it was a swift means to gather followers. After ending the call, Lin Feng settled onto his bed and resumed fiddling with his smart device. Raising an eyebrow, he lay back, and the screen of the device adjusted to his line of sight. Buzz! He felt his phone vibrate twice and opened it, gesturing to Xiaoba for the account. Link this streaming account. Connected. Would you like to initiate the live broadcast? Not just yet. He was still uncertain about what content to present. Bago, what talents do you think I possess that would be suitable for streaming? A mother hen, perhaps. Lin Feng replied, let me ponder for a moment. Although he aimed to attract followers and gather goodwill, he questioned what talents he actually possessed. Internal energy, not something to reveal to the general public. Medical skills, how could he demonstrate those? Poison techniques, how could that be exhibited? Singing, he had never sung before. Dancing, After much contemplation, Lin Feng decided to postpone this discussion, realizing that streaming was indeed a rather cumbersome endeavor. Analysis suggests that mukbang, gaming streams, and beauty sales would be well suited to the host, requiring minimal technical expertise. Lin Feng responded, oh. Chapter 188. Young Master Lin. The following day, Lu Qin arrived at the office early, while Lin Feng, after dawdling at home for a sufficient time, finally set out. In the living room, Lu Shui, applying a facial mask and snacking on fruit, blinked as she observed Lin Feng leaving. After lingering on the sofa for a moment, she decisively set down her fruit and followed him out. Although she had spoken with her sister the previous night, she felt even more incensed. How could her beautiful, kind-hearted, fair-skinned sister still be pining for someone unreciprocated? Unforgivable. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the small shadow trailing behind him as he made his way to the location sent by Wang Xiaozhe. At that moment, Wang Muqing was waiting for him at the entrance. The little tail, fearing that Lin Feng might discover her presence, kept a considerable distance while secretly observing him. She could only see a woman of exquisite figure and seemingly pleasant appearance engaging in a brief conversation with Lin Feng at the entrance of the restaurant before they both entered together. Lu Shui, donned in a mask and sunglasses, ground her teeth at this sight and muttered, what a flirt! I always knew he was a big fraud. After glancing around, Lu Shui emerged from behind the bus stop sign. adjusted her attire, and proceeded towards the restaurant Muqing. What brings you here today? Yesterday, Wang Xiaozhe had expressed surprise at the news that Wang Muqing would be coming, unable to fathom the reason behind the visit of someone with such remarkable intelligence. Wang Muqing smirked. I'm here to survey the scene and observe the play. With me around, it should be easier for you to deceive those people, right? Lin Feng, unperturbed by Wang Muqing's perceptiveness regarding his intentions, chuckled, then I shall trouble you. Inside the private room, Wang Xiaozhe was engaged in a game of Tai Chi with a group of seasoned veterans. Chairman Wang, the person who cured old Master Wang's ailment truly possesses remarkable skills. I wonder if we are all acquainted. Wang Xiaozhe glanced at the speaker, who was Huang Wunan, the president of Shuadai Pharmaceutical. During the last thorough investigation of collusion with court personnel, he had decisively sacrificed his trusted aide to save himself. However, Wang Xiaozhe had no intention of indulging in pleasantries. He was confident in his standing. Of course I know him, Wang Xiaozhe replied nonchalantly, his tone laden with significance. Since you all have come here today, have you not gathered sufficient information? Our Wang family's benefactor is not someone you can offend lightly. The few individuals seated at the table felt their expressions shift slightly at Wang Xiaozhe's blatant disregard for their authority. Huang Wunan subtly exchanged glances with his companions, donning a smile on his face. The Wang family was not to be trifled with. What Chairman Wang said is quite right. We are here to apologize. Huang Wunan poured himself a drink. We had no idea that Shengda had been acquired by young Master Lin. Otherwise, we would have certainly lent our support in that matter. With that, Huang Wunan downed his drink in one go. Upon hearing the mention of young Master Lin, a glimmer of profound insight flickered in Wang Xiaozhe's eyes. These individuals were indeed well informed. However, Huang Wunan was clever enough to refrain from mentioning his own deeds, instead expressing regret for not assisting Shengda. Such trivial antics did not pique Wang Xiaozhe's interest. If it was an apology, it would be best left for the principal party to address when he arrived. Wang Xiaozhe casually remarked, let us wait for President Huang to apologize when the main person arrives. Huang Wunan's gaze darkened momentarily before he chuckled twice. Of course. Oh, I wasn't aware of what President Huang had done to warrant an apology. Lin Feng entered the room, smiling as he directed his gaze at Huang Wunan. Dressed casually in a loose t-shirt and jeans, Lin Feng commanded respect from everyone present in the private room, and not a single person dared to underestimate him upon hearing his words. Huang Wunan discreetly assessed Lin Feng, then glanced at Wang Muqing beside him before forcing a cordial smile. So this is young Master Lin. Chapter 189. The Fox Who's Powered. We all feel remorse for not having aided Shengda. It truly came as a surprise that Shengda was falsely accused. Huang Wunan let out a deep sigh, reflecting on how it had never crossed their minds before that, despite having known Lao Wang for so many years, his character remained trustworthy. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and then pulled out a chair beside Wang Xiaozhe, saying, Muqing, thank you. Wang Muqing glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. Wang Xiaozhe, observing this moment, felt a slight shift in his demeanor. After Lin Feng had drawn out a chair for Wang Muqing, he took a seat beside her, completely ignoring Huang Wunan. The latter's expression darkened, yet he maintained a facade of a smile, pouring himself another glass of wine. The other individuals who had accompanied Huang Wunan followed suit, pouring drinks for themselves. Young Master Lin, we extend our apologies for this incident. With you at the helm, Shengda has already weathered the storm and is bound to thrive even more in the future. Huang Wunan and his companions raised their glasses once again. It was only then that Lin Feng casually turned his gaze towards Huang Wunan and the others, saying, Mr. Huang, this apology seems rather insincere, does it not? He paused deliberately, pointing to the full bottle of white liquor on the table. Perhaps I should see Mr. Huang's sincerity, and no matter how composed Huang Wunan was, he could not help but change his expression at that moment, mentally cursing Lin Feng from head to toe. After all, it was merely the support of the Wang family that gave him such audacity. Wang Xiaozhe, noticing this, spoke in a low voice. Xiao Feng is right. An apology should carry some weight. The expressions of Huang Wunan and his companions soured instantly. While they might have felt a twinge of apprehension towards Lin Feng, a man of unknown background, their fear was far less than that which they felt for Wang Xiaozhe, who represented the formidable Wang family. As Huang Wunan remained silent, the several CEOs who had once foolishly followed him to conspire against Shengda exchanged glances. One of them, sitting closest to Lin Feng, took the bottle of white liquor and began filling glasses for his companions one by one. Lin Feng, observing them sharing a bottle, quietly scoffed and cast a cold glance at Huang Wunan. The latter's eyes darkened, and with a smile, he lifted his filled glass. Very well, let young Master Lin see our sincerity. Even though they were sharing the bottle, the quantity was sufficient to intoxicate them by the end, with signs of inebriation evident on their faces. Huang Wunan slammed down his empty glass with a clang. Young Master Lin, is this not enough sincerity? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, indifferent. This matter can be overlooked if you choose to remain a bystander. Before Huang Wunan and the others could exhale in relief, they heard Lin Feng speak again, his tone mocking. However, one cannot hide what they have done. Mr. Huang need not be reminded of his actions, I presume? Huang Wunan's expression darkened instantly. They had already lowered their guard to apologize, and he had not anticipated such arrogance from Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, your words are puzzling. How could I be unaware of my own actions? Huang Wunan's tone turned icy. Wang Xiaozhi cast a fleeting glance at Huang Wunan. He deemed the man a mere clown not worth fearing. Should Lin Feng speak up, he would surely step in to resolve matters with Shuai Pharmaceutical. Yet Lin Feng seemed intent on playing the game of wielding power through association. So Wang Xiaozhi chose to simply observe. Lin Feng did not respond to Huang Wunan's words, but instead cast a mocking glance at the individuals beside him. It seems that Mr. Li and his companions are likely unaware of the good deeds performed by Mr. Huang. To conspire with a tiger is truly perilous. A chill ran through Li and his associates as they exchanged glances with the visibly perturbed Huang Wunan, then focused intently on Lin Feng. Chapter 190. The Invisible Rabbit Ears. Seeing the indifference in Lin Feng's eyes, coupled with his playful demeanor, the group gradually grew heavy-hearted. Indeed, they had long suspected that Huang Wunan was not a man of virtue. The current demeanor of Huang Wunan suggested he was concealing numerous unsavory actions from them. As this realization settled in, their anxiety began to mount. Huang Wunan, noticing their disquiet, let out a cold snort. Young Master Lin, do refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. I have encountered many such schemes of provocation, and I remain guiltless. Mr. Li and his companions were taken aback, regaining their composure. After all, they were now tied to Huang Wunan inextricably, and regardless of his past actions, they could not afford to lose their composure. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. Evidence? I have stated before that if one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Perhaps Mr. Huang should attempt to reach that advisor from Counterattack again. Surely, your vice president wouldn't dare withhold that information from you? With a slight chuckle, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Mr. Huang's target is not merely Shengda, but rather the nation itself. Otherwise, we at Shengda would not find ourselves in such a favorable position. Have you considered whether Country H would let you off the hook? This time, Huang Wunan could no longer maintain his composure. The recent peculiar behavior of the company's vice president flashed through his mind, and his expression shifted uncertainly. Offending a single company could indeed be trivial, but if the nation took notice, he abruptly stood, casting a cold glance at Lin Feng. I fail to comprehend the implications of your words, young Master Lin. Mr. Wang. It appears that young Master Lin is unwilling to accept my apology. Thus, I shall take my leave. With that, Huang Wunan strode out of the private room, though the haste in his retreat did not go unnoticed by the others. Lin Feng immediately activated the system space, selecting Huang Wunan to employ the Invisible Rabbit Ears. Invisible Rabbit Ears, a permanent item, allowing the user to place small ears on the individual they wish to monitor, granting complete control over the situation. Lin Feng had purchased 5 of these previously, eagerly awaiting their use. After this deception, Huang Wunan would undoubtedly inquire about the matters concerning the advisor from Country or upon his return. As for that individual, Zhao Pingji had already dispatched someone to apprehend him. Lin Feng was not inclined to rely solely on commercial warfare to bring down Shuai Tai, but rather aimed to furnish irrefutable evidence to ensure Huang Wunan could never rise again. The remaining Li and his companions exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing at the mention of the nation, and Huang Wunan's attitude only deepened their trepidation. After a prolonged moment of unease, Mr. Li managed a strained smile. Young Master Lin, might I inquire as to the meaning of your earlier comments? Lin Feng surveyed the group, noting their ambition tempered by a lack of courage, and wondered how Huang Wunan had managed to sway them. It means precisely what it suggests, Lin Feng replied, his teasing demeanor giving way to a cool indifference. If you are wise, you would do well to turn yourselves in and clarify matters. Otherwise, the repercussions of Huang Wunan's actions are likely to ensnare you as well. Lin Feng, it is time for us to depart. The ever-silent Wang Muqing interjected at an opportune moment. Lin Feng nodded and stood up, addressing Xiao Zhe. Brother Xiao, we will take our leave with Muqing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's address to Wang Xiaozhi, General Manager Li and his companions were taken aback. They had underestimated the connection between the Wang family and Lin Feng. Wang Xiaozhi, who had remained unmoved, rose with a smile. All right, Xiao Feng Muqing, are you heading back to the research institute? Wang Muqing shook her head. A few disfigured girls are seeking help from Shengda. We are on our way there now. Very well, take your time, Wang Xiaozhi replied, casting a meaningful glance at General Manager Lin and the others. After Lin Feng and Mu Qing departed, General Manager Li and his companions hesitated for a moment before looking towards Wang Xiaozhi and cautiously inquiring, Mr. Wang, could you possibly share a bit of insight with us? Wang Xiaozhi glanced at the visibly anxious individuals, a knowing look flickering in his eyes. Chapter 191. Is it satisfying? Lu Shui entered the restaurant but could not access the private room where Lin Feng and the others were. She could only order a steak under the peculiar gaze of the waiter. Selecting a seat that would allow her to see Lin Feng and his companions as soon as they emerged, she sat down and began to stab her steak with fervor. She wielded her knife and fork. She muttered through gritted teeth, in truth, Lu Qin should not be overly concerned with her affairs, yet for reasons unknown, she felt an intense anger, undoubtedly stemming from the fact that this guy was secretly dating other beautiful girls behind her sister's back. Just as she was about to reduce her steak to a mere pulp, Lin Feng and the others finally exited. Lu Shui quickly adjusted her sunglasses, stealthily glancing in their direction, only to be taken aback. Mu Qing? Remarkably, Wang Mu Qing was actually a year younger than her. Yet her cool and wise demeanor always made Lu Shui feel intimidated, as if Wang Mu Qing were older. In summary, she felt she could not provoke her. Biting her lip, Lu Shui furrowed her brow. Pondering what qualities Lin Feng possessed that even her sister and Mu Qing were enamored with, previously, Lin Feng had not noticed Lu Shui from afar, but now, his intense gaze caught even Wang Mu Qing's attention. Wang Mu Qing discreetly glanced at Lu Shui in the corner before turning her gaze back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also recognized the figure wearing sunglasses in the restaurant and, feeling slightly exasperated, shook his head and murmured, "Just ignore her." A hint of surprise flickered in Wang Mu Qing's eyes, and she subtly nodded in agreement. The two chose to act as if they had not seen Lu Shui. Calmly conversing as they walked out, Lin Feng asked, "Will you be able to handle those girls who were poisoned? Do you need my assistance?" Wang Mu Qing reassured him, "Rest assured. Mr. Wang has already arranged for those girls who wish to restore their faces to receive treatment from Shangda in exchange for publicity. I will head over shortly. You can attend to your own matters. It is truly a pleasure to deal with intelligent individuals, especially when they have your best interests at heart." Lin Feng nodded, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a list from his backpack. These are all beauty formulas that can be made into masks or similar beauty products. The results will be exceptional. Please hand this to Wang Hong later and let him oversee its rollout. Understood, Wang Mu Qing replied as she accepted the list. Wang Mu Qing arrived at the entrance. She cast a fleeting glance at the sunglasses-clad girl stealthily shifting closer to the door, and called out, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng turned his head in response. "What is it?" Seizing the opportunity once more, Wang Mu Qing executed a gentle kiss, ensuring Lu Shui witnessed it clearly. "I am quite serious in pursuing you. Do not forget that." Taking a step back, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. What? Wang Mu Qing was pursuing him? How was he unaware of this? Observing his silence, Wang Mu Qing lightly bit her lip and said, "Then I shall take my leave. Do not forget what I said, Lin Feng. Feeling good, brother?" This time, his voice was rough. "Lin Feng. Feeling good. Get lost." Eye-roll.gif. Lin Feng glanced at the direction from which Wang Mu Qing had departed before turning away. The new delivery task had a 3-day deadline, and completing it sooner meant finishing work earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, having just witnessed Wang Mu Qing kiss Lin Feng, was momentarily frozen. After a long pause, she erupted in anger. Throwing her glasses, "You absolute jerk!" The entire restaurant fell silent. Realizing where she was, Lu Shui's expression stiffened as she awkwardly picked up her glasses and dashed out of the restaurant. "You are finished." Outside, Lin Feng's figure had already vanished, and with gritted teeth, Lu Shui opened her phone. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, on his way to Kyoto University, sneezed several times in succession, puzzled as he rubbed his nose. Chapter 192. The Grand Game of Miniature Delights Friend Circle. Maple Leaf, brothers, I, Huhan San, have returned bamboo pole. Emoanal. Uezi. Applause, Emoanal. Yugu, do not disrupt the formation. Lu Yu, oh, Maple Leaf. Are you in class? Bamboo pole. No, I'm gaming with Emoan. Uezi is in a club. Maple Leaf, club? I'm back at school. Which one of you can guide me to the martial arts club? Uezi, I am in the martial arts club. Bamboo pole, what a coincidence. Uezi, you go back to your dorm first. Emoan, you all bring Lin Feng over later. What brings you to the martial arts club? Want to join? Emoanal, alright, Maple Leaf, no, just delivering a package. Bamboo pole, what? Maple Leaf, ahem, part-time job. Bamboo pole, are you joking with me, big brother? A big shot. Maple Leaf, haha, haha, living life. Bamboo pole, 666. Maple Leaf, smile.gif. Bamboo pole. Alright, send a message when you get to school. Maple leaf. Okay. Kyoto University is situated in the heart of Kyoto, a serene oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. The restaurant was not far from the university, and in just over 10 minutes, Lin Feng found himself at the school gate. Friend circle. Maple leaf. I've arrived at the school gate. Pause the game. Bamboo pole. Wow, that was quick. Wrapping up this game now. Upon seeing Zhu Qian's message, Lin Feng chuckled and leisurely made his way to the dormitory. At the campus's lakeside pavilion. A girl beside Zhao Xinya nudged her. Xinya, isn't that Lin Feng? Zhao Xinya looked up to see a young man strolling leisurely under the wisteria trellis, resembling a deity from a comic book. With sharp brows and captivating eyes, his strikingly handsome features were softened by a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This must be the visage of a dream lover. Xinya? Noticing Zhao Xinya's silence as she gazed at Lin Feng, the girl beside her wore a mischievous smile and lightly tapped her. Zhao Xinya was suddenly jolted back to reality, a hint of unease flickering across her face. The girl beside her chuckled softly, then cradled her face as she gazed longingly in the direction where Lin Feng had vanished, exclaiming, "The campus heartthrob is truly handsome. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win his affection. I've even heard from classmates in the finance department that he is also a tall, rich, and handsome type. However, it seems he is often absent from school. Many of my friends have tried to catch a glimpse of him, but to no avail." Zhao Xinya remained silent. Unaware that someone was infatuated with Lin Feng. He made his way to the dormitory entrance. Zhao Moen and Zhu Qian were seated on the stone bench, engrossed in their game. The two were so absorbed in their play that they failed to notice Lin Feng's approach. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng coughed twice behind them, then patted their shoulders. Is this match still ongoing? Startled, Zhao Moen turned to face Lin Feng. You gave me a fright. We'll be done shortly. Glancing at their phone screens, Lin Feng nodded. No worries, keep playing. He then settled beside Zhao Moen, fiddling with his own phone. Under the banner of Sanmu, there existed a gaming company called Shangshi, which he had previously perused. This company specialized in developing simple, low-capital, high-profit games, commanding a significant portion of the casual gaming market. These games, though modest in individual returns, accumulated substantial profits over time. Contemplating this, Lin Feng opened a previously downloaded game from Shangshi, a battle royale type that had spawned hundreds of versions online. Yet, due to Shangshi's interconnected gaming ecosystem, their battle royale game managed to stand out amidst the myriad of alternatives. This was not merely a testament to superior craftsmanship, but rather a savvy understanding of convenience and the herd mentality. Why download one battle royale game here and another jumping game elsewhere when you could find everything in the Shangshi game marketplace, complete with discounts? However, Shangshi's mission was to create a game that would maintain an active user base of over 1 million daily players. Typically, casual games only enjoyed a fleeting popularity lasting a few months, making it challenging to achieve lasting success. Thus, to develop such a game, the focus must shift towards the likes of mobile games akin to those he had played in his previous life, or a large-scale MMORPG similar to World of Warcraft. In the meantime, Lin Feng resolved to gather information on Blue Star's gaming landscape so as to be well prepared when the time came to embark on his task. Lin Feng, what are you pondering? Zhu Qian, having finished his game, inquired as he leaned closer, noticing Lin Feng's distracted gaze at his phone. Are you also into this battle royale? Why are you zoning out? The game is over. Snapped back to reality, Lin Feng closed his phone. I'm not very skilled. Have you finished? Yes, we lost. The opponents were too formidable, a complete turnaround. Zhu Qian shrugged, a touch disheartened. Zhao Moen chimed in with a grin. It's just that you're too inexperienced. Zhu Qian retorted, come on, bro, can't we work together? Among their close-knit circle, everyone except Lin Feng was keen on gaming, leaving him as the sole underperformer, a rather frustrating predicament. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, a loss is merely a loss. Next time, I'll guide you. Are you capable? Zhu Qian, who had yet to witness Lin Feng play a game, asked with a peculiar expression. Lin Feng twitched his lips and playfully slapped Zhu Qian on the back. A man must never concede defeat. Easy now, big brother. Zhu Qian chuckled, while Zhao Moen, standing nearby, added with a laugh, all right, let us head to the martial arts club. Let's go. As Zhu Qian clasped Lin Feng's shoulder, he began to murmur to him, with Zhao Moen following closely behind, quietly listening in. Throughout their conversation, Lin Feng gleaned that the game Zhu Qian and his friends were engrossed in was a mobile MOBA akin to Honor of Kings. Though this game bore significant differences in its finer details and was not particularly well-crafted, Blue Star hadn't yet reached the caliber of Honor of Kings. Lin Feng masked the glimmer in his eyes and gazed at the club sign ahead. Martial Arts Society. Zhu Qian clicked his tongue twice, remarking, aside from the alluring art societies, The martial arts club at Jing University is notably thriving, primarily due to the abundance of handsome men, which in turn attracts a multitude of beautiful women, leading to an ever-growing crowd of admirers. A virtuous cycle, indeed. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Indeed. Zhu Qian shrugged, but I remain single by choice. Lounging in bed is rather delightful. Isn't it? Why join the martial arts club? Zhao Moen pressed her lips together to suppress a smile and turned to Lin Feng. Your package? Who is it for? Lin Feng discreetly retrieved a somewhat flat parcel from his backpack, obscured from view. Let me see. The recipient is Li Hang. Upon witnessing Lin Feng produce the package, Zhu Qian's lips twitched. You actually work part-time delivering packages? Not to be rude, but your persona is a bit perplexing, my friend. Running a business to earn a living and delivering packages to experience life. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, jesting, just a bit of humor. Zhu Qian, Zhao Moen, and Lu Yu, who had just seen them emerge, exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at disbelief. That sounded rather pretentious, didn't it? Lin Feng chuckled, just joking. Yuezi, is Li Hang in the martial arts club? Yes, Lu Yu nodded. Li Hang is the president of our martial arts club. He is currently instructing the members. Come, let us proceed inside. The martial arts club was bustling, naturally occupying a large space. However, it was apparent that at least half of the attendees were merely there for the attractive men and women, with no genuine intention of mastering martial arts, appearing somewhat aimless. Chapter 194. The martial arts enthusiast Lu Yu led Lin Feng and the others to the innermost dojo of the martial arts club, where the students exuded a spirit and energy distinctly different from the onlookers outside, training in an orderly manner. Lin Feng noted 3 individuals practicing, 2 men and 1 woman, engaged in Tai Chi, Drunken Fist, and Tongbei Quan respectively. Each displayed a modicum of skill. If they had reached this level through their own exploration, it could be deemed a sign of innate talent. President, your package has arrived. Lu Yu called out to the young man who was currently in a meditative Tai Chi stance. Li Hang, eyes closed, completed his movements before gradually coming to a halt and opening his eyes to regard Lu Yu and the others. Momentarily dazzled by Lin Feng's striking good looks, Li Hang approached Lu Yu. What package? Lin Feng flashed a professional smile. You must be Li Hang, correct? Here is your package. Kindly sign for it before him. Li Hang's appearance could not be described as handsome. It was rather average, yet his aura of righteousness easily garnered favorable impressions. Oh? Li Hang paused momentarily before accepting the package and pin that Lin Feng had handed him. However, as he signed, he pondered when he had purchased something. He couldn't recall at all. Even after signing his name, Li Hang remained oblivious to when he had made a purchase, while Lin Feng had already retracted his businesslike smile and reclaimed the pin. Noticing that Lin Feng had received a delivery, Zhao Moen softly inquired, Shall we go? Lu Yu immediately reached out to grab Lin Feng, exclaiming, Wait, Lin Feng, let us spar. Observing the firm grip on his wrist, Lin Feng fell silent. He had anticipated this from Lu Yu's earlier fervent hints. This fellow appeared to be a martial arts enthusiast. Seeing Lu Yu in such a manner, Li Hang's eyes lit up. Classmate, you look somewhat familiar. Lin Feng responded, Do I? He is the newly appointed campus heartthrob from Jing University. President, you must have missed him since you were away from school the other day. That moment? A club member approached and spoke slowly. Li Hang, being a third-year student, was not often on campus. Li Hang remarked. No wonder you seem so familiar. I saw you on the school website. Handsome, you must be quite skilled in martial arts, right? Yuezi actually sought you out for a spar. Lin Feng twitched his mouth, wondering if he was yet another martial arts fanatic. Lu Yu's gaze was intensely fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Very well. Having promised to look after the requests of his mother and uncle, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The conversation drew the attention of other club members, who promptly made space. Li Hang, noticing Lu Yu's fervor to spar with Lin Feng, looked at Lin Feng with equally eager eyes. Campus heartthrob, Yuezi, please proceed. The two nodded and moved to the center of the dojo. The sparring between Yuezi and Lin Feng was electrifying. Zhu Qian secured the best vantage point to observe. Zhao Moen, witnessing the scene, chuckled lightly and quietly stood beside Li Hang, watching intently. The two men distanced themselves, clasped their fists in respect, and focused their gazes on one another. Li Hang took on the role of referee. Gentlemen, please. No sooner had Li Hang's words faded than Lu Yu seized the initiative, lunging forward. Unlike the fixed techniques practiced by other martial arts club members, his approach was rather unconventional and ferocious. His strikes were swift and fierce, seemingly chaotic yet possessing a distinct rhythm, as if he had categorized the techniques from various schools and derived his own style. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Compared to the trio of Li Hang, Lu Yu's talent was indeed superior. However, While Lu Yu might appear flawless in the eyes of Li Hang and the others, to Lin Feng, every move was riddled with openings. Lu Yu's speed was so rapid that it was almost imperceptible. Yet Lin Feng, seemingly indifferent, always managed to evade Lu Yu's punches with precision. Those unable to discern the nuances, such as Zhu Qian, could only shout in excitement, urging Lin Feng to counterattack. Conversely, those who could see the intricacies, like Li Hang, exhibited expressions of shock followed by fervor, their eyes intensely fixed on Lin Feng's movements. Sensing the burning gaze, Lin Feng momentarily stiffened. Lu Yu's eyes brightened as he delivered a punch aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. In response, Lin Feng's expression sharpened, and he no longer sought to evade. Instead, he raised his hand, firmly gripping the fist that approached him. Lu Yu exerted himself silently, only to discover that the hand gripping his fist was akin to one forged from steel. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance even a fraction further. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the tense standoff between the two. Lu Yu exchanged a glance filled with uncertainty with Lin Feng, who maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Lu Yu. In truth, Lin Feng himself felt a twinge of surprise. Despite Lu Yu lacking any internal energy or supernatural abilities, his strength seemed to surpass that of the average practitioner of internal martial arts. Was this a natural gift of immense power? Yet, Lin Feng found this force to be somewhat lacking. Gradually, he intensified his grip on Lu Yu's fist, pushing him backward. A faint grimace of pain appeared on Lu Yu's face as he was propelled back by an undeniable force. Stumbling 2 steps, Lin Feng, however, did not seize the opportunity to strike, but rather observed Lu Yu as he steadied himself. Shall we continue? Come. Lu Yu had already acknowledged that he was no match for Lin Feng, yet he was eager to discern just how formidable someone, whom his uncle had deemed inscrutable, truly was. Lin Feng nodded, and in that moment, everyone sensed a shift in his aura. No longer in a defensive posture, Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, arriving before Lu Yu. His right hand's index and middle fingers poised to tap upon Lu Yu's shoulder. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. Lu Yu had no chance to react, yet he felt that the 2 fingers resting on his shoulder bore no trace of force. Lu Yu widened his eyes, intently observing Lin Feng's movements, his expression serious as he prepared to unleash his own strikes. To the spectators, the now fierce Lin Feng engaging with Lu Yu resembled a master guiding a mere child. It was evident to all that while Lin Feng moved with effortless grace, Lu Yu's strikes were tinged with a hint of desperation. His rhythm had been thrown into disarray. Lin Feng's fingers touched Lu Yu's shoulder, abdomen, elbow, brow, and even his temple. Despite his hands exerting no force, Lu Yu felt increasingly powerless. This was a sensation he typically experienced only in the presence of his grandfather. Struggling against this overwhelming sense of impotence, Lu Yu made one final desperate attempt. One hand clawing toward Lin Feng's face while the other formed a fist aimed at his abdomen, simultaneously executing a sweeping kick towards Lin Feng's lower body. This time, Lin Feng employed a modicum of force. His right hand moved with such swiftness that it left behind an afterimage, deftly neutralizing Lu Yu's claw and punch in succession. Before carelessly leaping in place, a sharp whistle of admiration rang out. Handsome! Zhu Qian's eyes widened, unable to discern any secrets behind the scene, captivated by Lin Feng's effortless demeanor, which appeared particularly impressive in comparison to Lu Yu. Though such a sentiment felt somewhat disloyal to his brother, eliciting a chuckle, Lu Yu's wrists went numb, and he immediately lost his strength. His kick fell flat under Lin Feng's seemingly casual leap, causing him to stagger forward slightly as he regained his balance, yet the will to attack further dissipated. Lin Feng turned to Lu Yu. How do you feel? Lu Yu clenched his fist to alleviate the tingling in his wrists, his expression inexplicably solidifying. Thank you for your guidance. Zhao Moen, standing beside Li Hang, subtly shifted his gaze, a smile emerging. Chapter 196, Power and Might. Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh and stepped forward to pat Lu Yu on the shoulder. No need for thanks. Lu Yu nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Are you leaving now? I would like to join you. All right, Lin Feng replied, observing the inexplicable determination in Lu Yu's expression, and nodded in agreement. After Lu Yu expressed his gratitude to Li Hang for the venue and bid farewell, Li Hang immediately intercepted Lin Feng. Campus heartthrob, how about a spar with me? Lin Feng replied. Well, actually, I have a delivery to make, so let's talk about it next time. Oh, by the way, my name is Lin Feng. Goodbye. With that, Lin Feng swiftly departed. Li Hang furrowed his brow but did not stop him. A thought began to form in his mind. Since Lin Feng needed to deliver packages for extra income, perhaps he could invite Lin Feng to be a coach? A paid position, surely Lin Feng would not refuse. It was essential to bring in an expert capable of guiding Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions, who had left together, had no pressing matters despite Lin Feng's feigned excuse of delivering a package. They decided to purchase some snacks and casually found a secluded pavilion to sit for a while. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng could sense Lu Yu discreetly observing him, as expected. Upon reaching the pavilion, just as they settled onto the benches, Lu Yu approached Lin Feng directly. Casting a glance at the eager gaze directed at him, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter, Yuezi?" Lu Yu, realizing that standing before Lin Feng might be somewhat impolite, awkwardly cleared his throat and took 2 steps back. "Please accept me as your disciple," Lu Yu declared with unwavering conviction, even going so far as to half-kneel on the ground. Zhu Qian, sitting beside Lin Feng, abruptly stood up, furrowing his brow in astonishment as he glanced between Lin Feng and Lu Yu. "Yuezi?" Although he had just witnessed a spar, Zhu Qian was still processing the situation, with only the thought of how impressive it all seemed lingering in his mind. Zhao Moen, seated opposite Lin Feng, gestured for Zhu Qian to come closer and to remain silent. Zhu Qian complied, moving to Zhao Moen's side. Lin Feng felt a slight headache coming on, though he did not show it. Yuezi, could you please stand up? You wish to learn martial arts? Indeed, Lu Yu replied solemnly, remaining on his knees. Lin Feng shifted uncomfortably, contemplating a change in position. Why not have your grandfather teach you? The Lu family had a long-standing military heritage, and it was clear that Lu Yu's grandfather, who was acquainted with Lin Feng's mentor, was no ordinary individual. Yet, it seemed no one in Lu Yu's family had taught him, likely for a complicated reason. However, it appeared that Lu Yu's family was also quite invested in his well-being. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu spoke earnestly, "Lin Feng, to be frank, my family is in business. My father wishes for me to inherit the family business and has insisted that I study finance. But I have no interest in it. I am merely being compelled by my father to pursue this path." Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Lu Yu's father must be involved in commerce. "Wait, Yuezi, please get up. You have considerable talent. Does your grandfather not support you?" Lu Yu evaded Lin Feng's attempt to pull him up, his determination unwavering. "My father has some conflicts with him, and my grandfather believes I am too rigid and easily broken." Lin Feng understood that Lu Yu was overly fixated on martial arts, and it seemed that the elder of the Lu family had his reservations about teaching him. However, he could not overstep his bounds in this matter. Given this situation, Lin Feng found himself in a dilemma. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Yu immediately bowed deeply and declared, "My heart is resolute. Please accept me as your disciple." He was well aware that he was not cut out for business, yet he truly revered martial prowess and the strength it embodied, remaining steadfast in his pursuit. Chapter 197. The kinship sphere. Lin Feng promptly rose to evade Lu Yu's bow, feeling somewhat troubled. "All right." Lu Yu's eyes brightened. Zhu Qian glanced at the 3 individuals, each displaying a myriad of expressions, and rubbed his temples as he attempted to process the events of the day. "Excuse me, but what exactly is going on here? Is Lin Feng a martial arts master?" Chapter 198. The Master Master is the Grandmaster. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Moen and Lu Yu, belonging to the Zhao and Lu families respectively, were aware of the situation, yet Zhu Qian was utterly oblivious, leading to his bewilderment as he struggled to grasp the reality before him. After exchanging glances, and seeing that Lin Feng did not seem opposed to the notion, Zhao Moen slowly nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Zhu Qian hesitated before tentatively inquiring, "Martial skills? Inner strength? Scaling walls and rooftops?" He felt his worldview being profoundly shaken. "Close enough," Lin Feng responded, then opened a bag of chips, resuming his seat while munching away. Zhu Qian, being an ordinary individual, found it difficult to reconcile with the well-kept secrets of superpowers and ancient martial arts in each country. His astonishment at discovering the existence of legendary martial arts was something Lin Feng could easily comprehend. The principal reason Lin Feng chose not to maintain secrecy any longer was the glance he cast at the kinship sphere. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind it, Zhu Qian, who also appeared in the kinship sphere under friends, experienced a surge in loyalty to 90 upon hearing Zhao Moen's affirmation. Upon receiving Lin Feng's confirmation, Zhu Qian leaped up in excitement. Zhao Moen next to him expressed mild surprise. "A bamboo pole? Lin Feng? Ah no. Master Lin," Zhu Qian implored, his eyes filled with earnestness as he raised a bag of chips before Lin Feng. "Please accept me as your disciple as well. I've always harbored a dream of becoming a hero." Lin Feng remained silent. Although Zhu Qian's enthusiasm seemed somewhat absurd, it appeared he was not jesting. "Master, what do you think? Do I possess the aptitude?" Zhu Qian clasped his hands, holding the chips. "Master Lin?" Lin Feng, genuinely at a loss, asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely serious." Zhu Qian nodded fervently, an array of obscure emotions flickering in his eyes. Lin Feng regarded Zhu Qian with a serious demeanor. He indeed appeared earnest. However, while Lu Yu's desire to learn martial arts stemmed from a deep-seated admiration for strength, he pondered Zhu Qian's true motivations. The justification he had just provided was far too insincere for Lin Feng to accept. "Master Lin, please take me in." "Fine," Lin Feng conceded, indifferent to the matter. After all, whether he accepted one disciple or two, it made little difference to him. Zhu Qian widened his eyes, excitement hidden deep within his gaze. Imitating Lu Yu's earlier gesture, he knelt halfway and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." After 15 long years, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. "You may rise." Having accepted 2 disciples in one breath, Lin Feng's demeanor became serious, his aura sharp and commanding. He cast a stern glance at Lu Yu and Zhu Qian. "I discerned your earnestness, which is why I agreed to take you under my wing. However, now that you are my disciples, there are certain matters that must be clarified." Startled by Lin Feng's imposing presence, both Lu Yu and Zhu Qian tightened their expressions. Adopting a serious demeanor, "Master, please speak." Lin Feng nodded, satisfied. "The rules here are not numerous, but you must remember them clearly. First, you must not reveal your internal power before ordinary people. Even if it is inadvertently exposed, you must not use it to harm them. Of course, if provoked, do not hesitate to retaliate, but be subtle in your approach. Second, while I do not demand that you uphold righteousness, similar to the first rule, if you maliciously harm ordinary individuals, I will personally intervene to rectify the situation. Third, there is no third rule for now. I will mention it when I think of it. As he concluded, the sternness on Lin Feng's face softened, and he let out a chuckle. His stipulations hardly qualified as demands, and both Lu Yu and Zhu Qian, possessing sound moral principles, readily agreed and solemnly pledged their commitment. Observing this, Lin Feng displayed a hint of satisfaction. "By the way, in a few days, your grandmaster will be visiting. I will introduce you then." The title for a master's master is Tai Shifu, while Shi refers to the founding ancestor. However, since Lin Nanfeng is self-taught, it is not incorrect for Lu Yu and the others to address him as Shizu. "Shizu?" Zhu Qian and Lu Yu exclaimed in unison, surprised. To meet their grandmaster right after becoming disciples felt akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed, that is I, the master of your master. Remain calm. Your grandmaster is easy to get along with, though he has a penchant for discreetly administering a bit of poison or releasing a few venomous creatures. Rest assured, it won't be fatal." Zhu Qian Lu Yu. Rest assured? Why did Lin Feng's words only heighten their unease? Poison? Venomous creatures? What manner of conduct is this? An image of a grim, sinister elder began to form in their minds, evoking a sense of apprehension. Noticing their stiff expressions, Lin Feng's mischievous spirit was piqued. "As for your training regimen, I will contemplate it thoroughly upon my return and arrange it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu and Zhu Qian readily agreed, secretly looking forward to it. Lin Feng nodded and added, "Well then, it's getting late. Shall we go for a meal?" "Certainly," Zhu Qian and Lu Yu responded in unison. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow playfully and then stepped forward, casually draping an arm around Lu Yu's shoulders, causing him to stiffen immediately. Lin Feng, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "Now that we've become master and disciples, you won't distance yourselves from me, will you? You can still treat me as a brother. There's no need for such formality." With that, Lin Feng released Lu Yu's shoulders and gave him a friendly pat. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, while the typically agile and smooth Zhu Qian reacted more swiftly. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Of course, Master Lin is still one of us brothers." Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Zhu Qian, and the two of them huddled together, whispering as they walked away. Zhu Qian remarked, "Boss, you haven't been at school these past few days, but we've already scouted this area thoroughly. Do you have any particular preferences?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng realized that calling him by name after having taken him as a master would be inappropriate, while addressing him as master felt somewhat out of character. Thus, Zhu Qian opted for an earthy term, "Boss." Lin Feng replied, "Anything is fine." "Great. I know a delightful Sichuan restaurant nearby. Let's head there." Zhao Moen, who had been sitting behind, stood up and patted Zhu Qian on the shoulder. "Let us go. Congratulations on your success." Lu Yu, regaining his composure, cast a deep glance at Lin Feng's back, then nodded and followed Zhao Moen. At the Sichuan restaurant, Lin Feng and his companions had no special requests, leaving the ordering to Zhu Qian. True to his reputation for being attentive, Zhu Qian knew well Zhao Moen's preference for milder flavors and Lu Yu's fondness for spicy dishes. He skillfully catered to everyone's tastes, and the meal left them all quite satisfied. In the end, Lin Feng settled the bill, citing his absence over the past few days as an apology. We know you're a busy person, Zhu Qian chuckled, slightly lifting his chin in Lin Feng's direction. However, none of them were particularly concerned about the cost of the meal, so they didn't insist on splitting it in the afternoon. There was a specialized finance management class, and since Lin Feng had nothing pressing to attend to, he accompanied them to the classroom. The students in finance class 2 were somewhat surprised to see Lin Feng's presence and began to whisper among themselves. The 4 of them chose seats in the back, where Zhu Qian nudged Lin Feng and whispered, "Boss, your privilege of not having to attend classes is simply amazing. Everyone in class is envious." Lin Feng remained silent, not expecting to attract so much attention. There have been quite a few matters to attend to, making it difficult to remain at school, I understand. Zhu Qian nodded, having already regarded Lin Feng as an extraordinary figure. However, he pointed subtly to a certain individual in the front row, that one is particularly envious and has been secretly dissing you. Zhu Qian's words were somewhat tactful, yet Lin Feng grasped his implication. Was he suggesting that I am merely a privileged individual, arrogant due to wealth, or that I disregard my teachers and classmates? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to dwell on the matter. A mere clown, unworthy of concern. Zhu Qian paused, pursing his lips. That's about it. But don't worry, boss. The classmates aren't fools. They won't simply believe whatever Zhu Changjun spreads as rumors. Everyone is supportive of you. While it wasn't as exaggerated as he suggested, the class had a generally favorable impression of Lin Feng, particularly after his last treat. In a society that often places heavy emphasis on appearances, anyone who dared speak ill of Lin Feng would find themselves swiftly countered by his loyal admirers, leaving the detractor with no room to retaliate. As he spoke, he could not help but lament how he had been blind to choose such a petty class leader at the beginning of the term, especially since Zhu Changjun had put on quite a convincing faade at that time. Lin Feng let out a light scoff. The more you pay attention to such individuals, the more exuberantly they will leap about. It is best to disregard them. Seems the older brother sees through it all. Zhu Qian nodded in firm agreement. Zhao Moen also slightly inclined his head, his gaze penetrating. The class leader is caught in a cycle of arrogance and inferiority, perhaps struggling with temporary psychological imbalance. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Then, as a few students who had timed their entrance into the classroom found their seats, the teacher arrived. As usual, the teacher overlooked Lin Feng's name, randomly called out a few others, noted those who were absent, and commenced the lesson. Lin Feng flipped through the blank pages of his textbook for a while, realizing that he comprehended nothing at all. He had not studied finance in his previous life, and in this life, the old man Lin had arbitrarily chosen a major for him, leaving him with no foundational knowledge whatsoever. As he drifted into thought, Lin Feng opened the system panel to examine the newly unlocked family section. Here, Lin Nanfeng was listed among his relatives. In addition to displaying his attribute points, 2 additional values were shown, one for affinity and the other for loyalty. Both Lin Nanfeng's affinity and loyalty were notably higher than those of others in the family section, with affinity at 96 and loyalty at 100, causing Lin Feng's expression to soften the moment when he could not help but entertain a wayward thought. Lin Feng chuckled softly. 0.888 continued. Loyalty equates to the host's trust value. The higher the loyalty, the lesser the likelihood of betrayal. Loyalty and affinity do not always correlate directly. Understood. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Feng glanced back at the system panel, which still featured many familiar names, such as Wang Muqing, Lu Qin, Zhao Moen, and even Wang Laoyes, Lu Chengwu, among others, all categorized as acquaintances. Lin Feng could not resist taking a glance at Lu Qin and Wang Muqing's affinity levels, 59 and 60 respectively. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Wang Muqing's affinity would actually surpass Lu Qin's, leaving him with an indescribable sensation. Can the system determine my affinity for others? No, it pertains to the host's personal feelings, which the system cannot interfere with, and affinity can fluctuate at any time. This is merely a temporary estimate, while loyalty typically does not decrease. Lin Feng responded with a cold demeanor. Oh. Chapter 201. Knowledge infusion. With Ba Ji's interjection breaking the tension, Lin Feng shifted his gaze back to the other individuals in the family section. Wang Laoyes, Wang Mu, Lu Chengwu, all were classified under friends, with their affinity and loyalty levels remaining moderate, aligning with Lin Feng's expectations. However, Zhu Qian, who had originally been in the friends section, had moved to the master apprentice category. In this section, Lu Yu and Zhu Qian's affinity and loyalty stood at 78 and 90, and 70 and 95 respectively. Zhu Qian's loyalty of 90 had increased by 5 points after Lin Feng had agreed to take him on as a disciple. The loyalty of both individuals is notably high. Lu Yu's loyalty is quite understandable. He is inherently an upright person, deeply devoted to the martial arts path. Since he has taken Lin Feng as his master, it is only natural for his loyalty to be elevated. As for Zhu Qian. Even Lin Feng himself is perplexed by the sudden surge in his loyalty, which stands at an impressive 95 points, second only to Lin Nanfeng. However, such a high level of loyalty signifies one thing. Regardless of any unspoken difficulties Zhu Qian may harbor, Lin Feng can place his trust in him. Indeed, he knows how to seize opportunities for profit. Lin Feng thought to himself, ingrained. Observing Lin Feng's continued silence, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the classroom, punctuated by hushed whispers. Some of Lin Feng's admirers clutched their handkerchiefs, feeling a pang of sympathy for their idol. I in the front row. Zhu Changjuan's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as he raised his hand, saying, "Teacher, you might not be aware, but this is Lin Feng, who has been absent due to an approved leave, so it's perfectly normal for him not to participate." The teacher at the podium furrowed his brows at these words, yet, having been informed by Zhao Li, he relaxed his expression, acknowledging, so it's Lin Feng. You may take your seat. During the knowledge infusion, Lin Feng momentarily drifted into a reverie, but upon regaining his focus, he flashed a confident smile. No need, teacher. Chapter 202. The supporters club. The admirers cheered silently in their hearts upon witnessing Lin Feng's radiant and confident smile, soon captivated by his eloquent discourse. Not only did Lin Feng address the teacher's question adeptly, but he also expanded upon it, presenting viewpoints that made the teacher's eyes light up with interest. Lin Feng's response was excellent, and his insights are remarkable. Perhaps we could delve into this further at another time. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased. After allowing Lin Feng to sit down, the teacher scanned the classroom, addressing all the students. Despite having missed so many classes, Lin Feng has grasped the material so well. You all should take a page from his book and study diligently. What an unforgiving remark. This was the collective sentiment of the students. The boys were astonished at Lin Feng's ability to not attend classes yet still answer questions, leaving little room for others. Meanwhile, the girls' admiration for him deepened further. Was their idol skipping classes merely due to connections? No, he had already mastered the content. Not only was he handsome, but he was also an academic prodigy. Lin Feng nonchalantly basked in this unintentional display of brilliance, returning to his seat to daydream. However, this time, he found it difficult to drift into his thoughts. The teacher seemed to wholeheartedly endorse the viewpoint he had just proposed, subsequently directing all questions to Lin Feng. In the end, the questioning segment transformed into a debate between Lin Feng and the teacher. The other students watched in awe, their expressions a mix of admiration and confusion, as they observed the exchange between Lin Feng and the teacher until the class concluded. Upon hearing the school bell signal the end of class, the teacher felt a lingering desire to continue. But remembering Zhao Li's prior instructions, he refrained from mentioning a future discussion with Lin Feng and instead offered him a few words of praise before dismissing the class. Zhu Qian, who had been listening to the debate with a clouded understanding, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Boss." He gave a thumbs up, his face radiating reverence for the remarkable figure before him. Here was someone who, at just 18, was both a master in martial arts and an academic genius, while also experiencing life as a courier. In comparison, what had he accomplished at 19? Lin Feng simply replied, "It's just a small matter." The individual known as 888 asserts that the knowledge pertaining to the Blue Star is indeed profound, having even encompassed the 18 dialects from a certain region of each country, suggesting a need for him to organize the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Zhao Moen and his companions merely perceived Lin Feng's humility, their esteem for him ascending to new heights. Observing their expressions, Lin Feng smiled quietly without uttering a word, as the group tidied their books and prepared to depart. Lin Feng, just as they reached the doorway, a female classmate suddenly dashed over. Zhu Qian and Zhao Moen exchanged knowing glances, pulling the somewhat dazed and stoic Lu Yu aside. "Lin Feng, is it?" The girl hesitated momentarily, then brought her hands from behind her back to reveal a pink envelope, shyly offering it to Lin Feng. "My name is Lu Xiao, and this is for you." After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Feng felt that outright rejection might not be appropriate. Thus, he graciously accepted the envelope with a polite smile. Saying, "Thank you," he accepted it. He actually received a love letter from a little enchantress. Lin Feng, caught slightly off guard, turned his gaze towards the girl who had been watching him, noticing her face flush with embarrassment as she realized her voice had been too loud. Yet, upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, she lifted her voice once more. "Handsome, I am the vice president of your fan club." Before she could continue, another girl beside her covered her mouth, while the second girl offered a nervous chuckle towards Lin Feng before dragging her friend away. Lin Feng was left speechless, pondering what on earth a fan club entailed. Chapter 203. Peach Blossom's Lu Zhao's initial shyness dissipated somewhat due to the earlier girl's antics, and she mustered her courage to declare, "Handsome, I have feelings for you. Would you consider me?" Watching from the sidelines, Zhu Qian exclaimed with a teasing tone, "Master has quite the abundance of admirers." Lu Yu remained silent, his brow furrowed in disapproval, believing that one must focus entirely on martial arts. Moreover, wasn't the master already in a relationship? Holding the pink love letter, Lin Feng sighed inwardly before responding, "Lu Xiao, I already have a girlfriend, I'm truly sorry." As he spoke, Lin Feng returned the letter to Lu Xiao. Unaware of Lin Feng's girlfriend, Lu Xiao appeared greatly disheartened, her eyes widening in shock as her expression dimmed. She bit her lip and reclaimed the letter, stating, "Lin Feng, you need not fabricate excuses to reject me. I will not give up." With that, she turned and dashed away, leaving Lin Feng in a state of silent resignation, at least. In the eyes of those who had met Lu Qin, he had not been making excuses. Once she had departed, Zhu Qian and the others returned to Lin Feng's side. With Zhu Qian grinning broadly, "Boss, you were rather heartless." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. "You chose to flee at a critical moment? Disobedient disciple." Zhu Qian raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Lin Feng, suppressing a slight smile, stated, "All right, let us be off. We shall head back to the dormitory for a bit of gaming before dinner." "What about you?" Zhao Moen inquired slowly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied, "Let us game together. I will depart after dinner." Very well, a few individuals took the winding path back to their dormitory. But halfway through, Lin Feng received a call from Lu Qin. After hanging up, a hint of apology crossed Lin Feng's face. "I'm sorry, something has come up, I must take my leave." Zhu Qian and the others, having caught a faint female voice, exchanged knowing glances. "I understand. You're off to accompany your sister-in-law. See you tomorrow, boss." Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Qian and then changed direction to depart. He sensed that Lu Qin's tone was somewhat off and wondered if someone was stirring up trouble again. At Lu Qin's home, Lu Shui prevented Lu Qin from bringing her belongings inside. "Sister, they've gone behind your back to date. Why are you still being soft-hearted? They're truly not worth your compassion." Pausing for a moment, Lu Shui added with a huff, "I'm referring to Lin Feng. Mu Qing is likely deceived as well." Following her statement, Lu Shui nodded emphatically. Lu Qin furrowed her brows. "Xiao Shui, even so, you're being too extreme." With that, she pushed Lu Shui aside and carried her belongings back into the house. Lu Shui frowned, grinding her teeth before following her inside. "Sister, you mustn't be soft-hearted. That guy is clearly a bad apple." A wave of helplessness washed over Lu Qin. "Xiao Shui, Mu Qing is aware that Lin Feng and I are merely pretending. It's all an act." Despite her words, Lu Qin's expression darkened, revealing a complex emotion. Lu Shui bit her lip and grasped Lu Qin's hand. "I know, sister. I'm just angry. I'm not deceiving you. I truly saw it. I know you wouldn't lie to me." Lu Qin's voice was low, her other hand pressing her nails into her palm, her demeanor gradually growing colder. Seeing Lu Qin in this state was painful for Lu Shui. She tightened her grip on Lu Qin's hand, coldly asserting, "When he returns, we shall cast him out. Such a scoundrel." "Sister, don't be disheartened. At the very least, I'll help you take revenge." Lu Qin closed her eyes and reopened them. Yet she did not respond to Lu Shui's words. Observing this, Lu Shui's voice dwindled, pondering if she had perhaps erred. Chapter 204. Being cast out. Sister, Lin Feng stepped through the door, immediately noticing the suitcase by the entrance. His brows knitting slightly. "What happened here?" Lu Shui, brimming with indignation, retorted. "What do you mean, what happened? Where have you been today? You are not welcome here. Hurry and leave." Lin Feng's brow furrowed further. "What? Are you secretly dating someone behind my sister's back?" Lu Shui, fueled by anger, attempted to storm towards Lin Feng but was firmly restrained by Lu Qin. Lin Feng's expression turned cool. "Are you referring to your spying on me? I am not dating anyone else." Realizing Lu Shui had likely witnessed Wang Muqing's affectionate gesture towards him, Lin Feng frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment before making a resolute decision. Regardless of Mu Qing's feelings towards Lu Qin, he found himself drawn to Lu Qin, having known her longer. This time, he would confess his feelings to her. "Sister, do you trust me?" Lu Qin's body jolted slightly. Biting her lip, "Are you together with Mu Qing?" Lin Feng's heart sank. "Yes, but it's not a date. It's a grand affair, and Xiaozhu is also present. I place my trust in you." Lu Qin's voice instilled a sense of certainty within Lin Feng, yet her subsequent words caused his expression to turn frosty. "However, I must ask you, does Mu Qing have feelings for you?" Lin Feng cast a deep glance at Lu Qin. "There is some affection." Noticing a flicker of softness in Lu Qin's demeanor, Lu Shui interjected coldly. "We are not trying to force you out, but it is rather inconvenient for a male to reside here. You should find accommodation elsewhere. Upon hearing Lu Shue's words, Lu Qin's expression shifted subtly, her countenance becoming complex as she lowered her gaze. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and spoke in a hushed tone. Sister, Lin Feng. Lu Qin suddenly interjected. Perhaps you should find somewhere else to stay. You can return to the ocean community. Lin Feng hesitated. The words he intended to express caught in his throat. Sister, are you also urging me to leave? A hint of panic crossed Lu Qin's face. Lin Feng. You have the means to live wherever you wish. It is simply that both my sister and I are females, and your presence here is indeed rather inconvenient. Lu Shui remarked coldly. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qin, who was avoiding his gaze, and swallowed the words he had prepared to say, nodding with a smile. Indeed, it was rather inconvenient. I shall take my leave for now. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the suitcase by the door. I have already packed my clothes. You know? Lu Shui's expression shifted slightly, betraying her unease. Yes, it is all packed. In her impulsiveness upon returning, she had stormed into Lin Feng's room and hastily packed his belongings, and now, hearing him say this, she felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the hesitant Lu Qin and chuckled softly. Sister, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps Lu Qin truly did not harbor strong feelings for him. Upon reflection, he did not feel exceedingly pained, indicating that his own emotions were not as profound as he had thought. With that, Lin Feng approached the door, picked up the suitcase, and placed the keys on the cabinet by the entrance before stepping outside. The gentle sound of the door closing resonated, causing Lu Qin to shudder, her eyes glistening with tears. Outside, Lin Feng let out a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, so this is what it feels like to be driven away. Little Shui, I have erred. Lu Qin believed her feelings for Lin Feng were not yet deeply rooted, yet now she regretted allowing him to leave. She should have earnestly listened to what he had to say. She knew all too well that Lin Feng was not the type of person she had imagined. Chapter 205. The elderly guardian of the gate. Unbeknownst to Lu Qin, whose affection levels were fluctuating wildly in the family section, Lin Feng found a secluded spot after exiting the villa area and stored his suitcase in the spatial compartment. The elderly guardian was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of skepticism, adjusted his reading glasses to scrutinize the property certificate. Beige. I'm worried the old man won't believe it. You handle this matter. Oh, a melodious and ethereal tune began to play, and Lin Feng recognized it as a song by Juetan. He then observed the elderly man freeing one hand to retrieve his phone from his pocket, a brand new smartphone. Lin Feng regarded him with a peculiar expression. It seemed the elderly gentleman was keen on keeping up with the times, quite impressive indeed. Hello, who is this? The elderly man answered the phone and, after uttering a couple of sentences, abruptly hung up, casting a surprised glance at Lin Feng. Chapter 206. The heart of a young girl. Young man, or rather, boss, you truly are the owner here. The old gentleman's expression shifted swiftly, his demeanor transforming into a warm smile. Please, step inside, boss. Yes, here is your property certificate. Lin Feng extended his hand to reclaim the certificate, offering a resigned smile. You can just call me Lin Feng, dear sir. That simply won't do. The old man immediately interjected with a firm refusal. You are my boss, without a doubt, and I must address you as such. My name is Han Wang. You wouldn't consider dismissing me, would you? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Of course not. In his mind, Lin Feng expressed his bewilderment. Beige. What kind of contract did you sign with the old man? The owner has arrived, so we can wrap things up, but it seems the old gentleman is still eager to devote himself fully. Came the reply. It felt somewhat inappropriate to send him away so abruptly. As Lin Feng contemplated this, he fished out the keys to unlock the outer door and stepped into the office building. 888 introduced, the 10 underground levels can serve as storage laboratories, entirely at the discretion of the host. The 9 upper floors are designated for office use, all equipped with the standard amenities expected in Blue Star's typical offices. The topmost 10 floors are living quarters, where you may choose your preferred design style, a complimentary gift from the system. Quite impressive, Lin Feng acknowledged. The first floor was a grand foyer, where Lin Feng casually wandered before ascending to the second floor. Noticing Lin Feng's movement, the elderly Han Wang followed closely, wielding an electric baton. The second floor resembled a typical office layout. Lin Feng took a brief glance before heading towards the exclusive elevator that led directly to the top 10 floors. Swiping the identity card provided by 888, ready to ascend to the 91st floor, as Lin Feng prepared to close the elevator doors, he inadvertently locked eyes with Han Wang outside. The elderly man squinted and smiled at Lin Feng, then stepped into the elevator as well. Lin Feng stiffly pressed the close button, puzzled by his own oversight in neglecting the presence of an elderly man trailing behind him. 91st floor. The space before him was vast and starkly white, devoid of any signs of decoration or furnishings. "Dio, you have any recommended design schemes?" Lin Feng inquired, striding towards the staircase. The stairway between the 91st and 90th floors was sealed off, prompting Lin Feng to climb directly to the 100th floor in one breath, only to be momentarily stunned. Han Wang, despite his hunched back, followed Lin Feng up the 10 flights without breaking a sweat. Gazing at the splendid view before him, the old man exclaimed, "Boss, you young people certainly know how to indulge. The flowers are splendidly arranged." The elevation of the 100th floor was indeed a different experience. Just looking out felt liberating. The topmost floor, a vast sea of blossoms, was entirely constructed of glass, allowing a clear view of the outside scenery. Within the expansive glass enclosure of over 1,000 square meters lay a verdant paradise, where meticulously pruned flora exhibited their most exquisite forms. Wooden tables and chairs were arranged amid the flowers, exuding a timeless charm. "What on earth?" Lin Feng's expression remained impassive. Although initially somewhat shocking, after spending an extended period in the mountains, he has developed an immunity to the enchanting world of flowers and plants. "I believe this glass flower house can cultivate the host's temperament. How delightful it would be to enjoy afternoon tea here. Do you not find it beautiful?" Lin Feng squinted as he gazed at the vibrant reds, purples, greens, and whites in the distance, exclaiming, "Beige, I never realized you possessed such a youthful spirit. A rugged man with the heart of a girl, quite formidable." Chapter 207. Old Han 888 cleared his throat. "Oh, otherwise I shall remove it." Lin Feng. He heard that. Initially, he planned to decorate the top floor and reside there, but since Beige had transformed it into a sky garden, he decided to move to the 99th floor. Meanwhile, 888 had already procured several renovation plans. Starry sky themes, pastoral styles, classical elegance, modern urban aesthetics, and even an interstellar sci-fi motif. Truly a plethora of options. Lin Feng dismissed the more extravagant styles suitable for cosplay gatherings and opted for the simplest, most comfortable design. "Shall we go, my dear sir?" Old Han greatly appreciated the glass flower house that seemed to rise above the world, taking a leisurely stroll within. After observing him for a while, Lin Feng spoke up. The smile on old Han's face deepened considerably. "Very well, boss." Lin Feng nodded and led him to the 99th floor. He did not feel it inappropriate to bring an outsider into his residence. After all, it is common for relatives and neighbors to visit. Old Han also felt no discomfort following his employer around, cheerfully accompanying Lin Feng down to the 99th floor. The transition from selecting the renovation style to arriving at the 99th floor took only a few minutes, and the renovations had been completed silently and seamlessly. Lin Feng's gaze darkened as he gained a new appreciation for the system's capabilities. 888, with a silly grin, eagerly sought praise. "So, how is it, host?" "Quite good." This office building boasted over 1,500 square meters on its first floor, providing ample space. Rather than leading Old Han to the bedroom or study, Lin Feng chose to explore the living room and entertainment areas. The warm-toned decor easily uplifted one's spirits, while the wooden floor bore bold, red letters proclaiming that it would not become dirty. Lin Feng's lips twitched. "Beige?" Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Old Han, who seemed oblivious to anything amiss with the floor. "Allow me to provide a brief introduction. The system offers excellent benefits for the host, such as this floor." The system selected interstellar cleansing wood, which emits a subtle fragrance that refreshes the spirit and nurtures the soul. It remains unblemished and pristine no matter how one treats it. "Impressive." Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. He cast another glance at the large letters on the floor, which vanished as soon as 888's voice faded. Although Old Han could not see the words, his expression reflected a sense of enjoyment. "Boss, what kind of wood is this floor made of?" "It smells delightful and feels quite comfortable." Lin Feng looked at Old Han, who took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile at his antics. "I had a renovation company handle it." "I'm not entirely sure." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Mr. Han's eyes as he smiled and nodded, refraining from further inquiry. After a brief glance, Lin Feng spoke. "Mr. Han, I intend to move in today. As for you, you may simply call me Old Han." Mr. Han promptly replied, "Boss, you are the first person willing to employ an old man like me. Other companies prefer to hire robust young guards. This is indeed my first job." Lin Feng swallowed the words he had yet to finish, touched his nose, and chuckled. "So, do you usually return home? Oh, by the way, what were the working hours stated in your previous contract? Perhaps we should draft a new one." Given Mr. Han's advanced age, Lin Feng felt a sense of reluctance to exploit his labor. However, upon encountering Mr. Han's expectant gaze, he hesitated to suggest that there was no need for him to continue as a guard, particularly since this was the elderly gentleman's inaugural position. Mr. Han's eyes lit up at the mention of employment. As long as the boss is willing to hire an old man like me, I am content that I live alone and typically return home after work. You may handle the contract as you see fit. I previously did not sign one and merely watched the entrance during the day. With M.B.A. compensating me for each day's work, a solitary elder? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. M.B.A. is rather ineffective at his duties. He didn't even bother to sign a contract. One might assume our company engages in unlawful employment. I hope you won't take offense, old Han. Not at all, he replied. As someone who would be closely accompanying Lin Feng in the future, Mr. Han naturally refrained from expressing any discontent. Lin Feng nodded and continued. Then, Mr. Han, you should head home early to rest today. We will maintain the same wages as previously agreed upon with M.B.A. 9 to 5. Shall we sign the contract tomorrow when you come in? Mr. Han, holding a modern smartphone, was not oblivious to the market standards. Typically, robust young security personnel would not receive such favorable treatment from Lin Feng. It appeared that he had encountered a benevolent employer. He cheerfully nodded in agreement. All right. Lin Feng nodded in return and escorted Mr. Han to the first floor. Access to the elevator serving the upper floors required his identity card. This elevator, a marvel of technology orchestrated by Mr. Ba, permitted only those with the appropriate identity card to access specific floors. The ordinary staircase was available only from the 91st to the 100th floor. Once they reached the first level, Lin Feng handed Mr. Han a spare key for the front door lock. Old Han, upon your arrival tomorrow, simply oversee the front desk. If you need to reach me, the desk phone has the special extension numbers for each floor. After a brief pause, Lin Feng added, Shall I show you how to use it? No need, boss. Rest assured, I am familiar with it, Mr. Han replied confidently. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Mr. Han smiled and said, Then, boss, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng nodded and watched Grandpa Han depart. After he left, Lin Feng locked the door from the inside and ascended the stairs once more. He first visited the flower room on the 100th floor, capturing a few photographs to send to Lin Nanfeng via multimedia message. He also texted, informing that the house was ready, eagerly awaiting his master's arrival for retirement while introducing the two disciples. After sending the message, Lin Feng returned to the 99th floor, walked into the living room, and collapsed onto the seemingly soft and comfortable large sofa. This fabric felt incredibly plush and cozy, and it wouldn't get dirty, would it? Of course. It's made from top-tier star beast fur. After lounging for a while, Lin Feng realized that the temperature in the house was just right. Despite it being summer, it was not hot. Glancing around, he noticed there was no air conditioning. Where's the air conditioning? Does the host find the room temperature unsuitable? The high-grade interstellar building materials insulate against external temperatures, automatically regulating a perfect indoor climate. No, the temperature is just right. Excellent. Quite impressive. Chapter 209. Wei is dead. After closing his eyes and resting for a moment, he peered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, purportedly made of bulletproof glass, and noticed that the sky was beginning to darken. The lighting in the living room mimicked sunlight. Lin Feng pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 8:45. Has it gotten so late? In an instant, Lin Feng identified the crux of the matter, casting a glance at the light-colored wooden floor. This material is indeed remarkable. Truly a splendid item for nurturing the soul. Feeling hungry, Lin Feng decided to prepare a meal himself. Upon entering the kitchen and surveying the ingredients in the refrigerator, an idea struck him. After a moment of thought, Lin Feng took out his phone to message Shen Lin Feng. Beige, find me a few cookbooks. Unsure of what to livestream, Lin Feng thought he might as well give it a try. After all, many culinary streamers showcase their cooking and dining experiences. He planned to do a live cooking session. Although he could cook, it was primarily simple home-cooked dishes, so he requested 888 to procure 2 upscale cookbooks. Once Shen Lin Feng responded with an OK, Lin Feng glanced at his wrist. Xiaoba? Initiate the livestream. Understood. Livestream has commenced. Lin Feng looked before him as a virtual projection appeared, displaying the livestream content. Shen Lin Feng's promotion was quite effective, even featuring on the homepage's top recommendations. As soon as Lin Feng began his broadcast, the audience, mixed with some bots, surged past 1,000. A pear blossom pressing against a begonia. I heard there's a sword-dancing fairy here. I've arrived. Pulling hooks and hanging themselves. The young man is so handsome. Wow, truly stunning. What divine quality. I can see the pores on his face. As a girl, I'm feeling envious. Tang tang, same here. Just passing by to be cute. 1. Just passing by to be cute. My heavens! What divine livestream have I stumbled into? Pulling hooks and hanging themselves. Everyone above, don't disrupt the formation. Xiaoba's livestream is quite intelligent. Upon detecting the howls in the comments, it directed the camera straight to Lin Feng's face. Seeing his reflection in the projection, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Exchanging husband for candy. Ah, Awei is dead. Tang Tang. The raised eyebrow is so charming. I'm in. Awei is dead. Next, various crematoriums of Awei appeared. Lin Feng chuckled softly, the laughter emanating from his throat eliciting another round of howls from the barrage, quite alluring. Unhurriedly, Lin Feng began, Greetings, everyone. I am the newcomer host, Maple Leaf. This is my first live stream, and I shall be cooking, naturally spurred by my own hunger. With a playful smile, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to peruse the recipe, and the camera zoomed in at just the right moment. The text on the recipe appearing exceedingly clear. Donkey riding into tofu. Is this the newcomer host recommended by Fish Sister? Does one really need a recipe to cook? Cornfield masked hero. Goodness. What kind of backing does this host have? All the hosts in the fish community have been promoting him these days. This is utterly outrageous. Donkey riding into tofu. Backing one. Aunt Ye Hey. Now featured on the homepage. Heavily promoted. How could there be no backing? Sugar. Backing. Is the host a tall, rich, and handsome type? I am in. Exchanging husband for candy. Count me in. Besides the discussions regarding backing and the demise of the aesthetics driven away, there were indeed comments from those who genuinely enjoyed cooking. Lin Feng cast a glance at the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen and spoke unhurriedly. Chapter 210. Draw your blade today. I shall prepare 2 dishes, cashew shrimp and kung pao chicken. If you like the host, please tap the red heart and follow along. Upon finishing, Lin Feng flashed a smile, the dimples on his left cheek prompting the barrage to exclaim how adorable he was. Mother-in-law is shipping. Wait, isn't that the expensive kind of shrimp? So handsome it's my fault. Changhu shrimp, the kind that's over 100 yuan each and still hard to come by. Aunt Ye Hey, I found the backing. The host himself is the backing, exchanging husband for candy. Where is the host from? While peeling shrimp, Lin Feng glanced up at this question and replied, a mountain dweller. Flying ninja pig. Sugar. Exchanging husband for candy. The host is quite mischievous. After peeling the shrimp, Lin Feng ignited the stove and innocently raised his brows, saying, Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? Well, I am currently in Kyoto. Life as a Kyoto University student, I can vouch for that. Death as a Kyoto University ghost. Look what I discovered. This is our campus heartthrob from Kyoto University. Heartthrob, why are you live streaming? A pear blossom pressing down on a begonia. I can also testify. This is the divine sword-dancing heartthrob. Ah, sugar. My husband is so young. Still a university student? No candy, no trick-or-treat. Thank you, sisters above for the guidance. We have arrived for the heartthrob, wind and snow. We are here. Childish bubble pig. 1 white queen. 1 red queen. 1 Lin Feng's wife. 1 the host is mine. The host is mine. Draw your blade. Who goes there? Maple Leaf's main consort. Little one. How dare you compete with us when you know nothing? I am the main consort. All you little sprites, disperse. As the oil heated, Lin Feng leisurely added the cashews for frying. Noticing the influx of new viewers into the live stream, he raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, especially upon seeing the shameless usernames. Thank you all for your support, but please refrain from using the host's real name. Having spoken, Lin Feng nonchalantly retrieved a plate of golden fried cashews. Xiaoba, please filter out any mention of my name. The live stream was soon filled with a chorus of complaints, berating Lin Feng for his heartlessness. But before long, the atmosphere revitalized, and viewers began to change their usernames. Chapter 211. The God of Wealth's real name authentication. Upon seeing a flurry of messages from Tang Tang, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. When you're hungry, one must eat. There are numerous methods for weight loss, yet starvation is not advisable. Tang Tang, eek, is Fengyi speaking to me? Tang Tang, with such a sentiment, I would gladly become as plump as a pig. Lin Feng smiled lightly and returned to his culinary endeavors. The kung pao chicken was swiftly prepared and, with 2 plates in hand, he made his way to the dining area. The live stream followed his movements, revealing a glimpse of Lin Feng's home to the viewers. All of you, please stand. I initially wished to experience the thrill of being surrounded by so many ladies, but instead, I discovered something. Your Majesty, your crown has fallen. The host is in Kyoto. Am I being deceived? The anxious official. Wow, this house is quite spacious. The host is the God of Wealth authenticated. My king, is it rented? All of you, please stand. Rented? With this decor and size, It must have cost a pretty penny. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Host, your kitchen is as large as my living room, and your living room is even bigger than mine, sobbing. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. That's heartbreaking. Expert at holding in urine. You upstairs, get lost. Have you considered those of us who can't even afford a single bathroom? Born from Jing University. School hunk, you. Died as a ghost from Jing University. I'm withering away. The school hunk is indeed a tall, rich, and handsome type. Someone from finance class 2. School hunk, we're in the same class. Please recognize me, someone from finance class 2. When will the school hunk host a party? I want to visit your home. I am the school hunk's girlfriend. I've discovered something. Darling, you never told me we were so wealthy. As Lin Feng returned to the kitchen to serve a bowl of congee, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who was this drama queen? A glance at the projected live stream audience revealed it had surpassed 300,000, with most drawn in by his sword dance videos. And now even students from Jing University were taking notice. The school hunk's wife. To the one above, even if my family is wealthy, I wouldn't support a mistress, P50. Chapter 212. A little pocket money for you, bamboo pole. Bamboo pole. With a shocked expression, what on earth, boss? What are you doing? Live streaming. Upon recognizing the familiar name, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. You aren't mistaken. I am indeed live streaming. Soaring over the Amazon. Bamboo pole. Boss, have you found a new way to experience life? Tang tang. Experience life? Hanging on with a hook. Experience life? Trading husband for candy. What kind of wolfish eyes are these? Does the guy upstairs know Feng Ye well? Seeking contact information. Feng Ye's rightful partner. 1. A pear blossom pressing down on a begonia. 1. Bamboo pole. That won't do. A pear blossom pressing on the begonia. White face. JPG bamboo pole. Bamboo pole. Boss. Please take me in. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Having already taken Zhu Gan and Lu Yu as disciples, it would be convenient for them to reside nearby. Besides, there are certainly enough rooms here. Having finished his meal, Lin Feng casually leaned back in his chair. Sure, I'll send you the address later. Come stay with you, Ezzy. Flying over the Amazon. All right. Bamboo pole. Great. 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 The school hunk's wife. Astonished. A pear blossom pressing on the begonia. Which little enchantress is flirting with the divine brother? I want to go too. I also wish to reside in a grand house. Sugar. Me. I too wish to experience the life of the wealthy. I know. Wealthy one. Please take me along. Boss, your minister. Stand up. I can also call you boss. Let me experience the grandeur of a 300 square meter living room. Technical personnel have already estimated the approximate area of Lin Feng's living room from just a few glimpses. Little grape. Boss. Please take me in. Observing a flood of requests for refuge in the barrage, Lin Feng's face broke into a slight smile. Then he spoke. All right, the culinary session for today has concluded. The broadcaster must sign off now. If you wish to see me again next time, remember to follow 13th month. Oh no, broadcaster, don't go. I just arrived. I'll give you some small money 13th month. Wait, why can't I give a reward? Little Sugar. What is going on? Sugar. Trading husband for candy. Oh, I'm here. What is happening? Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, There's no need for rewards here. Just a little heart is enough. All right, goodbye with that. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Ba to end the broadcast. The viewers were left pondering Lin Feng's words for a long time. Indeed, the Divine Tycoon did not require their meager contributions. The data right after the broadcast was inaccurate, so Lin Feng did not check how much his followers had increased immediately. Instead, he first tidied up the dishes and placed them in the dishwasher. Boss is calling. Boss, their SA call. Chapter 213. Overnight Wealth. Placing the last bowl into the fully automatic dishwasher, Lin Feng wiped his hands and answered the call. Hello, General Manager Shen? On the other end, Lin Feng's voice was somewhat excited. Boss, can you see? The first live broadcast directly gained 400,000 followers. 400,000. Lin Feng's heart stirred. This figure exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. Lin Feng continued. I promoted your sword dance video that I found earlier, and I didn't expect the effect to be this good. This is the first time anyone has broken 400,000 followers on their first live broadcast. Stay calm. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Hearing Lin Feng's composed tone, Lin Feng's series of marketing plans got stuck in his throat. Oh right, he forgot. This individual is the boss, likely just playing around. This time? Boss, the traffic you attracted, along with the traffic drawn in by the Quick Fish marketing over the next couple of days, boss, I truly see the future of Quick Fish clearly now. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Don't be so easily satisfied. Work hard and don't forget that we still need to compete with Fengyan Entertainment. Ha. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Feng could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Sister Huang, the manager of the songstress, informed me these days that Feng Yun is in contact with them. However, our contract has already been handed to Sister Huang. With your connection to the boss, the songstress will undoubtedly choose us at Kuaishu. This time, Feng Yun is destined to return empty-handed. He mused that since Feng Yun Entertainment was under the management of his elder brother, he had no intention of competing with his sibling for the company. Yet the situation was undeniably exhilarating. Lin Feng softly replied, Kuaishu will soon transcend being merely a live-streaming company. Just wait and see. I am honored to witness this moment as the leader of Kuaishu. Lin Feng chuckled. In a moment, I will send you the contact information for President Wang of Shengda. Shengda will soon launch several beauty products. Please select a few suitable candidates to negotiate with Wang Hong for endorsements. It would be a shame for the benefits to flow to outsiders. I am confident that the skincare formulas I propose will be a tremendous success, perfectly positioned to boost Kuaishu's traffic. Understood. Lin Feng contemplated Lin Feng's remarkable ability to remedy Zhuo Tan and her companion's skin issues, coupled with the backing of the influential Wang Muqing. This time, Shengda's endeavor would undoubtedly be more than just a revival. Thus, being able to endorse Shengda's skincare products would surely result in a significant increase in Kuaishu's traffic. A flicker of delight danced in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's phone chimed again, and upon glancing at the sender, a hint of amusement surfaced in his gaze. All right, if you need money, just send over the accounts. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up for now. Got it, okay. After ending the call, Lin Feng opened the message, which was from Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng, you little rascal with all these flashy things, prepare a grand villa for me. I'll be there shortly. Lin Feng chuckled and replied, okay, I'll be waiting at the door. After responding to Lin Nanfeng, Lin Feng sent Liu the address of the office building and then took a shower before heading back to his room. Debate. How much has the faith points increased? With 400,000 followers, even a modest amount of faith points equates to 400,000 faith points, which is equivalent to 400,000 system coins. A main storyline task only yields 1,000 system coins. The speed of this income is simply exhilarating. Contemplating this, Lin Feng lay on his bed and manually opened the willpower section to check. Currently at 2 million, still on the rise. Lin Feng observed the rapidly increasing numbers in the willpower section, and his mood was simply described as euphoric. The feeling of overnight wealth is truly delightful. He reveled in the moment. 888 was particularly envious. Boss, please feed me. Chapter 214. Talent and Innate Ability. The sultry, lowly-like voice reverberated in Lin Feng's mind, causing him to involuntarily shudder. It wasn't that the voice was unpleasant. Rather, it was the knowledge that it came from a rough-voiced man. Previously hesitant to exchange faith points for system coins, now that the faith points were marching towards 3 million, using them no longer felt like a burden. What does the host wish to do? Lin Feng glanced at his personal panel, noting his combat power had risen to 85, then looked at his soul power. Exchange attribute points. This is certainly possible. I suggest the host enhance their soul power. Lin Feng replied, if my soul power exceeds 70 points and reaches semi-awakening, will I then be able to awaken my extraordinary abilities? 888 responded, in truth, the awakening of soul power is unrelated to the awakening of extraordinary abilities. However, if an individual possesses extraordinary abilities, a higher level of soul power indicates a stronger innate talent for those abilities. Yet, it is also possible for someone with high soul power to lack extraordinary abilities, just as there are those with weaker soul power who have already awakened their abilities. 888 continued. Nevertheless, reaching a soul power level of 70 points in semi-awakening can be achieved through self-training and special methods to acquire extraordinary abilities. However, if one cannot even reach the threshold of 70 and has not awakened any extraordinary abilities, then the chances are truly negligible. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. So, does that mean I might not have extraordinary abilities? Can this be tested now? Initially, he had thought that attaining semi-awakening of soul power would guarantee the acquisition of extraordinary abilities, but he realized he had been mistaken. Awakened extraordinary abilities can typically be detected through ordinary attribute point assessments. In your case, you either possess no extraordinary abilities or they remain concealed, necessitating a deeper examination. After stating this, 888 adopted a promotional tone. Moreover, the system store does indeed offer extraordinary ability resources for sale. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He seldom browsed the store and had overlooked this aspect. Upon reflection, he opened the store and discovered that even the most basic extraordinary ability resource, Spiritual Root, required at least 1 million system coins, which was the lowest tier, corresponding to the level of unawakened soul power. What the heck? Is this a money grab? He had just earned 1 million system coins, only to find that even the most inferior extraordinary ability resource demanded that amount. 888 cryptically stated, Host, the talent for extraordinary abilities is predetermined by nature, akin to defying fate. Hence, it is understandably expensive. A flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Feng's eyes. All right then, 888 inquired, shall the host exchange attribute points? A friendly reminder. Since the kin module has been activated, the host may also allocate points to individuals within that module. Each point requires 10,000 system coins. Lin Feng paused. Is it really so costly to allocate points to others? For himself, the exchange rate was a mere 1 to 1,000. Certainly, this system is exclusively designed to serve the host, thus offering preferential treatment solely to the host. Is that so? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, expressing skepticism toward 888's statement. He was not oblivious to the matter of this fellow possibly hoarding private funds. Chapter 215. Dual Attribute Natural Elemental Extraordinary Ability. 888 rolled its eyes. Fine, it's merely because the system is bound to the host, making it easier to allocate points to you, while allocating points to others is more troublesome, as it requires contact between that individual and the host. Lin Feng nodded. So, brother, are you going to exchange? Exchange. First, raise my soul power to 100. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng responded to 888. Currently, his soul power stood at 54, requiring an increase of 46 points, which amounted to 46,000 system coins. Understood. As soon as 888's words fell, the operation was complete. Whoa, host, you actually possess dual elemental extraordinary abilities of water and fire? Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the voice of 888 suddenly transformed into a sound both shocking and filled with intense ecstasy. However, Lin Feng did not hear the voice of 888. After successfully enhancing his abilities, he found himself immersed in an enigmatic state. His soul felt as if it were steeped in warm water, a soothing sensation emanating from his very essence that compelled Lin Feng to emit soft groans. At that moment, he seemed oblivious to the external world, yet paradoxically, his senses became extraordinarily sharp. He could easily perceive the dust particles in the air and the distant sounds of vehicles from 100 stories below. After approximately half an hour, Lin Feng finally regained his awareness, feeling that the slight fatigue that had previously plagued him had completely vanished. At this moment, he felt invigorated enough to descend the stairs and run 180 laps. Exhilarating! Lin Feng couldn't help but express his delight audibly. Host, check the panel. There's a surprise waiting for you. Upon detecting that Lin Feng had emerged from that state, 888 chirped cheerfully. Lin Feng's gaze flickered as a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open his personal panel. Name: Lin Feng. Gender: male. Bloodline: awakening pending. Intelligence: 80. Strength: 90. Level 5 of abilities: charm: 90. Soul power: 101. Fully awakened. Water and fire elemental abilities: luck: 4. Health: 90. Friendly reminder: level 5 of abilities is categorized according to the standards of Blue Star. Lin Feng felt a rush of joy within. Am I already at level 5 right after awakening? But water and fire are opposing elements. Will my dual abilities be problematic? 888 had previously mentioned that abilities were akin to the spiritual roots found in cultivation stories, yet having two opposing spiritual roots in typical novels was rarely a good omen. Rest assured, host, your physique is more than capable of withstanding the clash of both water and fire elemental powers. There will be no issues whatsoever, nor will it impact your innate talent. Your current soul power of 101 points ranks as an S-grade talent even in the interstellar realm. Moreover, the water and fire abilities harmonize with the principles of yin and yang, creating when in accord and leading to destruction when in conflict. A hint of excitement lingered in 888's final statement. Yet Lin Feng merely assumed it was elation over his exceptional talent, without delving further into the matter. That's good to hear, Lin Feng replied, then turned his attention back to the personal panel. Both strength and charm have increased, but why is my soul power at 101? He had distinctly instructed 888 to enhance it only to 100. Oh, that additional point was a spontaneous growth on your part, host. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, then reflected on the extraordinary state he had just experienced. I understand now. Having said that, Lin Feng temporarily closed the panel, eager to experiment with his abilities. He closed his eyes to attune himself, then opened them and extended a hand. Water and flames materialized simultaneously above his palm, causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. The ice blue, pure and translucent water flow and the pitch-black flames were not starkly delineated. Where they intertwined lay a chaotic shade of gray. Lin Feng stared at that hue for a moment before feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he promptly shut his eyes, causing the flames and water to vanish. Chapter 216. Vitality and Destruction. After having his eyes closed for quite some time, the dizziness in Lin Feng's mind finally dissipated, and he opened his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly. Beige. What is happening? Can my own abilities actually harm me? Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly, and he felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. Moreover, it seemed that my fire and water abilities are rather different. 888 fell into a prolonged silence. Lin Feng, harboring doubts, inquired once more, Beige, what is the situation? Are we disconnected? As he asked, Lin Feng unleashed his powers again, but this time he solely utilized his water abilities, conjuring a small handful of water. This water, a gentle shade of blue, appeared transparent and pure, evoking a sense of tranquility as if one's soul were being cleansed. Lin Feng was uncertain about the circumstances of other water manipulators, yet he could distinctly feel that his water abilities were extraordinary. He closed his eyes again, striving to sense the uniqueness of his powers. 888 observed in silence, allowing Lin Feng to explore his abilities without interruption. In truth, it had also been startled moments earlier, it nearly thought. When Lin Feng reopened his eyes, half an hour had elapsed. He was somewhat astonished as he gathered another small orb of water and drank it. Instantly, he felt an exhilarating clarity. One word. Splendid. My water ability even possesses healing properties. Splendid indeed. I wonder what the situation is with the fire element. A look of satisfaction graced Lin Feng's face as he realized that he had only begun to comprehend the characteristics of his water powers after his careful contemplation. 888, noticing his engagement, promptly stated, Host, the system has conducted a thorough examination once again. What was discovered? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Beige, your recent performance seems to have declined. Why is a second examination necessary? That is because the uniqueness of the host's abilities is quite exceptional. How so? 888's tone turned serious, its voice reverting to its original roughness. Host, your water abilities are not merely simplistic healing powers. Water is the source of life. Your water abilities are the water of life, imbued with the essence of vitality, bestowing life upon all creation. They are far more potent than ordinary healing abilities. Does that mean using my water abilities to attack others is akin to aiding them? Lin Feng felt a surge of delight at this revelation, though he merely replied, I sense you are boasting. 888 interjected, Host, do not take advantage and feign innocence. Since your water abilities can bestow vitality, they can also strip it away, though this requires the host to practice diligently to master it fully. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Understood. And regarding your fire abilities, to be specific, they should be classified as hellfire, with the unique traits of destruction and annihilation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he stroked his chin. My two abilities sound quite impressive, don't they? That is one way to perceive it. Rarely did 888 refrain from countering Lin Feng's remarks. A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He felt a sense of elation, allowing himself to bask in it for a moment. 888 observed Lin Feng with a cheerful demeanor for a while before speaking again. However, host, due to my underestimation of your extraordinary abilities, what I previously stated is no longer valid. When utilizing your powers, refrain from employing two simultaneously, as your spiritual energy and physical constitution are currently insufficient to support the dual usage of abilities. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What level must one reach to wield both simultaneously? Your spiritual energy must attain at least an SSS rating, which is over 140 points, and your physical vitality must also exceed 140 points. Chapter 217. Do not float, stand firm. Understood. Lin Feng nodded, contemplating whether to allocate points. Although 888 suggested caution, in the system's marketplace, any increment costs 1,000 system coins regardless. Sensing Lin Feng's mindset, 888's tone turned stern. Host, you need to adopt a proper mindset. Do not become complacent. The voice in his mind was somewhat grating, causing Lin Feng to pause in surprise. 888 continued earnestly. Host, while allocating points through the system is undoubtedly a shortcut, even if you could wield two abilities at once, you might still struggle to control them. It would be more prudent to refine your mastery of your powers before augmenting them. Ambition without foundation is inappropriate. You possess talent, but despite your combat rating of 90, you have not fully mastered it, and you may not even be able to defeat Master Lin, who has an 88 rating. Lin Feng was taken aback. Noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, 888 expressed curiosity, shifting to a more youthful tone. Host, I am not attempting to discourage you, merely offering a reminder. Having endured pressure for so long, 888 was eager to see hope flourish and did not wish to see it squandered. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. No, I was just contemplating how this sounds remarkably like something you would say. 888. A persistent sense of crisis lingered in Lin Feng's heart, preventing him from becoming overly ambitious as 888 feared. Thus, he had merely indulged in a moment of elation. It was time to return to reality, hands raised. GIF, .888. After sending a flurry of eye rolls and garbled text, nearly exasperated, 888 regained composure and spoke in a gruff voice. As long as you understand. All right, got it, thank you. 888. Lin Feng's smile deepened. Humph. The youthful voice huffed, expressing indifference. Lin Feng chuckled, contemplating for a moment before gradually stating, given this, I shall diligently practice controlling my abilities in secret, while for now, I will utilize my fire abilities openly. Why? The elemental affinities of water and fire are equally rated. Do you prefer fire? Lin Feng's expression turned serious. 888, you still do not grasp human nature. Fear arises from the unknown. The peculiar nature of water abilities pertains to life force, particularly the capacity to deprive others of their vitality, which incites dread and potential calamity. In contrast, fire abilities are inherently aggressive. Their destructive nature is overt, thus attracting less scrutiny. MMHM. Lin Feng smirked, glancing at the time displayed on the smart device. It was already 6 o'clock, and sleep was no longer a necessity. He rose from his bed and drew open the curtains, revealing a floor-to-ceiling window in his bedroom. This window allowed a view of the outside while concealing the interior from passers-by. The window could also be opened, leading to a balcony reminiscent of a quaint garden. In response to the bright morning light, Lin Feng squinted slightly and prepared to practice his abilities for a while longer. This time, a black flame manifested in his palm, flickering and distorting the surrounding space. Rather than launching an attack, Lin Feng focused on manipulating the flame, altering its shape and size with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful 888, monitoring the external environment, felt entirely reassured upon witnessing Lin Feng's training method and proceeded to adjust some data on a separate page. Boss, there's a call for you. Boss, the boss is calling. It wasn't until the sound of his phone ringing interrupted him that Lin Feng snapped back to reality, having lost track of time during his exercises. Chapter 218. Which floor have you rented? Master, we have arrived, but the address you provided leads to an office building with its doors shut. We noticed there doesn't seem to be any accommodation nearby. Have we come to the wrong place? The voice on the other end belonged to Zhu Gan. Master, where exactly are you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Why are you here so early? Where are you now? Well, we thought we would come early to seek our master's guidance. We are right here at the office building. Zhu Gan replied with a cheerful tone. In truth, after receiving Lin Feng's message the previous night, they hadn't slept well and had risen at dawn to be among the first at the school. Lin Feng chuckled softly upon hearing this. Perfect timing. You Haven T made a mistake. Look at this office building before you. It is the empire I have established. There was a moment of silence on Zhu Gan's end before he tentatively asked, Master, which floor have you rented? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What? Can't you muster a bit more courage? Zhu Gan's phone was on speaker, and standing before the towering structure, Zhu Gan and Lu Yu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of uncertainty. Haha, Lin Feng laughed. Just wait a moment. I will come down and let you in with that. He ended the call. Upon hearing the busy signal, Zhu Gan swallowed hard. Could it be? This building belongs to the master? How much must that cost? Even Lu Yu, who had seen his fair share of grandeur, found it hard to believe. I don't recall there being such a landmark 100-story office building here. This office building was the handiwork of the system. Thus, while others might feel a sense of familiarity, yet fail to recall such a prominent establishment, they wouldn't perceive anything amiss. Tell me, how much do you think this costs? Perhaps several hundred billion. Zhu Gan's eyes widened, and as he gazed at the building before him, it seemed less like an office building and more like a mountain of gold. Surely, Master is jesting, or have I misinterpreted his words? Though they had come to realize that Lin Feng was likely quite wealthy, this revelation felt exaggerated. Zhu Gan did not doubt that the building belonged to Lin Feng. Rather, he found it hard to accept, just as Lu Yu did. After all, such office buildings were typically constructed through collective investment, and it was rare for anyone to possess such a vast amount of liquid capital at once. Lu Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse as he paused upon seeing Lin Feng leisurely approach from the office building. Zhu Qian cast a puzzled glance at Lu Yu and inquired, "What's wrong with the master?" As he spoke, Zhu Qian followed Lu Yu's gaze into the building. "Master." Lin Feng offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to the two, and then opened the door to approach them. "Beige, please proceed with the minimalist design for the 98th floor." "Understood." Since the 91st floor and above belonged to the private domain of the residents, Lin Feng's request for renovations on the 98th floor was promptly agreed to by 888. Come, let us head upstairs. Noticing that Zhu Qian and Lu Yu were still holding breakfast, Lin Feng remarked. All right. Zhu Qian and Lu Yu nodded in unison, following Lin Feng. Upon reaching the elevator, they exchanged glances, and Zhu Qian tentatively asked, Master, about this office building. As they entered the elevator, Lin Feng pressed the button for the 99th floor. Aware of Zhu Qian's unvoiced question, he calmly responded, this office building is mine, and the land it stands on is also mine. You need not worry about your residence. Zhu Qian was left momentarily speechless. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The land too? Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly and then feigned seriousness. As my disciples, you must always remember to remain composed. Chapter 219. He is unworthy. Zhu Qian and Lu Yu thought they found it impossible to maintain their composure. Initially, they believed their master to be wealthy, then they realized he was a tycoon. But what they discovered was beyond mere affluence. He was a veritable god of wealth. Zhu Qian swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the elevator. Lin Feng glanced at the astonished duo, just as the elevator arrived at the 99th floor. He smiled and said, we have arrived, let us go. As Lin Feng guided them down the long corridor to the living room, he continued, the 99th floor is where I reside, while you two shall share the 98th floor. Later, I will provide you both with identity cards. Please, have a seat. Zhu Qian exchanged a look with Lu Yu. Then they awkwardly settled onto a sofa that exuded an air of nobility. As for the soybean milk and buns Zhu Qian held, he suddenly felt utterly unworthy in such a setting. Lin Feng moved to the bar to pour drinks for them. Would you prefer juice or tea? The juice options include orange, peach, and apple. Mango juiced, I would like juice as well. Perhaps kiwi? Very well. Lin Feng acknowledged, preparing the juice before returning to the living room. He noticed the bag in Zhu Qian's hands and asked, breakfast? Is there any for me? Zhu Qian hesitated for a moment before eagerly responding, yes, yes, yes. He then placed the bag on the pristine coffee table that reflected their faces. Lin Feng nodded and sat down on the carpet beside the table to unwrap the bag. Just in time, I am quite hungry. You both should eat as well. The two glanced at the carpet, its pure white plush texture appearing soft and inviting, the material of which was unknown to them. Consequently, they too settled down on the carpet without hesitation. Lin Feng prepared himself a cup of soy milk and, with a bowsy clenched between his teeth, began his meal. First, let us eat. Later I shall discuss the training plan with you, and we can deliberate together. Lin Feng's casual demeanor alleviated some of Zhu Qian's unease, restoring a semblance of normalcy to his expression. He picked up a youtiao and responded, understood, master. Lu Yu also earnestly acknowledged. The three robust men swiftly devoured the breakfast brought by Zhu Qian and his companions. Lin Feng gathered the refuse and disposed